The venerable ancestor of the Xianmen sect, Wen Shuang, has unexpectedly found herself inhabiting the body of a resentful woman from a wealthy family, despised by her husband, and on the verge of divorce. Divorce? It is imperative to hasten this process. This person bears the mark of a short life. A car accident will occur tonight, and while she may survive, her legs will be amputated. Subsequently, she will find herself in despair, her company will collapse, and within the year, she will choose to end her own life. As Fu Sihong prepared the divorce agreement, his face was ashen with fury. Is this woman cursing him? Little Bao, this is your aunt. When Shuang cast her gaze towards Fu Sihong's second sister, who had returned from a distant marriage with her son, and sighed inwardly. Back in the day, she defied her family's opposition, choosing to elope with a man of humble origins, and for 4 years raised the child of a mistress, only to meet a tragic end, murdered by her husband for insurance money. Elder brother, you must hastily divorce this venomous woman, spoke Fu Sihong's third brother, an actor by profession. Tisk, those dark circles are severe. It appears he has been bound in a ghost marriage and is on the brink of demise. Following this, when Shuang mentally critiqued the fates of Fu's father, mother, and the fourth and fifth siblings in the family, Fu's younger sister, flustered, inquired, Sister-in-law, you possess the gift of divination. What fate awaits me? Caught in a romantic delusion, defying family objections to elope with the son of a cafeteria lady, enduring multiple miscarriages while living together, yet he refuses to even obtain a marriage certificate. It is tragic, exceedingly tragic. The Fu family is riddled with fates of mere cannon fodder. When Shuang yearns to accumulate enough merit to return to her original world swiftly. To her surprise, the entire Fu family could hear her thoughts. Not only did they alter their fates, but they also delightedly joined her in divination and gossip. Ultimately, she became the cherished darling of the entire Fu family. Chapter 1. This marriage is destined for dissolution. When Shuang, even in death, I shall not lay a finger upon you. A deep, cold voice devoid of warmth resonated from above her. When Shuang clutched her forehead, which had painfully collided with the bed's corner, and slowly raised her long eyelashes to regard the man standing before her. The man was tall and imposing, strikingly handsome, with sharply defined features and deeply etched contours. His elongated, dark eyes narrowed as they regarded her with a chilling intensity. The expression within his gaze seemed ready to consume her whole. When Shuang furrowed her brow, where is this place? Who is this man, dressed in peculiar attire with a sharply cropped hairstyle? As a prodigy of metaphysics from Lingyue Valley, she had sacrificed her own soul to save the world. How is it that upon reopening her eyes, she finds herself in such an odd location? When Shuang surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, filled with objects she had never encountered before. When Shuang, do you believe that by drugging me, I would succumb to you? Tomorrow, I shall instruct my lawyer to draft the divorce agreement. Rubbing her aching forehead, she rose from the floor and gazed up at the man who towered above her. What is divorce? Does it refer to separation? However, I perceive your darkened brow and pale lips. It seems you are destined for calamity tonight. The air fell silent for several seconds following her words. Fu Sihong's gaze grew increasingly cold and fierce, as though he wished to rend her asunder. This damned woman had invited him to the hotel under the pretense of discussing their divorce, only to administer a drug that only affected men. It was utterly insidious. Were it not for the betrothal between the Fu and Wen families, he would never have married this woman. After their union, he had refused to touch her, yet she had repeatedly attempted to coerce him, acting out in ways that repulsed him to the core. When Shuang, you are truly diabolical. Unable to obtain what you desire, you now resort to cursing me? When Shuang's head throbbed painfully, she was utterly perplexed by the current situation. Why does this man, who seems intent on her destruction, harbor such disdain for her? She scrutinized him closely and noticed his narrowed crimson eyes, heavy breathing, and erratic chest movements. Her brow furrowed further. Could it be that you have fallen victim to the Hehuan powder? She quickly searched her person for a silver needle. Without it, she was powerless to assist him. Observing Wen Shuang, who feigned innocence, Fu Sihong's expression grew increasingly severe. Stop pretending. Ignoring the murderous intent emanating from the man, Wen Shuang revealed a hint of confusion in her gaze. Where's this place? What era are we in now? Fu Sihong regarded Wen Shuang, who had suddenly become unhinged, his handsome brows knitting together in concern. Could it be that her fall had caused a concussion? Fu Sihong pressed his lips into a thin line, speaking coldly. It is the 21st century. Do not tell me you are unaware. Whether feigned or genuine, this marriage is destined for dissolution. Wen Shuang shook her head slightly. The 21st century? I have never heard of it. Insanity. Fu Sihong was utterly exasperated and wished to refrain from engaging with Wen Shuang further, fearing that he might truly lose his temper and strangle her. The effects of the medication coursing through his body had begun to manifest. He felt an overwhelming heat enveloping him, and his legs weakened, leaving him doubtful of his ability to exit the hotel unaided. Fu Sihong promptly extracted his mobile phone and dialed the driver. Uncle Zhou, please come to the entrance of Yecheng Hotel to pick me up immediately. After Fu Sihong concluded the call, he turned his head only to find himself face-to-face with Wen Shuang, who had leaned in closer, her heavily made-up visage appearing before him. She blinked at him and gestured towards the phone in his hand, exclaiming, "What is this peculiar object? It is quite extraordinary. Could it perhaps be a sound transmission talisman?" Moments ago, she had indeed heard a voice emanating from the opposite side. A flicker of azure flames ignited in Fu Sihong's profound black eyes as he struggled to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. Wen Shuang, cease your pretense of ignorance, he admonished sharply. In the past, during her time in Lingyue Valley, everyone had treated Wen Shuang with the utmost reverence. Never had anyone dared to speak to her in such a manner. Such insolence was indicative of a short-lived fate. As he crossed a bridge shortly, he would encounter a landslide, barely escaping with his life, but suffering the amputation of his legs and the impairment of another vital part of his body. The man, poised to leave the suite, suddenly froze, turning back to regard Wen Shuang in disbelief. How could she harbor such malevolence? Not only did she curse him with misfortune, but she also wished for the loss of his legs and the destruction of his very being. Fu Sihong's hands, which hung by his sides, clenched into fists, the knuckles cracking ominously. After losing his legs and that vital part, he would be rendered desolate, his business endeavors thwarted, leading to ruin and ultimately a fate of being deprived of his very sight, living in a wretched state, and within a year, succumbing to self-destruction. How tragic indeed. Perhaps it would be wise for me to seek a divorce, sooner rather than later. Veins on Fu Sihong's forehead throbbed violently as he clenched his molars, poised to articulate a response when he was suddenly struck silent. Just moments ago, he had distinctly noted that Wen Shuang had not uttered a word. Yet, he was certain he had heard her voice with crystal clarity. What was happening? Was he losing his mind? Why was he met with such a gaze from her? If he were to proceed with the divorce, he assumed he could retain the dowry, correct? Fu Sihong's deep-set eyes fixated intently on Wen Shuang's lips. This time, he was resolute that she had not spoken a word. Had he suddenly become privy to her innermost thoughts? Chapter 2. Astonishment. He could actually hear her innermost thoughts. A dowry? How delightfully naive of her. She was the least favored daughter raised in the countryside by the Wen family, prone to causing disturbances and utterly uncouth. The Wen family found her disgraceful, held no affection for her, and after marrying her off to the Fu family, they had never contacted her again. You have no dowry. But as long as you cease pestering me, I can offer you a suitable compensation. Wen Shuang extended a single finger, indicating at least this amount as compensation. 100 million? This woman truly dares to demand such an exorbitant sum. A flicker of disdain crossed Fu Sihong's eyes, his countenance growing increasingly cold and severe. Fine. 100 million it is, as long as you keep your distance from me from now on. Wen Shuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Wow. Wow, I mentioned 100 taels of silver, and he is willing to give me 100 million? Although I am unaware of the value of 100 million in the 21st century, it certainly sounds like a fortune. How advantageous it is to initiate a divorce and instantly become wealthy. After the divorce, I can seek a younger, more handsome husband. How splendid it will be to sever ties with this fierce old man. Fu Sihong, at merely 26 years of age, was only 5 years her senior. How could he be considered an old man? Had she truly knocked her head silly? However, did her gesture of extending a finger not imply she was asking for 100 million? Fu Sihong felt an increasing heat within him. He was unwilling to remain there for another second. He turned and strode towards the exit. Wen Shuang, seeing him leave, hurriedly followed. Get lost, don't follow me. Wen Shuang lifted her long leg and kicked him squarely on the backside. If it weren't for the 100 million, do you think I, your aunt, would be so idle as to follow you out? If you end up a useless wreck, I doubt I will ever see my 100 million. Fu Sihong stumbled forward a few steps after being kicked, nearly falling flat on his face. He turned to glare at Wen Shuang, who had her arms crossed, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. If it weren't for the effects of the drug coursing through him, leaving him hot and weak, he would surely have dealt with her mercilessly. Fu Sihong pressed the elevator button, and shortly after, the doors opened. He stepped inside. Wen Shuang, observing this peculiar metallic box, had no idea what it was. Seeing Fu Sihong enter, she followed suit. The elevator door slowly closed, and with a slight jolt, it began to descend. Wen Shuang was taken aback. What in the world is this? Is it flying in the clouds? Instinctively, she reached out and hugged the man standing before her. In her flustered state, her fingers brushed against his abdominal muscles. The other occupants in the elevator turned their gazes towards Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong. Fu Sihong felt as if all his dignity from a previous life had been utterly tarnished by this woman. "Let go of me," he hissed. Just then, the elevator emitted a loud clink and began to plummet rapidly. Rather than releasing her grip, she clung to him tighter. "Your aunt is a genius in metaphysics. Unafraid of anything, let the demons and monsters come forth." Fu Sihong felt as though he was being suffocated by her embrace. "Wen Shuang, do you wish to die?" Wen Shuang sensed his heavy breathing. Her fingers traveled from his abdomen to his chest. Drawing upon the medical knowledge she had acquired at Lingyue Valley, she swiftly pressed on certain acupoints on his body. "Are you feeling any better?" she asked softly. The other passengers in the elevator cast strange looks at the pair. What a decline of societal decorum. In broad daylight, they showed no regard for their surroundings. After her ministrations, the uncomfortable heat coursing through Fu Sihong's body began to dissipate somewhat. Yet her close proximity, her body pressed against his, ignited a desire within him that he had never experienced before. "Your aunt is not afraid at all. It's just a metallic box. If it comes to worst, I can just break it apart." Just as Fu Sihong intended to pry her hands away from him, he suddenly noticed a slight tremor in her body. Was she afraid? Was she truly frightened of riding in an elevator? Had she really knocked her head too hard? Fortunately, it wasn't long before the elevator reached the first floor. As the doors opened, Fu Sihong swiftly removed Wen Shuang's arms from around him and strode forward. Seeing him depart, Wen Shuang, disregarding her curiosity about the metallic box, hurried after him. Uncle Zhou, the driver, had parked the black Bentley at the hotel entrance. Fu Sihong opened the car door and climbed in, his voice hoarse as he commanded, "Drive." He wished to avoid any further interaction with the woman who seemed to have lost her sanity. When Wen Shuang reached the hotel entrance and saw Fu Sihong getting into the car, her eyes widened in curiosity at this even stranger contraption. "Oh, is this a carriage with four wheels?" Mimicking Fu Sihong's manner of opening the door, she attempted to get inside. Yet, after several attempts, she was unable to succeed. "Young master, the young mistress is still outside," Uncle Zhou began, but Fu Sihong interrupted. "Drive now." As the car began to move, Wen Shuang's eyes flashed with confusion. "This carriage doesn't require horses to pull it. It can move on its own. How remarkable." As the vehicle began to speed away, she quickly chased after it. Her movements were light and agile, her speed astonishing, the hem of her garment fluttering in the wind. Uncle Zhou caught a glimpse of her pursuing them through the rearview mirror and was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. "Young master, the young mistress has transformed into a female version of Bolt." Fu Sihong swiftly glanced out the window and was equally astonished by Wen Shuang's incredible speed. Realizing she was about to dash into the bustling street, he immediately instructed Uncle Zhou to stop. "Wen Shuang, have you lost your mind?" Wen Shuang, panting as she bent over, gasped, "Goodness, this world is so devoid of spiritual energy. Without any spiritual enhancement, I can barely keep up with the carriage."
Fu Xiang.
Her earlier sprint had nearly propelled her into the air. Could it be that she was capable of flight? "Wen Shuang, if you chase the car any longer, that 100 million in divorce settlement will vanish." Wen Shuang raised her hand and knocked on the window. "I want to get in." Fu Sihong scowled darkly and pushed the door open. Wen Shuang climbed into the car, her eyes roving around in wonder at everything. "While this is far more comfortable than the hard cushions of a carriage from 1,000 years ago." Observing her inquisitive demeanor, Fu Sihong's expression hardened as he coldly instructed, "Stay away from me. Sit further back." Wen Shuang shifted her bottom towards the car window, when suddenly, a clear ringtone pierced the air. What sound is that? Could it be a demon causing trouble? She quickly held her breath and focused her weakened spiritual energy to sense the surroundings. No, there's no trace of any demons.
Fu Xiang's brow twitched.
He shot her a perplexed glance. "My phone is ringing. It's over there. Hand it to me." Earlier, when he had entered the car, the effects of the drug had left him weak, causing his phone to slip from his fingers and fall into the gap beside the car door. "What phone?" Wen Shuang asked, her expression one of confusion. Fu Sihong pressed his lips into a thin line, pondering whether this woman was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending. Unable to even recognize a phone, Fu Sihong was disinclined to exchange another word with Wen Shuang. His chiseled features taut with tension, he inclined his head closer towards her. Wen Shuang gazed up at the man who suddenly drew near, a crisp and pleasant scent wafting into her nostrils. His handsome, austere countenance seemed to magnify before her. His skin pale and smoother than that of any woman, devoid of even the slightest pore. Due to the effects of the drug, the elongated corners of his eyes bore an unusual red hue, lending him an air of wickedness and allure. His breath was heavy and, being so near, it enveloped Wen Shuang's face entirely. With a resounding slap, Wen Shuang delivered a sharp blow. Simultaneously, the mobile phone that had been caught in the car door was retrieved by the man. The atmosphere within the vehicle grew suddenly tense and frozen. The driver in the front seat dared not even breathe. Had the young mistress gone mad to dare strike the young master with such audacity? Chapter 3. Astonishing. Her words came to pass. The slap Wen Shuang had delivered was not particularly forceful. Had it been, Fu Sihong's teeth would likely have been dislodged. Nonetheless, his handsome visage was already dark with fury. Wen Shuang. No one had ever dared to strike him in his entire life. This woman had truly set a precedent today. My lord, it was you who first exhaled towards me. We are on the brink of separation, and your breath feels like an attempt at seduction.
Fu Xiang.
When had he ever breathed towards her? Under the influence of her drug, he was struggling to control himself, and the notion of seducing her was utterly absurd.
Oh, dear.
His expression is truly foul. I cannot fathom how the original owner of this body could have wed him. Even driver Zhou seems a better match. Fu Sihong. Comparing him to a driver in his 40s? After concluding a phone call, Fu Sihong chose to disregard Wen Shuang. Seeing this, she crossed her arms and ceased to engage him further. She blinked at the driver. Well, driver Zhou seems to have a shorter lifespan than that man beside me. And he bears the mark of a cuckold. Fu Sihong. Could she not keep silent? No, it seemed she was not speaking. He was merely hearing her inner thoughts. Was she unwell? Did she truly comment on others' lifespans upon meeting them? Driver Zhou, might you gift me that item you are wearing? I can offer you a free fortune reading in return. Fu Sihong pressed his long fingers to his temples. Wen Shuang, will you ever cease? Wen Shuang shot him a glare. I am not speaking to you, my dear. Driver Zhou, wishing to avoid a quarrel between the young master and the young mistress, promptly removed a hair tie from his wrist and handed it to Wen Shuang. Young mistress, this hair tie belongs to my daughter. I offer it to you without the need for fortune-telling. He had never heard of the young mistress being adept at such arts. He only knew her to be unlearned and rather lacking, not favored by either the Wen or Fu families. Wen Shuang accepted the hair tie and gathered her disheveled long hair. With a bright smile, she remarked, I do not accept gifts without reciprocating, driver Zhou. You bear the mark of a troubled mouth with a downturned corner and a fate that opposes your parents. Your parents passed away when you were merely a teenager. Did they not? Driver Zhou was taken aback. How did she know such personal matters? Did she truly possess the art of fortune-telling? Wen Shuang continued, your heavenly palace is dim, your mountain root sunken, your fortunes are poor, and you are prone to betrayal in love. You married at 34. And your daughter is 8 this year, am I correct? Driver Zhou nodded, yes. Your daughter is not your biological child. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a halt, the tires screeching against the pavement. Young mistress, that is impossible. Driver Zhou exclaimed, his complexion paling. Just moments ago, he had thought the young mistress possessed some understanding of fortune-telling. Now, he found her words utterly ridiculous. His relationship with his wife was strong. She was a devoted homemaker, rarely engaging with the outside world. How could she possibly be unfaithful? Fu Sihong also found Wen Shuang's claims absurd. I have met driver Zhou's wife. She is a diligent and honest woman. How dare you slander her? Wen Shuang, you have always been mischievous. But now you have grown even more brazen and malicious. Wen Shuang felt a mix of shame and anger at their skepticism towards her abilities. In her previous world, no one had ever dared to question her. Oh, how she longed to return. I am merely trying to assist these two short-lived souls, and they unite to doubt me. How infuriating. Alas, I currently lack spiritual energy and talismans. Otherwise, I would surely make them experience the taste of heavenly lightning talismans. Wen Shuang glanced ahead at the road, and through her clairvoyance, she discerned that after 500 meters and a turn, they would reach the collapsed bridge. I say, if I mention the bridge's collapse, they surely would not believe me. Forget it. I shan't speak further. Perhaps I should first request $1 billion from my sour-faced husband. Taking a deep breath, she forced a smile towards Fu Sihong. My lord, could you grant me $1 billion? I assure you I will initiate our divorce tomorrow, without fail. Fu Sihong regarded Wen Shuang's insincere smile. Just as he was about to retrieve his checkbook, he heard her inner thoughts. If I acquire $1 billion in advance, even if he meets with an accident and becomes a useless husk, it will matter not to me. Fu Sihong returned the checkbook to his suit pocket. As the vehicle was about to turn, he spoke sternly to driver Zhou, take another route to the hospital. Driver Zhou glanced at Fu Sihong. Young master, this route is the closest. Change routes. Why did he instruct driver Zhou to change routes? Observing his expression, the dark aura upon his forehead has indeed dissipated considerably. Fu Sihong did not believe that Wen Shuang could truly predict the future, but after hearing her wild claims, he was somewhat troubled. Taking a detour would merely cost him 10 minutes. Although the effects of the drug were becoming unbearable, he was more inclined to verify whether Wen Shuang had indeed lost her sanity and was merely babbling. As the vehicle took a detour, Wen Shuang leaned against the window. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed outside at the stunning nightscape, akin to a newcomer in a grand garden, her heart exclaiming in wonder. Wow, the nightscape of the 21st century is breathtaking. Fu Sihong, plagued by her inner exclamations, opted to close his eyes. After admiring the night scenery, Wen Shuang turned to look at the man seated beside her. He had his eyes closed, his lashes longer and darker than a woman's, and beneath his prominent nose, his lips were pursed into a thin line. Beads of sweat rolled down his sculpted features, his throat involuntarily bobbing. Upon closer inspection, this short-lived husband is quite handsome and possesses a commendable physique, certainly bearing the qualities of a favored consort. Fu Sihong abruptly opened his deep crimson eyes. Casting a chilling glance at Wen Shuang, she touched her nose in response. Why is he looking at me with such an expression? Does he mean to use me as his antidote? No, I am a practitioner. I must not be swayed by a mere mortal. I suppose returning is not an immediate possibility. The spiritual energy in this world is scarce, making it difficult to pursue the path of transcendence. Perhaps seeking a charming man might yield a unique experience. However, there is no rush. There are many men in this world, and this brooding, scowling husband is not within my realm of interest. He is merely a fleeting presence.
Fu Sihong.
As Wen Shuang caught glimpses of Fu Sihong's stealing glances at her intermittently, she furrowed her brow and remarked, Why do you keep sneaking peeks at me? We are to part ways tomorrow. Do not entertain any sentiments for me. Fu Sihong scoffed coldly. I have encountered many shameless individuals, yet none quite as audacious as you. A subtle smile graced Wen Shuang's lips as she retorted, I have yet to meet anyone who dares to watch others and then accuses them of being shameless. Fu Sihong's expression darkened as he turned his gaze towards the car window, unwilling to direct another glance at Wen Shuang. Folding her arms, Wen Shuang mirrored his action and stared out of the window. Upon arriving at the hospital, several ambulances emerged in haste. Fu Sihong exited the vehicle and inquired of a doctor clad in a white coat, What has transpired? The doctor responded urgently, A collapse occurred at Yangguang Bridge, resulting in a severe accident. We must attend to the victims immediately. Fu Sihong was taken aback. Could Wen Shuang's words truly hold such weight? Chapter 4. Within a year, divorce is not an option. Fu Sihong entered the hospital with a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Wen Shuang observed his tall, imposing figure retreating and chose not to follow him inside. He had narrowly averted a calamity tonight. He would not be rendered a useless husk. Gurgle Wen Shuang rubbed her slightly hungry stomach and glanced at Uncle Zhou, who was seated in the driver's seat, his complexion pale. Uncle Zhou, what troubles you? Uncle Zhou remained lost in the shock of the bridge's collapse. Had the young master not changed their route, their vehicle would have passed over Yangguang Bridge just 10 minutes prior. This meant that he, the young master, and the young mistress had all been in imminent peril. A wave of survivor's guilt washed over Uncle Zhou. Young mistress, we almost met with disaster. Wen Shuang nodded in agreement. It is fortunate that your young master possesses a modicum of wisdom. He heeded my advice and avoided that bridge. Uncle Zhou looked at Wen Shuang incredulously. Young mistress, can you truly read fortunes? Indeed, she replied. If you procure me a roasted sweet potato from outside, I shall divulge an even more explosive secret. Uncle Zhou promptly exited the vehicle to buy the sweet potato. As Wen Shuang peeled back the skin to reveal the orange-red flesh within, the sweet aroma tantalized her senses. She eagerly took a bite. Utterly delectable. The soft, delicate texture, akin to smooth satin, spread warmth throughout her being. Young mistress, what is this explosive secret? Uncle Zhou inquired. Wen Shuang blinked playfully. Your wife believes you are on a night shift and is preparing to indulge in an affair with a neighbor, old Wang. If you hurry back now, you might catch them in the act. Uncle Zhou, though skeptical of the young mistress's words, drove back post-haste. After finishing her roasted sweet potato, Wen Shuang sought out Fu Xiheng in the VIP ward. After administering medication, the doctor had left him in slumber. As she stood in the room, her eyes darted around, intrigued by her surroundings. However, when she approached the mirror, the sight of a heavily made-up, grotesquely ugly woman with wide eyes nearly caused her to scream. Was this truly her current appearance? How had she ended up in such an unseemly guise? A nurse entered to check on the room and, upon observing Wen Shuang's horrified gaze fixed upon her reflection, asked with a puzzled expression, Madame Fu, do you require makeup remover? Wen Shuang's eyes widened in confusion. Makeup remover? The nurse nodded. I have some. Would you like it? Wen Shuang, still bewildered, nodded in response. Before long, the nurse returned with a bottle of makeup remover. Seeing Wen Shuang standing still, the nurse assumed she was a pampered lady unaccustomed to removing her own makeup, and thus invited her to sit down while she assisted in the task. 2 minutes later, astonishment flickered in the nurse's eyes. Madame Fu, you are truly beautiful. Re-entering the bathroom, Wen Shuang stood before the mirror, gazing at her fair, radiant visage. She nodded in satisfaction. It was identical to her former self. Returning to the ward, Wen Shuang settled beside Fu Xiheng's bed, her mind beginning to unearth fragments of the original owner's memories. The original owner had always believed herself to be an fraternal twin with her sister, Wen Liyao. When Wen Liyao had been afflicted with a rare blood disease in her youth, the only solution was to find a compatible blood donor. Thus, the original owner became her sister's living blood bank. Wen Liyao had always sought to outshine the original owner, vying for their parents' affection, beautiful clothing, and dolls. On one occasion, she even feigned an accident to frame the original owner. Their parents, upon witnessing Wen Liyao's injury, disregarded the original owner's explanations and sent her to the countryside. This occurred when the original owner was merely 8 years old. They would only visit her when they needed to draw her blood, leaving her neglected for the rest of the time. It was not until the original owner was 18 and had gained admission to Yi City University that her parents allowed her to return to the Wen household. During her freshman year, Wen Liyao snatched away the original owner's first love, yet their parents did not reprimand Wen Liyao for her immorality. Instead, they chastised the original owner for lacking charm. The original owner had never understood why, being the daughter of the Wen family, she was not afforded the same importance. Only a year ago, after years of treatment, Wen Liyao's blood disease was cured, and she no longer required the original owner as her blood bank. It was then that the original owner discovered she was not the Wen family's biological daughter, but rather an orphan picked up from the roadside. Consequently, the original owner's temperament shifted dramatically. She began to seize upon the things that mattered most to Wen Liyao. Wen Liyao's greatest aspiration was to marry into the Fu family and become Fu Xiheng's wife. With audacity, the original owner had taken advantage of a drunken Fu Xiheng, orchestrating a scenario where they ended up in the same bed. Although Fu Xiheng had not touched her that night, the original owner had taken compromising photos, threatening him into marriage. After their nuptials, in a bid to provoke Wen Liyao and secure her position as Mrs. Fu, the original owner engaged in various antics and disturbances, ultimately inciting increasing disdain from Fu Xiheng and his family. Wen Shuang sighed, there are countless men in this world. Why must one hang onto a fleeting ghost? Fear not, I shall reclaim every grievance and insult you have endured. With the original owner's memories now at her disposal, Wen Shuang glanced at Fu Xiheng's hand. Oh no, the bond between them could not be severed immediately. If it were to break, her new existence would be in jeopardy within 3 days. In other words, she must ensure Fu Xiheng remained alive for a year. Otherwise, the severance of their bond would spell her doom. She needed to accumulate merit to extend her life and restore her spiritual powers. Would her soon-to-be deceased husband persist in his desire to divorce her upon awakening tomorrow? No. She absolutely could not allow that to happen. To repay him, she would safeguard the Fu family. The following day, Fu Xiheng gradually regained consciousness, lifting his heavy eyelids to glance at the woman slumped beside his bed. Oh dear. Am I truly such a genius in metaphysics that I might perish from an urgent need to relieve myself? What sort of world is this, devoid of even a restroom? This is unbearable. Who can save me? While Fu Ziheng had initially been irked by Wen Shuang's insistence on his taking traditional medicine the previous night, he could not help but feel a flicker of amusement at her internal lamentations that surfaced. A smirk, unnoticed even by him, danced across his otherwise stoic features.
Ha!
Deservedly so, to suffer from a full bladder. Though reluctant to engage with her, he was aware of the discomfort of holding it in. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Wen Shuang." Wen Shuang jolted her head up. She removed her makeup, revealing a delicate and fair visage, adorned with a pair of alluring, upturned fox-like eyes that glimmered with a hint of crimson, betraying the pain she endured, rendering her look somewhat pitiable. After casting a fleeting glance at her, Fu Ziheng quickly diverted his gaze and rose from the sickbed. "Come with me," he instructed. Wen Shuang promptly followed him. Fu Ziheng pointed towards the toilet, lifting the lid as he explained, "When you need to use the restroom, sit on this. After you're done, press the button beside you." He patiently demonstrated the mechanism. "My lord, is this the modern toilet?" Wen Shuang inquired, her mind grappling with the novelty.
Fu Ziheng.
Unsure whether her mental faculties had truly been compromised or if she had simply undergone a transformation, replied coldly yes. With that, he exited the room. As he reached the doorway, a sudden splash of water echoed from behind him. Realizing what it was, a faint blush crept across his pale ears. What is she doing? Doesn't she know to close the door when using the restroom? Fu Ziheng strode out, not glancing back, and reached to shut the door for her. "Young master, where is the young madam?" Uncle Zhou entered, laden with an assortment of fruits, snacks, and breakfast. His eyes were swollen, fatigue etched across his features. "She's in the restroom. Do you need her for something?" Upon placing his burdens down, Uncle Zhou's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he recounted. "The young madam is truly remarkable. Last night, I hurried home to find my wife caught in the act with a neighbor, old Wang, on my wedding bed. Under my pressing inquiries, they confessed the truth. My daughter is not my biological child, but the result of their affair. If it weren't for the young madam, I would have remained in ignorance for my entire life." Fu Ziheng's heart quaked at the revelation. If Wen Shuang truly possessed the gift of foresight, then her prediction that his company would face ruin, that he would be blinded and ultimately take his own life, could also come to pass. Chapter 5. The Dominant CEO and His Family's Mind Reading. Contemplating his impending fate, Fu Ziheng felt a throbbing in his temples. He was an upright man, and though Wen Shuang had attempted to drug him multiple times, he had thwarted her schemes and granted her the title of Mrs. Fu. Did he truly deserve such a grim end? Having relieved herself, Wen Shuang felt significantly better, though she vaguely recalled snippets of the original owner's memories. Her understanding of everyday knowledge was scant. Modern conveniences still baffled her. Uncle Zhou produced a toothbrush and toothpaste, explaining their usage. After brushing her teeth, Wen Shuang felt an invigorating freshness in her mouth. She exhaled towards Fu Ziheng. "My lord, the toothpaste of your era is truly delightful." Fu Ziheng regarded her with a bemused expression, his brows knitting together. "Keep your distance," Wen Shuang mused internally. As a distinguished talent in metaphysics, I find myself in a predicament. I must not divorce him within a year. If it weren't for survival, would I wish to exhale my breath towards him? His frosty demeanor is unbearable. I wish to avoid his presence, but reality compels me otherwise.
Fu Ziheng, puzzled,
wondered about her cryptic statement regarding the year-long commitment to avoid divorce. Strangely, rather than feeling repulsed, he found a sense of relief in her decision. Given her peculiar behavior, he had no desire to rush into a divorce today. He intended to keep her close for observation. Fu Ziheng coughed lightly, his fist raised to his lips. "Wen Shuang, as I mentioned last night, I will give you 100 million. Let us go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to finalize the divorce today." Wen Shuang quickly interrupted. "My lord, let us discuss the divorce later. I perceive your fortune. You have 6 siblings, including yourself, and it seems your fates are rather grim. Without my guidance, I fear you may." Her words were cut short by a voice filled with defiance and barely contained rage. "Divorce? Just divorce her." Several figures approached the hospital room. At the forefront was a young man adorned with blue diamond earrings, strikingly handsome, as if he had stepped out from a painting. "Brother, don't let her manipulate you. I believe you would have been better off marrying Wen Liao." The speaker was Fu Ziheng's third brother, Fu Xingzhou, the most popular contestant from Idol 101, with countless admirers. Since Wen Shuang entered the Fu family, she had not only stolen her mother-in-law's jewelry but also taken scandalous photos of Fu Xingzhou and sold his worn clothing at exorbitant prices to his fans. Such reprehensible behavior was utterly disgraceful. Marrying such a woman was a misfortune for the Fu family. Wen Shuang narrowed her enchanting eyes and cast a glance at Fu Xingzhou. A dark aura surrounds you. Death lingers closely. Your time is limited. What a pity, such a handsome young man. Fu Xingzhou stumbled, nearly losing his footing. What in the world? He had not seen Wen Shuang speak, yet he distinctly heard her voice. Following Fu Xingzhou were Fu father, Fu mother, and Fu mother's sister. He Wanping. All, apart from He Wanping, heard Wen Shuang's ominous proclamation directed at Fu Xingzhou. Fu mother's face darkened. After all, any parent would bristle at their child being cursed. Wen Shuang, why do you persist in wishing ill upon others? What benefit do you derive from it? Fu mother was aware of Wen Shuang's tragic past, having been neglected by the Wen family and raised in the countryside. She had genuinely cared for her after marrying into the Fu family. Yet, Wen Shuang not only failed to appreciate this kindness, but also resorted to thievery. Wen Shuang glanced at Fu mother, her eyes reflecting a flicker of sympathy. She possesses the air of a noble matriarch, yet alas, she will soon be diagnosed with esophageal cancer, a mere 6 months after which she shall depart this world.
Fu mother.
Was she cursing her for cursing her son? But upon closer inspection, it appeared that Wen Shuang hadn't spoken aloud. Was she casting her spells silently? Could she hear Wen Shuang's thoughts? Fu father and Fu mother, a loving couple, felt a flicker of anger at Wen Shuang's curses against their son. Wen Shuang, do not take this too far. Observing the dignified and virtuous Fu father, Wen Shuang's eyes shimmered with sympathy. After his wife's demise, heartbroken, he will be deceived by his sister-in-law, who will pose as his late wife, leading to an affair. He'll be caught in the act by his children, and his once revered reputation will be shattered, ending with him dying alone beneath the bridge. In the end,
Fu father.
after cursing his son and wife, now she targeted him? What would become of him? Could she not divulge the entirety of his fate in one go? Was dying alone under a bridge not tragic enough? In the hospital room, silence enveloped the atmosphere. Noticing the collective gaze upon her, Wen Shuang touched her nose, perplexed. Why is this entire family staring at me? Their fates, more tragic than mere cannon fodder, are not my doing. They ought to be wary of curses. Yet regrettably, my current spiritual energy is insufficient to discern who orchestrates their dismal destinies. Wen Shuang spoke with conviction, her words resonating as she expressed her internal musings. The Fu family's expressions varied, their hearts racing with trepidation. Fu mother recalled her impending diagnosis of esophageal cancer and the ominous prospect of her sister climbing into her husband's bed on the day of her funeral. Casting a furtive, sinister glance at Fu father beside her. After receiving a sharp glare from his wife, Father Fu felt a tingle run down his scalp. Could it be that his wife could hear the unspoken thoughts of their daughter-in-law? Before he could utter a word, he felt a sharp pinch at his side from Mother Fu. The pain made him gasp, "Dear, please don't pinch me. It hurts." Mother Fu firmly pulled Father Fu out of the hospital room, exclaiming, "You old fool. Did you not vow to love me for this lifetime and the next? I bore you 6 children, and on the day of my burial, you were rolling in bed with your sister-in-law. Have you no shame left?" Cold sweat broke out on Father Fu's forehead as he pleaded, "You can't take Wen Shuang's word for it. She's just a wild girl from the countryside. How could she possibly know what will happen in the future? Besides, your sister and her husband are so loving. How could she impersonate you and come to my bed? It must be Wen Shuang's nonsense." Mother Fu seemed to ponder for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Indeed, that wild girl Wen Shuang knows nothing. She must be fabricating stories. They returned to the hospital room, only to hear Wen Shuang internally lamenting, "If it weren't for my inability to divorce this short-lived husband within a year, I truly wouldn't want to be involved in this family's misfortunes. But I suppose I could consider it a way to accumulate merit."
So, who should I start with?
Perhaps with the third son of the Fu family, who died the earliest. Fu Xingzhou, the third son who died the earliest, was she referring to him? Chapter 6. Oh dear, his girlfriend is actually. Oh dear. Fu Xingzhou felt an overwhelming urge to punch Wen Shuang for her spiteful curse against him. What had he done to deserve such malice? She had secretly taken a photo of him shirtless and even sold his clothes to his fans. How could she have any justification for her actions? Fu Xingzhou wanted to confront Wen Shuang, but she hadn't even spoken aloud, making it difficult for him to reveal that he could hear her thoughts.
Fine.
He would see what tricks she could pull. "Third brother, have you been dating recently?" Wen Shuang's words echoed through the room. drawing the attention of everyone present to Fu Xingzhou. He was taken aback. The others believed Wen Shuang was simply spouting nonsense. As the most popular trainee on Idol 101, Fu Xingzhou was at the peak of his career. Dating would be akin to sabotaging his future. He felt like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, fur bristling with indignation. Wen Shuang, don't slander me. Fu Siheng frowned at Wen Shuang. Knowing that his third brother's private life was as clean as a blank sheet of paper, father and mother Fu chimed in, yes, yes. Our third son is so pure that even a mosquito wouldn't dare bite him. Uncle Zhou couldn't help but interject. The young lady truly has a gift for fortune-telling. Last night she predicted my wife's infidelity with a neighbor, old Wang, and that my daughter isn't my own. I went home and caught them red-handed, and they admitted she isn't mine. Father and mother Fu. When did Wen Shuang become a fortune-teller? If she truly understood such matters, wouldn't they all be in for a rough time? Sister, brother-in-law, don't listen to Wen Shuang's nonsense. I've said it before. Marrying her is like marrying a harbinger of misfortune, He Wanping scoffed. My dignified and beautiful mother-in-law probably doesn't realize that her sister has always envied and coveted her man. Her esophageal cancer is likely due to her sister constantly feeding her incompatible foods, leading to her gradual decline. This is akin to a palace intrigue from our era. Mother Fu suddenly turned to glare at He Wanping. The latter felt a chill run down her spine. Sister, what's wrong? Mother Fu shook her head vigorously. Wen Shuang might not be telling the truth. After all, Wanping was her own sister. How could she treat her that way? However, Wen Shuang had just praised her beauty and grace. Indeed, she has good taste. Wen Shuang, how dare you say I'm in a relationship? Do you want me to sue you for defamation? Fu Xingzhou glared furiously at Wen Shuang. With a smirk that was both playful and enigmatic, Wen Shuang replied, Do you really need me to name names? You probably don't even know that your romantic interest is. The tension in the room thickened as everyone strained to hear her thoughts. What could Fu Xingzhou's romantic interest possibly be? Fu Xingzhou looked at Wen Shuang's confident demeanor, a flicker of unease crossing his features. Could it be true that Wen Shuang had some insight into his love life? Merely by reading his expressions? He indeed had been secretly dating someone. 3 months ago, during a particularly stressful night, he had ventured out from the training camp for a midnight ride. In a dark alley, he encountered a group of drunken thugs intent on robbing him. With his delicate appearance and lack of combat skills, he was quickly surrounded. Just as one of them was about to mar his cherished face, she appeared. Dressed in a flowing white dress with cascading hair, she looked pure and ethereal, like a fairy descended from the heavens. Without a hint of fear toward the thugs, she boldly engaged them, and after a few exchanges, they fled in defeat. He brought her back to his apartment, where she gently tended to his wounds, treating him as one would a priceless treasure. Her tenderness and beauty stirred something deep within him. She revealed to him that she was an orphan, alone in the world without family. He invited her to stay, promising to return to her whenever he finished work. As their encounters continued, they fell in love. Yet, due to his current status, he could not publicly acknowledge their relationship. She spent her days within the confines of his home, and he was certain no one had discovered her presence. He truly couldn't fathom how his clueless sister-in-law had uncovered this secret.
Fu Xiang,
who understood Fu Xingzhou better than anyone, could read the emotions flickering across his brother's face. It was evident that after Wen Shuang's remarks, Fu Xingzhou was indeed flustered. Third brother, are you really in love? Fu Siheng asked in a low voice.
Fu Xingzu,
who was typically fearless, even in front of his parents, felt a wave of trepidation at the cold gaze of his older brother. Well, since they were all family, he might as well admit it. He rubbed his nose and replied, yes. Mother Fu was utterly astonished. Son, when did you start dating?
Who is she?
Bring her home for me to meet.
Fu Xingzu frowned.
Mom, we've only been together for a month. She has social anxiety. I'll introduce her to you when the time is right. When the time is right, you might find yourself in the underworld. Furious, Fu Xingzhou glared at Wen Shuang.
What did she mean by that?
Was she insinuating that his girlfriend, Lin Qianqian, would bring him harm? Qianqian was so innocent and kind-hearted that she wouldn't even squash a cockroach. How could she possibly wish him ill? Wen Shuang was growing increasingly absurd. Mom, Dad, Big Brother, the finals for 101 are tomorrow night. I need to go practice my dance. Not wanting to endure any more of Wen Shuang's nonsense, Fu Xingzhou turned to leave. Looks like the in-laws are about to gain a daughter-in-law.
Fu Xingzu scoffed inwardly.
Once he debuted, and the timing was right, he indeed planned to marry Qianqian. I wonder how they would feel upon discovering that their third son is involved in a ghost marriage? Fu Xingzhou almost stumbled in shock. What does Wen Shuang mean? Is it to imply that he will die and subsequently enter into a ghost marriage with Qian Qian? Fu Xingzhou clenched his jaw, wishing he could deliver a blow to Wen Shuang's mouth. Tomorrow's finals mark the ultimate deadline for love-struck fools. The next match is set to be more disastrous than his elder brother S. Not only will his heart be ripped out, but even in death, his ashes will be exchanged for those of a dog. Fu Xingzhou could no longer contain his frustration. He turned around, glaring menacingly at Wen Shuang. Are you ever going to stop? Wen Shuang touched her nose and gazed at Fu Xingzhou with her clear, bright eyes. You know the truth in your heart, don't you? Fu Xingzhou's hands, hanging by his sides, clenched into tight fists, veins bulging on his forehead. What do I know? Just as he uttered the word I, the back of his head received 2 sharp slaps, one from Fu Xiqing and the other from their father.
Fu Xingzhou felt utterly wronged.
Here he was, being led to believe he was on the brink of death, with the added horror of having his ashes swapped for a dog's. And she had the audacity to curse him in such a vile manner, expecting him to converse with her amicably. Infuriated, yet he couldn't berate her outright. He was completely at her mercy. Fu Xiqing looked towards Wen Shuang, his voice deep and somber. What did you discern from the third brother's features? Wen Shuang stepped closer to Fu Xiqing. May I ask my husband to delay our divorce for a while longer? Chapter 7. Decency must not be gazed upon. After a year of marriage, Wen Shuang had always presented herself to Fu Xiqing with heavy makeup. He rarely saw her without it. At this moment, her bare face appeared as smooth and delicate as a freshly shelled egg, her features radiant and exquisitely bright, her enchanting eyes shimmering with life as they gazed at him. She seemed particularly vibrant and full of vitality. Previously, he had never wished to spare her a glance, but now he realized she was quite beautiful, almost as if she had been revitalized. What could have prompted such a transformation? Could it be that she was indeed a genius of metaphysics from Lingua Valley? Her temporary disinterest in divorce suited his desires perfectly. He still harbored many doubts and felt the need to keep her close for further observation. Delaying the divorce seemed prudent. Upon hearing Fu Xiqing's words, Wen Shuang smiled brightly. Elder brother, why continue this charade with her? Fu Xingzhou interjected with dissatisfaction. Wen Shuang chuckled. If he does not stay with me, he will find himself on a path to ruin. The ghost marriage will quickly drain his vitality. The room fell silent, everyone stunned. A ghost marriage? Fu Xingzhou, momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Wen Shuang, has your mind been kicked by a donkey? How could I possibly be tied to a ghost marriage? Wen Shuang extended her hand towards Fu Xingzhou. Your situation is rather dire. If you wish for my assistance, you will need to provide me with divination fees. Fu Xingzhou retorted sharply, get lost. Fu Xiqing turned to Wen Shuang. How much do you need? I will cover for him. Wen Shuang, uncertain of the local prices, pondered for a moment before replying, 500, but he must pay me personally. Fu Xingzhou could hardly believe that his elder brother was actually considering giving her money. He seethed, no way. Elder brother, don't fall for her nonsense. Do I look like someone who has entered into a ghost marriage? Wen Shuang tilted her head. Your girlfriend, Lin Qianqian, passed away 6 months ago. Your inexplicable devotion to her is due to your ghost marriage. Her words were so convincing that they sent chills down the spines of Fu Dad, Fu Mom, Fu Xiqing, He Wanping, and Uncle Zhou. I am an atheist. Fu Xingzhou was on the verge of madness. Qianqian was a living, breathing person. Wen Shuang replied nonchalantly, Oh, did you not notice how cold her hands and body were when you held her? And her reluctance to go outside? It is because she cannot see the sunlight. The night you were attacked by a few thugs, they were not human. They were ghosts, sent by her to stage a scene to get closer to you. Fu Xingzhou had intended to continue his defense, but when Shuang suddenly recounted how Qianqian had saved him that night, a detail he had never shared with anyone. Recalling the icy chill that enveloped him each time he embraced or held Qianqian, a shiver ran down his spine. No. Could what Wen Shuang said actually be true? He refused to accept such a cruel reality. How could Qianqian possibly be a ghost? Husband, could you please send Uncle Zhou out to buy me a brush, vermilion, and talisman paper? Fu Xiqing nodded, of course. Half an hour later, Uncle Zhou returned with the items Wen Shuang had requested. Standing before the table, Wen Shuang dipped the brush into the vermilion and began to draw talismans. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a sacred glow around her. The brush moved gracefully across the paper, each stroke imbued with strength and vitality. Gradually, patterns, and symbols emerged on the talisman, radiating a mysterious light akin to ancient incantations. Upon completing the protective talisman, a miraculous scene unfolded. The talisman seemed to blaze like a fire, capable of expelling all evil. Here, take this talisman for 500. Keep it on your person. As long as you don't take it out, Lin Qianqian won't dare approach you. You shall come to understand her true nature. Fu Xingzhou subconsciously resisted believing her, preparing to refuse, but he caught Fu Xiqing's cold, warning glare. Reluctantly, he retrieved the money from his wallet and handed it to Wen Shuang. She received it with a beaming smile. After taking the talisman, Fu Xingzhou glared at Wen Shuang in indignation. If you have wronged Qianqian, I will hold you accountable. He stormed out. Fu Xiqing cast a glance at Wen Shuang, who seemed content after receiving the 500. He pressed his lips together, contemplating purchasing a talisman for a high price, but the words caught in his throat. Fu Dad and Fu Mom also expressed interest in acquiring the talismans drawn by Wen Shuang. They were uncertain of the talisman's efficacy, yet having witnessed her craft it, they felt an inexplicable force emanating from it. However, if they were to ask her for one, it would mean indirectly believing her fantastical tales. It would be wiser to observe the third brother's situation first. If it turned out he truly had a ghost girlfriend, they could then reconsider trusting Wen Shuang's words. As Fu Dad and Fu Mom departed, He Wanping snickered behind them. Sister, brother-in-law, do you think your eldest daughter-in-law has lost her mind? A country bumpkin turned fortune-teller? How utterly laughable. Fu Mom shot He Wanping a glance. Is that amusing to you? He Wanping immediately ceased her laughter, affectionately linking arms with Fu Mom. Sister, when we return, I will prepare some hot and sour soup and make dumplings. Had this been in the past, Fu Mom would have been pleased by such a statement. He Wanping's husband had previously been in the restaurant business, and she had honed her culinary skills well. However, when her husband's restaurant went bankrupt, Fu Mom had allowed the couple to work for them. He Wanping usually cooked for her while her husband managed the villa's landscaping. Both earned a decent salary of 100,000 a month for relatively easy work. Fu Mom was merely trying to support her sister and brother-in-law. Such high wages were not offered to outsiders. She thought He Wanping would be content. If, as Wen Shuang suggested, she had developed esophageal cancer, wouldn't that imply He Wanping's malice? She often insisted on preparing scalding hot food for her, urging her to eat while it was still warm, claiming it wouldn't taste good if it cooled down. Once the truth about the third brother's girlfriend, whether she was human or ghost, came to light, she would decide then. In the hospital room, after finishing the breakfast that Uncle Zhou had brought, Fu Xiheng had already completed the discharge procedures. As he entered the hospital room, he happened to overhear Wen Shuang asking Uncle Zhou, "What is that device in your hand that displays images and allows one to hear the other person speak?" "Young madam, this is a mobile phone. It can make calls and also stream videos. In my leisure time, I enjoy watching videos," Uncle Zhou replied. Wen Shuang was instantly captivated by the visuals on the screen, which showcased a handsome young man swaying his hips. Uncle Zhou felt a tinge of embarrassment, explaining, "My daughter had previously watched videos of handsome men on my phone. Nowadays, video platforms employ advanced algorithms to recommend content based on user preferences." Wen Shuang's eyes sparkled with delight. "This is quite impressive. Wow, this young gentleman is quite charming, moving in a way that resonates with me. But why is this young gentleman not wearing any clothes? One should not gaze upon such indecency." Fu Xiheng, aware of the impropriety, felt a flicker of hope. Yet, the next moment he heard, "Are modern people really this open? Oh, I absolutely adore this." After leaving the hospital, Uncle Zhou first took Fu Xiheng to work before bringing Wen Shuang to the hotel to retrieve her bag, which contained her identification and mobile phone. Wen Shuang, quick-witted as she was, swiftly adapted to using the phone after Uncle Zhou taught her. She downloaded a video app and was overjoyed upon discovering more videos featuring handsome, swaying young men. Noticing her cheerful demeanor, Uncle Zhou couldn't help but caution, "Young madam, if the eldest master were present, it would be wise to limit your viewing." After all, she was a married woman. Wen Shuang, however, was unperturbed. In any case, she intended to divorce Fu Xiheng after a year. She could see that he held no genuine affection for her. As long as he refrained from divorce in the meantime, he was free to pursue his whims with any number of paramours. Uncle Zhou drove Wen Shuang back to the Fu family's villa. The estate was vast, adorned with lush green lawns and vibrant flowers, with a fountain sparkling under the sunlight and winding pebble paths meandering through it. The villa's main structure, designed in a classical European style, boasted towering columns and exquisite reliefs, showcasing its luxury and prestige. Wen Shuang couldn't help but marvel inwardly. She had indeed married into a prominent family. Upon entering the opulent villa, she passed the dining room just as Mother Fu was preparing soup and dumplings. "Dear daughter-in-law, would you like to join me for a meal?"
Mother Fu inquired.
Wen Shuang smiled. "Thank you, but I've already eaten." "Please do eat. Esophageal cancer is beckoning." Mother Fu exclaimed, causing her spoon to suddenly drop into the bowl. "Why aren't you drinking it while it's hot?" He Wanping asked, puzzled. Mother Fu, having lost her appetite, waved her hand dismissively. "I'm full." He Wanping was confused. She hadn't eaten much at all, so how could she be full? Wen Shuang was led upstairs by a servant, who pointed to one of the guest rooms. "Young madam, this is your room." Wen Shuang nodded. The room contained only her belongings, devoid of her husband's presence.
Perfect.
She relished the solitude. After asking the servant how to take a shower, Wen Shuang refreshed herself, then chose a set of long pajamas from the wardrobe and lay down to sleep. Upon waking, she descended the stairs and heard the sound of mahjong from the tea room. Intrigued, she walked over to take a look. Modern contraptions were indeed peculiar and appeared quite entertaining. Playing cards with Mother Fu were Mrs. Hua, Mrs. Liu, and Mrs. Su. These ladies were all spouses of prominent families in Yecheng, and also Mother Fu's card companions. Though they often played together, they secretly vied for superiority, enjoying subtle comparisons and rivalries. Mother Fu had once been the most prosperous among them. Despite her mother-in-law's disdain, she was loved by her husband and had 6 children. However, ever since marrying Wen Shuang, a country bumpkin, each time they gathered for cards, the others would openly and covertly mock and belittle Wen Shuang.
MRS. Fu.
"Your eldest son is so accomplished, it's a pity he married a country bumpkin who drags him down. Indeed, I heard that once at a 5-star hotel, she mistook the water for washing hands for a drinkable soup. I even heard she can't dance the waltz and ended up stepping on the eldest master's foot. That's nothing. I heard something even more outrageous. She didn't know how to eat mantis shrimp and nearly choked herself." Mother Fu grew increasingly incensed. Although Wen Shuang was inexperienced, did it warrant their ridicule? "Mrs. Hua, I heard your son is nearing 30 and still hasn't found a girlfriend. Your family isn't lacking in wealth. How come he can't even marry a country bumpkin?" Mother Fu said, turning her gaze to the other 2 ladies. "Mrs. Liu, you indeed married a socialite daughter-in-law. But why does your expression seem to worsen? Is your daughter-in-law giving you trouble at home? And Mrs. Su, you are almost 40. Why haven't you produced an heir? I hear your mother-in-law is already scouting for a new Mrs. Su." "Oh, dear, I'm sorry. It seems I've become quite the gossiper myself. Let's continue our game." Wen Shuang stood at the door of the card room, watching the ladies turn pale with rage at Mother Fu's words, a smile creeping onto her lips. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Mother Fu defending her. "My daughter-in-law is not the unlearned person you claim. She can read fortunes and tell futures." Quite impressively. The ladies were clearly skeptical. A wild girl raised in the countryside could hardly possess such talents. She was more likely to be a con artist. Mrs. Liu, spotting Wen Shuang preparing to leave, called out, "Wen Shuang, your mother-in-law says you can read fortunes. Come here and show us." Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Su couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity. Did you really believe Mrs. Fu's bragging? Mother Fu hadn't anticipated Wen Shuang entering the card room. Now that the boast was made, there was no taking it back. Wen Shuang, noticing Mother Fu's displeasure, cheerfully stepped into the room. "Reading fortunes requires a fee." Mrs. Liu raised an eyebrow. "All right then, we're not short on money. How much for a reading?" 1,000. It was double the amount Fu Xingzhou charged, as Mrs. Liu had previously made unkind remarks. She was fiercely protective of her family. For now, she could not seek a divorce from her husband. So, she would shield her family from outside criticism. "Haha, I thought it would be a hefty sum. 1,000 is hardly enough for my afternoon tea." Mrs. Liu handed over 1,000 yuan to Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang replied playfully, "Oh dear, is 1,000 insufficient? Should I be asking for 10 million instead?" At that moment, Mother Fu, who had been sipping tea, couldn't help but spit it out. Mother Fu gestured for a servant to bring over a chair, patting it. "Come sit here." Shuang Shuang. Wen Shuang obediently took a seat beside Mother Fu. She placed her hands gracefully on her lap, her posture dignified, her legs elegantly together, resembling a refined young lady stepping out of an ancient painting, exuding an innate air of nobility and elegance. The ladies, initially intending to mock her, found themselves momentarily stunned by her presence. This girl bore no resemblance to the wild country bumpkin they had imagined. The aura she radiated resembled a gem polished by time, exuding a captivating brilliance. Wen Shuang's clear and tranquil gaze fell upon Mrs. Liu. Mrs. Liu, your cheeks are slightly sunken, even with the meticulously applied makeup. It is unable to conceal the exhaustion and pallor of illness. Your lips bear a dull hue, almost tinged with purple, one of the common symptoms associated with heart ailments. Your ears are delicately shaped, yet the earlobes lack the healthy flush of color, indicating a frail constitution, particularly a compromised spleen and stomach. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's words, Mrs. Liu was taken aback. She had a heart condition, a fact she had never divulged to anyone outside her family. Surely, Mrs. Liu carried her heart medication with her? She nodded in affirmation. Perhaps you should examine the contents of your medication. With skepticism, Mrs. Liu retrieved the medicine, opened the capsule, and as she inhaled its scent, her expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 9. Infidelity. To her astonishment, the capsule contained nothing but flour. No wonder she had felt discomfort in her chest these past 2 instances. The medication had proven ineffective. Had it not been for Wen Shuang's suggestion, she would never have suspected foul play regarding her medication. It was my daughter-in-law who fetched the medicine for me. Could it be that she replaced it? Mrs. Liu's face turned ashen with fury. Have I not treated her well? For 2 years since marrying into the Liu family, she has struggled with infertility. I sought out an esteemed traditional Chinese doctor for her, personally prepared her medicine, and even went to the temple at dawn to pray for her. The more Mrs. Liu pondered, the more aggrieved she felt. Wen Shuang observed the tear-filled eyes of Mrs. Liu and spoke coolly. Mrs. Liu, your daughter-in-law's family faced a financial crisis last year. You hold power over her family's economic lifeline, which explains why she dares not oppose your actions. The traditional medicine is bitter. You do not even allow her a sweet date. You go to the temple to seek talismans, compelling her to drink the talisman water. You make her rise early for exercise, and she is the last to sleep at night. When she accompanies you to banquets, any slight misstep results in your harsh rebuke upon returning.
Nurs fushiverd, MRS.
Liu was reminiscent of her own mother-in-law in her youth, a psychological tormentor who, despite her twisted nature, must maintain her health. Mrs. Liu's complexion darkened further. But I am doing this for her own good. She has suffered from the rumors surrounding her inability to conceive. After enduring all that hardship, she finally became pregnant last month. She ought to be grateful to me. Wen Shuang smiled enigmatically. Your hopes may soon be dashed. The child your daughter-in-law carries is not your son's.
Nurs fuese pupils dilated in shock.
Goodness. Is it truly that explosive? She had not anticipated such scandalous gossip to surface during a mere card game. Nurse Fu turned to Wen Shuang, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Daughter-in-law, do enlighten us as to why Mrs. Liu's schemes will fail. Wen Shuang, noticing Nurse Fu's eagerness, swallowed nervously and subtly distanced herself. Mrs. Liu, your son has a low sperm count. It was not that your daughter-in-law could not conceive. Rather, your son is the issue. Mrs. Liu was incensed and sprang from her chair. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
You charlatan, spouting nonsense. In the face of Mrs. Liu's wrath, Wen Shuang maintained the calmness and composure of a seasoned mystic. Your daughter-in-law has long harbored resentment towards you. In retaliation, she has taken to your husband's bed, and the child she carries is, in fact, your husband's. As for the person who tampered with your medication, it was your husband, seeking to replace you and his son. He is your daughter's son-in-law, and after the passing of your parents, he acquired the wealth he coveted. You and your son, with his low vitality, hold no further utility for him. Mrs. Liu nearly spat blood in fury. Nurse Fu feared for Mrs. Liu's health, concerned that the shock might trigger a heart attack. She hurriedly approached to soothe her, suggesting, you should go to the hospital for new medication, then return and observe the situation. If my daughter-in-law is mistaken, you can address her later. Mrs. Liu, with a face ashen as steel, collected her belongings and departed, pointing a finger at Wen Shuang. If you speak falsely, even with your mother-in-law's protection, I shall not spare you. Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Shin stood utterly stunned. Wen Shuang's words were so vivid. Had such a scandal truly unfolded within Mrs. Liu's household? They had never heard of Wen Shuang possessing any divination skills. Surely, she was merely fabricating tales. Mrs. Hua, Mrs. Shin, would either of you like to inquire about my daughter-in-law's future? Nurse Fu relished the sight of Mrs. Liu storming out, feeling a surge of satisfaction. Perhaps this was the consequence of their previous disdain towards her daughter-in-law. Wen Shuang glanced at Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Shen, nodding slightly. Your domestic matters are not insignificant either. Would you like to consult? If so, please prepare a fee for the reading. Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Shen hastily rose, unwilling to endure Wen Shuang's fanciful tales that might dampen their spirits. Madam Fu, you ought to keep a closer watch on your daughter-in-law. If she continues her charlatan ways, she will soon meet someone who silences her. Nurse Fu scoffed. Who dares to silence my daughter-in-law? I shall be the first to strike. She suddenly found herself enjoying the spectacle of following her daughter-in-law's escapades. It was a pity that Mrs. Hua and Mrs. Shen were too timid to seek their fortunes. She was eager to hear what scandals might arise from their families. However, once Mrs. Liu returned to confirm the rumors, she was certain they would come begging for her daughter-in-law's insights. Nurse Fu had the servants prepare lunch for Wen Shuang. After she had eaten her fill, Wen Shuang settled onto the swing in the back garden, scrolling through videos on her phone. She felt the need to familiarize herself with the current era. Oh dear. All I want is to understand this time, yet I am inundated with recommendations of handsome young men. What does SI mean? Oh, I see. This young man's physique is remarkable. SI. That one has a remarkably slender waist. SI. Meanwhile, Nurse Fu was arranging flowers in the living room, while Mr. Fu had just descended from the study after finishing a painting. Dear, what is our daughter-in-law SI about outside? Nurse Fu was about to respond when Fu Siheng entered. He rarely returned home for lunch, but today he broke that pattern. Upon his arrival, he overheard Wen Shuang's innermost thoughts. Yet, after all I see, it is still my husband's physique that is the most splendid, narrow waist and a well-shaped backside. Both Nurse Fu and Mr. Fu exchanged glances towards Fu Siheng's rear. To their surprise, it was indeed quite well-shaped. Fu Siheng's expression darkened. He strode over to his parents. Can both of you also hear my wife's thoughts? Nurse Fu and Mr. Fu nodded. Can you hear them too? I am her husband. Naturally, I can.
Nurse Fu asked.
You are not even a proper husband. At best, you are a plastic husband. Haven't you always wanted a divorce? Why not now? Fu Siheng raised an eyebrow. Do you wish for me to divorce her? Nurse Fu quickly waved her hands. It seems she has suddenly changed. What on earth happened last night? Fu Siheng pointed to his head. She bumped it last night. Nurse Fu's mouth fell open in disbelief. You don't mean to say she knocked her head silly, do you? Shouldn't you take her to a psychiatrist? Not for now. Let us observe the situation. She hasn't caused any trouble since her return, has she?
Nurse Fu chuckled. Son.
I must say, I quite like your wife in this current state. If she remains like this, you must not divorce her. I suddenly feel life has become so much more vibrant and interesting. Fu Siheng, Mr. Fu interjected. Dear, after our third child finishes the competition, let us go on a vacation abroad. Nurse Fu shot Mr. Fu a glare. No. There is no joy in vacationing compared to enjoying the gossip around our daughter-in-law. And you, the scoundrel who rolled in bed with your sister-in-law on my funeral day, best keep your mouth shut today.
Mr. Fu.
He is indeed more wronged than Do-e. Chapter 10. She decides to depart. Fu Siheng paid no heed to the bickering of his parents as he made his way to the back garden. The afternoon sun was warm and languorous, and a gentle breeze wafted through, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers. As he strolled along the cobblestone path, he spotted Wen Shuang seated on a swing. One hand held her phone, while the other gently propelled the swing back and forth. Her expression was absorbed as she focused on her device. And upon encountering a video she adored, her ethereal and beautiful face broke into a delighted smile. That smile resembled a resplendent blossom in spring, vibrant and radiant, captivating all who beheld it. The sunlight softly illuminated her visage, bestowing a golden halo upon her fair and flawless skin. Her long, ebony hair danced in the breeze, with a few strands brushing against her cheek, enhancing her unique allure. As Fu Siheng gazed at her smile, his brows slightly furrowed. If she were truly the master of metaphysics from Lingua Valley, shouldn't she be practicing asceticism, detached from the mundane world? Why was she constantly watching handsome men and secretly swooning? Just as he was about to approach Wen Shuang, her phone rang unexpectedly. She glanced at the caller ID. Jiang Yu was calling. Wen Shuang rummaged through her mind for information about Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu was the younger sister of her first love, Jiang Yichen, and they attended the same university. Even though the original Wen Shuang had broken up with Jiang Yichen, she still regarded Jiang Yu as a close friend. Little did she know, this so-called confidant was actually a pawn placed by Wen Liao. The original Wen Shuang's various antics and disturbances in the Fu household were all Jiang Yu's ideas. Even the scheme to drug Fu Siheng last night at the vent had originated from Jiang Yu's dubious counsel. More accurately, Jiang Yu was merely a puppet controlled by a hidden mastermind, Wen Liao. Wen Liao had been seeking opportunities to have Wen Shuang expelled from the Fu household, as that would pave the way for her to marry her beloved. After narrowing her beautiful eyes, Wen Shuang answered the call, her peripheral vision catching sight of Fu Sihing in the distance. She activated the speakerphone. Uncle Zhou had already taught her how to answer calls and use the speaker function. She had an excellent memory, absorbing everything she learned with ease. Jiang Yu's voice came through the line. Shuang, you must have succeeded last night. I must congratulate you on becoming the legitimate Mrs. Fu. Fu Sihing's brows knitted together, dark clouds gathering in his piercing black eyes. She had drugged him and intended to force herself upon him, and now she was sharing this with others? Did she not possess any sense of shame? Wen Shuang feigned a smile. Where did you buy the drug you gave me? It worked quite well. I might need it again. Jiang Yu, in Wen Liao's boudoir, also put her phone on speaker, allowing Wen Liao to hear Wen Shuang's words. Wen Liao's brows immediately knitted together, her delicate face contorting in displeasure. Damn it! Could Wen Shuang really have slept with Fu Sihing? Based on her understanding of Fu Sihing, he harbored a deep disdain for Wen Shuang and would never allow her to be with him. She had instructed Jiang Yu to devise plans for Wen Shuang and even provided her with drugs from the black market, all to ensure that Wen Shuang's foolish schemes would only further incite Fu Sihing's contempt. Once Fu Sihing proposed divorce, she would be poised to take her place. As far as she knew, after their marriage, Fu Sihing had never touched Wen Shuang. Will you need it again? Wen Shuang replied affirmatively. Don't you know? My husband only exhibits vigor when under the influence of the drug. My future marital bliss depends on the medicine you provided. Fu Sihing's handsome face darkened like ink. Damn that woman. What did she mean by that? Not only was she insinuating that they had slept together, but she was also spreading rumors that he was incapable and required drugs to perform. Jiang Yu, on the other end, was nearly grinding her teeth to dust. Finally, unable to contain herself, hasn't Brother Sihing said anything? Wen Shuang retorted, why do you call him Brother Sihing? Shouldn't you refer to him as brother-in-law? Calling him brother makes you seem quite lacking in decorum. Do you aspire to be his concubine? Moreover, Jiang Yu is my close friend. How did you end up with her? You aren't the one behind the scheme to have me drug Fu Sihing, are you? Wen Liao, flabbergasted, thought, is Wen Shuang out of her mind? Even if she wished to marry Fu Sihing, it would only be as a concubine, no, as the legitimate wife. Wen Liao suppressed her displeasure and explained, Sister, what nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly have Jiang Yu assist you with the drugging? You must know how you managed to marry brother-in-law. Wen Shuang smiled mockingly. Oh, I know very well. You stole my first love. So, I shall seize the man you wish to marry. It's only fair. Wen Liao, bewildered, thought it strange. Wen Shuang had never been so sharp-tongued before. Sister, it seems you have misunderstood something. Are you free? Shall we meet? Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow. I'm busy. My husband has come to find me. And he seems to have overheard our conversation. He appears quite angry. Wen Liao, alarmed, questioned, did you instigate Wen Shuang to drug him last night? A low, chilling voice interjected, causing Wen Liao to tremble in fear. Brother Sihing, I didn't. Sister is slandering me. Don't believe her. Wen Shuang promptly hung up the phone. What is the point of explaining? Fu Sihing, bemused, thought, how she learned modern insults so quickly. Wen Shuang rose from the swing, raising her phone towards Fu Sihing. Husband, you heard that, didn't you? What happened last night was not my intention. I assure you that beyond the title of husband and wife, I will not harbor any ulterior motives towards you.
Fu Sihing scoffed internally.
She won't harbor ulterior motives. He mused, recalling how she had remarked just moments ago about his slim waist and shapely posterior. How ambitious of her to secretly desire him.
Fu Sihing grasped Wen Shuang,
suddenly leaning closer. She was unprepared for his approach, his strikingly handsome features magnifying before her. His dark, narrow eyes resembled whirlpools, threatening to draw her in, dangerously alluring, while his sensuous lips formed a thin line beneath a prominent nose. He may be handsome, but does he think I've never seen a handsome man before? My second, third, and fourth senior brothers are all celestial beings. Trying to seduce me? Yes, not worthy yet. Wen Shuang raised a finger to push against Fu Sihing's chest, firmly shoving him away. Husband, you have something in your eye. Fu Sihing quickly reached for his eye corner. Finding nothing there, he shot a cold, penetrating gaze at Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang, do not toy with me. Wen Shuang feigned innocence. Or should I simply disappear? As long as we don't divorce, leaving the Fu residence should be permissible, right? Before Fu Sihing could respond, The voices of his parents echoed around them.
No.
Absolutely not. Fu mother glared at Fu Siheng. If my daughter-in-law leaves, you may never return.
Fu Xiang pondered.
What on earth has happened today for my mother to suddenly take a liking to Wen Shuang? Fu mother retorted, if the daughter-in-law leaves, how will I get my gossip fix? Chapter 11. Revealing chest muscles. Wen Shuang could no longer tolerate Fu Siheng's sour expression. What game of cat and mouse? If it weren't for her need to preserve her life, she would have left him long ago. However, as long as their marital ties remained, it should be feasible for her to depart from the Fu household. Shouldn't it? She could accumulate merit by reading fortunes and divining fates, and earn a living for herself. Thus, she was unwilling to continue enduring the disdain of her surly husband. With this thought in mind, Wen Shuang promptly ascended the stairs, returning to her room to pack her belongings. Before long, she emerged with a suitcase in hand. Upon seeing this, Mother Fu grew somewhat anxious and alarmed. Daughter-in-law, where are you taking that suitcase? Wen Shuang, having a relatively good impression of Mother Fu, revealed a bittersweet smile on her radiant face. Mother, since my husband despises me, I shall move out. This entire family is cursed. Within 2 years, they will all meet their end. Mother Fu, Father Fu, and Fu Siheng's sculpted, handsome visage bore an icy severity. Despite Wen Shuang having accurately predicted Uncle Zhou's situation the previous night, he remained unconvinced of her fortune-telling abilities.
To him,
her intentions felt like a curse upon their family. Mother, do not stop her. Let her go. She was raised in the countryside by the Wen family, crude and unrefined, and they too held no affection for her. Once she leaves the Fu household, how will she survive? Without casting a glance at Fu Siheng, Wen Shuang decisively strode towards the exit, suitcase in tow. Yet, just as she reached the doorway, a thunderous roar resonated from the sky. Before she could comprehend the situation, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a dragon, descended upon her with devastating force. Terrified, Wen Shuang's pupils constricted as she hastily dropped her suitcase and dashed back into the villa. I won't move out. Heavenly Tao, cease your bombardment. As soon as her words fell, the lightning vanished. Glancing at the charred suitcase in the courtyard, she patted her chest in lingering fear.
I'm utterly exasperated.
I cannot divorce within a year, nor can I separate from my surly husband. How can this family, clearly cursed, still be under divine protection? Could it be that my soul was transported here to salvage their fateful plight? Hearing commotion outside, Father Fu and Mother Fu exchanged a glance filled with horror as they beheld the still-smoking suitcase in the yard. It was a bright, sunny day with no signs of rain, yet they had just heard a tremendous clap of thunder. Could it truly have been aimed at Wen Shuang? This was undeniably bizarre. Shuang, are you alright? Mother Fu approached Wen Shuang, anxiously assessing her for any signs of injury. With an expression of grievance, Wen Shuang looked up at Mother Fu. Mother, the heavens do not permit me to leave. Mother Fu, filled with compassion, embraced Wen Shuang. Dear, do not go. This is your home. Mother Fu had always favored daughters over sons, and she held a particular fondness for Wen Shuang. She immediately took her hand and led her into the living room. Casting a disapproving glance at her son, Fu Siheng, whose expression was as cold as ice. If you dare to upset your wife again, I shall disown you as my unfilial son. Fu Siheng, your wife has just been frightened. Take her back to her room to rest. Moreover, her clothes in that suitcase were ruined by the lightning. You must buy her some new clothes. Fu Siheng remained expressionless, indifferent to his mother's words. Watching her son, whose demeanor was so unapproachable, Mother Fu clutched her chest in exasperation. Oh dear, my heart aches. I fear I might suffer a heart attack from this stress.
Fu Xiang,
exasperated, rubbed his forehead and turned to Wen Shuang. Are you certain you won't move out? Wen Shuang obediently nodded. My heart is heavy, if it were not for survival. Who would willingly endure the scornful countenance of a surly husband? Even though I cannot divorce or separate, he shall never possess my beautiful form. Fu Siheng's expression darkened further. Meanwhile, Mother Fu stifled a laugh, finding her daughter-in-law's inner musings quite amusing. Fu Siheng led Wen Shuang back to their room, his face grim as he stated, behave yourself from now on. He then extended his hand, requesting, hand me your phone. Given that Fu Siheng had not forcibly ejected her from the house, Wen Shuang obediently handed over her phone. Husband, I have many features I still do not know how to use. Please teach me. Before she could finish, she noticed Fu Siheng uninstalling the short videos from her phone. Husband, those videos are quite entertaining. Why did you delete them? Fu Siheng's dark eyes glimmered frostily as he replied, "You are married now. You shall not watch those young.
Handsome men.
Mind your behavior." When Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes, a hint of confusion evident. "It is the 21st century, nearly a millennium since my time. Uncle Zhou told me that people today are quite open-minded. Why must I be forbidden from watching videos of young men? Could it be that while men could have multiple wives a millennium ago, now women are allowed multiple husbands, and my surly husband fears I might take another?"
Fu Xiang's lips twitched.
Her imagination was indeed boundless. Multiple husbands? How absurd! Wen Shuang, behave. Wen Shuang tilted her head to gaze up at the towering man, her enchanting eyes sparkling with mischief. "Husband, do you not feel that you lack the charm of those young men in the videos? They are not only youthful and attractive but also possess splendid physiques." Fu Siheng was nearly reduced to laughter by Wen Shuang's words. He exercised regularly. How could those flaccid bodies in the videos compare to him? "Wen Shuang, you are constantly concocting schemes to climb into my bed. Are you not attracted to my looks and physique?" Wen Shuang crossed her arms and scrutinized Fu Siheng. His looks are indeed quite decent, albeit a bit aged. As for his physique, his shirt buttons are fastened to his neck. How can I see? Perhaps due to her provoking him. Fu Siheng felt a rush of blood to his head. He raised his long fingers and began to undo the buttons of his black shirt. 1, 2, 3. His robust chest slowly revealed itself, showcasing smooth and defined lines that exuded a masculine yet restrained strength. Below were the faint outlines of an 8-pack, chiseled like a sculpture, radiating a powerful aura. Wen Shuang's eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, my surly husband is not lying. His physique is indeed splendid." Today, while watching videos, she had seen a comment praising men's physiques, and she had decided to use the word splendid. Fixated on Fu Siheng's chest, she impulsively raised her hand and gently poked his muscles with her slender fingers. Fu Siheng had not anticipated that Wen Shuang would take such initiative. The moment her fingertip made contact with his chest, he stiffened, as if struck by a jolt of electricity. Chapter 12. The Qipao, stunning the CEO's family. Fu Siheng instantly regained his composure, seizing Wen Shuang's delicate finger. His expression darkened as he glared at her. "Wen Shuang, what are you doing?"
Damn it.
How could he have unbuttoned his shirt in front of her under her provocation? Wen Shuang withdrew her hand from his grasp, tilting her head with a playful smile. "Husband, you've shown me your chest. Do you mind if I touch it?" Wen Shuang's natural beauty was striking, her features were enchanting, and her fox-like eyes seemed designed to ensnare hearts. Fu Siheng had never taken a meticulous look at her before, but now, perhaps due to her newfound vitality, she appeared extraordinarily lively and vibrant. With every frown and smile, she could ensnare one's very soul. He once regarded her not as a prodigy of the mystical arts, but rather as a siren. "Wen Shuang, should you ever lay hands on me again, I shall not show you mercy," he said, tightening his thin lips before coldly adding, "In this lifetime, I shall never take an interest in you." Wen Shuang, with an air of nonchalance, merely replied with a light, "Oh," her eyes and face betraying no sign of discomfort. "As if I were particularly enamored with him. There are countless men in this world. After enduring this year, I can have my pick of any man I desire. A millennium ago, many young lords sought to win her heart. Yet amidst the chaos of the world and the machinations of malevolent beings, she had no time to ponder matters of romance." Fu Siheng's countenance was taut, and he chose to ignore Wen Shuang. This woman, one moment caressing his chest, and the next declaring her indifference, did she truly believe he would fall for such tricks? He would not be ensnared by her ploys. As he prepared to depart with long strides, Wen Shuang recalled her earlier transgression and couldn't he help but remind him, "My lord, you are to attend a land auction this afternoon, correct?"
Fu Xiang hesitated.
How did she know about the company matters? Could it be that she had calculated it? Turning back to her, he inquired, "What do you mean?" With a slight smile, Wen Shuang replied, "That land is toxic. It used to be a chemical factory. Buried beneath it are numerous discarded chemical materials that have accumulated harmful toxins over the years. Should you acquire it and construct residences there, the inhabitants would fall ill, and your company would face various compensations and media backlash, leading your firm to the brink of bankruptcy. After bankruptcy, he would become despondent, his eyes gouged out by others, confined to an asylum, and within a year,
he would take his own life."
Hearing her recount his potential tragic fate, Fu Siheng's lips twitched involuntarily. This woman, was she never done? Yet, recalling that it was indeed her warning that had steered him clear of a disaster the previous night, he pondered whether her words regarding the auction held some truth. Without delay, Fu Sihing took out his phone and, once outside the room, called a senior executive involved in the bidding. The executive was bewildered by Fu Sihing's sudden change of heart. Mr. Fu, the government is about to develop the southern district. That land is destined to become the economic center of the new city, and the project team is highly optimistic about it. Why have you decided against bidding? Standing on the terrace, Fu Sihing, with one hand in his pocket and the other clutching his phone, exuded an air of noble authority. His tall frame clad in a fitted black shirt. I will provide a reasonable explanation later. Follow my orders and cancel the bidding. In the end, the land was acquired by a rival company. The rival CEO even took to Weibo to celebrate the victory, subtly mocking Fu Sihing. Young men truly lack the courage and foresight. That evening, as the finals of Idol 101 approached, Fu's parents, Fu Sihing, and Wen Shuang planned to attend together. Fu's mother handed Wen Shuang a light-colored cheongsam. Daughter-in-law, we're going to see your third brother's finals tonight. Why not wear this cheongsam? After a brief consultation on how to wear it, Wen Shuang dashed upstairs. Moments later, she descended in the exquisite garment. Fu's parents and Fu Sihing looked up, their eyes wide with astonishment as the woman approached. The tailored cheongsam accentuated her 168-meter frame, making her appear even more delicate and elegant. Her graceful neck resembled that of a swan, her bosom ample, waist slender, and legs long and fair. With her hair elegantly pinned up and her makeup exuding poise and grace, she walked with a sway reminiscent of a timeless beauty stepping out from a classic painting. For a fleeting moment, Fu Sihing almost believed she had traversed time from a millennium ago. After all, the true Wen Shuang could not possibly possess such a dignified, elegant, and commanding presence. Chapter 13. Fu Xingzhou is bewitched. On the night of Idol 101's formation, all eyes were drawn to the spectacle.
Wen Shuang, Fu Xiang,
and Fu's parents made their way to the recording venue. Outside the grand entrance, fans gathered, with the most fervent supporters rallying for Fu Xingzhou and Qi Zhe.
Tonight,
one of them was likely to claim the coveted center position. Upon entering the venue, Wen Shuang and Fu Sihing captured the attention of many fans. Their striking looks and aura eliciting gasps of admiration. Such handsome individuals. Are they celebrities? They must not have entered the entertainment industry. With their looks, they would undoubtedly cause a sensation. That man bears a resemblance to Brother Xingzhou. Could they be part of his entourage? Meanwhile, Fu Xingzhou was backstage, preparing himself. His strikingly handsome features were accentuated by his blue hair, adorned with a gemstone earring on his left ear, and he donned a dazzling sequined outfit that sparkled brilliantly. With an hour still remaining before the competition commenced, Fu Xingzhou closed his eyes to calm his nerves. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from his girlfriend, Lin Qianqian. Immediately, Fu Xingzhou answered, "Brother Xingzhou, I feel so unwell. I think I am dying." Her voice was weak and frail. "Qianqian, what's wrong?" Instead of answering, Lin Qianqian let out a groan, murmuring, "It hurts." The call abruptly ended. Fu Xingzhou's heart raced, panic rising within him. He leaped from his chair and rushed towards the exit. Staff members attempted to stop him. "Xingzhou, the competition is about to begin. Where are you going?" Furrowing his brow, Fu Xingzhou insisted, "I have an urgent matter to attend to. I promise to be back before the competition starts." Ignoring their protests, he dashed out. Inside the makeup room, Qi Zhe observed Fu Xingzhou's hasty departure, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Fu Xingzhou hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take him to his apartment. Fortunately, it was only a short distance from the recording venue, and he arrived in about 10 minutes. His heart raced as he entered the apartment, only to find Lin Qianqian lying pale and lifeless on the floor, a pool of crimson blood beneath her. His heart twisted with fear. "Qianqian, what happened?" He hurried forward, intending to lift her to check her condition, but as his fingers grazed her, she emitted a piercing scream before vanishing like smoke.
Fu Xingzhou stood frozen,
his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Before he could comprehend her sudden disappearance, he heard the sound of a door slamming shut. Shaking his head, he thought, perhaps he was merely imagining things due to his overwhelming concern for Lin Qianqian. He rushed to the door and knocked forcefully. "Qianqian, what's wrong? Don't scare me." After knocking for a considerable time without response, Fu Xingzhou reluctantly retrieved a spare key to unlock the door. The room was enveloped in darkness, with only the moonlight streaming in from the window, revealing a figure huddled in the corner. The figure trembled uncontrollably, as if besieged by overwhelming dread and despair. "Qianqian, do not be afraid. I promise, as long as I am here, no one can harm you." Lin Xianxian lifted her gaze, spotting Fu Xingzhou approaching her. With tear-filled eyes, she shook her head, her soft voice tinged with a cry. "Xingzhou Gage, please don't come any closer." Fu Xingzhou was momentarily taken aback. Why was Qianqian suddenly so terrified of him? "Qianqian, what on earth is wrong?" Lin Qianqian sobbed, her delicate face appearing heartbreakingly pitiful. "Xingzhou Gage, what is it that you carry on you?" Fu Xingzhou suddenly recalled the talisman given to him by his insufferable sister-in-law. He had intended to discard it, but his elder brother had insisted he keep it safe. Could it be that Qianqian feared the talisman? A chilling thought flashed through his mind, echoing Wen Shuang's ominous words. "Your girlfriend Lin Qianqian died 6 months ago. Your inexplicable devotion stems from your ghostly marriage." Was Qianqian truly a spirit?
No.
That was impossible. He refused to believe it. After all this time spent together, Qianqian was pure and beautiful, having supported him through his most trying moments. How could he doubt her? As Fu Xingzhou endeavored to move closer to Lin Qianqian, she cried out even more vehemently. In a panic, she flung open the window and, with incredible speed, climbed up. "If you don't rid yourself of that thing, it means you no longer love me. If you take another step closer, I will jump." Watching Lin Qianqian precariously perched on the edge of the window, her body swaying dangerously, Fu Xingzhou felt his mind go blank. He disregarded all warnings from Fu Siheng and Wen Shuang. In a rush, he retrieved the concealed talisman, tore it apart, and cast it to the ground.
"Qianqian."
"I've thrown it away, please come down." Seeing Fu Xingzhou comply, Lin Qianqian's tear-streaked face broke into a gentle, captivating smile. "Xingzhou Gage, my legs feel weak. Please come and hold me." Fu Xingzhou rushed forward, trembling as he enveloped Lin Qianqian in his arms, terrified of losing her. "Qianqian, please do not scare me like that again." Lin Qianqian gazed at the man who cherished her deeply, gradually resting her delicate chin on his shoulder. Her teary, tender eyes glanced at the torn talisman on the floor, a sinister glint flickering within them. She slowly raised her hand, her previously manicured nails transforming into long, sharp talons, akin to a beast's claws, capable of taking a life with a mere prick. Lin Qianqian buried her face into Fu Xingzhou's neck, inhaling deeply before greedily consuming his life force. A chill spread from his neck, and soon, dark circles began to form around his eyes.
Fu Xingzhou.
Fatigue washing over him, leaving him feeling languid and drowsy. "Qianqian, I think I'm a bit sleepy. The competition is about to start, but I still need to participate." Lin Qianqian's voice was soft and persuasive. "The competition is insignificant. Being with me is what truly matters, isn't it, Xingzhou Gage?"
Fu Xingzhou instinctively nodded.
"Let us go to bed." Lin Qianqian's voice held an irresistible allure, making it nearly impossible for Fu Xingzhou to resist. "All right." Once they reached the bed, Lin Qianqian turned and straddled him, deftly unbuttoning his shirt, her slender fingers gliding over his chest, before burying her face once more, ravenously drawing from his vitality. Simultaneously, her sharp, crimson fingertips aimed toward his heart. Chapter 14. Oh dear, the lethality of a ghostly girlfriend. When Fu Xingzhou received a call from Lin Qianqian and left the recording site, Wen Shuang had already calculated his fate. The disdainful words that man had uttered at the hospital still echoed in her mind. He had dismissed her completely, and with his haughty demeanor, she felt it only fitting to ensure he faced some consequences for his insolence. It was time for him to experience the lethal power of a ghostly girlfriend. Upon entering the venue, Fu Siheng recalled Wen Shuang's ominous sentiments about Fu Xingzhou. If her predictions held true, then tonight would mark the end for the third brother. Fu Siheng quickly rose and headed for the backstage dressing room. After searching frantically, he found no sign of Fu Xingzhou. He called his brother's phone, but it went unanswered. When he inquired with the staff, they informed him that Fu Xingzhou had left urgently 20 minutes prior. How could he leave during such an important competition? Could it be? Fu Siheng rushed back to inform their parents and Wen Shuang of Fu Xingzhou's departure. Wen Shuang's lips curled into a cryptic smile. "I came across a saying today. Good words cannot dissuade the dead."
How apt that is.
Fu Xingzhou has discarded the talisman I gave him, and he is now being drained of his life force by a female ghost. Soon, his heart will be extracted. The expressions of Fu Siheng and their parents turned grave. Regardless of the truth in Wen Shuang's words, they desperately needed to locate Fu Xingzhou. "Let us hurry to Xingzhou's apartment." Fu Siheng's voice was cold and resolute. Without hesitation, he pulled Wen Shuang, who had intended to watch the competition along with him. Wen Shuang internally scoffed. I heard there will be many handsome young men tonight. It's such a pity that my sour-faced husband is such a buzzkill. Fu Siheng's handsome face darkened. Was he not more appealing than those youthful pretty boys? No, as a master of metaphysics from a millennium ago. Should she not be focused solely on exorcising evil and upholding justice? How could she still possess such feminine inclinations? Driving at top speed, Fu Siheng arrived at Fu Xingzhou's apartment. He entered the access code, and upon the door opening, they rushed inside. The moment they stepped in, Wen Shuang felt a chilling aura enveloping the air. She pointed toward the room's entrance. There. Fu Siheng quickly approached and forcefully pushed the door open. As the door swung wide, Fu Siheng and their parents gasped in shock. They could not see the ghostly figure atop Fu Xingzhou, only his sunken eyes and pale complexion, with a few drops of blood staining his chest. He lay with his eyes tightly shut, appearing on the brink of death. However, Fu Siheng could see the ghost hovering over Fu Xingzhou, ravenously draining his vitality, her sharp, crimson nails slowly inching toward his left chest. Fu Siheng clenched his fists tightly, a fierce command escaping his lips. Stop this at once. Wen Shuang arched an eyebrow. Oh, my sour-faced husband can actually see ghosts. Their parents trembled at the realization. Was there truly a ghost in the room? Was it this specter that had brought their third son to such a state? Hearing Fu Siheng's voice, Lin Qianqian abruptly turned her head. At this moment, she had lost her former delicate and fragile appearance. Her eyes were bloodshot, and a chilling ferocity flickered beneath the surface. Disturbed from its slumber, her long, raven-black hair began to stand on end, resembling sharp weapons. Mind your own business. He must die tonight. His vital essence and heart belong to me. With several swift strides, Fu Siheng lunged forward, grasping the ghostly woman's arm with his powerful hand, yanking her away from Fu Xingzhou. As the ghostly figure prepared to strike Fu Siheng with her elongated claws, the moment her fingertips grazed his chest, she was seared by a potent wave of purple energy. Ah! She shrieked, retreating several steps in shock. Wen Shuang, standing at the doorway with her arms crossed, blinked in surprise. TSK, how intriguing that my insufferable husband possesses purple energy. What a peculiar fate, simultaneously harboring both dark and purple energies. The latter is typically concealed by the former, only surfacing in the presence of the most sinister beings. Fu's parents were utterly bewildered by Wen Shuang's internal musings. What was this dark energy? And what of the purple energy? The ghost, after all, was controlled by necromantic arts and exuded malevolence. The meager purple energy displayed by Fu Siheng lacked the potency to intimidate or harm her. With a sinister smile, the ghost revealed her vengeful and fierce expression, her hair standing rigidly like swords, striking towards Fu Siheng with ferocity. His handsome visage darkened as he deftly evaded her assault, but several strands of hair flew at him with such speed that, despite his efforts, his arm was grazed, drawing blood. The ghost's hair stained crimson with his lifeblood, eliciting a wretched scream from her. Sensing the opportune moment, Wen Shuang swiftly produced an exorcism talisman and hurled it at the ghost. The talisman struck its target, forcing the ghost back several paces. A wisp of green smoke emanated from her, and terror flickered in her eyes as she regarded Wen Shuang. Yet, she felt the talisman affixed to her was insufficiently powerful. A chilling smirk crossed the ghost's face. Do you truly believe you can subdue me? Tonight, I shall drain every last drop of your vital essence. With that, she instantly transformed into a cloud of black mist and vanished from sight. Wen Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes. Her current form was still quite weak, lacking sufficient spiritual power and merits, rendering her abilities less than a tenth of what they once were. In her former strength, a single talisman would compel even the most malevolent spirit to kneel in submission. How far she had fallen, now subject to the derision of a ghost who dared to boast about draining her essence. Husband, to prevent the ghost from possessing my in-laws, you must protect them while I confront her. To avoid hindering Wen Shuang, Fu Siheng immediately positioned himself in front of his parents, shielding them. Wen Shuang glanced toward a corner of the room, chanting incantations as her hand gestures shifted. As the spell took effect, she launched another talisman. The talisman sliced through the air with a rustling sound, stirring a gust of spiritual energy. Ah! The hidden ghost emitted a piercing howl, forced to reveal herself. Her face twisted with hatred. She raised her hands, her long fingers radiating a dark, ghostly glow, and thrust them violently towards Wen Shuang. With agility, Wen Shuang evaded the attack, retrieving 3 binding talismans which she swiftly threw at the ghost. The enhanced talismans immobilized the ghost, rendering her unable to move. Wen Shuang rubbed her wrist in satisfaction. Had it been 1,000 years ago, I would have easily made her kneel and call me auntie. Resolute. Wen Shuang vowed to accumulate merits diligently from now on, extending her lifespan while restoring her former prowess and abilities. As the ghost sensed Wen Shuang approaching, a flicker of fear and panic stirred within her. Xingzhou, come save me. Wuwu Chapter 15, The Revelation of True Identity. On the bed, Fu Xingzhou gradually regained consciousness. The ghostly voice of Lin Qianqian enveloped him in an alluring and magical allure. He opened his eyes to see Lin Qianqian curled up in a corner. Her complexion pale as paper, her blood-red eyes filled with profound sorrow and anguish, tugging at his heartstrings. Qianqian! Fu Xingzhou sprang from the bed and rushed towards Lin Qianqian. Positioning himself protectively in front of her, his peach blossom eyes glaring with fury at Wen Shuang. Why are you here again, you irritating woman? You've wreaked havoc in our Fu family long enough. Do not harm my girlfriend. Wen Shuang was taken aback by Fu Xingzhou's utter foolishness. Heavens! Does he not see his own ghastly reflection? His vital essence is nearly depleted by the ghost behind him, and yet he still defends her? If he weren't the husband of my insufferable spouse, I would have no desire to intervene. Fu Xingzhou, what manner of wretched state have you fallen into? He could not believe that Qianqian was a ghost. It must be the nonsensical ramblings of Wen Shuang. Just as Fu Xingzhou contemplated ordering Wen Shuang to leave, Fu Siheng suddenly produced a mirror, thrusting it towards Fu Xingzhou's face. Look at yourself, you foolish creature. Your elder sister-in-law is trying to help you. You are utterly beyond salvation. Fu Xingzhou glanced into the mirror, and the sight struck him like a bolt of lightning. His once stunningly handsome visage now appeared pale and nearly transparent, devoid of color, with dark circles under his eyes, as if shrouded in a thick aura of death. On the brink of departing this world, his slender frame trembled involuntarily. No matter how infatuated he was with Lin Qianqian, he could sense something was amiss. He turned abruptly to gaze at Lin Qianqian, who was hunched in the corner, her long hair obscuring her face. Perhaps sensing his gaze, she slowly lifted her head to meet his eyes. Upon seeing her ashen face and blood-red eyes, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Xingzhou, now that you have discovered the truth, do not blame me for being unkind. Wen Shuang had been closely observing the ghost's movements and noted the intense connection between her and Fu Xingzhou. In her heart, she mused, it appears the ghost is about to possess Fu Xingzhou. As a ghost servant, given my current power and abilities, if she takes over him, I may not be able to expel her. But considering Fu Xingzhou's disrespect towards me, should I intervene? Fu Xingzhou's heart raced with alarm. Lin Qianqian was about to possess him? In the blink of an eye, he noticed Lin Qianqian had vanished. Before he could react, his arm was yanked forcefully. Fu Siheng, having sensed Wen Shuang's thoughts, could not allow his brother to be possessed, and he pulled Fu Xingzhou behind him. Wen Shuang glanced at Fu Siheng, ultimately deciding to assist Fu Xingzhou once more. A glint of cold determination flashed in Wen Shuang's eyes as she clutched the talisman, her form darting forward like lightning, striking the ghost preparing to possess Fu Xingzhou with all her might. This talisman encapsulated all of Wen Shuang's current power, shimmering with a faint golden light. The ghost emitted a wretched scream, as if seared by flames, collapsing to the ground. As Wen Shuang prepared to launch another talisman, the ghost, in a panic, clutched her head, blood tears streaming down her face, as she begged for mercy. Master, I was wrong. Please do not reduce me to ashes. From behind Fu Siheng, Fu Xingzhou summoned the courage to glance at the pleading Lin Qianqian. At this moment, he finally discerned Lin Qianqian's true nature. She was, indeed, a female ghost. Fu Xingzhou's tightly pressed lips trembled uncontrollably, his throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand, rendering him utterly speechless. His heart felt as though it had split open, causing him an excruciating pain that tore at his very soul. The once sweet memories he had cherished now pierced through him like poison, infiltrating his innermost being.
Why?
Why deceive me? Fu Xingzhou's anguished cries echoed in the silence. Lin Qianqian gazed at the crumbling Fu Xingzhou, her voice breaking into sobs. Xingzhou, go. I am sincere in my feelings for you. I never intended to conceal my identity. It is merely that the realms of humans and ghosts are distinct, and I feared your reaction upon learning the truth. Wen Shuang, arms crossed, raised an eyebrow. Oh dear. Are female ghosts now such accomplished actors? She remarked. In my time, you would have made a splendid performer. disinterested in Lin Qianqian's excessive lamentations. When Shuang brandished a talisman towards the ghost, her beautiful yet icy visage radiating an aura of authority. Speak the truth. When Wen Shuang adopted a serious demeanor, her presence became formidable, causing the ghost to tremble in fear of being obliterated. Master, I am now Xingzhou Ji's wife. We have entered into a ghostly marriage. Our bond is recognized in the underworld. Fu Xingzhou was bewildered. He had no recollection of such a union. Upon realizing Lin Qianqian's true identity, he found the entire situation utterly absurd. If I had known you were a ghost, I would never have harbored feelings for you, nor would I have engaged with you. As for the ghostly marriage you speak of, I never consented to anything. When Shuang shot a glance at Fu Xingzhou, a ghostly marriage requires your birth date and time, along with items like hair or nails. Did you, during the competition, inadvertently provide your birth details or any personal items to anyone? Before Fu Xingzhou could respond, a thought struck him. He recalled a time when the housekeeper, Aunt Wu, had taken something to Qi Zhe. Qi Zhe had always regarded him as a rival, and their relationship was far from amicable. Later, he learned that Aunt Wu was a distant relative of Qi Zhe, which prompted him to dismiss her from their household. Could it be that Aunt Wu had gleaned his birth details while working for them? Fu Xingzhou immediately turned to his mother.
Mom,
You often consulted masters for fortune-telling for our siblings. Did you ever reveal my birth details? After a moment's contemplation, his mother replied, A few months ago, I did consult a master over the phone and your birth details were mentioned. Fu Xingzhou nodded, realizing that Aunt Wu must have eavesdropped, and informed Qi Zhe. Acquiring his birth details and obtaining a strand of hair or nails would not be particularly challenging. In other words, Lin Qianqian was sent to harm him on Qi Zhe's behalf. When Shuang observed the awakening of Fu Xingzhou, a smirk gracing her lips. It seems Fu Xingzhou is not yet irredeemably foolish. Upon hearing her thoughts, Fu Xingzhou felt a wave of shame wash over him. The image of him desperately defending a female ghost struck him as incredibly foolish. When Shuang turned to Lin Qianqian, You were Qi Zhe's ex-girlfriend, weren't you? Before Lin Qianqian could respond, Fu Xingzhou erupted once more.
what?
She was Qi Zhe's ex-girlfriend? A wave of nausea surged within him. This was becoming unbearably disgusting. Chapter 16. She loved him, yet he sought her demise. The ghost, Lin Qianqian, froze momentarily, taken aback that Wen Shuang had so easily unveiled her connection to Qi Zhe. Before she could utter a word, Wen Shuang continued, Do you know what will happen to you after you cause Fu Xingzhou's demise? You won't simply vanish into dust. That would be too lenient. Instead, you will be cast into the hell of knives, forced to crawl naked over a mountain of blades, enduring the agony of being cut. Or you may find yourself thrown into hell, deep-fried in a cauldron of boiling oil. After the punishment, you will find it exceedingly challenging to reincarnate, likely condemned to suffer as a beast across countless lifetimes. Lin Qianqian's blood-red eyes dilated in horror, her body trembling uncontrollably. When Shuang crouched down, a mocking smile pulling at her lips. Is it worth it, Lin Qianqian, to sacrifice everything for a scoundrel who caused your family's demise? Lin Qianqian looked at Wen Shuang in disbelief, her voice rising sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? My parents died in a fire at the warehouse when I was a child. How could that possibly involve brother Qi Zhe? Lin Qianqian had experienced a happy childhood. Her parents owned a garment factory, and they showered her with love, never favoring boys over girls. She had known Qi Zhe since childhood. His father was the warehouse manager and his mother the factory's accountant. Their families enjoyed a cordial relationship, often dining together. Qi Zhe, 2 years her senior, attended the same elementary school. Due to her obedient nature and beauty, she was bullied by older students. It was brother Qi Zhe who, like a celestial being, rescued her from her plight. In the 4th grade, her parents went to the warehouse to inspect the goods and were caught in a devastating fire. That year, she lost both her parents. Relatives sought to seize her family's assets, but it was brother Qi Zhe's family who helped her, providing shelter when she was left homeless. They accompanied her through the shadows of her loss. Upon reaching adulthood, brother Qi Zhe confessed his feelings for her, allowing her to experience the warmth of being cherished and valued. If anyone were to be blamed, it would be her own frail body. Their romance lasted less than a year before she fell gravely ill. In her heart, brother Qi Zhe was the most important person in her life. Even in death, she wished to become the most valuable ghost for him. When Shuang gazed at Lin Qianqian, who had been kept in the dark for so long, and sighed, feeling both pity for her misfortune and anger at her ignorance. Chize has always been intelligent and showed an early interest in chemistry. The fire at your family's warehouse was orchestrated by Chize, who, utilizing his acquired knowledge, strategically scattered reagents in the corners of the warehouse. When your parents arrived to inspect the fabric, he ignited a small spark, setting the warehouse ablaze. He and his father had locked the doors and windows, leaving your parents to struggle helplessly in the inferno, ultimately reduced to ashes. Lin Qianqian's eyes widened in disbelief, blood tears streaming from her crimson orbs. She bared her teeth, roaring in rage. Impossible. You must be fabricating this to sow discord between me and brother Chize. He and his family have treated me better than anyone else, aside from my own parents. When Shuang remarked, Fu Xingzhou is love-struck. I never imagined this female ghost was as well. Short videos have warned that those blinded by love meet unfortunate ends, and it seems to hold true. Fu Xingzhou lamented, woe is the fate of the love-struck. I never wish to be love-struck again. When Shuang looked at Lin Qianqian, her eyes nearly bulging with rage. I could obliterate you with a mere slap. Would it not be a waste of my breath to fabricate lies? The saying a pitiful ghost must possess a detestable floor rings true. Lin Qianqian's lips trembled. My parents had a good relationship with brother Chize's family. Why would they wish to harm them?
Ah, Wen Shuang scoffed coldly.
Chize's father became addicted to gambling, losing all of their savings and even selling materials from the warehouse, leading Chize's mother, as the accountant, to embezzle funds from the factory. When your parents discovered the financial discrepancies and went to inspect the materials, they sought to gather evidence. Fearing exposure, Chize's family harbored malicious intent. Do you truly believe they took you in out of kindness? They were merely motivated by your potential usefulness. Over the years, the wealth bequeathed to you by your parents has long since been squandered, and yet they have deceived you. Your parents' factory has suffered severe losses, accumulating substantial debts, which they have partially repaid for you. You must harbor feelings of guilt towards them, don't you? Lin Qianqian's lips trembled violently. She wished to deny it, yet not a single word would escape her lips. For when Shuang had spoken the truth, this is precisely what Chize's parents had conveyed to her. Even the funds for her grave illness were said to be borrowed, but for her sake, they bore immense pressure without a trace of complaint. Thus, she has always held gratitude and guilt towards the Qi family. In death, Chize sought a master to bind her as his ghostly servant. Even when tasked with harming Fu Xingzhou, she accepted it willingly. Lin Qianqian shook her head fervently, despite her brother Chize's parents being such wretched individuals. He himself was not. He treated her with utmost kindness and loved her dearly. Upon hearing Lin Qianqian's declarations, when Shuang's smile grew ever more sardonic. Stung by that mocking grin, Lin Qianqian let out a piercing cry. You do not understand love. You are utterly oblivious to the depth of Chize's feelings for me. What feelings? When Shuang retorted, does he love you enough to desire your heart? Chize had suffered from a heart condition since childhood. Doctors had predicted he would not live past 22. It was only after Lin Qianqian's kidneys faltered that she signed for organ donation before her demise. She had given her heart to Chize, thus their beings had long since intertwined. As long as her brother Chize could live on in her stead, she found contentment. Yet, after your death, your brother Chize replaced his heart and regained normalcy. You probably remain oblivious to the fact that he has switched girlfriends 8 times in a month, don't you? Previously, due to his heart condition, he could not engage intimately with his partners. However, since receiving the transplant, he has indulged in affairs with various women. When has he ever thought of Lin Qianqian, except to extract her last vestige of utility? Even in her death, he sought to drain her of every ounce of worth. He enlisted a master to make Lin Qianqian his ghostly servant, and when Shuang doubted, he was unaware of the consequences following Lin Qianqian's demise at Fu Xingzhou's hands. Yet, if he had never loved her, how could he possibly care? It is often said that a woman's heart can be the most venomous, but in her view, a man's heart could rival that toxicity. When Shuang's words were nearly enough to shatter Lin Qianqian's composure, bound by a talisman, she could not move, and all she could do was weep inconsolably. No. It cannot be true. Brother Chize would never treat me so. The haunting cries of the female ghost irritated Wen Shuang, who promptly slapped a silencing talisman atop Lin Qianqian's head, commanding her to be quiet. If you doubt me, I shall take you to witness the truth with your own eyes. Chapter 17. A dog-eat-dog world, with evidence left behind. Fu father and Fu mother stood at the doorway, unable to perceive the female ghost. When Wen Shuang emerged, Fu mother, both fearful and curious, inquired, Shuang. Can you show us the ghost that nearly brought harm to our third son? Wen Shuang nodded, reciting an incantation as she waved her delicate hand before Fu father and Fu mother. In an instant, they could see the pale figure within the room. Oh my goodness! There truly are ghosts in this world. Fu mother exclaimed, leaping into Wen Shuang's embrace. My daughter-in-law, I am terrified. Wen Shuang gently patted Fu mother's back, reassuring her. Do not be afraid, dear mother. She has lost much of her power now. Fu father pulled Fu mother back into his arms, admonishing her not to embarrass herself before the younger generation. Fu mother retorted, You're not the one to talk, trembling as you are. Wen Shuang retrieved a small paper figure from her bag, allowing Lin Qianqian's spirit to inhabit it. She turned to the dazed Fu Xingzhou, urging, What are you still doing? Go record the scene. This wretched visage, nearly drained of yang energy, would likely not make it to the stage. Fu Xingzhou hung his head, berating himself for being played by a ghost these past few months. Had it not been for Wen Shuang, he would probably have been drained of his yang energy. His heart extracted, dying right here. Filled with rage and hatred, Fu Xingzhou lunged forward, his crimson gaze fixated on the small paper figure in Wen Shuang's hands. Can you give me that paper figure? I wish to tear it apart. Wen Shuang replied, Without my suppression, you cannot tear it. You would only end up being torn apart instead. Fu Xingzhou nearly ground his teeth to dust. Lin Qianqian, inhabiting the paper figure, dared not meet Fu Xingzhou's gaze. At the recording center, after Qi Zhe performed the opening show, he suddenly felt discomfort in his heart. Informing the director, he temporarily retreated backstage. Fortunately, his next act was the final one, and as long as Fu Xingzhou did not appear, his popularity ensured he would undoubtedly claim the C position at tonight's debut. After sipping some water, he sat for a moment to ease the discomfort in his heart. Just as he was about to rise and leave the dressing room, a cold gust of wind swept through. Soon, he spotted Lin Qianqian entering with a blank expression. Suppressing a wave of revulsion, Qi Zhe stepped forward, asking, Qianqian, have you completed your task? Lin Qianqian nodded, stating matter-of-factly, Fu Xingzhou is dead. A satisfied smile spread across Qi Zhe's handsome face. Excellent. But why did you make me kill Fu Xingzhou? Initially reluctant to divulge, Qi Zhe felt unrestrained now that Fu Xingzhou was gone. He had first learned of Fu Xingzhou in middle school, where his interest in chemistry blossomed, and he participated in competitions. The school held high expectations for him, and he believed he could secure first place. However, he lost to Fu Xingzhou from another school. In subsequent competitions, he consistently found himself overshadowed by Fu Xingzhou. Even in high school, he enrolled in the best school in Yi City, only to discover Fu Xingzhou was also a student there. Once the school's heartthrob, Qi Zhe's brilliance dimmed in Fu Xingzhou's presence. To add insult to injury, the girl he secretly admired favored Fu Xingzhou. Fu Xingzhou's family was affluent, with even a pair of shoes being a limited edition. In contrast, Qi Zhe's father fell into gambling addiction, leading their family into financial ruin. Qi Zhe often faced his father's wrath and, at times, even had his competition prize money confiscated. Upon entering university, his father accrued a significant gambling debt, with creditors frequently knocking at their door. If debts went unpaid, Qi Zhe himself would face violence. To survive, he resorted to selling his looks and body, discreetly engaging with wealthy women. However, his heart condition hindered his stamina, necessitating a transplant. Coincidentally, Lin Qianqian's heart was a match for his. Finally achieving his desires, Qi Zhe was discovered by a talent scout and signed to an idol entertainment company. They sent him to participate in Idol 101. If he secured the C position, he could repay his father's debts and live a normal life. Yet, he had not anticipated Fu Xingzhou's participation. The shadow of being overshadowed by Fu Xingzhou since childhood resurfaced. Despite his efforts, his popularity paled in comparison to Fu Xingzhou's. All of this was Fu Xingzhou's fault. Why did he have to join this program? With the wealth of the Fu family, why couldn't he simply live as a spoiled rich heir? Why must he come to compete with him? After Qi Zhe expressed his deep-seated hatred for Fu Xingzhou to Lin Qianqian, he narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of sinister malice flickering within. Qianqian, anyone who knows my secret, whether alive or dead, must vanish from this world. Without waiting for Lin Qianqian to respond, Qi Zhe abruptly produced a piece of yellow talisman paper from his pocket and forcefully slapped it against her forehead. The Void Master had claimed that affixing this talisman to Lin Qianqian's brow would result in her complete annihilation. As expected, she collapsed instantly onto the ground. However, instead of disappearing, she transformed into a charred little paper effigy. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Chi was interrupted by a booming voice from the doorway.
Kuisha.
What are you doing back here resting? You need to perform well in the upcoming show and secure the center position. The man entering was Chi's father. The immense gambling debts he had accrued could only be repaid by Chi. The resentment Chi harbored for his father had reached a boiling point. Seeing him approach with such menacing intent only deepened the cold fury in Chi's eyes. This gambling fiend would be better off dead.
Noticing Kui's silence.
Merely staring at him with a chilling glare, Chi's father felt a shiver run down his spine. Yet, after years of suppressing both Chi and his mother, he had grown accustomed to issuing commands. Did you hear what I said? If you fail to achieve the center position, just wait and see how I will deal with your mother. His addiction to gambling had long since stripped him of his humanity. To him, money trumped all. I won't give you another cent. Chi's words ignited his father's fury. He lunged forward, intending to slap Chi across the face, but in the next moment, Chi firmly grasped his wrist. With a powerful twist, Chi's father staggered several steps back, unable to regain his balance. At 186 centimeters tall, Chi had become a formidable opponent for his father, who was now half a head shorter. Realizing that Chi had grown bolder, his father, with bloodshot eyes and bared teeth, spat. Chi, I am your father. I know everything you've done since childhood. In 6th grade, you used your chemistry skills to burn Lin Xianxian's parents alive. As you grew older, you slept with numerous wealthy women for money. You poisoned Lin Xianxian slowly, leading to her renal failure and death. I have recorded each of your heinous acts on video. If I hand them to the police, your life will be ruined. Hearing his father's words, Chi's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 18. Obtain the evidence. Call her sister-in-law. Chi reached out, forcefully snatching his father's phone away. As he anticipated the extraction of incriminating evidence, Chi's father burst into laughter. My dear son, I certainly wouldn't keep such evidence on my phone. I've secretly stored it away. As long as you obediently follow my orders and provide me with money, I want to expose you. After all, you are my son and my cash cow. In a fit of rage, Chi smashed his father's phone to the ground, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, filled with hatred. If you hadn't threatened my mother in front of me, I wouldn't have succumbed to your coercion after killing Lin Xianxian's parents. After that incident, fearing that my mother would embezzle funds to pay off your gambling debts, I lived in constant dread, terrified Lin Xianxian would discover the truth and seek revenge. One misstep led to another. I could never care for Lin Xianxian, for I am her enemy. I must be relentless. Isn't Chi's father the root of all evil? This scoundrel has ruined both my and my mother's lives. Chi advanced toward his father, his hand tightening around his father's throat. Since you've hidden the evidence, your demise will ensure that no one will ever know. The pain and suffocation enveloping his father instilled a flicker of fear of death within him. His eyes widened in terror as he gasped, I am your father. How dare you? With a cold laugh, Chi replied, in any case, I've already stained my hands with blood. Your life matters little. Soon, Chi's father lost consciousness from the chokehold. Chi retrieved a black leather suitcase and placed his father inside, planning to deal with him after the competition. As Chi tidied himself and prepared to exit the dressing room, the lights in the corridor flickered ominously. A chilling gust of wind swept through.
Kuisha.
It turns out you were the one responsible for my parents' deaths. Not only that, but you also poisoned me slowly, wishing for my demise. You are truly ruthless. A mournful voice, tinged with a sob, pierced Chi's ears. He turned to find yet another Lin Xianxian before him, and his pupils dilated in shock. It can't be. The Void Master had only given him one talisman to obliterate Lin Xianxian. If she was still here, how could he confront her? Lin Xianxian could hardly fathom Chi's cruelty. The Lin Xianxian who had entered earlier was merely a paper effigy transformed by Master Wen Shuang. Had it not been for Master Wen Shuang, she would have been obliterated. I have always trusted you, yet the deepest betrayal comes from you.
Chi, I hate you.
Lin Xianxian extended her long, crimson nails, viciously clawing at Chi's face. He attempted to evade her, but his speed was no match for hers, and his handsome visage was soon marred by a long, bloody scratch. He cried out in pain, Lin Xianxian, have you gone mad? Calm down. But Lin Xianxian could not calm herself. She knew everything Chi had done to her and her family. She had not anticipated that he had been so vile since childhood. She would make him pay in blood for his sins. Chi stumbled back several steps, reciting the incantation the Void Master had taught him. Lin Xianxian, as his ghostly servant, should obey his commands. Yet this time, the incantation failed. Seeing Qi Zhe's actions, Lin Xianxian sneered, "Master Wen Shuang has already nullified our ghostly servant pact. You can no longer control me." Fear and confusion flashed in Qi Zhe's eyes. Who was Wen Shuang? Was she more powerful than the Void Master? Suddenly, he recalled that Fu Xingzhou was still alive, and he would no longer be foolish enough to harm others on your behalf. Lin Xianxian's blood-red eyes grew, increasingly ferocious.
Tonight,
I will personally end her life to avenge my parents and myself. With her sharp claws poised to pierce Qi Zhe's chest, just as she was about to strike, a hand reached out and halted her movement. Lin Xianxian turned to see the coolly beautiful Master Wen Shuang. In life, you have never harmed anyone nor committed any wrongful acts. You have even donated to welfare institutions and accumulated virtue. If you kill him now, staining your hands with blood, you will face punishment in the afterlife. For such a person, it is not worth it. He has broken the law, and the law will take its course. Slowly, Lin Xianxian withdrew her hand. Qi Zhe clutched his aching chest, collapsing onto the ground. Realizing his impending doom, he cast a venomous glance at Wen Shuang. "Who are you, and why do you meddle?" "She is my sister-in-law." Fu Xingzhou entered the scene. Upon seeing Fu Xingzhou alive and well, the hostility in Qi Zhe's eyes intensified. He had previously heard Fu Xingzhou mention having a useless sister-in-law. Clearly, the captivating yet aloof woman before him was adept at exorcising spirits. Could it be that brother Fu Xingzhou had taken a new wife? Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The true issue lay in the fact that this woman had utterly disrupted his meticulously crafted plans. Qi Zhe swiftly compelled himself to regain his composure, a provocative smirk gracing his lips. "So, what if you overheard my conversation with my father? Do you possess any tangible evidence to prove that I orchestrated the demise of Lin Xianxian's family?" Qi Zhe was acutely aware of his father's disposition. There was no way he would voluntarily surrender any incriminating evidence. After all, if his son were to be imprisoned, his own future would be far from rosy. As for the incident where I rendered my father unconscious, that was merely a playful game between father and son. If you doubt it, you may inquire with him once he regains consciousness. The implication was clear. Without evidence, even if they reported him to the authorities, it would be futile.
observing Kuisha,
Who had committed numerous misdeeds without a shred of remorse, Lin Xianxian's hair stood on end in fury, her eyes reddening to the point of appearing bloodshot. "Master, allow me to eliminate him. I would willingly descend into the depths of hell to face punishment." Wen Shuang waved her hand dismissively. "No need. My husband is retrieving the evidence." She had already deduced the location where Qi's father had concealed the incriminating documents. Qi Zhe was utterly incredulous that Fu Xingzhou's sister-in-law could possess such formidable capabilities. Before long, Fu Xihing arrived, accompanied by several uniformed police officers. "I have obtained the evidence hidden by Qi's father and have already submitted it to the police," he announced. The officers approached the crumpled Qi Zhe on the ground, fastening cold handcuffs around his wrists. "Qi Zhe, the evidence of the heinous crime you committed is irrefutable. Come with us to the police station to properly account for your transgressions." Qi Zhe felt his legs weaken. The previous air of arrogance and provocation evaporated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and panic. It was over. Everything was over. As he passed by Wen Shuang, his pupils dilated as he cast a hollow gaze at her. "The Taoist of the Void will certainly not spare you." Wen Shuang frowned slightly. The Taoist of the Void? Is that the master who guided Lin Xianxian to become Qi Zhe's ghostly servant? He must surely be no good. Chapter 19. Subtly pampering my wife. Qi Zhe had committed an atrocious crime and was about to face the full force of the law. Through their investigation, the police uncovered that Qi's father, having succumbed to gambling, had once taken the life of a fellow player in his desperate quest for money. Qi's mother also faced severe legal repercussions for embezzling funds and abetting wrongdoing. However, that was a matter for another time. Wen Shuang relayed the fate of the Qi family to Lin Xianxian. Bowing deeply, Lin Xianxian expressed her gratitude. "Master, I owe you my thanks. Otherwise, I would have brought ruin upon Fu Xingzhou, staining my hands with blood." With that, she produced her marriage certificate and tore it apart with fervor. "From this moment on, I shall have no further ties with Fu Xingzhou." As the certificate was shredded, Fu Xingzhou felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. The dark shadows beneath his eyes dissipating, his complexion returning to a healthier hue. With a complex and somewhat awkward expression, Fu Xingzhou turned to Wen Shuang. "Sister-in-law, thank you. This heartfelt expression of gratitude stemmed from the depths of his being.
Ignoring Fu Xingzu, Wen Shuang regarded Lin Qianqian.
Do you have any lingering regrets? Lin Qianqian bit her lip, glancing back at Fu Xingzhou, who furrowed his brow at the gaze she cast upon him. Perhaps due to the absence of the marriage certificate, he felt no lingering romantic sentiment towards Lin Qianqian. His prior infatuation had likely been fueled by the very existence of that certificate.
Lin Qianqian approached Fu Xingzu.
Her expression one of remorse. Brother Xingzhou, I am truly sorry. When he learned that Lin Qianqian was a ghost and that she had nearly caused his demise, Fu Xingzhou had been immensely angered. Yet at that moment, he found himself at a loss for words regarding his feelings. After all, Lin Qianqian was also a pitiable victim. The true culprit was Qi Zhe. Blaming her now served no purpose. Fu Xingzhou waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. Strive to be a good ghost from now on. Should you be granted the chance to be reborn, I hope you encounter someone who will treat you well. He turned to Wen Shuang. Sister-in-law, can you provide Lin Qianqian with a release from her spirit? Wen Shuang nodded. Fu Xingzhou promptly retrieved his phone and transferred a sum of money to Wen Shuang's bank card. Upon receiving the notification, she glanced at it. Oh my. Third brother has given me such a substantial amount, 7 figures. It must be 1 million. Hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Xiheng and their parents cast disdainful glances at Fu Xingzhou, as if to say, is your life truly worth only 1 million? Fu Xingzhou rubbed his nose. His head bowed in embarrassment. It wasn't that he didn't wish to give more, it was simply that he had been lavishly spending of late, leaving him with little. The family rules dictated that after completing university, he was to rely on his own efforts for sustenance. Although his parents occasionally bestowed him with pocket money, it hardly kept pace with his reckless spending habits. Clearly, he needed to focus on his career going forward. Once he earned enough, he would adequately repay his sister-in-law. However, having endured this ordeal, he hoped he would no longer be subjected to the grim fate of having his heart extracted. Wen Shuang felt quite pleased after receiving the million. Third brother still possesses a commendable nature, but why does the ominous energy on his brow remain? It seems he still has one last trial to face. Ultimately, he is destined to suffer the fate of having his heart extracted. Fu Xingzhou's face turned ashen. Why was he perpetually unable to escape the tragic outcome of heart extraction?
Fu's parents exchanged sympathetic glance with Fu Xingzu.
However, they believed that as long as their daughter-in-law was present, their youngest son's fate would surely change for the better. Fu's mother had completely come to trust Wen Shuang's abilities. She intended to visit the hospital the following day for an esophageal examination, hoping for a favorable outcome. Otherwise, the thought of her husband getting involved with her sister after her passing filled her with resentment. She pinched Fu's father hard at his waist. Fu's father gasped in pain, gritting his teeth, yet dared not protest in front of the children. Dear, why are you tormenting me for no reason? He asked, looking aggrieved. Fu's mother shot him a glare. Once I am gone, you will roll in the sheets with my sister. You are inhuman. Fu's father. He truly felt wronged. Hadn't the daughter-in-law mentioned that his ultimate fate would be equally grim? Abandoned by his children, left to sleep in a bridge tunnel, and then... What was the final outcome? His daughter-in-law had not clarified, but it was surely worse than sleeping in a bridge tunnel. I harbor no thoughts for your sister. I have only ever loved you. Tomorrow, I will accompany you to the hospital for your examination. As long as we take precautions in advance, there will undoubtedly be no issues. Fu's mother huffed in anger. You will not sleep in my room tonight. Fu's father. After Wen Shuang provided Lin Qianqian with her release, she returned to the Fu family home with the Fu family members. Wen Shuang and Fu Xiheng sat in the back seat, and she handed her phone to Fu Xiheng. Darling, please donate 500,000 to charity on my behalf. Fu Xiheng furrowed his brows slightly.
Why?
It divulges too much of the heavenly secrets. Fu Xiheng did not press further, complying with Wen Shuang's request to donate 500,000. Wen Shuang felt a surge of merit entering her body, a warm sensation coupled with a hint of spiritual energy. After the car had traveled some distance, Wen Shuang's eyelids grew heavy. She began to doze off, her head bobbing gently. Fu Xiheng couldn't help but cast a glance at Wen Shuang. Her eyelashes were long and dense, resembling 2 delicate fans, and beneath her elegant nose lay beautifully tinted red lips. In the year since their marriage, he had never scrutinized her closely. Perhaps it was due to some transformation within her. She now appeared both coolly radiant and imbued with poise. Was she truly the metaphysical genius from a millennium ago? As the car turned a corner, Wen Shuang's small head almost collided with the window. Without a moment's hesitation, Fu Xiheng gently supported the back of her head, resting it on his shoulder. The tenderness of his gesture was so subtle that even he was unaware of it. Wen Shuang had not ventured outside for 2 consecutive days. Having come from 1,000 years ago, she found herself bewildered by many modern concepts and was diligently learning. Upon discovering that he had a significant calamity looming over him, Fu Xingzhou also refrained from going out. The internet was rife with sensational headlines regarding Qi Zhe's heinous crimes. And due to Fu Xingzhou's absence from the finals of the group formation night, various speculations about him flooded the online sphere. Fu Xingzhou paid them no mind. To express his gratitude towards Wen Shuang for saving his life, he offered his services as her teacher free of charge. Whenever she encountered difficulties, he patiently elucidated matters for her. Once when Shuang learned to use WeChat, Fu Xingzhou produced his phone and said, "Sister-in-law, shall we exchange WeChat contacts? If you ever require assistance, just give a command, and I shall traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire to fulfill your wishes." After a moment's hesitation, Wen Shuang consented to add Fu Xingzhou. "Once I accumulate enough merit to extend my lifespan, I shall divorce him. Using modern terminology, that is. After the divorce, I shall blacklist him. However, he has a gathering with his good friends tonight. If he attends, he will." Chapter 20. Escaping Death's Grasp. Sister-in-law is remarkable. What will happen? Fu Xingzhou's heart leaped to his throat. Could it be that tonight marked another threat to his life? Fu Xingzhou was in a state of agitation. "Sister-in-law, please finish your thought." Alas, was this meant to drive him to despair? When Shuang observed the cold sweat beating on Fu Xingzhou's forehead and narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Are you feeling hot?" Fu Xingzhou shook his head, not hot, just anxious. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. It was a call from his childhood friend, Su Mo, who had been studying abroad, had returned home, and invited Fu Xingzhou to join him for a gathering that evening. Wen Shuang, while watching short videos, kept an ear tuned to Fu Xingzhou's phone call. Go ahead. If you go, you might not return alive." Fu Xingzhou's hand trembled as he held the phone. He had known Su Mo for over a decade. Surely Su Mo would not wish him harm? Who then could he trust? The wealthy woman, Sister Wang, who supports Qi Zhe, upon learning that Qi Zhe's troubles were linked to Fu Xingzhou, will bribe the staff at the venue of Fu Xingzhou's dinner. The staff will slip poison into Fu Xingzhou's drink, and while he is in the restroom, mercenaries arranged by Sister Wang will quietly whisk him away to Africa. Ultimately, all his organs will be harvested. Oh, how tragic. Fu Xingzhou trembled all over. Dear heavens, what transgressions did I commit in my past life to deserve this? Upon finishing his call, Wen Shuang noticed Fu Xingzhou gazing at her with pleading eyes. Unable to bear it, she offered a gentle reminder. "Third brother, you best not go anywhere tonight." Fu Xingzhou knelt before Wen Shuang. "Sister-in-law, if I stay home tonight, can I escape my calamity?" Wen Shuang replied. He is rather astute, recognizing that tonight poses a threat to his life. If he refrains from going out for the next 3 days, he will be safe. 3 days hence, Sister Wang will be exposed for illegal fundraising and imprisoned. Fu Xingzhou let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, he could hear his sister-in-law's thoughts. He was grateful to the heavens for granting him this insight. Otherwise, he would surely have met his demise. Among the family, he could not be the only one able to hear his sister-in-law's thoughts, could he? If so, he truly was the chosen one. Fu's mother underwent a medical examination, and the results revealed that her esophageal mucosa was on the verge of precancerous changes, with cell proliferation being active. Had she delayed her visit any longer, the consequences could have been dire. Thankfully, it was discovered in time, and surgery was unnecessary. Through regular endoscopic reviews and strict dietary adjustments, her health could be stabilized. The doctor remarked that she was fortunate to have sought medical attention. Otherwise, it could have developed into esophageal cancer. Immediately, Fu's mother informed the family group chat. "If anyone dares to disrespect my sister-in-law in the future, I shall be the first to reprimand you." Fu Xingzhou was the first to see the message. He had now become Wen Shuang's most ardent admirer. He promptly replied, "Sister-in-law is now my goddess." In the family group chat, all 6 children of the Fu family were present, save for Wen Shuang. The second child had married far away and rarely spoke due to family discord. The 4th child was a medical prodigy studying at a prestigious university and seldom participated in the chat. The 5th child was studying piano abroad, and due to the time difference, rarely contributed. The youngest sister was in her senior year of high school and likely occupied with classes, thus not responding. Fu's mother was aware that her children harbored reservations about the previous Wen Shuang, so she hesitated to add her to the group for fear of provoking any ill sentiments that might upset Wen Shuang. Once they returned and recognized her true capabilities, they would understand. Fu's mother swiftly disbanded the group and created a new one, consisting solely of herself, Fu's father, Fu Siheng, and Fu Xingzhou, before adding Wen Shuang. Once the other children grew to love their sister-in-law as much as Fu Xingzhou did, she would then include them. Returning to her room, Fu's mother opened her jewelry box, intending to select a set of jewelry for Wen Shuang. However, she discovered that a valuable pigeon egg ring had gone missing. Remembering that Wen Shuang had revealed her suspicions about her sister, He Wanping, stealing her jewelry, she realized that the diamond ring had always been locked in the box. It was unlikely that anyone but the most familiar could have stolen it. Immediately, Fu's mother summoned all the household staff, including the departing He Wanping. "Sister, you've called me here because my diamond ring is missing. Do you suspect me of stealing it?" He Wanping protested, indignantly. Since He Wanping began working for the Fu family, she had never regarded herself as a servant. Whenever Fu's mother was absent, she would act like a mistress, ordering the servants around. After all, she was Fu's mother's biological sister, and the staff dared not report her misconduct. He Wanping felt that being summoned by Fu's mother had embarrassed her, and displeasure filled her eyes. Fu's mother scrutinized He Wanping, who appeared meticulously made up and adorned with jewels, far from resembling a mere servant. Alarmed, Fu's mother noted that He Wanping, only a year younger than herself, appeared to be several years her junior. Her skin gleamed with an unnaturally smooth and fair complexion, suggesting some form of enhancement. Fu's mother had never considered that He Wanping might harbor designs on her husband, as He Wanping was also married. He Wanping noticed that Mother Fu remained silent, her gaze laden with complexity as it fixed upon her, causing a sudden jolt in her heart. "Brother-in-law, look at my sister. She appears as though I have pilfered her diamond ring." Tears of grievance glistened in He Wanping's eyes, rendering her a pitiable sight. Father Fu and Mother Fu were high school classmates, and from the moment he laid eyes on her, he was enraptured. In his heart and mind, there was only room for Mother Fu. Ever since he had perceived Wen Shuang's inner thoughts, he had grown increasingly wary of He Wanping. Thus, the flirtatious glances she cast his way went unnoticed. Mother Fu's teeth nearly ground into dust. He Wanping had likely coveted her husband for quite some time. How had she been so blind to any signs before? "I lost a piece of jewelry worth over 10 million. The butler said the only person who entered my room today was you." He Wanping shook her head through her blurred tears. "Sister, I entered your room merely to deliver freshly laundered clothes. How could you blame me for your lost diamond ring? In my opinion, it must be your useless eldest daughter-in-law who stole it. Wasn't it her who took your jewelry during those previous incidents?" Wen Shuang, having awoken from a nap upstairs, happened to overhear He Wanping's slanderous remarks. "TSK, I merely took a nap. How did I become the scapegoat?" Mother Fu glanced at Wen Shuang, her eyes betraying a flicker of guilt and sorrow. In the past, when jewelry had gone missing, she had believed He Wanping's accusations, thinking Wen Shuang was the thief. "Frost, I know it wasn't you," Mother Fu asserted, her gaze now sharp as she glared at He Wanping. "I only mentioned that I lost jewelry worth over 10 million, without specifying what it was. How did you know it was a diamond ring?" Chapter 21. A break. Expelling her from the house. He Wanping felt a twinge of guilt and panic within her. After all, she had stolen before, and Mother Fu had never suspected her. However, she quickly reassured herself, remembering that she had hidden the valuable diamond ring in a place no one could find. As long as she firmly asserted that Wen Shuang was the thief, Mother Fu's temperament would lead her to believe her. He Wanping immediately donned a sorrowful expression as if she had been wrongfully accused by Mother Fu. She grasped Mother Fu's hand and swiftly searched her person. Clad in a thin spring outfit, He Wanping had no place to conceal anything. "Sister, did you find your diamond ring on me?" As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks, her grievance palpable. "If searching me isn't sufficient, you may search my room as well, whatever punishment you deem fit if you find it." Observing He Wanping's fervent demeanor, a flicker of doubt crossed Mother Fu's eyes. Could it be that this time, He Wanping was not the thief? "Sister, our parents passed away early, and our family was once in dire straits. They could only support one of us through college. I willingly stepped aside for you. We are the closest of kin. How could you suspect me? You truly wound my heart." Mother Fu, gazing at the tear-streaked He Wanping, recalled how she had sacrificed her education for her sister to attend university, and a wave of profound guilt surged within her. However, just as her guilt began to settle, she heard her daughter-in-law's inner musings, Wasn't it because He Wanping was distracted by early romance that she couldn't continue her studies and dropped out? For all these years, she has wielded that incident to evoke my guilt. Haven't I compensated her enough? Seeing my in-laws achieve success and raise 6 children, He Wanping has long been envious, wishing for my mother-in-law's demise to take her place. My mother-in-law still treats her like a sister, while she has long harbored intentions of usurping her position as the matriarch of the Fu family. Mother Fu's complexion paled. The thought of He Wanping impersonating her to seduce Father Fu after her death extinguished her guilt entirely. Wanping, do you dare to swear? He Wanping, noticing Mother Fu's lingering disbelief, let her tears flow even more profusely. Sister, what is wrong with you today? I am your sister. How could I possibly steal your diamond ring? If even you do not trust me, what is the point of my existence? With that, He Wanping retrieved a fruit knife from the coffee table. Sister, do you want me to prove my innocence with my life? Mother Fu watched the scene unfold, her brow furrowing. Over the years, any hint of displeasure from her had always elicited such dramatics from He Wanping to compel her to relent. This tactic had grown tiresome. Since you did not take it, I shall report it to the police and have them investigate. I wish to uncover the true thief. Mother Fu's expression turned cold, her gaze sharp, exuding the aura of a formidable matriarch. He Wanping pointed a trembling finger at Wen Shuang, insisting, "It must be you, my incompetent eldest daughter-in-law. Since you married into this family, how many pieces of jewelry have gone missing?" Wen Shuang clicked her tongue. He Wanping is truly brazen. Then again, it makes sense. She has likely swallowed the ring. Even if she strips naked, it won't be found. Afterwards, when she expels the diamond ring, she can claim it as her own. But how filthy. Even if cleaned, it would still carry a stench. Mother Fu stared at He Wanping in disbelief. She had never anticipated that He Wanping had actually swallowed the diamond ring. Returning from the company, Fu Xiqing furrowed his brows, his handsome face taking on a sharp and cold demeanor. Mother, ever since your jewelry went missing last time, I installed hidden surveillance in your jewelry box. I just checked the footage and discovered who stole your ring. He Wanping, sensing the chilling presence of Fu Xiqing, felt her legs weaken involuntarily. This nephew, who had always maintained a serious demeanor, was the one she feared the most. Xiqing, could it be that you suspect your aunt too? Fu Xiqing's dark eyes glinted like frost as they bore into He Wanping. His voice was devoid of warmth as he stated, "Aunt, you have hidden the ring in your body. If this goes to the police, you will face severe penalties." He Wanping collapsed to the floor. The fact that she had swallowed the ring was known only to her. Now, Fu Xiqing had openly revealed it. It seemed, indeed, that hidden surveillance had been installed in the jewelry box. Wen Shuang regarded the authoritative and astute Fu Xiqing, unable to restrain herself from giving him a thumbs up. "My dear husband, you are truly clever." Fu Xiqing felt a tinge of guilt at her praise. How could he have actually installed surveillance in his mother's jewelry box? He had merely pretended to intimidate He Wanping after hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts. "Sister, I realize my mistake. I will return the ring to you once I expel it from my body. I shall never dare to take your belongings again." He Wanping clung to Mother Fu's legs, weeping uncontrollably. Mother Fu, however, had no desire for the ring that He Wanping had expelled. She pushed her away with disdain. "You were the one who stole my jewelry on previous occasions, weren't you? You actually framed my daughter-in-law. You owe her an apology." He Wanping's pupils constricted. No one in the Fu family had ever favored Wen Shuang's tempestuous nature, and she could not fathom what had transpired in recent days to cause Mother Fu and Fu Xiqing to defend and favor her. "Sister, if you do not apologize, I will have Xiqing report you to the police right now." He Wanping trembled violently, her eyes red as she looked at Wen Shuang, gritting her teeth as she uttered,
"I'm sorry."
Wen Shuang crossed her arms, looking down at He Wanping from a position of superiority. "Your voice was too soft. I couldn't hear what you said." He Wanping felt a profound humiliation and resentment, her back teeth nearly grinding to dust. "Is it not acceptable to apologize?" Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow, choosing not to elaborate further. Mother Fu gazed upon her sister, who had long since become unrecognizable, and waved her hand dismissively. "I shall no longer pursue the matter of your recent thefts. Consider that diamond ring you concealed within you as a buyout of our sisterly bond over the years. From this point forth, we shall have no further relations." He Wanping looked at Mother Fu in disbelief, her face drained of color. "Sister, how could you utter such cruel words?" Her aspiration to become the matriarch of the Fu family had yet to be realized. How could she be cast out? Mother Fu had now placed her complete faith in Wen Shuang's abilities. The thought of He Wanping masquerading as her at her funeral subsequently climbing into her husband's bed, filled her with disgust. It was already an extraordinary act of mercy to refrain from addressing her past transgressions. You have 30 minutes to gather your belongings and depart with your husband. Seeing that Mother Fu was devoid of any semblance of compassion, He Wanping gritted her teeth, declaring, Huanru, I am your only sister from our maternal family. If you treat me poorly, how will you face our parents in death? You cold-hearted woman. I curse you to find no happiness for the rest of your life. The facade of civility shattered, He Wanping revealed her most hideous side.
Mother Fu, incensed,
Felt a pain in her chest, her eyes brimming with tears. Before her emotions could settle, she heard Wen Shuang's inner voice once more. Having just resolved matters with the younger sister, the second daughter has returned with her child. I wonder if the grandmother will faint upon learning of her second daughter's tribulations? Chapter 22. The Return of the Second Sister. Wen Shuang kicks the mischievous child. The mention of the second daughter, Fu Songyu, weighed heavily on Mother Fu's heart. After giving birth to their eldest son, she and Father Fu welcomed Songyu the following year. Songyu had not always been in robust health. Hormone treatments had caused her to gain weight, leading to mockery from her peers, which rendered her somewhat sensitive and self-deprecating. By high school, Mother Fu had hired a nutritionist to help her regain her figure, and gradually, she began to look more normal. Despite having 6 children, Mother Fu held a special affection for her second daughter, Songyu. She had envisioned Songyu becoming engaged to the most outstanding young gentleman in Yeqing, Zhou Jingma, after her college entrance examinations. However, after a brief acquaintance, Songyu severed ties with Zhou Jingma. During her first year of university, Songyu fell for Xiao Jingyan, who hailed from a rural area in Ningqing. Mother Fu had investigated Xiao Jingyan's background, learning that he came from a single-parent household, where his mother had raised him through dubious means. Although Xiao Jingyan had gained admission to Yeqing University through his intelligence, Mother Fu believed he was unworthy of her precious daughter. Both Mother Fu and Father Fu vehemently opposed Songyu's relationship with Xiao Jingyan. Whether their pressure was too much or Songyu was entering a rebellious phase, the typically obedient girl ended up in a precarious situation with him. Mother Fu was so enraged that she ended up hospitalized, vowing to cut ties with Songyu. Ignoring her family's objections, Songyu quietly took the household registration book and married Xiao Jingyan before completing her university education. In the years since, Mother Fu had never visited Ningqing, yet she harbored concerns for her daughter. She was aware that Xiao Jingyan had started a renovation company, and she had asked Fu Xiqing to introduce clients to him. Every month, she deposited living expenses into Fu Songyu's bank account, especially after Songyu gave birth, when the amount increased significantly. Yet, over the years, Songyu had rarely returned home. Perhaps her efforts to prevent her from being with Xiao Jingyan had created a rift between mother and daughter. Mother Fu stretched her neck to peer into the courtyard. Would Songyu truly return with her child? Sure enough, within 10 minutes, she heard the butler announce Songyu's return with her child. Mother Fu glanced at Wen Shuang, who was seated on the sofa, eating fruit and watching television. Her daughter-in-law was truly remarkable. Moments later, Fu Songyu appeared in the living room, holding her son, Xiao Anyu. Songyu was a precious gem to Mother Fu. When she was with Xiao Jingyan, she was delicate and graceful. However, now her hair appeared somewhat lifeless. Lacking the luster and smoothness of meticulous care, her figure increasingly frail, and her complexion somewhat haggard and fatigued. It is said that love is akin to nurturing a flower. If Xiao Jingyan were truly so wonderful, her daughter would not have deteriorated to this state. A mix of anguish and anger welled within Mother Fu. Why did this child refuse to heed her guidance? Zhou Jingma was such a splendid match, handsome, mature, and well-suited. If only she had married him, her life would have been so much better. Fu Songyu, observing her mother's stern expression, cautiously addressed her, Mom. With that, she nudged her 4-year-old son, Xiao Anyu. Little treasure, greet your grandmother. Xiao Anyu, plump and fair-skinned, bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Jingyan. He glared at Mother Fu, indignation evident on his face. You're the wolf grandmother, not a good person. Fu Songyu's long eyelashes trembled as she grasped Xiao Anyu's hand. Little treasure, how can you speak of your grandmother in such a manner? She had never spoken ill of her family in front of him. She could not fathom why he would call his grandmother a bad person. Xiao Anyu yanked his hand away, spat at Fu Songyu, and declared, You hurt me. You all aren't good people. I said I didn't want to come, but you made me. Mother Fu stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. How could a mere 4-year-old be so rude and unruly? In their family, he dared to spit at Songyu. How arrogant would he be in the Xiao household? Xiao Anyu, Songyu is your mother. How can you treat her this way?
Mother fu scolded sternly.
After being reprimanded, Xiaoanyu immediately sat on the floor, wailing. I want to go home. I want to tell Dad, Grandma, and Annie that you Fu family members are bullying me. With that, he shot another glare at Fu Songyu. It's all your fault for being useless. You're not favored in the Fu family, and now I'm being bullied too. You don't deserve to be my mom. Xiaoanyu's behavior left Songyu feeling both pained and embarrassed. After giving birth to Xiaoanyu, she had not been in good health, taking nearly a year to recuperate. During that time, her mother-in-law and sister-in-law had cared for the child. Once she had regained her health, she joined Xiao Jingyan at his renovation company to help him through a crisis. She spent little time with her child, leading to a lack of closeness. She understood this. Upon realizing her child had some behavioral issues, she sought to correct them. Yet Xiaoanyu grew increasingly resistant to her. Mom, I have failed to teach him well. I apologize on behalf of little treasure, Fu Songyu said timidly. Seeing Songyu in such a state only deepened Mother Fu's heartache. Why have you suddenly returned today? I thought you had forgotten about me, your mother. A complex emotion flickered in Songyu's eyes. She had been married to the Xiao family for 5 years, and while Xiao Jingyan had consistently treated her well, her mother-in-law was not easy to get along with. She had endured much hardship and bitterness. However, she understood that these were consequences of her own choices, and she could not burden her mother with her grievances. Only now did she grasp the true meaning of her mother's words, that marriage is not merely the union of two individuals, but rather the intertwining of two families. Regardless, as long as Xiao Jingyan continued to love her, she remained hopeful for the future. Fu Songyu retrieved an invitation card from her bag.
Mom.
My mother-in-law's birthday banquet is at the beginning of next month. I would like to invite you and Dad, as well as my elder brother and sister-in-law, along with my younger siblings. Initially, Fu Songyu felt too embarrassed to return and deliver the invitation, but her mother-in-law had made a tremendous fuss at home, threatening that if she did not come to present the invitation, she would force Xiao Jingyan to divorce her. Fu Songyu, a traditional woman, could never contemplate leaving him, especially now that they had a child together. The image of her mother-in-law, with her garish makeup that failed to mask her sharp tongue, flashed through Fu Ma's mind. She truly wished to avoid any dealings with such a woman. Songyu, I warned you when you decided to marry into the Xiao family that I would never acknowledge such a woman as my mother-in-law. Our family will certainly not attend her birthday banquet. Fu Songyu had long anticipated her mother's stance. Nodding, she withdrew the invitation, opting to say nothing further. Since she was back, she might as well stay for a few days. After all, this was still her home. Just as Fu Songyu was about to speak, she noticed Xiaoanyu snatching the remote control from Wen Shuang's hands. You woman, how can you lack such basic awareness? I want to watch cartoons. Won't you help me change the channel? Xiaoanyu stood on the sofa, baring his teeth in a fierce glare at Wen Shuang. Engrossed in a variety show, Wen Shuang was enjoying herself when the remote was suddenly seized, and she found herself being glared at. Unwilling to indulge his antics, she swiftly kicked the troublesome child to the ground. Chapter 23. Little Bao is not the biological son of the second younger sister. The carpet surrounding the sofa cushioned the fall, but it certainly would hurt. In the Xiao family, Xiaoanyu was treated like a little prince, cherished by every family member. And even Fu Songyu dared not lay a finger on him. He had never experienced such humiliation before. After a moment of stunned silence, he burst into tears. Upon seeing Xiaoanyu sprawled on the floor, Fu Songyu rushed over to help him up. Fu Songyu, make sure to teach that wicked woman a lesson.
Fu Songyu frowned,
Patiently correcting Xiaoanyu's impolite address. Little Bao, this is your aunt. Fu Songyu had little interaction with Wen Shuang and was not particularly familiar with her. All she knew was that Wen Shuang was quite difficult, and the family seemed to harbor a general dislike for her. Sister-in-law, regardless of the circumstances. Little Bao is still a child, and you shouldn't have kicked him directly. Wen Shuang shot a glance at Fu Songyu, a woman with masculine brows and protruding ears. A troubled marriage, a dark fate. If she can survive a great calamity, she may have a second marriage, and her firstborn will be a daughter. Fu Ma's pupils constricted upon hearing Wen Shuang's innermost thoughts. Does Songyu have a great calamity? Fu Songyu, hearing Wen Shuang's voice, momentarily thought she was imagining things. She had just been staring at Wen Shuang, and was certain she had not seen her speak. Yet, she was convinced she had heard Wen Shuang's words. Wen Shuang mentioned her second marriage and a great calamity, stating that her firstborn would be a daughter. Wasn't that utter nonsense? Her firstborn was undeniably a son. Sister-in-law, what did you just say? Fu Songyu's question was cut short as Fu Ma tugged at her arm. Your sister-in-law just said nothing. She was merely teaching a lesson to a rude child. Hearing Fu Ma's words, Xiao Anyu cried even louder. Fu Songyu, aren't you my dad's wife? Why do you let others bully your son? If you don't teach that wicked woman a lesson, then you're a useless mother. Just as Fu Songyu was about to respond, a large hand reached for the back of Xiao Anyu's collar. Fu Siheng, who had been in the study attending a video conference, descended the stairs. He lifted the unruly child by his collar, flipping him in the air before deftly catching his ankle, suspending him upside down. At 4 years old, you act so recklessly and audaciously, yelling in our Fu family? Fu Siheng's handsome face bore no warmth. Shall I, as your uncle, show you what true bullying looks like? Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 2 inches, Xiao Anyu appeared as fragile as a chick in his hands. Initially, he cursed Fu Siheng, calling him a big fool, but as Fu Siheng nearly loosened his grip, fear washed over him, and he trembled, pleading for mercy.
Uncle, I'm sorry.
I don't want to fall and become an idiot. Fu Songyu, watching her son being subdued by Fu Siheng, felt a mix of sympathy and anxiety. Brother, once I return, I will ensure to educate little Bao properly. Please don't truly hurt him. Fu Siheng ignored her, directing his gaze towards Wen Shuang on the sofa. Apologize to your aunt. Tears streamed down Xiao Anyu's face as he protested. She kicked me. It was her fault. With Fu Siheng poised to loosen his grip again, Xiao Anyu could only begrudgingly apologize. I'm sorry, it was my fault. Fu Siheng raised an eyebrow. Who are you apologizing to? To my aunt. Wen Shuang snorted in response. What aunt? He-s not even the biological son of the second younger sister.
Fuma, Fu Sieng, and Fu Sanju were taken particularly Fu Sanju.
Hearing Wen Shuang's voice again, she was now certain that the woman had not opened her mouth. Fuma had been observing Songyu's expression and, upon seeing her pupils constrict in disbelief, understood the implication. Songyu could hear Wen Shuang's thoughts, unaware of the expressions of the Fu family members. Wen Shuang casually peeled a grape and popped it into her mouth. The fruits of this era are so sweet, delicious. Why are they all looking at me with such strange eyes? If I were to tell my husband now that Xiao Anyu is not her biological child, she probably wouldn't believe me and would think I'm insane. What? Little Bao isn't her biological child? No, that is absolutely impossible. Back then, she and Xiao Jingyan had come together unexpectedly after a drunken night. Little Bao was conceived from that very incident. She had endured great hardship during her pregnancy, receiving daily injections to protect the fetus in the early stages and being bedridden for the rest. She had suffered severe blood loss during childbirth, barely surviving to bring little Bao into the world. How could little Bao not be her child? Wen Shuang's claims were utterly ludicrous. She could not fathom how her brother had married such a nonsensical woman. Mom, brother, just pretend I never returned with little Bao today. Fu Songyu cradled Xiao Anyu in her arms and turned to leave the Fu residence. Observing Fu Songyu's retreating figure, Wen Shuang couldn't help but sigh. Mom, you should call the second younger sister back. Let her stay at home for a few days. If she returns to her in-laws and they learn that she didn't invite the Fu family, her husband will implement his second plan, and her life will be in jeopardy.
Fuma esse art dropped instantly.
What second plan could possibly endanger Songyu's life? Wen Shuang refrained from revealing any further thoughts, leaving Fu Ma in a state of anxiety. She hurriedly rushed out to call Fu Songyu back. Mom, you don't need to keep me here. I know that not listening to your advice and marrying Xiao Jingyan far away brought you shame. I will try my best not to return and cause you trouble. You and Dad can just pretend I am not your daughter. Fu Ma grasped Fu Songyu's arm, preventing her from leaving. Your dad went to the art studio and will be back soon. You've finally returned. Can't you at least see him? Fu Songyu lowered her gaze, replying, I cannot face you and Dad. Had it not been for her mother-in-law's incessant weeping, wailing, and threats of self-harm, she would have felt no inclination to return and face her parents. Regardless, let us discuss this once your father returns. Clinging to Fu Songyu, Xiao Anyu shouted, I want to go home. I want to go home. I detest being here. Fu Ma, having placed complete trust in Wen Shuang's words, firmly believed that the child was not Songyu's biological son. This implied that the child Songyu had given birth to years ago had been swapped. Songyu, my dear, I hope you will stay tonight. After a moment's hesitation, Fu Songyu nodded. All right. Your room has been kept for you. Take the child upstairs to rest. After escorting Xiao Anyu upstairs, Fu Ma entered the living room, where she saw Fu Siqing placing 2 cups into transparent bags. With curiosity, she inquired, Siqing, What are you doing? Fu Xiqing glanced at Wen Shuang before responding to his mother. These are the cups used by Song Yu and Xiao Anyu. I notice Xiao Anyu bears little resemblance to Song Yu, so I intend to have a DNA test conducted. Having recently acclimated to the original owner's body and gradually gaining the memories of her past life, Wen Shuang understood what a DNA test entailed. She marveled inwardly. Wow. My grumpy husband is quite perceptive, able to discern that my sister's child is not her own. Fu Xiqing, praised silently by Wen Shuang, felt a twinge of guilt cross his handsome features. Was this not the result of being able to hear her thoughts? Chapter 24. Murderous Spouse Insurance Fraud. After making a call to the testing center, Fu Xiqing personally delivered the samples. If expedited, results would take a minimum of 3 hours. Fu Ma recalled Wen Shuang's earlier thoughts. Had Song Yu not invited them to her mother-in-law's birthday celebration, Xiao Jingyan would have implemented his second plan. She was curious about what that second plan entailed. Sitting beside Wen Shuang, Fu Ma sighed softly. I understand that if our family does not attend Song Yu's mother-in-law's birthday banquet, she will be disregarded by her in-laws, but I truly wish to avoid any association with such relatives. Wen Shuang, munching on watermelon, fervently agreed in her mind. Not associating is indeed wise. Their invitation is merely a ploy to leverage the Fu family status and influence for investment. The Fu family members are but pawns. Once their fortunes decline, and they are no longer of use, they will not treat your daughter well. However, Song Yu will not live to see the Fu family's downfall. Should you not attend the birthday banquet, her in-laws will realize she is not valued by the Fu family, and her husband will take her abroad. Under the guise of a vacation, he will whisk her away to witness the wonders beneath the ocean and the starry skies, having already purchased insurance for her in advance. In ancient times, Qin Shimi murdered his wife and children for wealth. Now we have Xiao Jingyan, who intends to kill his wife for insurance fraud. Fu Ma trembled with rage, her eyes reddening. How could Xiao Jingyan even contemplate such heinous acts? He was lower than a beast. She truly could not comprehend why Song Yu would be drawn to such a man. Her poor daughter, how much suffering had she endured in the Xiao household over the years? After soothing Xiao Anyu to sleep, Fu Songyu descended the stairs, only to overhear Wen Shuang's thoughts. Stunned for a few seconds, she instinctively believed Wen Shuang was spouting nonsense again. As she entered the living room, she was abruptly halted by her brother, Fu Xingzhou, who had just returned from work. Sister, come with me. He led Fu Songyu to the tea room. Once the door was shut, Fu Xingzhou asked, Sister, can you also hear my sister-in-law's thoughts? When Fu Songyu heard Fu Xingzhou refer to Wen Shuang as sister-in-law, a flicker of suspicion crossed her eyes. She recalled that upon marrying into the Fu family, when Shuang had committed acts that Fu Xingzhou found detestable, he had never referred to her as sister-in-law before. Yet now, his tone was warm and respectful. Furrowing her brows, Songyu questioned, Xingzhou, has Wen Shuang lost her mind? She constantly criticizes Jingyan and her thoughts. While it's true that Jingyan has taken out an accident insurance policy, it's a joint policy for both of us. Jingyan said that should anything happen to him, I would also receive a form of protection. Having regained clarity from his romantic delusions, Fu Xingzhou's mind had become sharper. Sister, if he were to take out an individual policy on you, it would raise suspicion of murder for insurance fraud. By purchasing a joint policy, he can distance himself from suspicion. Fu Songyu frowned tightly, not agreeing with Fu Xingzhou's assertions. In the Xiao household, aside from my mother-in-law's somewhat cold demeanor, Jingyan and my sister-in-law have treated me very well. Especially Jingyan. He is a model husband. Even if you don't acknowledge him as my brother-in-law, please do not vent your frustrations alongside Wen Shuang. Fu Xingzhou, having once been blinded by love, understood all too well how terrifying it could be to be consumed by it. Dismissing all warnings, pointing to his own faintly shadowed dark circles, he exclaimed, Look at me. I was nearly drained of my vitality by my ghostly girlfriend Lin Qianqian. Were it not for sister-in-law, you would have had to attend my funeral upon your return. Unbeknownst to Fu Songyu, her brother had been involved with a ghostly girlfriend. Her long lashes quivered in disbelief. Surely you jest, there are no such things as ghosts. Sister, do you truly think I would jest about such matters? Sister-in-law is remarkably capable. Her thoughts reveal authentic information. If you doubt her, you will surely regret it. Just as Fu Songyu was about to respond, she heard Wen Shuang's thoughts echoing from the living room. Xiao Jingyan is coming soon. He is here to probe the Fu family situation, seeking to obtain substantial investments. My second sister-in-law is quite foolish. The living expenses the Fu family transfers to her. She has foolishly invested all in Xiao Jingyan. He has already utilized that money to establish himself abroad. Once he enacts his second plan and secures a hefty insurance payout, he will take his beloved woman and son to settle overseas. Fearing that my second sister-in-law's spirit may linger in unrest after her death, he intends to consult a master to set up a soul-binding array in the sea, ensuring she never attains rebirth. Fu Songyu could no longer bear to listen. She resolved to confront Wen Shuang. However, she was once again detained by Fu Xingzhou. Xingzhou, do you not find Wen Shuang's behavior excessive? She has not even interacted with Jingyan yet dares to paint him as utterly wicked. Fu Xingzhou's handsome face bore a serious expression. Sister, brother has taken the cups used by you and Xiaowenyu for testing. Results will be available tonight. Please refrain from confronting sister-in-law just yet. Also, since she mentioned that Xiao Jingyan is about to arrive to seek investments from our family, let us wait and see if her words come to pass. Fu Songyu pressed her lips together. Jingyan is on a business trip in Yun City today. He will not come. No sooner had Fu Songyu spoken than the butler's voice called out from outside. Madam, young Master Xiao has arrived.
Fu Sanju stood in stunned silence.
Xiao Jingyan had truly come? She swiftly opened the tea room door and stepped outside. Sure enough, she spotted Xiao Jingyan at the entrance, changing his shoes. Holding 2 boxes of gifts, he donned a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of both elegance and gentility. No matter how she looked at him, Fu Songyu could not reconcile the notion of him being a monstrous figure capable of murder and insurance fraud. Fu Ma rose from the sofa, casting a displeased glance at the approaching Xiao Jingyan. In her eyes, he paled in comparison to Zhou Jingma, both in looks and character. Once upon a time, Sangyu harbored a certain fondness for Zhou Jingma. It remains a mystery why their relationship soured, allowing Xiao Jingyan to seize the opportunity.
Jingyan.
Aren't you supposed to be on a business trip in Yun City? What brings you here?
Songyu inquired.
Stepping forward to accept the 2 boxes of gifts from Xiao Jingyan's hands, he gently ruffled her hair and lowered his voice. I was concerned that you might face difficulties returning home with our son, given my humble origins and the disdain your family holds for me. Each time Xiao Jingyan uttered such sentiments, a profound sense of discomfort and guilt washed over Fu Sangyu. Despite his lack of a prestigious background, he was truly exceptional in every other regard. I am sorry, my dear wife. I feel inadequate. It has been 5 years since our marriage, yet I still fail to earn your family's approval. Fu Sangyu's heart ached for Xiao Jingyan even more. You are wonderful, my love. Even if my family does not accept you, I will never abandon you. Xiao Jingyan smiled and nodded. Fortunately, you have always recognized and supported me. However, our company is currently facing a financial crisis, requiring a shortfall of 50 million. Could you possibly discuss it with your family to help us through this trying time? Fu Sangyu was taken aback by his words. Did Xiao Jingyan truly seek investment from her family? And he was asking for 50 million right off the bat. Had she not overheard Wen Shuang's sentiments, she would have dismissed such notions entirely. After all, Xiao Jingyan's ambition to strengthen the company was ultimately for the sake of providing a better life for her and their son, in hopes of winning her family's approval. If it's too much trouble, just forget it. By the way, have you given the invitation to your family's gathering for Mom's 50th birthday? Fu Sangyu's expression grew complex as she nodded. Did they agree to attend? Jingyan, I am truly sorry, she implied, indicating that her family had not consented. A glimmer of sharpness flashed in Xiao Jingyan's eyes behind his glasses, his hands clenching involuntarily at his sides. He had anticipated that Fu's family would look down upon him and his mother. If Fu's family refused to invest the 50 million, it would further illustrate that Fu Sangyu had lost any value in their eyes. It's all right, my love. I understand that my mother's actions in raising me have left much to be desired, and she should not have put you in the position of delivering invitations. Please, ask your parents and elder brother if they might consider supporting my company out of respect for you. If they are unwilling, then so be it. I simply cannot bear to see you suffer. As Fu Sangyu witnessed the tenderness and affection in Xiao Jingyan's gaze, her doubts about him swiftly dissipated. She had been married to him for 5 years and bore a son with him. Did she not know how he treated her? He maintained a respectable private life, never straying, and showered her with care. How could she let Wen Shuang's baseless accusations sow seeds of doubt? After dinner, I will speak with my parents and elder brother. Thank you for your efforts, my dear. Fu Sangyu took Xiao Jingyan's hand and led him to the living room. Fu's mother and Fu Xingzhou regarded Xiao Jingyan's entrance with furrowed brows. Mother, third brother, Xiao Jingyan greeted with a smile. Fu's mother responded with a noncommittal nod. Xiao Jingyan glanced at Wen Shuang seated on the sofa, who, without makeup, possessed a porcelain-like complexion that was stunningly beautiful, causing him to momentarily be taken aback. "This is my sister-in-law," Fu Sangyu quickly introduced. "Sister-in-law, hello." Xiao Jingyan extended his hand. Wen Shuang cast a cold glance at him and replied tersely, "Hello." Who would want to shake hands with a man scheming to kill his wife for insurance money? Ugh. How distasteful. Xiao Jingyan felt the sting of embarrassment as Wen Shuang refused to even shake his hand. Fu Xingzhou struggled to suppress a laugh. Sister-in-law is right. Such scum is unworthy of a handshake. Shortly after Xiao Jingyan's arrival, Fu's father returned. Like Fu's mother, he harbored a deep-seated dislike for this son-in-law. After dinner, under Xiao Jingyan's urging, Fu Sangyu took the initiative to approach her father. Hearing that Xiao Jingyan's company was in crisis and required 50 million, Fu's father slightly furrowed his brow. 50 million was not an insignificant amount for the Fu family, but he would never invest in a man he deemed despicable.
Sangyu,
Your elder brother has gone for a paternity test and will return shortly. Let's discuss this matter afterward. Fu Sangyu's brow knitted in concern. Father, I assure you, Xiao Bao is my biological son. Why do you all heed Wen Shuang's nonsensical claims? Everything your sister-in-law has said has come to pass. If you doubt it, just wait for the test results. Once Fu Sihong returned, he summoned the family to the study, including Wen Shuang, who was preparing for a bath. The study's soundproof door ensured that no one outside could overhear their conversation. Fu Sihong produced a sealed envelope containing the test results. I haven't opened it yet, sister. Please do the honors. Fu Sangyu shook her head. Xiao Bao is undoubtedly my son. I need not open it to know the outcome. Brother, this is entirely unnecessary. Fu's mother took the envelope from Fu Sihong. Let me open it. She unsealed the envelope and retrieved the test results, immediately glancing at the final page. Exclusion of a biological relationship between Fu Sangyu and Xiao Anyu. Fu's mother trembled unsteadily, handing the report to Fu Sangyu. You should read it yourself. Fu Sangyu accepted the report, her gaze falling to the results. Upon reading the stark declaration of exclusion of a biological relationship, a ringing filled her ears. And her mind went blank. A torrent of emotions surged within her, leaving her utterly disoriented. How could Xiao Bao not be her child? Throughout her pregnancy, she had remained on bed rest, and by the 4th month, she could already feel the baby's movements. The child she had fought so hard to bring into this world could not possibly be anything but hers. That was a piece of her very own flesh and blood. Tears welled in Fu Sangyu's eyes as she looked at Fu Sihong, her voice trembling. Brother, is it possible that you mixed up the samples? Fu Sihong understood Fu Sangyu's turmoil, his expression serious and stern. I would never joke about something so grave. Fu Sangyu knew that her elder brother was the most meticulous in the family. Though he rarely smiled, he cared deeply for his siblings. Wen Shuang, observing Fu Sangyu's fragile state, could not help but urge, Sister-in-law, it's best to come to terms with reality sooner rather than later. It's for your own good.
alas.
Sister-in-law is quite pitiable, the daughter she gave birth to 4 years ago. But unfortunately, after giving birth, the daughter was. The remainder of Wen Shuang's thoughts went unspoken, leaving the Fu family in a state of anxious speculation. What had happened to the daughter Sangyu had given birth to? Could it be that Xiao Jingyan had a mistress and had swapped Sangyu's child with that of his lover? Fu Sangyu's mind was a whirlwind of confusion.
She
Had given birth to a daughter? In her moment of crisis, she had lost so much blood and fainted after hearing the baby's cries. When she awoke, Xiao Bao had already been placed in her arms. She had never doubted that Xiao Bao was her child. Fu Sangyu could not accept such a cruel reality and devastating blow. She would rather believe that Wen Shuang was simply spouting nonsense. Mom, Dad, brother. Could there be some misunderstanding? How could Xiao Bao not be my child? Tears that had long been restrained by Fu Sangyu flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. Now it has only been revealed that Xiao Bao is not the child of my second sister-in-law. She can hardly bear it. If she were to discover that her husband's mistress is actually by her side, would she not be devastated? Fu Sangyu's body trembled violently. Xiao Jingyan's mistress? How could he possibly have a mistress? He returns home punctually every day after work, spending every festive occasion by her and the child's side. She could check on him at the company anytime, and he always allows her to view his phone. She had never sensed anything amiss. Chapter 26. Sneaking out in the middle of the night to meet a lover. The lover of the second sister-in-law's husband has quietly arrived in Yi City, and her husband plans to rendezvous with his mistress after the second sister-in-law falls asleep. Should I inform the Fu family? No wonder every time the second sister-in-law's husband sneaks away, she remains oblivious. It turns out he had been slipping sleeping pills into her milk before she sleeps. Fu Songyu's body jolted. She habitually drinks a cup of warm milk before bed, and Xiao Jingyan brings the milk to her each night, waiting for her to finish before taking the cup away to wash. She had even been touched by his thoughtfulness. No, that is not the crux of the matter. The key issue is how Wen Shuang knows about her pre-sleep milk ritual. Could it be true that she possesses the ability to read fortunes? Wen Shuang pulled Fu Xiqing aside and whispered a few words before yawning and returning to her room. After Wen Shuang left, Fu Xiqing cast a somber glance at Fu Songyu, saying, "Tonight, you should quietly pour out the milk Xiao Jingyan brings you, and not drink it. If you do not trust Wen Shuang's intuition, we can follow Xiao Jingyan out tonight to see for ourselves." Fu Dad and Mom nodded in agreement. Fu Jingzhou clenched his fists tightly. I want to see which shameless woman Xiao Jingyan has found. In Fu Jingzhou's mind, his second sister is the best. That so-called phoenix man who married her must have accumulated great fortune in his past life. Fu Songyu's mind was in turmoil. Although she did not believe Wen Shuang's words, she knew that her parents and elder brother would never harm her. When Xiao Jingyan asks about the investment, just say our family is considering it for now, and do not provoke him. Fu Xiqing instructed in a low voice.
Fu Sanju nodded in agreement.
She exited the study and returned to her room. Upon seeing Fu Songyu enter, Xiao Jingyan immediately pulled her into the room and inquired, "Darling, did your parents agree to invest in our company?" Fu Songyu bit her lip, her emotions complex. They neither agreed nor refused. They said they would consider it. A flicker of coldness passed through Xiao Jingyan's eyes behind his glasses as he grasped Fu Songyu's hand tightly. "Why are your eyes so red?" "It's all my fault. If it weren't for the company's financial difficulties, you wouldn't have to come back to borrow money from your family. My dear, you've suffered. In the past." Fu Songyu would have felt heartache and touched by Xiao Jingyan's words. But at this moment, she felt anxious and disoriented. She was genuinely afraid that everything Wen Shuang said might be true. Fu Songyu glanced at the sleeping Xiao Anyu on the bed. Was that child truly not born of her? If she had given birth to a daughter, where could her daughter be? In a flash, a thought struck Fu Songyu, and her expression changed drastically. No, it couldn't be. She should not entertain such thoughts. Seeing Fu Songyu's pallor, Xiao Jingyan embraced her, leaning down to kiss the top of her head. "If your family still refuses to lend us money tomorrow, we will return to Ning City, no matter what it takes. I will ensure you live a good life and never have to suffer at your family's home again." Fu Songyu leaned against Xiao Jingyan, closing her eyes and remaining silent. In that moment, she just hoped Xiao Jingyan was not deceiving her. After Fu Songyu finished bathing, Xiao Jingyan brought her a glass of milk. "Darling, I've brought you some milk." Fu Songyu accepted the milk, glancing at the handsome and refined Xiao Jingyan, and softly said, "Honey, I left my phone on the living room sofa. Could you fetch it for me?" Xiao Jingyan nodded. "I've heated the milk. Drink it while it's warm."
All right.
Once Xiao Jingyan left, Fu Songyu immediately poured the milk down the sink, leaving just a bit to smear on the corner of her mouth. When Xiao Jingyan returned downstairs with Fu Songyu's phone, he noticed the milk residue at the corner of her lips and gently wiped it away with his long fingers. "Darling, you should get to bed early. I'm going to take a shower now." Fu Songyu lay on the bed, watching Xiao Jingyan's retreating figure as he walked toward the bathroom, feeling an inexplicable tightness in her chest. If she could hold out until midnight, she would be able to verify whether Wen Shuang's words were true. Fu Songyu closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. When Xiao Jingyan emerged from the shower, he glanced at the sleeping Fu Songyu on the bed, lay down beside her, and called out a few times, "Darling, darling." Fu Songyu did not respond. Xiao Jingyan moved to the side where Xiao Anyu was sleeping and kissed his forehead. After kissing Xiao Anyu, Xiao Jingyan sat on a single sofa, engrossed in sending messages on his phone. The room was dimly lit by a wall lamp, and Fu Songyu opened her eyes a crack to look in Xiao Jingyan's direction. He was engrossed in a conversation with someone, his features softened by a hint of tenderness and affection. She once thought that such expressions would only be revealed before her. Fu Songyu's heart felt a pang of bitterness. She truly wished Xiao Jingyan would not let her down. In the dead of night, Xiao Jingyan rose from the sofa, glanced at Fu Songyu, who had her eyes closed, and, confirming she was in deep slumber, quietly slipped away. The Fu family had all fallen asleep. The villa was exceptionally quiet. Xiao Jingyan opened the villa door and drove away. Almost the instant he departed, the other members of the Fu family began to awaken. Fu Xiqing had already arranged for someone to follow Xiao Jingyan. Whatever Xiao Jingyan was about to do and whom he would meet would be relayed to Fu Siqing through video feed. The Fu family gathered in the living room. As Wen Shuang was groggily waking, she heard someone calling her name and slowly opened her heavy eyelids. Seeing Fu Siqing, she furrowed her brow. Is there something? Fu Siqing looked at Wen Shuang, whose eyes were misty with sleep. Her gaze was soft and slightly dazed, with a few disheveled strands of hair falling across her cheeks. The collar of her nightgown was slightly open, revealing a small patch of fair skin, exuding an unconscious allure of lazy sensuality. Fu Siqing could hardly meet her gaze. Quickly averting his eyes, you mentioned earlier to keep an eye on Xiao Jingyan's movements. He left a few minutes ago. Wen Shuang replied with a soft "oh." He must be going out to meet his mistress. Fu Siqing's features were taut, emanating a sharp and cold demeanor. I've had someone follow him discreetly. They will send the video shortly. Wen Shuang's sleepiness vanished in an instant. Everyone possesses a curious heart, including her, a genius in metaphysics. She too wanted to witness the scene of Xiao Jingyan's infidelity firsthand. All right, I'll get up right away. Before Fu Siqing left, he reminded Wen Shuang. Your nightgown is a bit open. Wen Shuang immediately looked down. The collar of her garment slipped, revealing a small patch of immaculate skin. The delicate contours of her bosom tantalizingly visible. Wen Shuang promptly adjusted her collar upward. Surely, my disdainful husband does not think I am trying to entice him again? I am utterly disinterested in him at present. I hope he does not indulge in any narcissism. Fu Sihong touched the chiseled features of his face. In her presence, did he truly possess not an ounce of charm? Chapter 27. Heartbreak. Witnessing the scene of infidelity. Fu Songyu sat on the sofa, her hands tightly entwined. Her heart was in disarray. The results of the paternity test were infallible. Little Bao was indeed not her biological child. Had her daughter been switched by her mother-in-law? Did Xiao Jingyan know the truth? If he were unfaithful, it would imply he was aware of the reality. Fu Songyu bit down hard on her lip, unable to fathom the image of Xiao Jingyan with another woman. Such a thought was too cruel. For these past years, she had wholeheartedly trusted him, viewing him as her warmest refuge. She fervently hoped he would not let her down. Fu Sihong had dispatched someone to follow Xiao Jingyan, and the live footage was relayed directly to his phone. He connected the phone to the LCD display in the living room. Wen Shuang, clutching a cushion, settled on the sofa, her strikingly beautiful yet frosty visage betraying an expression of eager anticipation. Oh, how thrilling! The scandalous scene of infidelity is about to unfold. I doubt my sister-in-law ever imagined her husband's paramour would be someone so close to her.
Fu Sanju's delicate brows knitted tightly.
Her circle had diminished since marrying into Ningqing. She had devoted herself entirely to her family, devoid of friends or confidants. How could there possibly be a mistress among those she knew? After driving onto a secluded path, Xiao Jingyan halted the car. Shortly thereafter, a taxi approached, from which emerged a woman clad in a long dress, donning a hat and mask. She approached the passenger side and entered the vehicle, wrapped tightly. Her features were obscured in the video. However, once in the car, the woman boldly straddled Xiao Jingyan's lap. He removed her mask, and they engaged in a passionate kiss. The footage captured only the back of the woman's head and Xiao Jingyan's increasingly entranced gaze. Yet, such a sight was enough to chill Songyu to the bone. Her fingertips dug deep into her palms, nearly breaking the skin in her fury. Xiao Jingyan had truly betrayed her. Songyu's eyes were glued to the screen, her eyelids swelling, her nose tingling, and her jaw quivering uncontrollably. Her heart felt as though it were being pierced by a myriad of steel needles. Each breath exacerbated the pain. While her heart shattered, a fiery rage ignited within her chest. Perhaps the others in the Fu family had yet to discern the identity of the mistress. But she could recognize that silhouette with a mere glance. It was Xiao Yuyan, whom she had regarded as a sister. But she was Xiao Jingyan's sister. How could this be? A sharp pain throbbed at her temples, and she felt as though she had plunged into the coldest ice cellar. She had never envisioned that the object of Xiao Jingyan's infidelity would be Xiao Yuyan. The Fu family, witnessing Songyu's crumbling demeanor, simultaneously inquired, "Do you recognize the mistress?" Songyu bit down on her lip, finding it nearly impossible to articulate. Wen Shuang glanced at Songyu, letting out a faint sigh. Of course she recognized her. After all, she had treated that person like a real sister for years. What? The Fu family was stunned. The mistress involved with Xiao Jingyan was Xiao Yuyan? How could this be possible? Just as the family struggled to comprehend, they heard Wen Shuang's internal monologue. In truth, Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan are not actually siblings. They grew up in the same village. Xiao Yuyan's mother was also involved in the flesh trade and died of severe bleeding after giving birth, leaving Xiao Yuyan to be raised by her grandmother. Xiao Yuyan and Xiao Jingyan were childhood sweethearts. After her grandmother passed when she was in middle school, Xiao Jingyan, feeling pity for her, would occasionally invite her to his home for meals. They became each other's salvation after Xiao Yuyan dropped out of school. She worked to support Xiao Jingyan, and upon his coming of age, they developed an intimate relationship. Originally, they had planned to marry after Xiao Jingyan graduated, but he met Songyu in college. He wished to escape poverty and elevate his status, so he schemed to approach Songyu. After the fallout between Songyu and Zhou Jingma, he seized the opportunity. Alas, if Songyu knew that the misunderstandings resulting from her quarrel with Zhou Jingma were orchestrated by Xiao Jingyan, would she regret it? What? The Fu family was once again taken aback. The fallout between Songyu and Zhou Jingma had led to their estrangement, and Xiao Jingyan's machinations were behind it all. Their expressions darkened, their hatred for Xiao Jingyan intensifying. Songyu's mind was in turmoil, her breathing labored. She lifted her tear-streaked eyes to the screen. Although the footage was blurry, it unmistakably depicted Xiao Jingyan and the woman in an intimate embrace. The car began to shake. They were indeed engaged in. Scoundrels, devoid of shame. Songyu felt her heart splintering. The trust she had once placed in Xiao Jingyan was now eclipsed by visceral hatred. For all these years, he had been carrying on an affair with Xiao Yuyan right under her nose, and she had never suspected a thing. She had been utterly foolish. Songyu wiped her tears away and suddenly knelt before Wen Shuang. Sister-in-law, I am sorry for my previous disrespect. I was so naive. Wen Shuang was taken aback by Songyu's unexpected gesture and quickly helped her up. It is not too late for you to see your husband's true colors. After all, it hasn't he reached the point of murder for insurance money yet. Previously, when Wen Shuang had mentioned that Xiao Jingyan would take her abroad to witness the underwater stars only to murder her for insurance, Songyu had scoffed at the notion. But now, she felt that Wen Shuang was a beacon of clarity in her tumultuous heart. Sister-in-law, can you help me divine whether my daughter is still alive? Where is she, and who is it that switched her? Songyu's eyes were red-rimmed, her body trembling.
Fu dad, fu mom, fu siang.
And Fu Xingzhou's gazes all turned to Wen Shuang, anxious about the true fate of their granddaughter. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together. Tell me her birth details. Songyu swiftly relayed the time of her delivery. Wen Shuang raised her finger to calculate. Your mother-in-law favors sons over daughters. The year Xiao Yuyan was simultaneously pregnant with your husband's child, she gave birth to a son while you had a daughter. Your mother-in-law, not wanting your husband to support 2 children, swapped your baby with Xiao Yuyan's. Songyu's pupils dilated in shock, nearly causing her to faint. Daughter-in-law, is my little you still alive?
Fu mom asked urgently.
Wen Shuang furrowed her brow. Your daughter. Chapter 28. She decided to get a divorce. Upon observing Wen Shuang's somewhat grave expression, the hearts of the Fu family members surged into their throats. The daughter that Sangyu had fought so hard to bring into the world, surely she had not already departed from this realm? If that were the case, it would be unbearably tragic. Wen Shuang pinched her fingers together, her dark brows knitting even tighter. She was still alive, but for the time being, I could not ascertain her exact whereabouts. Alas, I wonder if it's because I exhausted too much spiritual energy today while opening my third eye. But my temples throb like needles. Fu Sihong, upon sensing Wen Shuang's inner turmoil, immediately approached her. As Wen Shuang saw Fu Sihong lean down toward her, before she could comprehend his intentions, he extended his long arms and lifted her effortlessly. My husband, you. What is happening? Why is he suddenly embracing me? Fu Sihong gazed at Wen Shuang, his dark, elongated eyes resembling an unfathomable midnight sea. It's late. I shall carry you back to your room to rest. His voice, deep and magnetic, caused his Adam's apple to bob slightly as he spoke. Wen Shuang blinked in confusion. Isn't my grumpy husband supposed to detest me? Why is he suddenly holding me? Could he be deliberately testing me, gauging whether I covet his body? In truth, he needn't worry. Even if I were to desire a dog, I would never yearn for him. Once our fates are severed a year from now, I shall seek out younger, more handsome suitors. Fu Sihong's arms around Wen Shuang tightened slightly. Logically, he should feel indifferent toward her. Yet the thought of her seeking other men in a year stirred an inexplicable displeasure within him. Did she truly perceive him as so unremarkable? Wen Shuang's gaze fell upon the muscular arm that encircled her, the definition of his biceps accentuated by exertion, exuding a potent sense of masculinity. Unable to restrain herself, she playfully poked it with her finger. So firm. Downstairs, the Fu family members were left bewildered. What is so firm? Unfortunately, they remained oblivious to the scene unfolding above. Once they reached the second floor, Fu Sihong swiftly entered Wen Shuang's room and gently placed her on the soft couch. Just as he was about to rise, he suddenly felt a tug at his collar, followed by a soft gasp from Wen Shuang. Fu Sihong instinctively lowered his head to investigate. Simultaneously, Wen Shuang, trying to avoid her scalp being yanked, slightly lifted her head. Their noses inadvertently collided. As their gazes locked, emotions flickered within their eyes. Wen Shuang's long lashes fluttered. Oh no, my hair has gotten caught on his button. He can't possibly think I'm trying to ensnare him. Can he? I wouldn't even dream of ensnaring him. It was the original owner who wished to share a bed with him. I harbor no such intentions. He mustn't misunderstand. Fu Sihong's handsome features tightened. After pressing his lips together, he spoke softly. Wen Shuang, please remain still. I shall untangle your hair. Wen Shuang responded with a soft "oh." Fu Sihong leaned down, his handsome face mere inches from hers, his warm breath gently caressing her cheeks. He reached out, delicately parting the strands of hair ensnared on the button. The proximity was overwhelming, leaving Wen Shuang at a loss for where to direct her gaze. She fixated on his chiseled visage. As he lowered his eyelids, his long, dark lashes framed his striking eyes, his nose proud and elevated, and his thin lips irresistibly alluring. Wen Shuang felt that any slight tilt of her head could bring their lips into contact. The room was enveloped in silence, with only their breaths and heartbeats reverberating in the air. Fortunately, I have no feelings for him. Otherwise, this close proximity would be utterly disarming. My husband, do you have a woman you hold dear? Wen Shuang's sudden inquiry left Fu Sihong momentarily stunned. He untangled the hair ensnared on his button, narrowing his eyes as he regarded her. What did she mean? From your appearance, it seems you have encountered some romantic fortune recently. If you have affections for someone, I would not mind you pursuing them outside. He merely untangled my hair and is reacting as though it means something. However, he is a normal man, and such needs are only natural. Yet, it is impossible for me to engage in a conventional marital relationship with him, given our lack of emotional connection and mutual disdain. Fu Sihong was taken aback that Wen Shuang had discerned his thoughts. A metaphysical prodigy from 1,000 years past should not be so perceptive. Her eyes should not wander aimlessly, should they? You should sleep early.
Fu Xiang,
feeling a wave of awkwardness, nearly fled the scene. Back in his bedroom, Fu Sihong hastily took a cold shower. Reflecting on his embarrassing moment before Wen Shuang, he struck his fist against the tiled wall in frustration. Damn it, it was merely a matter of untangling hair. How did it escalate to this? Emerging from the shower clad in a bathrobe, Fu Xingzhou knocked and entered. Brother, did you react in front of my sister-in-law? Fu Sihong's sculpted features tightened as he kicked Fu Xingzhou playfully in the rear. If you can't speak properly, then hold your tongue. Fu Xingzhou, detecting his brother's discomfort, chuckled. It's only natural. Ever since my sister-in-law changed, she has become truly captivating. Were she not my sister-in-law, I might even find myself drawn to her. Before he could finish, Fu Sihong kicked him again. Fu Xingzhou whimpered, Brother, please stop kicking me. I was merely making an observation. I truly have no intentions toward my sister-in-law.
Fu Xiang snorted.
You, who are utterly infatuated with a female ghost, wouldn't stand a chance even if you did. Fu Xingzhou, feeling the sting of truth. Mother and father wish to see you. They are discussing matters concerning second sister. Fu Sihong and Fu Xingzhou returned to the living room. Sang Yu wiped away her tears and, having accepted the harsh reality, addressed the Fu family members. I have decided to divorce Xiao Jingyan. However, to part ways so easily would be too lenient. She had no idea where her daughter had been sold off to by Zhao's mother, and for these years, she had been deceived by the Xiao family. Her heart was steeped in bitterness. Fu Sihong perceived Sang Yu's inner turmoil and lowered his voice to unveil his plan. The Xiao family's mistreatment of Sang Yu warranted proper retribution. Endure for a few days. I shall investigate the matter of our niece being switched at birth. On the day of Xiao Jingyan's mother's birthday banquet, we will expose everything. Sang Yu nodded, her eyes red-rimmed.
Fuma, observing Sang Yu's tear-stained visage,
enveloped her in a comforting embrace. My dear, I know your heart aches, but as your sister-in-law mentioned, recognizing Xiao Jingyan's true nature sooner rather than later is indeed a blessing. There is still time. Mother, it was my mistake. I should not have disregarded your and father's words all those years ago and insisted on marrying Xiao Jingyan. Fu Ma gently patted Sang Yu's back, thus When it comes to marriage, a girl should seek not merely someone who treats her well, but rather someone who possesses inherent goodness. Chapter 29. He thinks she is filthy. After taking a shower, Sangyu lay upon her bed. Her brother had advised her to remain discreet for the time being, forcing her to suppress her emotions. She gazed at Xiao Anyu, who was fast asleep beside her for a few moments. Recollecting how Xiao Jingyan had named Xiao Anyu, he had explained that an an phonetically signifies love you, and Yu closely resembles her own name, Yui. Xiao Anyu represented Xiao Jingyan's love for Fu Sangyu, the embodiment of their romance. At that moment, she felt touched yet found him particularly romantic. Reflecting on it now, the character Yu in Xiao Anyu's name should indeed correspond to the Yu in Xiao Yuyan's name. The person he has loved, from the very beginning to the present, has always been Xiao Yuyan. Until tonight, she had never doubted the nature of the relationship between Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan. She still recalls the first time she followed Xiao Jingyan back to the Xiao family. Xiao Yuyan warmly and thoughtfully prepared her bed and meals, even sharing with her various preferences of Xiao Jingyan. At that moment, she merely thought of Xiao Yuyan as a genuinely kind younger sister. They even shared the same bed that night, and when she inquired about the type of boy Xiao Yuyan liked, Xiao Yuyan remained silent, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. When she asked what was wrong, Xiao Yuyan revealed that she was reminded of her ex-boyfriend. At that time, she naively comforted Xiao Yuyan, who embraced her and said that as long as she and her brother were happy, she would be content with anything. She had believed that Xiao Yuyan sincerely wished her and Xiao Jingyan well. After their marriage, she would occasionally find Xiao Yuyan's earrings and hair in their bed, to which Xiao Yuyan would explain that they must have fallen out while changing the sheets for her and Xiao Jingyan. She had never entertained any sordid thoughts about it. Xiao's mother was sharp-tongued and bitter. After marrying into the Xiao family, she was criticized for wasting water while washing, for wasting money while eating fruit, and for wasting electricity while using the air conditioner. Each time, it was Xiao Yuyan who intervened to mediate. In gratitude for Xiao Yuyan's conciliatory efforts, she lavishly gifted her expensive brand-name jewelry and bags. In retrospect, she truly feels like a complete fool. When Xiao Jingyan returned, it was already 2 a.m. After showering, he lay down beside Songyu. The scent of him made her stomach churn violently. Years ago, after finishing her college entrance examination, her mother introduced her to Zhou Jingma. Zhou Jingma was handsome and composed, and after getting to know him, Songyu developed a fondness for him. As the first semester of her freshman year was nearing its end, Songyu, certain of her feelings for Zhou Jingma, wrote him a letter, asking him to meet her at the park if he felt the same. However, that day, she waited in the park for an entire day and night, but he never came. Aware that he had indirectly rejected her confession, she still did not give up hope and sought him out at his classroom. What did she find? She saw him with another girl in his arms, coldly stating that he had never had feelings for her and advising her not to seek him out again. At that moment, her heart turned to ashes. Following that incident, she fell out with Zhou Jingma, and shortly after, he transferred abroad. They never saw each other again. After her fallout with Zhou Jingma, Xiao Jingyan began to frequently appear in her life. He showed her warmth and concern, delivering breakfast every morning, buying her sanitary pads and hot water bottles during her menstrual period, reserving her seat in class, and playfully teasing her to lift her spirits when she was down. Due to the hurt Zhou Jingma caused her, she resolved not to seek another wealthy gentleman. She thought that Xiao Jingyan, coming from a rural background, would be different from Zhou Jingma and worthy of her lifelong trust. In the end, however, he proved to be even less than Zhou Jingma. Songyu's heart felt as though it were suffocating. Scalding tears fell uncontrollably, one after another. With Xiao Jingyan sleeping beside her, she could not cry out loud. Instead, she clenched her fists and pressed them against her mouth, shedding silent tears. The following day, after confirming that the Fu family would not attend his mother's birthday banquet and would not invest in his company, Xiao Jingyan decided to take Songyu and Xiao Anyu away from the Fu family. Songyu had no intention of leaving with Xiao Jingyan. She feigned illness, claiming she felt unwell and would return only on the day of her mother-in-law's birthday banquet. Xiao Jingyan felt displeased internally, but in front of the Xiao family, he refrained from voicing his frustrations about Songyu. "Darling, it's perfectly fine for you to stay at your family home a few more days. Take care of your health. And you must come back for Mom's birthday banquet. Our family needs to take a family photo, and you cannot be absent." If it were in the past, such words from Xiao Jingyan would have made Songyu feel cherished and loved. At this moment, however, she realized that this was his subtle form of emotional manipulation.
Song Yu nodded. All right.
Shortly after Xiao Jingyan left, she received a video call from Xiao Yuyan. Song Yu, I heard from my brother that you're unwell. What's bothering you? Xiao Yuyan's face radiated concern for Song Yu. Recalling the scene from last night where Xiao Yuyan sat on Xiao Jingyan's lap and initiated a kiss. Nausea surged in her stomach again. How could there be such shameless individuals in this world?
Em fine.
Xiao Yuyan, oblivious to Song Yu's discomfort, cheerfully said, Song Yu, you must get better soon. You can't miss Mom's birthday banquet. I understand. After ending the video call, Song Yu rushed to the bathroom and expelled everything she had eaten yesterday. Hearing Song Yu's retching, Fu Ma hurried over to ask, Yu, are you pregnant again? After rinsing her mouth, Song Yu shook her head. Mom, there's something I've been hiding from you. I bled heavily during childbirth and have not been well since. Xiao Jingyan and I rarely share a bed. For years, I have felt guilty, believing I cannot provide him with a normal marital life I truly never expected. Fu Ma embraced Song Yu, her heart aching. You silly child, why do you keep everything bottled up inside? Xiao Jingyan has Xiao Yuyan by his side. Naturally, he won't come near you. Yet you still feel guilty towards him. You are so foolish. Wen Shuang happened to get up and passed by Song Yu's room. The conversation between Fu Ma and Song Yu reached her ears, and she muttered to herself, of course, Xiao Jingyan wouldn't touch Song Yu. He finds her filthy. Fu Ma and Song Yu exchanged glances, both displaying disbelief, particularly Song Yu. Years ago, when she drunkenly became intimate with Xiao Jingyan, it was her first time. Aside from him, she had never been with another man. What right did he have to deem her unworthy? Just as Song Yu was filled with anger and confusion, she heard Wen Shuang's inner thoughts again. After all, Xiao Jingyan clearly knows that Song Yu's first time was not with him. Song Yu's eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless. Chapter 30. The hardest mouth in all the world. After driving out of the Fu family, Xiao Jingyan went to the hotel to pick up Xiao Yuyan. As soon as Xiao Yuyan got into the car, Xiao Anyu leaped into her arms, pouting with a grievance. Mom, you don't know. The Fu family bullies me. Xiao Yuyan ruffled Xiao Anyu's hair. Little treasure, don't call me mom. But you are my real mom. That useless woman, Fu Songyu, isn't here. Don't worry. Mom, I'm very clever. I've never revealed anything in front of Fu Songyu. Gazing at her chubby son, Xiao Yuyan's eyes filled with tenderness and heartache. Soon, Dad and Mom will be able to live openly with you. By the way, what grievances did you suffer at the Fu family? Xiao Anyu pointed to his bottom. Fu Songyu's wicked sister-in-law kicked me. My bottom is almost split in two. Xiao Yuyan hugged Xiao Anyu tightly, her tears welling as she looked at the driving Xiao Jingyan. Brother, the Fu family looks down on us. Even such a small child as Little Treasure is not liked. You must not let Fu Songyu take him back to the Fu family anymore. Xiao Jingyan's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, his eyes beneath the lenses flashing a cold glint. One day, he will make the Fu family regret it. After Xiao Anyu fell asleep in Xiao Yuyan's embrace, she could not help but inquire about Xiao Jingyan's situation at the Fu family. Has the Fu family agreed to invest in you? With a somber expression, Xiao Jingyan replied, No. What shall we do then? Xiao Jingyan pressed his lips together, remaining silent. Xiao Yuyan was increasingly reluctant to continue this covert operation. She did not want her son to call Fu Songyu mother any longer. She eagerly wished for their family to relocate abroad and start anew. Little Bao had suffered at the hands of the Fu family, and it was indeed Fu Songyu's incompetence that failed to protect her. This matter she could not simply let go. Xiao Jingyan glanced at Xiao Yuyan through the rearview mirror and asked, What do you plan to do? Did young master Zhao not say that if we can send Fu Songyu to his bed, he would invest in us? Since Fu's family won't attend mother's birthday banquet, we can orchestrate a scenario where Fu Songyu ends up with young master Zhao, leading to her disgrace. Then, you can use the excuse of taking her abroad to recover, which would also facilitate the execution of your other plans. Xiao Jingyan found Xiao Yuyan's reasoning compelling. If Fu Songyu were to share a bed with another man, her spirits would undoubtedly plummet. He could concoct a reason to take her to the seaside for a respite, and if she were to drown, it could be easily attributed to her despondency, suggesting she had taken her own life. A chilling smile curled at the corners of Xiao Jingyan's lips. Let us proceed as you suggest. Upon discovering Xiao Jingyan's true intentions, the Fu family would naturally prevent Fu Songyu from attending Xiao Mu's birthday banquet alone. The night before the birthday celebration, the Fu family arrived in Ningqing together, accompanied by Wen Shuang. Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan are truly malicious. Their scheme to defame my sister-in-law for a hefty insurance payout is despicable. The Fu family exclaimed. A plan of disgrace? What exactly is it? Can you please clarify all at once?
Fu Xingzu, exhibiting impatience,
Was eager to shake Wen Shuang by the shoulders until she divulged everything. I will speak to my husband privately later and remind him to caution Song Yu regarding the drinks at tomorrow's banquet, she added. Fu Mu pulled Fu Xiqing into a secluded corner, gesturing towards his unsmiling visage. No wonder your wife constantly grumbles that you have a sour face. Take a good look in the mirror. Maintaining that stern demeanor, how could you possibly win her affection? Fu Xiqing retorted. He has always been like this. I never heard mother say anything before. Could you not muster a smile? How could you expect to charm your wife in such a state? Fu Xiqing twitched his lips. Mother, I have no interest in Wen Shuang. It's better that she doesn't like me. Fu Mu scoffed, clearly skeptical of Fu Xiqing's words. If he had no interest in Wen Shuang, why did he repeatedly rush home after work? She had seen him gazing at Wen Shuang with an infatuated expression. You stubborn boy, your mouth is the only thing that's hard. If you continue to be so insincere, be wary of a future filled with heartbreak in your pursuit of love. Fu Xiqing felt speechless. Mother, stop watching those overdramatic romance shows. Fu Mu waved her hand dismissively. What of it? You shouldn't divert the topic. Make sure to show your wife more smiles. Moreover, prepare adequately for Xiao Jingyan's mother's birthday banquet tomorrow to ensure your sister doesn't suffer any harm. A fierce glint flickered in Fu Xiqing's deep, dark eyes. Rest assured, I will handle it. The birthday banquet for Xiao Mu was held at a 5-star hotel in Ningqing. Leaning against her son, Xiao Mu rolled over, adorned in opulent attire that exuded a nouveau riche aura. Jingyan, why hasn't Fu Songyu arrived yet? Internally, Xiao Mu looked down on Fu Songyu. What did it matter if she was the daughter of a wealthy family? She was merely married into the Xiao family to serve. Just as Xiao Jingyan was about to call Fu Songyu, a series of clicking high heels echoed, and as the elevator doors opened, a slender figure emerged. The woman, clad in a long gown of silver satin, shimmered with a soft luster, resembling a constellation of tiny diamonds glimmering with each step. The fitted fabric accentuated her graceful silhouette, her waist delicate enough to be clasped with a single hand. Her long hair was elegantly styled into an updo, with a few wisps framing her cheeks. Her makeup artfully enhancing her features, adorned with matching delicate diamonds that radiated the elegance and poise of a refined lady. Xiao Mu and Xiao Jingyan were momentarily taken aback. It took several seconds for them to realize that the approaching woman was Fu Songyu. Jingyan, what is the meaning of this? Is she trying to steal my spotlight with that attire? Xiao Mu glared disapprovingly at Fu Songyu. A complex emotion flickered in Xiao Jingyan's eyes. He, too, was not fond of Fu Songyu's ostentatious appearance, as it made him feel inferior in her presence. Nevertheless, tonight, he intended to deliver her to young Master Zhao's bed. Her beauty would surely please Zhao, leading to greater investment from him. As Fu Songyu approached, Xiao Mu unceremoniously remarked, "What good is looking pretty if you're disregarded by your own family? Not even showing respect for your mother-in-law's 50th birthday banquet. I truly wonder what use you are." Xiao Jingyan stepped forward, wrapping his arm around Fu Songyu's shoulders. "Dear, do not mind my mother. She simply lacks a way with words. In truth, she feels for you not receiving the recognition from your family. From now on, you shall be the princess of the Xiao family." The instant Xiao Jingyan's hand encircled Fu Songyu's shoulders, a wave of nausea washed over her. Chapter 31. Explosive. A spectacular scene. Fu Songyu discreetly pushed Xiao Jingyan's hand away. "I apologize for my tardiness." Sensing her chilliness, Xiao Jingyan assumed she was upset about her family matters. "My dear, let go of the unhappy thoughts from your family. From now on, your husband will love you well." Had Fu Songyu not seen through Xiao Jingyan's true colors, she would have been touched by his words. At that moment, she only perceived him as the most hypocritical and ruthless man in existence. "The birthday banquet is about to commence. Let us head inside." Xiao Yuyan observed Fu Songyu's glamorous appearance, jealousy flashing in her eyes. "Young Master Zhao, look at Sister Songyu. She looks truly beautiful today." Young Master Zhao was a notorious scion in Ningqing, notorious for his penchant for married women. He stroked his chin, a lewd grin spreading across his face. "Indeed, she is quite beautiful, primarily due to her elegant demeanor." Young Master Zhao was already envisioning the moment he would pin Fu Songyu beneath him. As Xiao Yuyan caught sight of Zhao's gaze, a smug smile curved her lips. Midway through the birthday banquet, Xiao Yuyan instructed a prearranged server to deliver a drink to Fu Songyu. "Sister Songyu, let us toast to Mother." Xiao Yuyan suggested sweetly as she settled beside Fu Songyu.
Fu Sanju nodded. All right.
The two stood and approached Xiao Mu to raise their glasses. Xiao Yuyan discreetly observed Fu Songyu from the corner of her eye, noticing her downing the contents of her glass in one go. The naivete of wealthy young women truly made them easy to deceive. After Fu Songyu returned to her seat, she soon supported her head with her hand, looking rather unwell. Sister Songyu, what is wrong? Xiao Yuyan inquired with feigned concern. Fu Songyu's gaze was clouded, her breath somewhat unsteady as she spoke. Yuyan, I'm feeling a bit unwell. Could you assist me to the lounge? Of course. Xiao Yuyan immediately rose. Helping Fu Songyu up from her chair, she guided her to one of the lounges. Upon seeing Fu Songyu's flushed face as she lay on the bed, a smirk of triumph crept onto her lips. Fu Songyu, don't blame me for being ruthless. Allowing you to be Xiao Jingyan's wife for 5 years is already a significant act of mercy. From now on, I shall embrace a blissful life with Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Anyu as a family of 3. Following Xiao Yuyan's instructions, the waiter promptly approached Mrs. Xiao in the banquet hall, stating, Madam Xiao, I just saw your daughter-in-law and a man entering the lounge in an intimate manner. Mrs. Xiao was well aware of the scheme devised by Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan to tarnish Fu Songyu's reputation. To ensure that more guests in the banquet hall were aware, she raised her voice intentionally, exclaiming, What? My daughter-in-law is in a rendezvous with a man? All the guests turned their gazes toward Mrs. Xiao. The idea of a daughter-in-law engaging with another man during her mother-in-law's birthday celebration was indeed scandalous. Those familiar with Mrs. Xiao knew that her daughter-in-law hailed from the esteemed Fu family in Yeqing, renowned for their wealth. However, it was apparent that the Fu family had not sent anyone to the birthday celebration today, implying their disdain for the Xiao family. Mrs. Xiao, feeling pitiful as the guests cast sympathetic glances in her direction, protested, I refuse to believe my daughter-in-law would commit such an act. You must have seen wrong. The waiter shook his head. Madam Xiao, I did not missee. If you do not believe me, I can take you to see for yourself. Very well, lead me there. Mrs. Xiao, accompanied by numerous guests eager for gossip, marched toward the lounge. Mrs. Xiao had long harbored disdain for Fu Songyu, knowing that the Fu family looked down upon her past as a woman of ill repute. But so what? She had raised her son through her own efforts. The daughters of the Fu family would eventually have to marry into the Xiao family. If the public witnessed the scandalous side of the Fu family's daughter, what face would they have left? The more she thought about it, the more exhilarated she became. Soon, the group reached the door of the lounge. The door was not locked. Mrs. Xiao grasped the doorknob and gently twisted it, creating a small opening. The curtains in the lounge were drawn tightly, shrouding the interior in darkness, but faintly illuminated by the corridor's light. 2 intimately entwined figures could be discerned on the bed. Muffled sounds emanated from within. The guests gasped in shock. Goodness, Mrs. Zhao's daughter-in-law truly is having an affair. How could such a seemingly virtuous lady be so debauched? One can never judge a book by its cover. She may appear pure, but her heart is anything but. Seeing the guests lay their accusations on Fu Songyu, Mrs. Xiao couldn't help but smirk, barely suppressing her laughter. Containing her excitement and fervor, she feigned a shocked and indignant demeanor, abruptly pushing the door open and flipping on the light. Fu Songyu, as a woman of noble lineage, how can you be so shameless? What sort of upbringing did your Fu family provide you? After marrying into our Xiao family, you want for nothing. Yet you betray my son with another man on my 50th birthday. My son is an outstanding student at Yeqing University, while you barely completed your studies. Your marriage to him is a stroke of luck for you. Do you not fear retribution for your actions? I once believed you to be a refined lady, but you are nothing more than a shameless harlot. Mrs. Zhao's tirade grew increasingly fervent as she unleashed years of resentment toward the Fu family. She was eager to see how the Fu family would maintain their dignity thereafter. As she continued to berate Fu Songyu, she approached the bed, intent on exposing the disgraceful scene to the onlookers. Reaching the bed, she suddenly threw back the covers. You shameless hussy, let me see which man you are seducing. But before she could finish her sentence, she was struck dumb by the sight before her. The couple on the bed, lost in a haze of passion, gradually came to their senses. Upon seeing Mrs. Xiao, wide-eyed and gaping at the bedside, and the crowd of guests blocking the doorway, the woman was the first to react, letting out a piercing scream.
Ah!
Her eyelashes fluttered violently as she lifted her gaze to the man above her, her pupils nearly trembling. Simultaneously, the man comprehended the situation, his face draining of color. How could this happen? Isn't that Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan? How could they be? Oh heavens! It was not Fu Songyu who was unfaithful, but Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan. My worldview is shattering. I came to the birthday banquet and never imagined witnessing such a scandalous scene. Xiao Yuyan was utterly bewildered, not understanding how she found herself in this predicament. Isn't Jingyan in the banquet hall? How? Chapter 32. The Slap of Reality. The Punishment of the Scoundrel and the Wanton Woman. Xiao Jingyan was equally perplexed about his presence here. He had merely stepped away to use the restroom, and while washing his hands, a tall man in black had covered his mouth and nose. Subsequently, his consciousness had become hazy, and he felt an overwhelming heat. Although he and Xiao Yuyan had previously engaged in intimate relations, they had always maintained a secretive affair. Now, caught in bed with her, surrounded by guests, he was left speechless. He hastily pulled the covers over them, attempting to distance himself from Xiao Yuyan. However, he found himself unable to move away. Xiao Yuyan's pallid face contorted in pain as they remained locked together, the sudden intrusion causing a severe reaction. They were utterly unable to separate. This is a disaster. Xiao Yuyan covered her face with her hands, tears streaming through her fingers. Xiao Jingyan felt increasingly unsettled by her tears. With such a scandal exposed, if Songyu were to find out, she would undoubtedly never forgive him. But wait, wasn't he the original target of the scandal supposed to be Songyu and young Master Zhao? How did it end up being him and Xiao Yuyan? Before Xiao Jingyan could ponder further, Fu Songyu's voice rang out. What is happening? Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan are having an affair? Fu Songyu squeezed through the door, and upon seeing Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan in bed, she let out a sharp scream. Husband, how could you be with Yuyan? How could you do this? She sobbed, breathless. Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong stood outside with the curious guests, and upon hearing Fu Songyu's heart-wrenching cries, Wen Shuang recognized her intent, stifling a laugh. Who would have thought? My sister-in-law has quite the talent for theatrics. While Fu Songyu was genuinely heartbroken, she had gradually adjusted over the past few days.
Now,
her sole desire was for the scoundrel and the wanton woman to face their comeuppance.
seeing Fu Sanju approaching,
Xiao Jingyan felt an even greater urge to separate from Xiao Yuyan. Yet, with every movement, Xiao Yuyan cried out in distress. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he pleaded, Wife, let me explain. Fu Songyu stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap to Xiao Jingyan's face, leaving him momentarily stunned. Fu Songyu, how dare you strike my son? Recovering from her shock, Mrs. Xiao raised her hand to retaliate against Fu Songyu, but in the next instant, Fu Songyu had grasped her wrist firmly. In the past, Fu Songyu held a deep respect for Xiao Mu, the mother of Xiao Jingyan. Regardless of how she was tormented, she never retaliated. However, at this moment, she had resolved to no longer endure the torment. Fu Songyu swiftly retaliated, striking Xiao Mu across the face. Xiao Mu's eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Fu Songyu. You wretched girl, how dare you hit me? Fu Songyu's gaze was frosty and piercing as she replied. Who is truly the wretched one? It is your family. Everyone has eyes. Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan are entangled in an affair, and you still have the audacity to strike me? The onlookers displayed expressions of disdain. Trembling, Xiao Mu pointed a finger at Fu Songyu. You scheming harlot. You orchestrated this affair between Jingyan and Yuyan. You will meet a most unfortunate end. But it was you who has committed countless sins, destined for a miserable fate. A deep, chilling voice interrupted. The guests parted to make way, revealing Fu Sihong and Wen Shuang entering the scene. Fu Sihong's expression was as cold as ice. His gaze sharp as he positioned his towering figure protectively behind Fu Songyu. Seeing her elder brother shielding her like a mountain, tears of warmth welled in Fu Songyu's eyes. She had been so foolish in the past, severing ties with her family for an unworthy man. It was only when she faced adversity that she realized her family would always be there to support and protect her. Wen Shuang, noticing Fu Songyu's tear-streaked face, retrieved a tissue from her bag to wipe away her tears. Fu Songyu, her lips trembling, looked at Wen Shuang with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law. Wen Shuang gently patted Fu Songyu's shoulder, assuring her, your brother will take care of everything. Clad in a tailored three-piece suit, Fu Sihong's imposing stature and chiseled features exuded an innate authority and sternness. His piercing black eyes fixed coldly upon Xiao Mu. Your family deceived my sister into marriage, sold her daughter, and swapped her with the son born to Xiao Yuyan, all while condoning the affair under my sister's very nose. How dare you strike my sister? At this revelation, gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Good heavens. This was explosive news. Xiao Mu and the entangled Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan were left in shock. Did the Fu family uncover Xiao Anyu's true identity? Xiao Mu attempted to argue, but before the formidable presence of Fu Sihong, her legs weakened involuntarily. Was Fu Songyu not favored by the Fu family? Why were they present at her birthday banquet? Songyu, there must be a misunderstanding. Jingyan and Yuyan were set up tonight. Please don't. Fu Sihong interrupted her with a sharp clap of his hands. A woman in her 30s entered from the lounge, her pallid complexion betraying her fear as she addressed Fu Sihong, Mr. Fu. Upon seeing the woman, Xiao Mu collapsed to the ground. This woman was the only female doctor from Xiao Village working at the Ning City Hospital. Years ago, Xiao Mu had paid her a substantial sum to silence her regarding the swap of the two children. Who did you sell my sister's biological daughter to?
Fusanjo demanded.
The doctor, her face ashen, replied, She was sold to a woman. Upon hearing this, Fu Songyu, engulfed in fury, lunged forward, seizing Xiao Mu by the hair and delivering a resounding slap. Return my daughter. Xiao Mu felt as if her scalp were about to be torn off. I did nothing. You are wronging me. The doctor, witnessing the scene, produced her phone and played a recording. This is my conversation with that woman. I secretly recorded it. Xiao Mu's expression turned to one of despair. Fu Sihong had already dialed the police, and soon they arrived to take both Xiao Mu and the doctor into custody. Xiao Jingyan and Xiao Yuyan, unable to separate due to their condition, were carried to the hospital. As they left the five-star hotel, a swarm of reporters emerged, and it was unclear who had pulled back the covers, capturing the scandalous scene. Upon arrival at the hospital, despite their separation, Xiao Jingyan was already incapacitated. Attempting to explain himself to Fu Songyu over the phone, he was met with her demand for divorce. Fearing retaliation from the Fu family post-divorce, he initially intended to delay the proceedings, but the Fu family swiftly engaged the most formidable lawyer in Yecheng to handle the case. Forced into divorce, and amidst the scandals involving Xiao Yuyan and Xiao Mu, his company's reputation was utterly destroyed. Clients introduced by Fu Sihong withdrew upon learning of his divorce from Fu Songyu, leading to the rapid bankruptcy of his company. Furthermore, he incurred massive debts, necessitating the sale of his overseas properties to settle them. Yet, this still left a gaping hole in his finances, with both he and Xiao Yuyan facing daily pressures and distress from debt collectors. In his desperation, Xiao Jingyan concocted a frenzied scheme.
Chapter 33, à surprise.
Finding the daughter. After narrowly escaping death, Fu Songyu felt a surge of golden energy infusing her being. It seemed that by rescuing the Fu family's fated misfortune, she not only prolonged her own life but also accumulated merit and spiritual energy. In gratitude, Fu Songyu intended to transfer all the money she received from Xiao Jingyan to Wen Shuang, but was met with refusal. Wen Shuang only accepted her due fortune for divination services. Fu Songyu, anxious, sought out Fu Xingzhou last time. Sister-in-law helped you. What did you give her? I want to give her all the money I have, but she won't accept. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Xingzhou suggested, why not gift her a designer bag and some cosmetics? Fu Songyu nodded in agreement, then sighed. Xingzhou, how did sister-in-law come to read fortunes? Didn't you say she was quite difficult before? In my time with her, I found her to be incredibly kind. Fu Xingzhou replied, I've heard sister-in-law's true intentions. She seems like a metaphysical genius from 1,000 years ago. Fu Songyu's eyes widened in surprise. So, sister-in-law has undergone a transformation?
Fu Xingzhou affirmed, indeed.
If it weren't for the current sister-in-law, you and I would probably have long met our demise. Reflecting on her previous ignorance and disrespect towards Wen Shuang, Fu Songyu felt a profound sense of shame. If sister-in-law truly was a metaphysical genius from a millennium ago, she would undoubtedly feel alienated and lonely in this world. Henceforth, they must respect and cherish her. If their elder brother mistreated her, they would surely stand by her side, Fu Songyu vowed earnestly. Fu Xingzhou had entirely become Wen Shuang's most ardent supporter, nodding firmly, that is a given. After conversing with Fu Xingzhou, Fu Songyu took Wen Shuang to the mall to shop. Sister-in-law, choose any bag you like, and I will cover the cost. Please do not refuse again. Seeing Fu Songyu's eyes brimming with tears, almost on the verge of crying, Wen Shuang reluctantly selected a crossbody bag. After choosing the bag, Fu Songyu then led Wen Shuang to purchase cosmetics and clothing. Just as they were about to enter a flagship store, Fu Songyu's leg was suddenly bumped into by someone. Looking down, she saw a little girl in a princess dress, her delicate features resembling a finely sculpted figure. Pretty auntie, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. The little girl looked up with eyes like black grapes, her long, fan-like lashes fluttering adorably. Fu Songyu had yet to locate her daughter, but her elder brother had already begun to investigate based on the clues he had gathered. Now, whenever she glimpsed a little girl of her daughter's age, a tender light would flicker in her eyes. "Auntie, are you alright? Did I hurt you?" The little girl asked, her laughter sweet as she shook her head. Tian, have I not told you not to run around?" A low, magnetic voice resonated from a distance. After waving goodbye to Fu Songyu, the little girl hurried towards a man behind her, exclaiming, "Daddy, I promise I won't run again." Lost in thought, Fu Songyu suddenly lifted her gaze, only to be caught off guard by a pair of deep, enigmatic black eyes. The man was clad in a black double-breasted woolen coat that reached his knees, beneath which lay a bespoke white shirt, complemented by a dark tie. He stood tall and elegant, his chiseled features reminiscent of a master craftsman's handiwork, exquisite, noble, austere, and imbued with an air of reserved dignity. It was him, Zhou Jingma. Had that enchanting little girl just called him daddy? Was he married? In that fleeting moment of eye contact, a whirlwind of thoughts spiraled through Fu Songyu's mind, yet reality swiftly reclaimed her. They were mere strangers now. She averted her gaze first, fully aware that Zhou Jingma would not welcome her presence. Just as she entwined her arm with Wen Shuang's and prepared to leave, she suddenly heard the sharp echo of Wen Shuang's thoughts. "Ah, after searching for him in vain, I find him unexpectedly in the most unexpected place. Your destined partner has appeared, and not only that, your daughter has been found."
Fu Sangju froze in place.
What had her sister-in-law just said? Her destined partner?
No.
What concerned her more was the other revelation. Her daughter had been found. Before she could fully comprehend it, Wen Shuang turned to her, saying, "You? The little girl who bumped into your leg is your biological daughter."
Fu Sangju's pupils constricted in disbelief.
Sister-in-law, is that true? Wen Shuang nodded affirmatively. Fu Songyu gazed at the little girl being led away by Zhou Jingma towards the elevator and dashed after them. Yet, she was a step too late. Once they reached the first floor, they departed in a vehicle. Instinctively, Fu Songyu pulled out her phone and dialed Zhou Jingma's number. They had not been in contact for nearly 5 years, yet his number remained etched in her memory. She was uncertain if he had changed it, but, to her astonishment, the call went through. However, it rang only twice before being abruptly disconnected. When she tried again, the line was dead. Had Zhou Jingma blocked her? Wiping her tears, Fu Songyu turned to the approaching Wen Shuang, her voice choked with emotion. "Sister-in-law, why has my daughter become Zhou Jingma's daughter?" Wen Shuang pressed her lips together before responding, "Because your former mother-in-law sold your daughter to Zhou Jingma's current fiancé." Fu Songyu's eyes widened in shock. "Is Zhou Jingma's fiancé Jiang Xuejian?" Wen Shuang nodded. Initially, when Songyu wrote to Zhou Jingmo requesting a meeting at the park, that letter was secretly swapped by Xiao Jingyan after it reached Zhou Jingma's dorm. Xiao Jingyan is adept at imitating handwriting. He rewrote the letter in Songyu's style, claiming she had no affection for Zhou Jingma and wished for him to distance himself from her. Upon reading the letter, Zhou Jingma was furious and heartbroken, leading him to enlist Jiang Xuejian to provoke Songyu. Later, when Songyu sought him out, she witnessed him embracing Jiang Xuejian, which caused a misunderstanding between them. After their fallout, Xiao Jingyan seized the opportunity to expedite his own relationship with Songyu. That summer, during a gathering with friends, he secretly drugged her drink, leading her to mistakenly enter the wrong room. By sheer coincidence, the room she entered belonged to Zhou Jingma, who happened to return home drunk that night. In a haze, they inadvertently engaged in an intimate encounter. After they fell asleep, Jiang Xuejian and Xiao Jingyan found them. Witnessing the situation, they conspired to separate them, with Xiao Jingyan carrying Songyu away while Jiang Xuejian lay beside Zhou Jingma, naked. Soon after, Songyu unexpectedly became pregnant, and Xiao Jingyan informed Jiang Xuejian of the news.
Consequently,
Jiang Xuejian bribed a doctor to falsify signs of pregnancy. After Songyu endured a harrowing labor to deliver her daughter, Jiang Xuejian arranged for her daughter to be taken from Zhao's mother and later presented her to Zhou Jingma as her own. Upon confirming through a paternity test that the child was indeed his, Zhou Jingma chose to keep her, elevating Jiang Xuejian to the status of his fiancé. Wen Shuang sighed, unable to suppress her internal critique. What a melodramatic affair. Chapter 34, Refreshing. The final fate of the Xiao family. Through Wen Shuang's revelations, Fu Songyu pieced together the convoluted chain of events. She was shaken to her core. She had never imagined that the misunderstandings between herself and Zhou Jingma were orchestrated by Xiao Jingyan and Jiang Xuejian. Even her daughter had been swapped without her knowledge. Had it not been for her sister-in-law, she might have remained oblivious for the rest of her life. Yu, would you like to seize the opportunity to obtain a strand of the little girl's hair for a paternity test? Song Yu had complete faith in Wen Shuang's abilities and felt no need for a test. Sister-in-law, thank you. Song Yu extended her arms and embraced Wen Shuang tightly. Wen Shuang gently patted Song Yu's back, saying that Mr. Zhou is your destined partner. There are misunderstandings between you that must be clarified. Otherwise, you may waste many more years apart. At present, Song Yu's heart held no aspirations for romance. Her sole desire was to reclaim her daughter. As for Zhou Jingma, they had been apart for 5 years. It was inconceivable that he still harbored feelings for her. After all, they had never formally dated nor shared a deeply etched bond. Upon returning to the Fu household, Song Yu divulged the entire truth she had gleaned from Wen Shuang to her family. Upon learning that Song Yu's first time had been with Zhou Jingma and that their daughter was also his, Fu mother was astonished yet elated. She had always wished for Song Yu and Zhou Jingma to be together. This was nothing short of divine providence. Had it not been for the nefarious schemes of Xiao Jingyan and Jiang Xuejian, Song Yu and Zhou Jingma would have undoubtedly enjoyed a blissful life together. I shall call Jingma at once, Fu mother exclaimed, only to be swiftly interrupted by Song Yu. Mother, allow me to handle this matter myself. Fu father nodded in agreement, saying, Dear, if you reveal the truth to Zhou Jingma now, he may find it hard to believe. Let Song Yu manage it. She has endured much. And I trust she has matured and is capable. As they conversed, Fu Xingzhou hurried down the stairs. Second sister, your former sister-in-law stabbed your ex-husband multiple times, severing his manhood. She has been apprehended, and his life hangs in the balance. Their saga has become the headline news in Ningqing. Fu Xingzhou handed his iPad to the others for a look. Wen Shuang leaned in to catch a glimpse. Even if Xiao Jingyan survives, he will lead a half-life as a cripple. This is merely the consequence of his own malfeasance. Unable to repay his enormous debts, he devised a despicable scheme to send Xiao Yuyan to the beds of those demanding payment. Xiao Yuyan has succumbed to a grievous affliction. Unable to comprehend how the man she has cherished since childhood has become a shadow of his former self. In her despair, she has begun to unravel psychologically. In truth, Xiao Jingyan is a man of selfish disposition, devoid of love for anyone but himself. The Xiao family has descended into turmoil, with some imprisoned and others left maimed, leaving only the troublesome Xiao Anyu. This mischievous child was sent to a welfare institution by the community. And only after enduring bullying did he come to appreciate the kindness of Song Yu. He would soon reach out to Song Yu, weeping and pleading for her to rescue him. One can only hope Song Yu will not succumb to pity. Should she decide to bring him into her care, conflict with her daughter is inevitable. For that troublesome child is inherently mischievous. As anticipated, no sooner had Wen Shuang's heartfelt monologue concluded than Song Yu received a call from the welfare institution. In the presence of the Fu family, she placed the phone on speaker. A child's voice, tinged with tears, resonated from the other end. Mommy, where are you? Please come and get me. This marked the first instance since Xiao Anyu turned 4 that he had addressed Fu Songyu so intimately as mom. Fu Songyu understood well that the animosities of adults bore no relevance to a child. Yet, Xiao Anyu had long been aware that Xiao Yuyan was her mother, which explained his blatant disrespect towards her as a mother over the years. Regardless of how pitiable Xiao Anyu appeared now, Fu Songyu could not muster any sympathy or compassion for him. Xiao Anyu, it is Xiao Yuyan who is your mother. Do not call me again. We share no connection any longer. Mom, I realize my mistakes. It was my grandmother and Xiao Yuyan who spoke ill of you in my presence, leading to my disrespect. I vow never to do so again. You once loved me dearly. You cannot bear to see me suffer in the welfare institution, can you? Please, I beg you. Take me away. I will love you well from now on. I need you. Before Xiao Anyu could finish his plea, Fu Songyu abruptly terminated the call. She would not allow herself to become a martyr. Wen Shuang silently applauded Songyu's response. Another love-struck individual has regained their clarity.
Fuxing Tsutizd Fusanju.
Remarking that the love-struck had finally awakened, Fu Songyu shot a glare at Fu Xingzhou, retorting, and you're not also part of that love-struck crowd? Fu Dad wrapped his arm around Fu Mom's shoulders. You both must have inherited your love-struck tendencies from me, but it should be directed at the right person. Like how I cherish your beautiful, graceful mother. Fu Mom swatted Fu Dad's hand away. Spare me your sweet talk. If it weren't for our daughter-in-law, you would still be at my funeral. entangled with your sister-in-law. Fu Dad broke into a cold sweat, genuinely baffled. In his eyes, there were no other women besides his wife. Later that evening, Fu Sihing returned from work bearing two gifts for Wen Shuang, a peachwood sword and a bag of wonder. While she had little interest in branded bags, clothes, or jewelry, she was captivated by the magical artifacts. The sheath of the peachwood sword bore ancient and mysterious engravings, the wood itself smooth to the touch, imbued with a weightiness that spoke of time's passage, exuding a faint aura. The wonder bag, adorned with intricate golden thread patterns, shimmered with a subtle radiance, its opening slightly ajar as if it contained some mystical essence. With the wonder bag, she could store various magical tools, talismans, or even spirits, which would greatly aid her cultivation. Wow, my surly husband has truly splurged this time, bestowing upon me such extravagant gifts. Upon witnessing the radiant smile on Wen Shuang's face, Fu Siheng felt an unbidden smile tug at his lips, one he himself had not noticed. Do you like it? Wen Shuang nodded vigorously. I love it. As a token of gratitude for your generous gift, may I accompany you to the auction tomorrow evening? His company's rival had incurred significant losses due to their previous high bid on a toxic piece of land that had been exposed. After the auction concluded, they would surely send someone to harm her surly husband. Fu Siheng felt a jolt of alarm. He had thought his fate had shifted, yet it seemed misfortune still lingered. He pressed his lips into a thin line. Wen Shuang, both your first love and the Wen family will be present tomorrow. Are you certain you wish to attend? Wen Shuang furrowed her brow. First love? You refer to the original owner's first love, right? I have no feelings for him. Whether he attends or not is none of my concern. She recalled the original owner's first love, Jiang Yichen. He was indeed somewhat handsome, but he pales in comparison to my surly husband. The crucial detail is, he had sustained a back injury, and when he was with Wen Liao, it lasted less than 2 minutes. Haha, no wonder Wen Liao wished to marry my surly husband. It turns out Jiang Yichen was inadequate for her. Fu Siheng's face darkened as he pondered her thoughts. How could she deduce Jiang Yichen's 2-minute performance? Wait a moment, upon reflection, my surly husband is still a virgin. Perhaps he hasn't even reached 2 minutes yet. Fu Siheng's expression became utterly inscrutable. His lips tightened into a straight line as he spoke in a low, cold voice. Wen Shuang. Her reverie was interrupted by Fu Siheng's glare. She looked up at him, her long lashes fluttering. What's the matter, my husband? Fu Siheng's dark, profound gaze bore into her. I work out every day. My stamina is quite impressive. Wen Shuang, perplexed, glanced at his midsection. My surly husband's physique resembles what they refer to as a stud in short videos. Fu Siheng wished he could uninstall those videos from her phone immediately. They were truly a source of trouble. What nonsense were they pushing to her daily?
Fu Dad, Fu Mom, Fu Xingzu, and Fu Sanju,
who were eavesdropping from the second-floor corridor, exchanged glances. I can't believe it. Big brother is still a virgin. I thought he married big sister-in-law after she had seduced him. Fu Mom shot Fu Xingzhou a look. What about you? Aren't you a virgin? Have you slept with your ghost girlfriend? Fu Xingzhou's face flushed crimson. Mom, stop saying such things. I have never slept with Lin Xianxian. Fu Mom discreetly glanced towards Wen Shuang's room. Do you think Big Brother has developed feelings for your sister-in-law?
Fu Xingzu and Fu Sanju nodded in unison.
If there were no feelings at all, Big Brother would not have gone to such lengths to present gifts to Big Sister-in-law. Third brother, you're usually the one with the most cunning ideas. Think of a way for your sister-in-law to spend the night in Big Brother's master bedroom. They can't keep living apart like this. Fu Xingzhou scratched his head. All right, I will devise a plan soon. The following day, after learning that Zhou Jingma's daughter, Zhou Tiantian, attended a nearby kindergarten, Fu Songyu drove over. As dismissal time approached, she eagerly awaited the children being led out by their teachers. Before long, she spotted the exquisite little Tiantian. Tiantian also recognized Fu Songyu, recalling her as the beautiful lady she had accidentally bumped into at the mall the previous day. Beautiful lady. Is your baby also studying here? Tiantian asked in her sweet, childish voice. Just as Fu Songyu was about to respond, a pair of long arms reached out, and Tiantian was swept into an embrace. Zhou Jingma had arrived. His aura was formidable, exuding an air of noble aloofness, as his piercing, cold eyes regarded Fu Songyu. Miss Fu, what is your intention in approaching my daughter? After 5 years, Zhou Jingma had shed the naivete of his youth, presenting himself as an enigmatic figure, seemingly untouchable. Mr. Zhou, may I have a moment alone with you? I have something of great importance to discuss. Zhou Jingma's expression hardened. It appears there is nothing worth discussing between Miss Fu and myself. With that, he denied her any further opportunity to speak, turning away with Tian Tian cradled in his arms as he headed towards the car. Daddy, speaking to the beautiful aunt like that is quite rude, Tian Tian waved at Fu Songyu. Pretty aunt, please don't be angry with my dad. He just seems cold on the outside, but is warm on the inside. Tian Tian is going home now. Goodbye. As Fu Songyu watched Zhou Jingma's car start, she snapped back to reality and immediately chased after him. Zhou Jingma glanced at the woman outside his car window, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his icy gaze, yet he ultimately did not halt the vehicle. Watching the car drive away, Fu Songyu felt a sharp pang in her heart. Without a second thought, she sprinted after it. Tears uncontrollably welled in her eyes. That was her daughter, whom she had fought so hard to bring into this world, eagerly awaiting her arrival and delicately nurturing her throughout the pregnancy. She had never imagined that her child would be switched at birth. She had missed so many of her daughter's firsts. The first time she turned over, the first coups, the first steps, the first time she called her mama. The thought of her daughter being claimed by another woman for 4 years was like a dagger to her heart. She tried desperately to keep up with Zhou Jingma's car, but no matter how fast she ran, she could not catch up. After some distance, she stumbled and fell to the ground. She felt no pain in her body, only a sensation as if an invisible hand was crushing her heart. Her throat tightened, releasing only choked sobs. With each heartbeat, she felt a tearing pain. Tian Tian, pressing her face against the car window, saw Fu Songyu chasing after them, struggling to keep up, and ultimately falling to the ground. Her big, grape-like eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she raised her delicate little hand, pounding urgently on the window. Daddy, stop the car. The pretty Anne has fallen. Zhou Jingma quickly glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing Fu Songyu's frail figure trembling on the ground, his brow furrowed in concern.
Fu Sanju.
What on earth do you want? His deep, cold voice jolted Fu Songyu from her despair. She looked up to see the towering man, who had reversed the car and now loomed over her. Trembling, she uttered, Zhou Jingma, your daughter is mine. A flash of shock crossed Zhou Jingma's obsidian eyes, quickly followed by derision. Fu Songyu, have you lost your mind?
How can you say such things?
Tears streamed down Fu Songyu's face. Zhou Jingma, I am not lying. This is my hair. If you doubt me, you can conduct a paternity test. A myriad of emotions flickered in Zhou Jingma's deep gaze. Knowing Fu Songyu as he did, he realized she would not utter such an outrageous claim without some basis. He accepted the transparent bag she offered, containing several strands of her hair.
Fu Sanju.
I heard you divorced Xiao Jingyan? Fu Songyu wiped her tears, nodding after a sniffle. Mr. Zhou, please rest assured, I only wish to reunite with my daughter. I have no intention of rekindling any emotional ties with you, nor do I seek to contest for custody. I only hope you will allow me to visit and spend time with her every weekend. Fu Songyu believed that with her promise, Zhou Jingma's expression would soften. Yet to her surprise, his demeanor grew even darker. Chapter 36. A husband's fierce protection of his wife. On Wen Shuang's side, she accompanied Fu Xiqing to the auction. Beforehand, Mama Fu had chosen an elegant traditional gown for her. The silk fabric was adorned with exquisite traditional cloud patterns, while the neckline and cuffs were delicately trimmed with lace, perfectly accentuating her noble and graceful presence. Her long hair was styled into an intricate bun, held in place by a Chinese hairpin, and her petite face was adorned with subtle makeup, enhancing her captivating fox-like eyes, delicate nose, and radiant red lips, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Fu Xiqing parked at the entrance of the auction, gallantly opening the car door for Wen Shuang. He raised his arm, inviting her to link arms with him. Wen Shuang lifted her long lashes to glance at the stern and towering Fu Xiqing. Despite his grumpy demeanor and being a virgin at this age, he truly is quite perfect. At his age, still a virgin, one wonders if there's an issue in that regard. Hearing Wen Shuang's inner musings, Fu Xiqing nearly lost his composure. Did she wish to assess his capabilities? As he pursed his lips, preparing to respond, someone called out to him from behind. It was a major client of the company. Understanding the situation, Wen Shuang tactfully remarked, Husband, you greet them. I'll head in first. Fu Xiqing handed her the invitation. Once inside, wait for me at your seat. Don't wander off. Wen Shuang accepted the invitation and made her way toward the auction entrance. Upon reaching the door, she encountered Wen Liyao and Jiang Yichen. Due to her frail health as a child, Wen Liyao's complexion was slightly pale, giving her a delicate appearance, with her eyes perpetually glistening with a hint of moisture, as if she might cry at any moment. She embodied the archetype of a fragile flower, beloved by men. However, standing beside Wen Shuang, she seemed overly insipid. Previously, the original owner favored heavy makeup, which complemented Wen Liao's delicate beauty, but now, with Wen Shuang's understated elegance, Wen Liao appeared as mere foliage in comparison. Suppressing her jealousy and resentment, Wen Liao softly called out, "Sister." Wen Shuang ignored her. Immediately, tears brimmed in Wen Liao's eyes. "Yichen, it seems my sister is still upset with me." Jiang Yichen scrutinized Wen Shuang, his gaze flickering between admiration and disdain. "Wen Shuang, did you know I would be at the auction today and purposely follow me?" Wen Shuang's finely arched brows knitted slightly, her beautiful eyes revealing confusion. "Are you some exceptional breed? You lack my husband's wealth, and you're not as handsome as him, nor do you possess any remarkable abilities. Why would you think I would intentionally follow you?" Jiang Yichen was taken aback by Wen Shuang's bold retort. During their university days, it was she who had pursued him first. He was the campus heartthrob, and their relationship had always been a compromise on his part. After their breakup, he ended up with Wen Liao, while she shamelessly climbed into Fu Xiqing's bed. She did so out of spite to incite jealousy. He thought such actions would rekindle his feelings for her. He had heard the Fu family despised her, and she would soon become a divorced woman. He would never consider being with her again. Liao was infinitely superior to her. Noticing this, Wen Liao shot Wen Shuang an annoyed glare. "Sister, how can you say such things about Yichen? Are you just bitter because you can't have him?" Wen Shuang smiled lightly. "Bitter? What is there to be bitter about? 2 minutes of kidney function. What is so praiseworthy about that?" "What 2 minutes?" Jiang Chenyi's expression suddenly shifted dramatically. "Wen Shuang, what do you mean?" His brief yet intimate connection with Wen Liao had indeed been fleeting, and he was now diligently taking medication to remedy the situation. However, how could such a private matter have come to Wen Shuang's knowledge? Wen Shuang, fully aware of Jiang Yichen's current thoughts, cast a knowing glance at Wen Liao. "Sister, next time, please refrain from criticizing your man as virility in my presence. Look at how green he has turned." "Wen Shuang, do not slander me. I have never spoken ill of brother Yichen," Wen Liao retorted, her voice tinged with indignation. Wen Shuang chuckled lightly. "Oh really? I distinctly recall you harboring desires for my husband, perhaps due to the inadequacies of your own." "Wen Shuang, you speak nonsense. I have never thought that," Wen Liao exclaimed, her frustration boiling over as she raised her hand, intending to slap Wen Shuang. Internally, Wen Shuang scoffed. Did this frail creature truly believe she could strike her? With a subtle lift of her finger and a whispered incantation, an invisible force was unleashed. In an instant, Wen Liao's meticulously styled hair became a chaotic mess, each strand standing on end as if charged with static, resembling a porcupine in disarray. Meanwhile, Jiang Yichen lost his footing, tumbling awkwardly to the ground. "What have you done to Liao?" A deep, crisp voice resonated from nearby. Wen Shuang lifted her long lashes and glanced over. A man clad in a black coat, his countenance frigid, approached Wen Jinyan, Wen Liao's elder brother. In her childhood, the original host had yearned for her brother Wen Jinyan's attention, making countless efforts that were met with indifference. He had never regarded Wen Shuang as a sister. "Wen Shuang, I did not anticipate that after marrying into the Fu family, you would escalate your bullying of Liao. Apologize to her at once." Wen Shuang let out a derisive laugh. "She is not worthy of my apologies. And who do you think you are?" The original host had sought the recognition of the Wen family, yet she had no need for it now. "Wen Shuang, you are truly incorrigible." Wen Jinyan raised his hand, intending to strike her. Wen Shuang found herself at a loss for words. Was it customary for the Wen family to slap others? Just as she prepared to retaliate, a long hand reached out, seizing Wen Jinyan's wrist. "One must consider the master when striking a dog. Wen Shuang is now my Fu Taijia. Dare you touch her?" Fu Xiheng had arrived. His expression was cold, his presence formidable, and his sharp, dark eyes scrutinized Wen Jinyan. Both Wen Jinyan and Wen Liao were taken aback to witness Fu Xiheng defending Wen Shuang. Hadn't he always despised her? Why was he now protecting her, even bringing her to the auction? "Brother Xiheng, it was my sister who harmed me first," Wen Liao protested, her hair still standing like a hedgehog. Fu Xiheng glanced at her and immediately understood that Wen Shuang had employed some arcane art against her. Naturally, he would not expose Wen Shuang. He turned to Wen Liao with a cold sneer. "My wife is as delicate as a flower. How could she have harmed you? Furthermore, I have yet to settle the score regarding your instigation of Jiangyu to provide my wife with illicit love potions." Tears blurred Wen Liao's vision as she pleaded. Brother Siheng, it truly was not me. Seeing her distress, Wen Jinyan's heart ached. Fu Siheng, Liao is my sister. She has always been gentle and kind, while Wen Shuang is crude and unscrupulous, resorting to any means to achieve her ends. This is not her first time drugging you. How could you be so foolish as to trust her? Standing behind Fu Siheng, Wen Shuang felt a pang in her heart at Wen Jinyan's words. She realized it was the residual emotion of the original host, who had once desperately sought warmth and acknowledgement from the Wen family. After numerous attempts, she had only faced neglect and pain. Wen Shuang stepped around Fu Siheng and boldly raised her hand, delivering a resounding slap across Wen Jinyan's face. What you owe, Wen Shuang, I shall reclaim piece by piece. Chapter 37. The Intense Auction. Wen Shuang, have you gone mad to dare strike your brother? Wen Liao exclaimed in disbelief. Wen Shuang cast a glance at her. You should be grateful that when a dog bites me, I do not simply tear it apart. Wen Jinyan and Wen Liao's faces turned a mottled shade of purple, utterly appalled. Did Wen Shuang just compare them to dogs? Brother Siheng, look at Wen Shuang. She is nothing but a shrew. Fu Siheng regarded the stunningly beautiful yet fiercely spirited Wen Shuang, feeling as though she were enveloped in a divine light, rendering her even more alluring. What of it if my wife is a shrew? I indulge her. Wen Liao's pupils dilated in shock. Had Fu Siheng fallen under Wen Shuang's spell? He had previously expressed disdain for her, yet now, he was so protective. Wen Shuang felt a sense of satisfaction at Fu Siheng's display of loyalty. Thank you, Brother Siheng, but there is no need for such formality. After entering the auction venue with Fu Siheng, Wen Liao sobbed as she threw herself into Wen Jinyan's arms. Brother, it's all my fault. If not for my dispute with Wen Shuang, she wouldn't have slapped you. Wen Jinyan gently patted her trembling back, a flicker of embarrassment flashing in his eyes. He would ensure that Wen Shuang would pay for that slap in due course. Liao, do not cry. Wen Shuang grew up in the countryside, lacking in every way compared to you. She will undoubtedly be cast out by the Fu family soon. Wen Liao furrowed her brows. But I sense that Brother Siheng seems to treat her a bit differently. Wen Jinyan scoffed disdainfully. Tonight's auction will see Mr. Huiyuan of the Hor family in attendance. It's said that Fu Siheng aims to collaborate with the Hor family, and since Huiyuan is a devoted husband, Fu Siheng brought Wen Shuang along to fabricate an image of deep affection for his wife, hoping to win Huiyuan's favor for business. Wen Liao comprehended immediately. So Fu Siheng was merely using Wen Shuang. She had thought that the dim-witted Wen Shuang had truly garnered his affection. Liao, our Wen family also seeks to partner with Huiyuan. You possess expertise in appraising treasures. If you shine tonight at the auction, it will surely win us the favor of Mr. Huiyuan. Wen Liao nodded eagerly. Brother, do not worry. I will certainly perform splendidly. She was determined to showcase her abilities to Brother Siheng, proving that the inept Wen Shuang would never compare to her. The auction venue was ablaze with brilliance, teeming with collectors and business elites. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Fu Siheng glanced towards a VIP box on the second floor, suspecting that Huiyuan was within. It was said that Huiyuan's attendance stemmed from his personal passion for antiques and his intent to scout potential business partners. Seated in the front row, Fu Siheng and Wen Shuang awaited the arrival of Wen Liao, Wen Jinyan, and Jiang Yichen. Wen Liao cast a glance at the sternly handsome and cold Fu Siheng. She was resolved to deliver a crushing blow to Wen Shuang, ensuring that Fu Siheng would regret not marrying her. At precisely 7 o'clock, the auction commenced. Following the host's enthusiastic opening remarks, the first antique was carefully wheeled onto the display platform. The object in question appeared to be a rather ordinary ancient porcelain vase. Its glaze somewhat dull, with subtle wear in certain areas, and the patterns blurred and indistinct. With a smile, the host introduced, esteemed guests, this is a porcelain vase from the Song dynasty. Though it has endured the passage of time and shows signs of age, it still possesses unique historical and cultural value. With a starting bid of 500,000. Upon hearing this, Wen Liao was the first to scoff, such a shabby vase, and from the Song dynasty, no less. In my opinion, it's nothing more than a modern imitation. The glaze and patterns lack any essence of true Song porcelain. Are we to be taken for fools? Starting the bidding at 500,000? From a young age, Wen Liao had enjoyed reading about antiques, believing herself to possess the ability to discern their value. Both Wen Jinyan and Jiang Yichen found her remarks to be quite reasonable. The other guests in the auction house remained in a state of observation, not raising their paddles. Wen Liao cast a glance at Fu Siheng and Wen Shuang, her eyes seemingly conveying, I am quite impressive indeed. However, Wen Shuang paid no heed to Liao's boastful gaze. She held her breath, channeling her internal energy, and in an instant, it was as if time rewound, allowing her to vividly witness the vase being crafted during the Song dynasty, feeling its ancient and profound aura, and detecting the subtle characteristics only craftsmanship from that era could leave behind, hidden beneath the ware. This is indeed a genuine Song dynasty porcelain vase. Judging from its unique shape, it likely originated from the hands of a renowned artisan. It is merely due to improper preservation that it has become so unremarkable. Regrettably, my funds are limited. If I were to let my grim-faced husband bid on it, would he think I am speaking nonsense? Almost simultaneously with Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Siheng raised his paddle, calling out 1 million. Wen Shuang looked at him in astonishment. Wow, my grim-faced husband actually placed a bid. He truly knows his treasures. His action of bidding 1 million stirred a small commotion within the auction hall. When Liao gazed at Fu Siheng in disbelief, thinking, I once considered him quite astute in business, but perhaps being with Wen Shuang for too long has dulled his wits. Spending 1 million on a fake vase is utterly foolish. The next item up for auction was a jade pendant. The pendant was crystal clear and warm to the touch. Unmistakably a genuine article. Brother, this jade pendant appears to be quite valuable. You must bid on it, when Liao urged Wen Jinyan. Fu Siheng glanced at the jade pendant, recalling that his younger sister, Fu Situ, had a constitution prone to coldness. If he could acquire this warm jade pendant for her, it might alleviate her condition. While he pondered, the bidding for the pendant escalated from its starting price of 5 million to 20 million. When Jinyan placed the 20 million bid, Fu Siheng exchanged a glance with Wen Shuang, who nodded in affirmation. He raised his paddle, bidding 30 million. While my grim-faced husband is quite wealthy, Fu Siheng could not suppress a smile. From now on, all his money could be spent on her. 40 million. When Jinyan called again, Wen Shuang leaned in closer, whispering to Fu Siheng, Darling, continue bidding. Fu Siheng raised his paddle. 45 million. When Jinyan countered with 50 million. The price of the jade pendant soared to 50 million, causing an uproar among the crowd. Just as Fu Siheng was about to raise his paddle again, Wen Shuang immediately stopped him, signaling that he need not bid further. If we go any higher, we will incur a loss. This jade pendant was stolen from an ancient tomb by grave robbers, and it is tainted with the aura of death. Whoever wears it will surely face misfortune. Fu Siheng's hand, which had been raised halfway, promptly descended. He realized she had deliberately inflated the price, intending for the Wen siblings to suffer this hidden loss. What a cunning little fox. Ultimately, the jade pendant was secured by Wen Jinyan at the exorbitant price of 50 million. He looked at Wen Liao with affectionate indulgence. Liao, once the auction concludes and we obtain the pendant, I shall present it to you. Overjoyed, Wen Liao shot a triumphant glance at Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang's lips curled ever so slightly. Wear it, and you shall be beset by misfortune and illness. Chapter 38. The Obedient Fu Siheng. After several rounds of bidding, Wen Jinyan and Wen Liao had acquired several auction items. Fu Siheng, having only secured the Song dynasty porcelain vase at the beginning, had yet to bid on anything else. Wen Jinyan cast a glance at the VIP box above. If Mr. Hua was present upstairs, he must have witnessed his outstanding performance. The opportunity to collaborate with the Hua family would undoubtedly fall to the Wen family. The grand finale of this auction was a stone gambling segment. Staff members brought forth over 20 stones of varying sizes. The experts present were well aware that these stones had been salvaged from a renowned yet exceptionally mysterious mine not long ago. Distinguished guests, what lies before you now is the stone gambling segment of this auction. As you all know, each stone has its own bidding opportunity. The highest bidder wins. And once purchased, no returns or exchanges will be accepted. The atmosphere in the auction hall ignited instantly. Some were eager and ready to bid, while others furrowed their brows, displaying caution. Wen Shuang sat quietly in her seat, closing her eyes to adjust her faint internal energy. Upon reopening them, she activated her clairvoyance and scanned the stones. Her gaze settled on 3 rough, dark-colored stones, and her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. Peering through the stone's exterior, she glimpsed the astonishing treasures concealed within. One stone harbored a jade Buddha, its deep green hue entirely pure and unblemished. Another contained a blood-red gemstone, its interior resembling a sea of blood, with intricate lines weaving naturally, akin to the most exquisite piece of art. The third stone held an extraordinary treasure, a piece of ice jade resembling a Ganoderma. Its texture warm and delicate, cool to the touch, and utterly flawless. After noting the numbers of the 3 stones, Wen Shuang turned to Fu Siheng, saying, "Darling, bid on numbers 5, 9, and 11. Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan overheard her words and mocked. "Wen Shuang, you are a novice at stone gambling. Don't embarrass yourself." Although the Fu family is wealthy, anyone with a discerning eye can see that those 3 stones, with their rough exteriors, cannot possibly yield treasures. "Don't take my brother Siheng for a fool." Fu Siheng ignored Wen Liao, raising his paddle. "Numbers 5, 9, and 11. I bid 10 million. As soon as Fu Siheng spoke, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Was the young master of the Fu family foolish? How could he genuinely bid on those 3 worthless stones? Treating mere debris as treasures was indeed an eye-opener. With heirs like him, I would never wish to collaborate with the Fu family again. Whispers and chuckles filled the air as people exchanged glances at Fu Siheng, their eyes brimming with mockery and disdain, as if he were a naive fool. When Liao felt a surge of delight. She believed that by causing Fu Siheng to be ridiculed and scorned, Wen Shuang would surely incur the disdain and contempt of the Fu family. Wen Shuang was somewhat surprised that Fu Siheng would obediently follow her advice and bid on those 3 stones. "This time, my grim-faced husband is bound to profit." Fu Siheng, seeing Wen Shuang's confidence, felt his curiosity piqued. If she believed he was about to gain, she must have discerned treasures within the stones. When Liao advised Wen Jinyan to invest 50 million in acquiring 8 relatively large stones, 3 of which exhibited a faint green hue on their surface, clearly indicative of the potential to yield jade, an investment of extraordinary value. After the bidding concluded, Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan emerged as the principal victors of the auction. With an air of triumph, Wen Liao cast a glance towards Wen Shuang and Fu Siheng, suggesting that, given Mr. Huiyuan's attendance tonight, renowned as a master of stone gambling, it would be splendid to invite him to witness our stone unveiling. Wen Shuang smirked slightly, agreeing to the idea. The event staff promptly sought Mr. Huiyuan in the VIP lounge. Mr. Hua, in his 40s, donned a sleek black suit, exuding an aura of handsomeness and poise, embodying the gravitas of authority. Upon his arrival, he approached Fu Siheng directly, extending his hand in greeting, praising him. "Indeed, Mr. Fu, your discerning eye is commendable." Observing Huiyuan's compliment towards Fu Siheng, both Wen Jinyan and Wen Liao felt a twinge of discontent. "Mr. Hua, the stones my brother acquired are undoubtedly of greater value than those chosen by Mr. Fu," Wen Liao asserted. Huiyuan glanced at the 8 stones procured by the Wen siblings, slightly furrowing his brow. "Let us unveil the stones and see the results." Wen Liao nodded eagerly in agreement. As the cutter approached, he commenced with the stones acquired by the Wen siblings. A confident smile graced Wen Liao's lips, convinced that at least 3 of the stones contained considerable treasures. Once the first stone was secured, the cutter skillfully activated the machinery. As the blade slowly penetrated the stone, a hint of green emerged with the first incision. Wen Liao shot a challenging glance at Wen Shuang, exclaiming, "Sister, did you see that? This is what it means to have an eye for gems." Wen Jinyan beamed with pride. "My sister is indeed remarkable." As the fragments fell away, a small patch of translucent green appeared, drawing commendations from the onlookers regarding the Wen siblings' keen judgment. However, as the cutting progressed, the promising color abruptly ceased, revealing nothing but lackluster ordinary stone. Wen Liao's smile faltered, and she immediately pointed to the second stone, insisting, "This one must contain something." Yet, with the subsequent 7 stones, not a single one yielded any treasure. In disbelief, Wen Liao shook her head. "Impossible. How could this happen?" The meager jade revealed from the 8 stones was appraised at less than 10,000. When Huiyuan made this pronouncement, Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan nearly fainted. Tears welled in Wen Liao's eyes as she bit down on her lip, stubbornly resisting the urge to weep. She felt the piercing gazes of those around her, akin to daggers, leaving her utterly exposed and cornered. "My brother and I could not unveil a single treasure from our 8 stones. I refuse to believe that the 3 worthless stones chosen by Wen Shuang could yield anything of value." Huiyuan turned to Fu Siheng and Wen Shuang, inquiring if they were ready to unveil their stones. Fu Siheng nodded. "Yes, we are." "Perhaps it would be best not to proceed, Mr. Fu, to avoid the embarrassment suffered by the Wen siblings," someone suggested. The tension surrounding stone gambling was palpable, filled with suspense and unpredictability. The cutter began with the first stone acquired by Fu Siheng, and both Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan craned their necks to observe. As the blade met the stone surface, sparks flew momentarily. Gradually, as the cutter delved deeper, stone fragments cascaded away, akin to unveiling a mysterious veil. Initially, The exposed section revealed nothing particularly remarkable.
Ha!
I told you, with such an unseemly surface, how could there be treasure within? Those 3 stones probably aren't worth even 10,000. When Liao felt a sense of balance restored within her, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle. Just as the laughter and ridicule reached a crescendo, a vibrant green hue burst forth from the stone's fissures. It's green, someone exclaimed, and the hall erupted with excitement. The cutter's movements became increasingly cautious as he meticulously adjusted the blade's angle, cutting along the green veins. As the fragments continued to fall, a jade Buddha, roughly the size of a fist, gradually revealed itself to the audience. Bathed in light, the jade Buddha shimmered with a subtle glow, eliciting gasps of awe from the crowd. When Liao was devastated. How could this be? Surely, it was merely luck on Wen Shuang's part to have stumbled upon a treasure. Soon, the cutter proceeded to unveil the second stone. Initially, the outlook appeared bleak, with the revealed portion remaining unremarkable. Observing this, Wen Liao couldn't suppress a derisive laugh. I told you, Wen Shuang is merely fortunate, like a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong ignored Wen Liao's taunts, their focus unwavering on the stone. Just when everyone assumed this stone would yield nothing, the grinder struck a corner, unleashing a fiery red glow from the stone dust. The brilliance was so striking that it cast a splendid red hue across the hall. The cutter immediately halted the machine, gently blowing away the dust, revealing a blood-red gem before the astonished crowd. Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the room as Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan's expressions turned grim. When it came time to unveil the third stone, a white jade resembling a lingji mushroom emerged. Such a natural gem was exceedingly rare in the market, highly sought after. With eyes blazing with indignation, Wen Liao glared at Wen Shuang, her lips trembling uncontrollably. Wen Shuang, raised in the countryside, a mere simpleton. How could she possibly comprehend stone gambling? She must have just gotten lucky. The guests who had mocked Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong were now filled with regret and embarrassment. They had been thoroughly embarrassed. Hua Yuan gave Fu Sihong a thumbs up, stating, "It is often said that stone gambling is a game of luck against the heavens. But relying solely on luck is insufficient. One must also possess discernment and courage."
Mr. Fu.
The fact that all 3 stones you selected yielded treasures speaks volumes about your keen eye and exceptional fortitude. Fu Sihong glanced at Wen Shuang, a hint of uncharacteristic softness flickering in his deep gaze. My wife is truly impressive. Hua Yuan observed the seemingly harmonious couple with satisfaction. Mr. Fu, I am willing to offer 3 billion for the treasures you have unveiled.
What say you?
3 billion? When Jinyan and Wen Liao turned ashen. Had they acquired those 3 stones, they would have made a fortune. Fu Sihong looked at Wen Shuang, lowering his voice. How do you wish to handle these treasures? If you wish to keep them, you may have them all. Wen Shuang shook her head. You gifted me something last night. The items you acquired today at the auction are my way of thanking you. Please sell them to Mr. Hua. Together, Fu Sihong and Wen Shuang followed Hu Yuan backstage to finalize the transaction. Hu Yuan admired Fu Sihong's decisiveness and even proposed a business collaboration. Fu Sihong had not anticipated such significant gains from this outing, and he attributed it all to Wen Shuang. He handed the 30 billion check from Hu Yuan to Wen Shuang, saying, "This is for you." As she gazed at the seemingly endless zeros on the check, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Will accepting this vast sum bring the wrath of fate upon me? If I can accept it, I shall become wealthy beyond measure. Once I am free, I can indulge in the company of countless handsome suitors. Lost in her delightful reverie, the next moment, the check was swiftly snatched back by the man. Fu Sihong's facial contours were taut, and his voice was hoarse as he said, "This sum of money shall remain with me for the time being. I will manage your investments and transfer funds to your account on a monthly basis." In this era of financial management, Wen Shuang was indeed somewhat at a loss. If only money could generate more wealth, that would be splendid. Very well, my dear husband, please assist me with the investments. Though the irritable husband had a rather unyielding temperament, he was fundamentally honest, and I am not apprehensive about his potential for embezzlement. Fu Sihong handed the car keys to Wen Shuang, instructing, "Please wait for me in the car. I will bid farewell to Mr. Hu before departing." Wen Shuang accepted the keys, hesitating slightly as she remarked, "My dear husband, Mr. Hua is a good man, but from his facial features, I discern that the palace of children is dim, and his only daughter shall surely perish within 3 days."
Fu Sihong tightened.
Just as he was about to respond, a voice filled with malicious glee erupted from behind. Wen Shuang. You truly have a knack for uttering nonsense and spreading alarm. When Liao happened to pass by and overheard Wen Shuang's words to Fu Sihong, she glanced at Hui Yuan, who was preparing to leave, and shouted, "Mr. Hua, Wen Shuang has cursed her daughter." Hui Yuan paused in his tracks. Fu Sihong turned to glare at Wen Liao, his dark eyes brimming with cold severity and warning. Wen Liao, silence yourself. Feeling aggrieved as she had caused her brother to lose 50 million and missed the opportunity to collaborate with Mr. Hua, Wen Liao was exceedingly displeased. She retrieved her phone and activated the recording function, declaring, "Mr. Hua, I have recorded this. If you doubt it, just listen. My dear husband, Mr. Hua is a good man, but from his facial features, I discern that the palace of children is dim, and his only daughter shall surely perish within 3 days." Upon hearing the recording, Hui Yuan's expression darkened considerably. He strode over with several swift steps, his eyes filled with indignation. "Mr. Fu, I previously held great admiration for your affection with your wife, recognizing your discernment in treasures. How could you so recklessly allow your wife to curse my daughter?" Wen Liao, noticing Hui Yuan's evident distaste for Wen Shuang, could not suppress her triumphant smirk. After all, Wen Shuang had outshone her at the auction. Now, having offended Mr. Hua, she was eager to see how it would all unfold. "Mr. Hua, my sister grew up in the countryside. She truly is an ignorant fool. It would be best not to hold her words against her." After saying this, when Liao turned to Wen Shuang, mockingly adding, "Sister, Mr. Hua frequently appears in financial news. Anyone who has watched television or read newspapers knows that he and his wife share a deep bond and are blessed with a pair of twin daughters. Yet, you just claimed that Mr. Hua's only daughter will die. You truly have a talent for fabricating tales." Hui Yuan cast a stern look at Wen Shuang, stating coldly, "Madam Fu, I grant you a chance to apologize for your reckless words." Wen Shuang met his gaze with calmness, responding, "What I've stated is the truth. Within 3 days, your only daughter shall certainly perish." Chapter 40. Astonishment. Wen Shuang's predictions were entirely accurate. Hui Yuan's face turned ashen, and his breathing grew heavier.
"Mr. Fu,
I did not anticipate that your wife would be such a person, practicing divination and uttering baseless claims. I have clearly misjudged you. The collaboration between the Hua and Fu families would no longer be discussed." When Liao secretly rejoiced. With Mr. Hua withdrawing his collaboration with the Fu family, he would undoubtedly turn to the Wen family instead. Her parents were right. Wen Shuang was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Those who associated with her would inevitably meet calamity. Fu Sihong observed Hui Yuan's growing fury and took a few steps forward, inviting him into the backstage room. "Mr. Hua, my wife and I would like to have a private discussion with you." Hui Yuan's expression was dark, his gaze icy, clearly incensed. He was curious to see what this couple wished to discuss in private. Once Hui Yuan entered the room, Fu Sihong cast a cold glance at Wen Liao. Then, with a resounding bang, he forcefully shut the door. When Liao accidentally bumped her nose against the door frame, causing it to bleed.
Fu Xiang,
"You will surely regret your unwavering defense of Wen Shuang." Fu Sihong gestured for Hui Yuan to take a seat on the sofa, his voice low and somber. "Mr. Hua, my wife possesses the gift of fortune-telling. She does not speak without reason. I implore you to believe her." Hui Yuan regarded the young Wen Shuang, who was barely in her 20s, and found it hard to believe that she could truly predict fortunes. His eyes reflected not only anger but also disappointment in Fu Sihong. He had previously held such high hopes for Fu Sihong's abilities, only to discover that he was, in fact, rather foolish. "Mr. Fu, do you think me easily deceived?" Just as Fu Sihong was about to speak, Wen Shuang tugged gently at his arm. She shook her head at him, saying, "My dear husband, allow me to explain to Mr. Hua." Wen Shuang understood well that making such a grave statement about someone's daughter would surely incite resentment and fury. To lend weight to her words, she needed to convince others of her abilities. "Mr. Hua, your daughter has arched eyebrows, a pointed nose, and prominent ears. The lines on her face indicate that she is the third child in her family, with 2 elder sisters who both passed away in their youth." Hui Yuan snorted derisively. "What you are saying can easily be verified online." When Shuang responded calmly, "Your daughter is 16 years old. After her birth, you took over the Hua family business and uncovered the secret to your family's fortune, leading you to make a significant decision that distressed your father. The ancestral grave of the Hua family lies to the east, facing a majestic mountain, while the southeast is aligned with a winding canyon. The east corresponds to the Zhen hexagram in the I Ching, representing male offspring, while the southeast corresponds to the Sun hexagram, which represents female offspring. Throughout generations, Only male children born into the Hua family survived, while female children often perished before the age of 3 due to accidents. And those who did survive were typically disabled or mute. The Hua family's prosperity and wealth stemmed from a century-old arrangement made by their ancestors with a geomancer, who altered the ancestral burial site. However, the price of such fortune was the sacrifice of the Hua family's daughters, utilizing their life force to bolster the family's success. After the birth of twin daughters, fearing for their safety, you disregarded the objections of old Master Hua and forcibly relocated the grave. The consequence of this relocation is that your daughters may live, but you will not bear a son, and the Hua family shall face decline in 18 years. The fury in Hua Yuan's eyes gradually transformed into shock and disbelief. The secrets of the Hua family were known only to him and the geomancer after his father's death. The geomancer had also passed away several years ago, and he could not have divulged this information to anyone else. Could this young woman truly discern a person's life through facial features? Her abilities surpassed those of the geomancer he had consulted years ago. Indeed, upon unintentionally learning the secret behind the Hua family's prosperity, he could not bear the thought of his daughters becoming sacrifices to further the family's fortune. Ignoring his father's objections, he forcefully relocated the ancestral grave. His 2 daughters were among the few female members of the Hua family to survive without disabilities. Even if the Hua family were to decline, he would not regret his decision. As long as his daughters could live happily, that was all that mattered. Hua Yuan nodded gravely. Yes, you are correct. For the sake of my daughters, I did forcefully relocate the ancestral grave. In 2 years, the Hua family will indeed fall into decline. He had spent 3 billion to purchase the gemstone that Fu Sihong had won at auction, intending to use it as a dowry for his daughters. He could lose everything, but he wanted to give his daughters the very best. Although you have accurately revealed the secret of our grave relocation, you are mistaken in stating that I have only 1 daughter. My wife has given birth to twins. Wen Shuang took a talisman from her bag and handed it to Hua Yuan, saying, as a token of goodwill for your acquisition of the treasure my husband won, please accept this and give it to your eldest daughter. Furthermore, in 3 days, your eldest daughter's school will host a gala, where she is set to perform on stage. You must make it to the event to shower her with praise. If you fail to attend or neglect to commend her, you risk losing your only daughter. Wen Shuang refrained from disclosing the truth to Hua Yuan, understanding that even if she were to reveal it now, he would remain skeptical, as it is far too astonishing for the mundane world. She hopes that Mr. Hua, upon returning, will keenly observe his 2 daughters. Typically engrossed in work, he entrusts their upbringing to his wife and mother, perhaps overlooking significant details. She wishes for him to be attentive this time, as it may yield a profound realization and revelation. Once Hua Yuan settled into his vehicle, he gazed at the talisman in his hand and involuntarily emitted a derisive chuckle. Although Wen Shuang could accurately articulate the secrets of the Hua family's ancestral grave, her claim of him having only 1 daughter struck him as sheer nonsense. After all, he had personally accompanied his wife to the delivery room and had severed the umbilical cords of both daughters himself. Hua Yuan initially contemplated discarding the talisman, yet it inexplicably shimmered with strands of golden light. After a moment of hesitation, he instinctively withdrew his hand. After much deliberation, he ultimately placed the talisman into his pocket. As Wen Shuang and Fu Sihong departed from the auction venue, Fu Sihong suddenly recalled Wen Shuang's heartfelt words from the previous night. She had mentioned that after the auction concluded that evening, a rival would send someone to harm him. Fu Sihong narrowed his eyes, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure clad in black, hastily approaching with a bucket in hand. Wen Shuang also noticed the black-clad individual and swiftly pulled Fu Sihong behind Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan, who were not far from them. Wen Jinyan had suffered significant losses that evening. Having overspent, he had even mortgaged his supercar. He was somewhat irked with Wen Liao. Had she not incessantly urged him on, he would not have squandered 50 million on those worthless stones. Brother, tonight we can only say that Wen Shuang was fortunate, but she has offended Mr. Hua, who will undoubtedly cease collaboration with the Fu family and instead work with us. Before Wen Liao could finish her thought, a chilling, viscous liquid splashed onto her and Wen Jinyan. A putrid stench invaded her nostrils, assaulting her senses. Before Wen Liao could comprehend what was happening, a figure in black lunged at Wen Jinyan, plunging a knife into his abdomen with brutal force. Chapter 41. He is so spoiled, so reserved. Ah! What is this? Who are you, and why are you attempting to assassinate my brother? Wen Liao screamed in horror, raising her hand to wipe the filth from her face, only to discover it was excrement. She uncontrollably retched. The assailant, realizing he had stabbed the wrong person, was bewildered. What is going on? I distinctly saw Fu Sihong and his wife approaching. How did they suddenly vanish? The attacker scanned left, right, and forward, yet could not find Fu Sihong or his wife. Unknown to the assailant, at the critical moment, Wen Shuang had utilized 2 invisibility charms. In reality, she and Fu Sihong were merely a short distance away. As the assailant stood momentarily dazed, the auction house's security rushed over, pinning him to the ground. One of the security personnel, noticing Wen Jinyan's injury, quickly dialed for emergency assistance. However, the odor emanating from the Wen siblings was so unbearable that the security guard gagged while making the call. Guests exiting the auction house recoiled at the sight of Wen Liao and Wen Jinyan, drenched in filth, their stench driving them away. Isn't that Wen Liao? Didn't she claim to be superior to Wen Shuang in every aspect? Yet tonight, while Wen Shuang basked in the limelight, she found herself in this disgraceful state. How could she be doused in excrement? Previously, it was often said that Wen Liao surpassed Wen Shuang, branding Wen Shuang as a naive country bumpkin. Yet witnessing Wen Shuang tonight contradicts those rumors. Could it be that the Wen family is excessively biased? Look, both siblings are now reaping their comeuppance. Indeed, the Wen family's favoritism has led to Wen Liao being exalted, only to end up in utter disgrace. The crowd exchanged barbs, each word piercing Wen Liao's heart like a sharp blade. She found herself rendered speechless, for any attempt to respond would only unleash the foul scent of excrement. Never before had she felt such a comical and humiliating defeat. When the ambulance arrived, the medical personnel, upon seeing the siblings in such a filthy state, retched and fled to the side. When Jinyan, having lost too much blood, appeared deathly pale and was on the verge of fainting. The siblings could not fathom the reasons behind their misfortune that night. Indeed, witnessing the misfortune of those I despise brings me such joy. On their drive home, Fu Sihong heard Wen Shuang's laughter resonate in her heart, causing the corners of his lips to curve upwards in amusement. He felt fortunate that fate had intertwined his path with Wen Shuang's. Wen Shuang, will Wen Jinyan perish? Wen Shuang shook her head, no. The assailant did not strike a fatal blow. Thanks to my genius in metaphysics, otherwise he would have been doused in excrement and stabbed thrice, facing either death or severe injury.
Fu Sihong shivered slightly.
Wen Shuang, I invite you to a high-end restaurant for a late-night snack. What would you like to eat? Wen Shuang rested her delicate fingers on her chin, her beautiful eyes wandering until they landed on a barbecue stall in a nearby alley. Husband, I wish to eat that. The aroma of barbecued delicacies wafted through the open car window, tantalizing her senses. Just days ago, I watched a short video of someone enjoying barbecue, and it left me craving it. In our era, barbecue did not exist. However, I wonder if my husband, impeccably dressed, would be willing to indulge in street food with me? Fu Sihong glanced at Wen Shuang and nodded in agreement.
All right.
Oh my, he actually agreed. Aside from still being a virgin, my husband is practically perfect. Fu Sihong, is it embarrassing to still be a virgin? Isn't it simply because he has yet to meet a woman he truly cares for? Like his father, he is traditional, believing in giving his first time to someone he genuinely loves. Does Wen Shuang desire to be that woman for him? Realizing her fleeting fantasy about Wen Shuang, Fu Sihong promptly quelled his wandering thoughts. After parking the car, Fu Sihong accompanied Wen Shuang to the barbecue stall. The tall and handsome man alongside the radiant woman created a picturesque scene. The stall owner and patrons frequently cast glances at the pair. What would you like to eat? Esteemed guests? The owner inquired warmly. Wen Shuang accepted a small basket from him and turned to Fu Sihong, asking, Can I order anything?
Fu Sihong nodded.
You may order whatever you desire. Wen Shuang selected lamb skewers, beef skewers, grilled chicken wings, grilled squid, crispy chicken, grilled eggplant, grilled leeks, and gluten skewers, filling the basket to the brim. The owner chuckled, observing Wen Shuang's petite frame. My dear, with such a large order, the two of you won't be able to finish. Wen Shuang swallowed hard and confidently replied, Don't worry, I never waste food. I can handle it. After placing her order, Wen Shuang noticed patrons at the adjacent table drinking beer and decided to grab 2 bottles. Husband, do you drink? Fu Sihong shook his head. I don't drink. I need to drive later. Do you drink? Wen Shuang had never tasted modern beer and was curious about its flavor. Just a little. Once the barbecue was served, Wen Shuang resembled a little glutton ensnared by delectable cuisine. How delicious! Modern delicacies are truly to my liking, she exclaimed. Oh dear. I was contemplating accumulating merits to restore my spiritual power, hoping to find a way back to 1,000 years ago. Now, however, I find myself rather reluctant to return. Fu Siheng's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of concern igniting within him. Had she genuinely entertained thoughts of returning to a time long past? Having finished her barbecue and consumed a bottle of beer, Wen Shuang felt a delightful lightheadedness envelop her. Wow, I never imagined modern beer could be so intoxicating. As she swayed unsteadily to her feet, Fu Siheng hurriedly offered his support. Yet, when Shuang brushed aside his hand, her fair, flushed face breaking into a charming smile. I'm not drunk. After settling the bill, Fu Siheng observed Wen Shuang wobbling ahead and gently grasped her arm. The car is over there. With a playful twinkle in her eyes, she replied, Husband, I wish to stroll and admire the night scenery here. Seeing her inebriated yet endearingly naive state stirred a warmth within Fu Siheng's deep-set eyes, revealing a tenderness he had not previously acknowledged. He called for the driver, Uncle Zhou, to come and fetch them. Once the call was made, he swiftly approached Wen Shuang, crouching down to her level. Wen Shuang, hop on. I'll carry you to enjoy the night view. Wen Shuang gazed at him with a dreamy expression, her eyes drawn to his broad, sculpted back, illuminated by the streetlight's warm glow. In that moment, he resembled a formidable mountain, exuding an aura of unwavering stability and safety. Without hesitation, she clambered onto his back, swaying slightly as he steadied her under her knees. Rising to his full height, he walked forward with a steady and powerful stride. Husband, I want to see the light show. Wen Shuang pointed excitedly towards the high-rise buildings across the bridge. As she spoke, her warm breath brushed against his neck, causing Fu Siheng's Adam's apple to involuntarily bob. With a low, husky voice, he replied, All right, I will heed my wife's wishes. Chapter 42. A heart-racing moment. Wen Shuang, leaning against his broad shoulder, failed to catch what Fu Siheng called her, her eyes fixated on his chiseled profile. Husband, do you think I was too harsh? She reflected that she could have spared both Fu Siheng and Wen Jinyan from harm. Fu Siheng immediately grasped the implication of her words, his brow furrowing ever so slightly. Has the Wen family treated you poorly in the past? Wen Shuang's long lashes fluttered as her spirits dampened. Indeed, they had shown her no kindness. The Wen family sent the young original owner to live with relatives in the countryside, where they, aware of her insignificance, subjected her to constant abuse and forced labor. One time, when she failed to complete her chores, they locked her in a pigsty for 3 days without food. It was only when she was on the brink of starvation that Wen Jinyan came to her rescue. Wen Jinyan scolded the relatives fiercely, insisting they care for the original owner. Desperate for familial affection, she realized her parents did not love her, and she believed her brother was different, that he cared for her. In truth, Wen Jinyan had only come to the countryside to catch fireflies for Wen Liao. In a bid to win Wen Jinyan and Wen Liao's favor, the original owner, despite her frail condition, took Wen Jinyan to the mountains to catch fireflies. During the excursion, she fell and scraped her hands and feet on thorns, yet Wen Jinyan showed no concern. Even so, the original owner clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that if Wen Jinyan had not come to the countryside, she might have perished in the pigsty. She thought he still cared for her as a sister. After Wen Jinyan left with a jar of fireflies, the original owner dedicated herself to her studies, determined to achieve good grades to show her brother. Through her efforts, she indeed did well. Coincidentally, the winter break coincided with Wen Jinyan's birthday, and she took her report card and a handwoven safety not to visit the Wen family in the city. The Wen family was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. Cautiously, she presented the safety not to Wen Jinyan, who received it with indifference, dismissing her visit as a disgrace to the family. When Liao lured her to the poolside in the backyard, taunting her that in their parents' and brother's eyes, she was the least important. When Liao maliciously pushed the original owner, who could not swim, into the pool, then jumped in herself. The original owner nearly drowned, and upon hearing her cries for help, both Wen Jinyan and their father jumped in, yet they only saved Wen Liao. In the end, it was a stranger attending the birthday party who rescued her. After being saved, Wen Jinyan slapped her harshly, believing Wen Liao's accusation that she had pushed her sister. No one in the Wen family believed the original owner's explanation. Even then, the original owner naively thought it was her own inadequacies that had led to her plight. She studied relentlessly and gained admission to Yecheng University, yet was still looked down upon by the Wen family. Only later did she learn that she was not the biological daughter of the Wen family. Fu Siheng's handsome features tightened in disbelief. He had not fathomed that the once capricious Wen Shuang had endured such hardships since childhood. Just as he pondered where the original owner's soul had gone, he heard Wen Shuang's thoughts echoing in his mind. Perhaps she became utterly disenchanted with this world, and her soul has since reincarnated, destined to find joy and happiness in her next life. Fu Siheng turned to the woman resting on his shoulder,
his voice low and gravelly.
Wen Shuang, whatever you choose to do about the Wen family in the future, I shall support you. After the light show, Wen Shuang drifted into slumber against Fu Siheng's shoulder. He carried her for nearly 2 hours before returning to the Fu residence. Initially intending to place Wen Shuang in her guest room, he discovered the bed was broken. Reluctantly, he brought her to the master bedroom instead. Wen Shuang slept soundly, showing no signs of waking. After gazing at her for a moment, Fu Siheng took his sleepwear and went to shower. As Wen Shuang began to stir from her slumber, she was roused by the sound of water cascading. Dazed and disoriented, she awoke to find the room dimly lit, with only the bathroom casting a soft glow. Her vision still blurred, she cast a glance towards the bathroom, and to her astonishment, the door had inexplicably transformed into one-way glass, allowing her to see the silhouette within. The bathroom was enveloped in a thin veil of steam, illuminated by the light, creating a dreamlike ambience. Amidst the mist, a tall, well-defined figure could be discerned. Was that Fu Siheng showering? Wen Shuang blinked, momentarily questioning her senses. How could her stoic husband be bathing in her room, with his back turned to her? His broad shoulders resembled formidable mountains, droplets cascading down the taut contours of his muscular frame, pooling in the gentle curve of his spine. Wen Shuang swallowed hard, feeling a flush rise to her cheeks. Heavens above, how had she awoken to witness such a tantalizing and provocative scene? That broad back and slender waist. Who could resist such allure? The sight was an assault on her senses. Her cheeks grew warm, and she felt a rush of heat threatening to spill from her nostrils. Quickly, she tilted her head back, diverting her gaze. No, she needed to focus on something else to distract herself. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of her phone on the bedside table and, without a moment's hesitation, reached for it. She felt the urge to check on the other suitors and quell the flames of jealousy. Her fingertips danced swiftly across the screen, and before long, a handsome, delicate-looking young man appeared, strumming a guitar and singing in his live stream. That evening, after accepting a substantial sum from Hu Yuan, Fu Siheng had transferred 5 million into her bank account. Curious to see if she could utilize that money, Wen Shuang sent out a carnival gift.
Success.
She glanced out the window, and to her relief, there was no thunderclap. Hooray! She continued to send several more gifts, and still, there was no sign of impending doom. It seemed she could independently possess that fortune and become a little wealthy lady. In her drunken stupor, Wen Shuang was oblivious to the fact that the phone she held was actually Fu Siheng's. His short video account, verified under his real name, was now the source of considerable buzz. Fu Siheng's extravagant act of sending 10 carnival gifts to the original singer Qi Yan instantly took the short video platform by storm. Soon, both Fu Siheng and Qi Yan's names surged to the top of Weibo's trending topics. Numerous discussion threads sprouted, filled with various ambiguous narratives, while marketing accounts eagerly penned eye-catching articles, each more sensational than the last, with titles such as Shock, Billionaire and Handsome Male Singer's Secret Affair and President Fu's Lavish Spending. Could his heart belong to another? In the tea room, Fu Xingzhou, Fu Songyu, and their parents were plotting ways to enhance the romance between Fu Siheng and Wen Shuang when they stumbled upon Fu Siheng topping the trending list.
What? Gay? Chapter 43.
The rival approaches. Upon seeing the Weibo trending topic, Fuma was nearly in tears from laughter. How could our eldest be gay? The third son might be, but the eldest certainly isn't. He shows not a hint of such qualities.
Fu Xingzue's mouth twitched. Mom.
Are you implying that I am the one who embodies such traits? Fuma glanced at the strikingly handsome Fu Xingzhou. And perhaps there was a shred of truth in that.
Fu Xingzu, my heavens. Can you hear me?
I am utterly wronged. As Fu Xingzhou lamented, Fuma playfully smacked the back of his head. Weren't you the one who broke your sister-in-law's bed? We all witnessed your brother carry her to the master bedroom. How could he possibly be uninterested in her yet shower gifts upon Qi Yan? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck Fuma, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Her eldest, so robust and manly, at 26 still had never been with a woman. Could he truly have inclinations toward the same sex? It was bizarre, truly bizarre.
Mom.
I believe my brother is not that kind of person. There must be some misunderstanding, Fu Songyu whispered.
Fu Bia nodded in agreement.
He should not be that kind of person. What do you mean by should not be? I am not that kind of person at all. The door to the tea room swung open abruptly, and Fu Siheng entered with a dark expression, clearly having overheard their earlier comments. After finishing his shower, Fu Siheng had received a call from his assistant, informing him that someone had used his phone to send 10 carnival gifts to Qi Yan, propelling both himself and Qi Yan to the forefront of trending topics, even igniting discussions about their potential pairing. When Shuang was drunk, she used my phone to send those gifts to Qi Yan, Fu Siheng stated, and immediately, disdainful looks were cast his way by the Fu family.
Fuma pouted. Son.
It's not that I'm criticizing you, but you have already carried your wife to the master bedroom, and yet she still shows no interest in you. Perhaps you should reflect on yourself.
Fu Xieng's mouth twitched.
I haven't even asked you when the door to my bathroom was replaced. After emerging from the bathroom, he realized that one could see clearly into it from the bedroom. He wondered if Wen Shuang had seen anything while he was showering. You all are utterly incompetent. Fu Siheng's face was dark with anger. Fu Xingzhou, feeling wronged, rubbed his nose. Brother, we only wanted to assist you and your sister-in-law. Yet it turns out you can't even compete with that Qi Yan.
Fuma laughed heartily.
Speaking of Qi Yan, he is indeed quite handsome. Who wouldn't be drawn to good looks? Xingzhou, you were once classmates with Qi Yan in kindergarten. What happened that turned you into rivals? Suddenly, Fu Xingzhou's expression shifted dramatically as he recalled something. Don't mention the past. That is my most humiliating memory, far worse than having a terrible girlfriend. After handling the public relations crisis, it was already 2 a.m. Fu Siheng stood by the bed, gazing at the peacefully sleeping Wen Shuang, the veins on his forehead throbbing. If not for his rationality, he would have seriously considered silencing Qi Yan.
What was so appealing about that guy?
And how could she send him 10 carnival gifts? Did she not realize she had a husband? Fu Siheng was consumed by frustration throughout the night, his deep-set eyes filled with anguish and irritation. Only as dawn broke did a hint of sleepiness begin to creep in. When Wen Shuang awoke, her temples throbbed, as if pricked by needles. She had never anticipated that modern beer could be so intoxicating. As she opened her heavy eyelids and shifted her body, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her head seemed to rest upon a warm, solid surface. Realizing she was clinging to Fu Siheng like an octopus, all remnants of sleep vanished from her mind. She lifted her head to gaze at the man who had yet to awaken. After a night, stubble adorned his jawline, his high nose bridge and tightly pressed lips exuding an aura of masculinity. When Shuang became acutely aware that her legs were still entwined around his waist, their position exceedingly suggestive, and hastily retracted them. In her fluster, she accidentally made contact. Wen Shuang, you've woken Fu Siheng. Embarrassment washed over Wen Shuang as they both understood what had just occurred. Blushing, she spoke first. I still haven't asked you why you carried me to your room. Fu Siheng ground his molars. Do you not remember what you did last night? Wen Shuang tilted her head, struggling to recall her actions from the previous night. Could it be that I had coveted his beauty and forced myself upon him? No, that doesn't make sense. My legs aren't sore or aching. Could it be that he only lasted 2 seconds? Fu Siheng's face darkened to an inky hue. Are you implying that I am impotent? You used my phone to send gifts to another man. Wen Shuang's mouth dropped open in surprise. Is that so? Sobbing, can I truly blame him? Who told him to be so reserved, installing a glass door in the master bathroom? I woke up and saw his silhouette in the shower. I could only divert my attention with other suitors. Wait, I was using his phone last night? As Wen Shuang pondered in confusion, a frantic knocking echoed from outside. Brother, get up quickly. Your rival is at the door. Fu Xingzhou's voice rang out. Fu Siheng and Wen Shuang sprang from the bed. Fu Siheng, with a stormy expression, opened the door, ready to say something, only to hear Fu Xingzhou continue. Brother, Qi Yan has come. He is here because of those 10 carnival gifts from last night. It was all over. The young lad Qi Yan. Could he truly believe that his elder brother harbors any interest in him, seeking to usurp his sister-in-law's position? It has come to my ears that not long ago, Qi Yan was cast out by his father, and now, he finds himself in dire need of both financial support and affection. Qi Yan? That name rings a bell. Let us allow him to linger in the living room for a while. After Wen Shuang and I have refreshed ourselves, we shall descend. After Fu Xingzhou departed, Wen Shuang cast a glance at Fu Siheng, noticing a faint blush tinting his ears, which stirred a curious thought within her. Why is Qi Yan as a rival causing my husband's ears to redden? Fu Siheng pressed his thin lips into a straight line. His ears turned crimson. And was it not because of her? The memory of her witnessing him in the shower last night left him at a loss on how to face her. You may occupy the master bedroom. I shall freshen up in another room. Fu Siheng all but fled the scene. As Wen Shuang descended the stairs, she found Fu Xingzhou and Qi Yan embroiled in a heated argument. I have already told you, it was not my elder brother who sponsored your carnival last night. Believe it or not. Qi Yan seethed, his face flushed with anger. If it wasn't your brother, could it possibly have been you?
Fu Xingzu.
Are you intentionally trying to label me as gay? My private messages were inundated last night with men proclaiming their interest. You have truly ruined me. A hearty laugh erupted from Fu Xingzhou, unable to contain himself. Qi Yan clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking ominously. Ah Yan, it was genuinely a misunderstanding. For your aunt's sake, calm down, urged Aunt Fu. Qi Yan took a deep breath, nodding. Annie, as a staunch heterosexual man, to be labeled as gay is utterly unjust. Fu Xingzhou, undeterred, added, well, perhaps it is due to your delicate and striking beauty? This only served to rekindle Qi Yan's fury.
Aunt Fu swiftly kicked Fu Xingzu,
exclaiming, you two are of similar age and background. Logically, you should be good friends. How did you become such adversaries? Wen Shuang observed Qi Yan's features, her perception sharpening. It turns out that in his childhood, Qi Yan grew his hair long to donate to a little girl suffering from leukemia. In kindergarten, his flowing locks and delicate appearance led Fu Xingzhou to mistakenly believe he was a girl. Having never encountered such a beautiful girl, Fu Xingzhou had approached Qi Yan, proclaiming he would marry him when they grew up, which incited Qi Yan's wrath, prompting him to kick Fu Xingzhou twice. After being kicked, Fu Xingzhou, irate, vowed to never marry Qi Yan nor befriend him again. After lunch, while Fu Xingzhou went to the restroom, he noticed Qi Yan following him. Fu Xingzhou blocked Qi Yan, insisting that the men's restroom was for boys with little dicks, directing him to the women's restroom instead. Qi Yan, wanting to retaliate, found himself at a loss, and in desperation, he claimed he had a little dick. Fu Xingzhou, incredulous, could not believe it. Qi Yan was far too beautiful. With hair reaching his waist, Qi Yan maintained his claim of being a boy, and rather than continue the debate, Fu Xingzhou yanked down his pants. Squatting down, Fu Xingzhou was taken aback to discover Qi Yan indeed had a little dick, and in an unexpected turn, a stream of urine shot forth onto Fu Xingzhou's face, leaving him wide-eyed and shocked. From that moment on, their rivalry was firmly established. Having absorbed Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Xingzhou's handsome face flushed crimson. Oh, versatile sister-in-law, could you refrain from exposing his past? My dignity is nearly in shambles. Hilarity erupted, with Fu father, Fu mother, and Fu Songyu bent over in laughter. Not only did the third son date a ghostly girlfriend, but he also drank human urine.
Aha!
Qi Yan, utterly bewildered, pondered whether the Fu family had lost their wits. However, it seems Qi Yan truly is unfortunate, as he is on the verge of being. The laughter abruptly ceased among the Fu family. What calamity was Qi Yan about to face? Chapter 44, Shocking. A pendant mixed with ashes. After the laughter subsided, Aunt Fu's heart tightened. She had a good relationship with Qi Yan's mother, who had passed away from a severe illness 3 months prior. Qi Yan's parents were regarded as a model couple in E-City, and she had believed that after his mother's passing, his father would not seek another companion. Yet, recently, she heard that not only had his father found a young and beautiful woman, but he also gifted his late wife's jewelry to his new love. Following this revelation, Qi Yan had a fierce argument with his father, resulting in him being cast out of his home, and all his credit cards were cancelled. Thus, the once pampered young master, accustomed to luxury, had to rely on live streaming for income. In this world, there are countless ungrateful souls. Women must learn to cherish themselves. Qi Yan, I hear your father has found a stepmother and that you've been thrown out. You seem to be having a rough patch lately. My sister-in-law can read fortunes. Would you like her to take a look? Fu Xingzhou offered, his tone surprisingly kind. Qi Yan, unimpressed, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? Didn't you say your sister-in-law is a simpleton from the countryside? I could just as easily claim I can perform the dragon subduing 18 palms. Do you believe I would knock you down right now? Fu Xingzhou's ire flared once more, but before he could retaliate, Aunt Fu delivered a swift kick. She regarded Qi Yan, who had lost weight since his mother's passing, with sympathy. Ah Yan, this time, Xingzhou is not exaggerating. My daughter truly possesses the ability to read fortunes. Qi Yan glanced at Wen Shuang, momentarily taken aback. Sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, illuminating Wen Shuang's unadorned face. Her skin as white as porcelain, her enchanting fox-like eyes sparkling with allure. Beneath her delicate nose, her lips were naturally rosy. Her long, Thick hair cascaded over her shoulders, accentuating her exquisitely petite face. Clad in a simple t-shirt and jeans, she exuded a youthful, vibrant charm. Qi Yan had previously encountered Wen Shuang, who had been heavily made up then. The contrast to her current appearance was stark. Initially skeptical of her fortune-telling abilities, he found himself captivated by the depth and allure in her eyes when they met. Qi Yan averted his gaze, turning his attention to Fu Xingzhou, a smirk dancing on his lips. Very well, if your sister-in-law proves to be accurate, I shall absolve you of the incident from last night regarding the carnival that unjustly labeled me as gay. What is gay? Wen Shuang promptly pulled out her phone to investigate. It turns out to refer to male-male relationships. Last night, my husband and Qi Yan even trended on social media. Why does this pair seem oddly delightful? As Fu Sihong descended the stairs, he commanded, "Bring out the fortune-telling fee." Fu Xingzhou extended his hand towards Qi Yan. Ignoring Fu Xingzhou, Qi Yan approached Wen Shuang, inquiring, "Miss Wen, how much is the fee for your fortune-telling?" Fu Sihong cast a glance at Qi Yan, whose red lips and white teeth, coupled with his delicate beauty, surpassed that of many women. Recalling how Wen Shuang had sponsored 10 carnivals for him the previous night, alarm bells rang in Fu Sihong's mind. "Miss Wen? She is my wife." Qi Yan dismissed him with a wave. "Who doesn't he know? You two lack emotional connection. You are merely a plastic couple. I heard Fu Xingzhou say that you will eventually divorce."
Fu Xiang's handsome features tightened. Fu Xing Zu.
Brother, I was merely reiterating what I had said. The implication was clear, referring to Wen Shuang before her transformation. Back then, she was quite a handful and not particularly likable at all. Fu Sihong pressed his lips together, choosing not to respond further. Last night, upon hearing Wen Shuang's experiences through her heartfelt words, he gained a deeper understanding of her past tumultuous behaviors. From childhood to adulthood, Wen Shuang endured immense suffering. No matter how hard she tried, she could never measure up to Wen Liao in the eyes of the Wen family. She was overlooked, marginalized, and harmed. Her yearning for love was so profound that, in its absence, she resorted to extreme and tempestuous actions to capture the attention of others. Fortunately, in her next life, she would find herself in a kind and nurturing family. Wen Shuang did not mind when others referred to her and Fu Siqing as a plastic couple. After a year, I was already planning to divorce that sour-faced husband. In reality, Qi Yan is even more handsome than he appears in the live stream. Fu Siqing clenched his jaw, a surge of impulse rising within him to kick Qi Yan out of the Fu family's door. Mother Fu quickly approached, pulling both Wen Shuang and Qi Yan to sit on the sofa. Fu Siqing and Fu Xingzhou completely disregarded the feelings of the two brothers. It felt reminiscent of the wicked stepmother in Snow White. Qi Yan took out his phone and asked, "Miss Wen, may I add you on WeChat for a transfer?" Wen Shuang nodded, "Of course. Who wouldn't he want the WeChat of a handsome young gentleman?" Fu Siqing gritted his teeth, watching helplessly as Wen Shuang and Qi Yan added each other on WeChat. Fu Xingzhou leaned closer and whispered in Fu Siqing's ear, "Eldest brother, considering that he recently lost his mother and was kicked out by his father, try not to hold it against him. Out of sight, out of mind." With a stern expression, Fu Siqing went to work. Wen Shuang only asked Qi Yan for 500 yuan as a fortune-telling fee, which he promptly transferred. "Young Master Qi, the position of your earlobe suggests that you are free from financial worries, while your thin front teeth indicate a tendency to speak abruptly. The protruding bone above your right eyebrow signifies that your mother passed away first." Qi Yan was unfazed. The fact of his mother's passing was well known in the upper echelons of Yeqing. Wen Shuang's beautiful eyes glanced at the pendant hanging from Qi Yan's neck. "Recently, have you been plagued by nightmares, dreaming of countless black birds circling in the air, their eyes glowing with a strange red light, emitting sharp, piercing cries that make your head feel as though it is being pricked by 1,000 silver needles, leaving you utterly sleepless?" Qi Yan's previously carefree demeanor abruptly transformed into seriousness. His gaze toward Wen Shuang was filled with disbelief. "Wait, can you really read fortunes?" That nightmare had haunted him for nearly a month, and he now required a significant amount of sleeping pills each night to find rest. Moreover, your temper is growing increasingly volatile, akin to a powder keg ready to ignite. Qi Yan instantly sat upright, nodding vigorously, "Yes, yes. The last time I went out for a meal, a waiter accidentally bumped into me, and I exploded in rage, wanting to hit him. Which is not how I used to be." Wen Shuang raised her hand, pointing at the pendant around Qi Yan's neck. "What is this?" "My mother was a jewelry brand designer. This was her last design, birds die for food. After her passing, I found this pendant among her belongings, and wear it every day. Wen Shuang pressed her lips together, her voice chillingly calm. This is not the piece your mother designed. The pendant contains the ashes of a wrongfully deceased person. The ashes belong to someone who died of greed. With deep resentment at the time of death, their spirit is trapped within this pendant, unable to find release. Once worn, the vengeful spirit will incessantly erode the wearer's mind, draining their vitality and leading them into a spiral of pain and rage until their life fades away. As Wen Shuang spoke, the Fu family and Qi Yan all shuddered. My goodness, that's terrifying, Fu Xingzhou exclaimed, jumping up from the sofa. Mother Fu shot him a glare. You're not afraid of dating a ghost girl, so what are you scared of now? Fu Xingzhou's forehead was adorned with 3 dark lines. Mom, can we not bring up my dark history? If you keep this up, I feel like the sky is going to fall. Mother Fu snorted. If it does,
we can use it as a coffin board.
Ms. Huanru, I must have been adopted by you. You must have fed me Sanlu when I was a child. How did I end up with a fool who can't even distinguish between a ghost girl and a regular girl? And drinking Sanlu. How did that not poison you?
Fu Xingzu.
Forget it. I want to argue with my mother. Otherwise, I'll meet a tragic end. Life is too short to be overly concerned. Qi Yan glanced at Fu Xingzhou with a smirk. You're really something. Fu Xingzhou immediately shot back. What do you mean by something? 6 centimeters, perhaps? Qi Yan instantly understood the implication in Fu Xingzhou's words and began to roll up his sleeves, sensing the atmosphere turning tense again. Mother Fu quickly threw a cushion at Fu Xingzhou. Your sister-in-law is here. What nonsense are you spouting? Fu Xingzhou touched his nose. Miss Huanru, what did I say? Are you imagining things? You're really keeping up with the times. Old Fu, come and manage your wife. Mother Fu felt that one day, this mischievous child would drive her to madness. Wen Shuang watched the bickering mother and son, unable to stifle a chuckle. I am pure. I am not a little yellow person. Is 6 centimeters what I think it is?
The Fu family.
Qi Yan, unable to hear Wen Shuang's inner thoughts, swiftly yanked the necklace off his neck. Could it be that someone truly swapped my mother's design? Wen Shuang reached out her hand, taking the bird's dye for food pendant necklace from Qi Yan. I will help you dispose of this malevolent object.
Qi Yan nodded. All right.
Sister-in-law, what do you need? I'll fetch it for you. Wen Shuang listed what she required. After Fu Xingzhou brought the items, Wen Shuang ignited a bundle of mugwort, and as the smoke rose, she began to chant an exorcism spell. Then, she took out a yellow talisman, dipped her fingertip in cinnabar, swiftly inscribing a few strokes onto the talisman before affixing it to the pendant. In an instant, the talisman emitted a faint glow, seemingly battling the malevolent force within the pendant, and a faint, eerie wail could be heard. The Fu family and Qi Yan watched in grave silence, their hair standing on end. As the pendant trembled violently, Wen Shuang quickly formed seals with her hands and shouted break. A surge of spiritual energy shot from her palm toward the pendant. Accompanied by a mournful scream, the pendant shattered into several pieces. All right, the evil within has been obliterated. In that moment, Qi Yan completely believed in Wen Shuang's abilities. Incredible, Miss Wen. Why don't you divorce Fu Xiqing and be with me? Fu Xingzhou shot Qi in a glare. What nonsense are you dreaming about? Sister-in-law is my brother-s. Mother Fu patted Qi Yan's arm. Yan. It's inappropriate to covet my daughter-in-law. Qi Yan shrugged. All right, I'll wait for Miss Wen to divorce.
The Fu family.
Oh no. Last night Wen Shuang gifted Qi Yan 10 carnivals. What will happen if these two start pursuing each other? Wen Shuang's gaze fell on Qi Yan's face, her delicate brows slightly furrowing. Why is there still a faint trace of death energy surrounding him? The Fu family immediately turned to Qi Yan, their eyes nearly popping out as they searched for the source of the death energy. Young Master Qi, is your aunt asking you to return to the Qi family tonight for a family dinner? Perhaps to mediate your relationship with your father? Qi Yan widened his eyes and asked, is it all right if I call you sister from now on? You are truly remarkable. How could you even calculate that? Wait. I want to accompany you back to the Qi family, Wen Shuang remarked. Fu Xingzhou immediately raised his hand, exclaiming, I want to go too. He was genuinely concerned about his sister-in-law being alone with Qi Yan, fearing that she might be lured away. Fu Ba, Fu Ma, and Fu Sangyu also wished to join, as Wen Shuang had taken the initiative to propose visiting the Qi family, indicating that something significant was about to unfold.
Especially Fu Ma,
who was eager to follow along to witness the new flame that had so captivated Qi father. Ultimately, only Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou accompanied Qi Yan to the Qi residence. Qi father's new love interest, Qiao Menjing, was a young caregiver who had attended to Qi mother during her lifetime, merely 3 or 4 years older than Qi Yan. Xiao Menjing possessed a delicate and charming appearance that evoked sympathy. That evening, during the family gathering at the Qi residence, Xiao Menjing personally prepared an elaborate feast.
Shan Ye.
When a Yen returns, be a bit more amiable and don't provoke him, Qi Jingshan advised, recalling the incident where Qi Yan was labeled as gay and made headlines. His expression darkened as he grumbled, "He is always causing trouble for me," spoiled by his mother. As soon as Qi Yan stepped inside the house, he was met with Qi father's furious roar. Despite the absence of the necklace pendant, his anger surged. "You shameless old man! How dare you mention my mother? She passed away only 3 months ago, and you've already brought home her caregiver. My mother must have been blind to marry you. You are truly ungrateful and disrespectful." Qi Yan had not finished his words when a sharp crack echoed through the air. Qi Jingshan slapped Qi Yan's pale, delicate face with a forceful blow. Fu Xingzhou and Wen Shuang, who had lagged a few steps behind, frowned in unison at the sight. Though Fu Xingzhou and Qi Yan were not on the best terms. Witnessing Qi Yan being struck unsettled him. "Uncle Qi, is there no way to discuss this civilly without resorting to violence? Would you dare to treat him this way if Qi Yan's mother were still alive?" Qi Jingshan's face darkened further upon noticing Qi Yan had brought outsiders with him. "Didn't your aunt inform you that tonight is a family gathering?" Qi Yan touched his swollen cheek, pressed his tongue against the inside of his mouth, and spat defiantly at Qi Jingshan. "If you can bring your shameless woman back, why can't I bring a friend?" Furious, Qi Jingshan leaped up, intending to strike Qi Yan again, but Qi Yan's aunt rushed over to intervene, pulling him away. "The child has finally returned. Why make such a ruckus? A Yen, try to calm down. What enmity could exist between father and son that lasts overnight?" Qi Yan clenched his jaw, choosing silence. He scanned the living room, sensing something amiss. It soon dawned on him that the portrait of his late mother was conspicuously absent, which he found unsettling. "Where is my mother's portrait?" Qi Yan's voice, laced with suppressed fury, turned icy as he glared at Qi Jingshan. Qi Jingshan averted his gaze, failing to respond. In a haste, Qi Yan stopped a servant, demanding, "Where has my mother's portrait gone?" The servant hesitated, stammering, "The lady's portrait is." Chapter 46, Severing Ties, Never to Cross Paths Again. The servant lowered their head, struggling to articulate where the portrait was hidden. Wen Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes, casting a glance at Qi Jingshan and Xiao Menjing, who both exhibited a telltale flicker of guilt in their expressions. Qi Yan's mother's portrait had been discarded in the basement. Wen Shuang signaled to Fu Xingzhou, instructing him to inform Qi Yan about the portrait's location. Fu Xingzhou promptly approached and conveyed Wen Shuang's message to Qi Yan. Upon hearing this, Qi Yan stormed toward the basement, each step fueled by urgency and rage. Fu Xingzhou and Wen Shuang hurriedly followed. Seeing this, Xiao Menjing leaned pitifully against Qi Jingshan, asking, "Shanga, do you think a Yen will blame me?" Qi Jingshan wrapped his arm around her shoulder, his eyes filled with tenderness and indulgence. "Would he dare to blame you? It was I who ordered the portrait to be taken to the basement. It has nothing to do with you." The dim basement was thick with a musty odor. Qi Yan soon found his mother's portrait in a corner, shattered into pieces, with shards of glass scattered on the floor. His eyes instantly turned crimson, and an uncontrollable rage surged from within. Clenching his fists until his knuckles turned white, his body trembled violently. It must have been that woman, Xiao Menjing, who orchestrated this. His mother had only passed away 3 months ago, and she was already eager to marry Qi Jingshan, now even desecrating his mother's portrait. In that moment, Qi Yan felt a murderous intent toward both Xiao Menjing and Qi Jingshan. With a roar escaping his throat, Qi Yan clutched the remnants of his mother's portrait and swiftly departed. Wen Shuang instinctively reached for him, saying, "A Yan, please calm down and listen to me." Qi Yan violently shook off Wen Shuang's hand. His fury had reached its zenith, and he was resolute in seeking retribution from Qi Jingshan, impervious to any further persuasion. Xiao Menjing had deliberately destroyed Qi Yan's mother's portrait to provoke him. She was about to execute her next scheme, but let her proceed, for I shall expose her. Fu Xingzhou, who had intended to restrain the enraged Qi Yan, retracted his hand upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts. When Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou returned to the living room, they found Qi Yan had already pushed Xiao Menjing to the ground in his fury. "Ah! My stomach hurts so much," Xiao Menjing cried out. Qi Jingshan's eyes widened in alarm as he observed blood streaming from between her legs. Menjing, you're bleeding. With tears blurring her vision, Qiao Menjing pleaded, Zhangge, quickly tell the servant to call Dr. Sun. I'm afraid we won't be able to keep our child. Qi Zhengshan immediately ordered a servant to contact Dr. Sunday. After issuing the command, he glared furiously at Qi Yan. You beast. Your stepmother is pregnant. Are you trying to kill the child in her womb? Qi Yan stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, unable to move. His mother had only been gone for 3 months, and Qi Zhengshan had already allowed this woman to conceive? Was he even human? Hadn't he been loving toward his mother? Was it all merely an act? How could he be so heartless? Qi Zhengshan, you are nothing but a scoundrel who cannot control himself, deserving only to be a slave to novelty and hormones. Qi Zhengshan trembled with rage. You wretched brat. My relationship with your stepmother is legitimate. Should I remain a widower for the rest of my life just because your mother has died? Qiao Menjing, clutching her belly, sobbed softly, Zhangge, please don't blame a yen. He might be afraid that the child I bear will compete with him for the family fortune. A yen. I actually wanted to have a daughter with your father. The Qi family fortune will always belong to you. No one will contest it. Qi Zhengshan, now drenched in sweat, exclaimed, Menjing, you are far too kind, far too naive. Witnessing this scene, Qi Yan felt as though his heart was being ripped apart. Anger, sorrow, disappointment, and heartbreak intertwined, leaving him in an unbearable turmoil. Even Fu Xingzhou found it difficult to bear, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, damn it. I never imagined Uncle Qi would be such a scoundrel. Wen Shuang gazed at Qiao Menjing, who was clutching her abdomen, seemingly on the verge of fainting from the pain. With determined strides, she approached Mr. Qi. I have a knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. Allow me to take Miss Qiao's pulse. Qiao Menjing cast a glance at Wen Shuang, unfamiliar with her, uncertain whether she truly possessed the requisite medical expertise, and hesitated to take that risk. Zhangge, I want to wait for Dr. Sun to arrive. Qi Zhengshan, in a state of agitation, pointed out that Dr. Sun would not arrive for another 10 minutes. Perhaps we should let this young lady check your pulse in the meantime? Qiao Menjing shook her head vigorously, her youth betraying her lack of knowledge in traditional medicine. I want to wait for Dr. Sunday. Before she could finish her protest, Wen Shuang had already crouched beside her. Miss Qiao, rest assured, my medical skills are quite proficient. With that, Wen Shuang pressed one hand against Qiao Menjing's pulse, while the other slipped beneath her skirt. Realizing something was amiss, Qiao Menjing cried out, Zhangge, my stomach hurts terribly, make her stop. Just as Qi Zhengshan was about to intervene, he was taken aback when Wen Shuang pulled a blood bag from between Qiao Menjing's legs. With a slight flick of her wrist, she tossed the blood bag onto Qi Zhengshan's face, the foul odor causing him to nearly retch. The living room fell into a stunned silence, as no one had anticipated that Qiao Menjing had been shedding a blood bag. Ah. So your new wife is faking her pregnancy, Uncle Qi, Fu Xingzhou remarked with a mocking tone. Qi Zhengshan, incredulous, turned to Qiao Menjing, his brow furrowing deeply. Menjing? Why did you deceive me? Qiao Menjing's complexion turned a ghastly shade, her fear now genuine. She glanced at Wen Shuang, clearly surprised that her concealed blood bag had been discovered. After a long moment, she regained her composure and, with a face etched in anguish and regret, confessed, Zhangge, I love you too much. Although we are married, you have yet to publicly acknowledge our relationship, leaving me feeling insecure, which drove me to this desperate measure. Seeing Qiao Menjing's tear-streaked face, Qi Zhengshan's heart ached, and he could not bring himself to reprimand her further. Menjing, please do not resort to such deceit again. I assure you, I will make our relationship public at once. He embraced her tenderly, brushing her sweat-soaked hair behind her ear. No matter what you've done, I will never blame you. My love for you is eternal. Hearing these words, Fu Xingzhou, standing nearby, felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Let alone Qi Zhengshan's son, Qi Yan. Qi Yan's forehead pulsed with anger, and after reaching a boiling point, he forced himself to regain his composure. Qi Zhengshan, if that is the case, I sever all ties with you. I will no longer be your son. Chapter 47, an exquisite revelation.
Kornet, hartslade bara.
Qi Yan turned to leave, but when Shuang called out just in time, young Master Qi, do you not find your father's behavior rather peculiar? Qi Yan halted abruptly, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Wen Shuang. What do you mean? Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. In your recollection, what was the nature of your father's relationship with your mother, and how did he treat you as a son? Qi Yan closed his eyes, and memories long buried began to resurface. In his childhood, his parents were inseparable, and his father gazed at his mother with infinite tenderness and affection. A romantic and cultured man, his father would surprise his mother with gifts from time to time. To him and everyone else, they were the quintessential model couple. As their only son, his father would lift him high while he rode a horse, and as he matured, his father respected his choices. When he aspired to be an original songwriter, it was his father who stood by him in support when his mother objected. Yet, with his mother's passing, everything had abruptly ceased. The past 23 years felt like a beautiful, dreamlike illusion. He did not wish for his father to remain a widower for life. It had only been 3 months since his mother's death. How could he seek another woman, especially one who had been his mother's caregiver? A tear of anguish slipped from Qi Yan's eye as he spoke with a heavy heart. Human nature is most fragile under duress. One can never discern whether those around them are human or specters. Through this incident, I have witnessed the most sordid aspects of humanity and its ugliest faces. Wen Shuang nodded. You speak wisely. Your father has indeed shattered your heart. But what if I told you he too has been ensnared by temptation? Qi Yan's pupils contracted. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. From observing your father's countenance, it appears he has fallen victim to a peach blossom curse. Qi Yan furrowed his brow. What is a peach blossom curse? In essence, it is an enchantment that requires the caster's heart's blood, combined with 7 budding peach blossoms and recited incantations to manifest. Those afflicted by such a curse become utterly subservient to the caster, indulging their every whim. If she points east, he will not venture west. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's words, Xiao Menjing's pupils dilated in alarm. Who is this young woman, and how did she know the secrets of the peach blossom curse? Shange, do not heed her nonsense. I have never cast any such curse upon you. Qi Zhengshan was not inclined to trust an outsider. Menjing, I only believe you. Wen Shuang let out a cold laugh. The Qian hexagram symbolizes authority, status, and the head of a household. According to traditional feng shui, the northwestern corner of the villa is typically regarded as the male lord's domain. Miss Qiao, you buried the peach blossom talisman in that corner, did you not? Xiao Menjing's complexion shifted dramatically. I did not. When Shuang glanced at Fu Xingzhou, third brother, please dig it up. Xiao Menjing rose to obstruct Fu Xingzhou's movements. But Qi Yan swiftly stepped in the way. If there is nothing to find, why are you so anxious? Xiao Menjing, with tears in her eyes, implored Qi Zhengshan. Shange, you must expel these 2 interlopers from the Qi residence. Qi Zhengshan immediately summoned bodyguards, while Qi Yan, with a stern countenance, retorted, let us see who dares to drive away my friends. The bodyguards exchanged uncertain glances, caught in a dilemma. Qi Yan, this is not your place to command. Just as Qi Zhengshan was about to give another order, Fu Xingzhou had already unearthed the object. Sister-in-law, here. When Shuang received a small iron box from Fu Xingzhou. Upon opening it, she discovered a palm-sized piece of peach-colored cloth containing 3 strands of Qi Zhengshan's hair. A faint aura of malevolence emanated from the cloth. As Xiao Menjing caught sight of the object in Wen Shuang's hand, her expression morphed through a spectrum of emotions. She lunged forward to snatch it away. But in the next instant, she was restrained by both Fu Xingzhou and Qi Yan. Wen Shuang produced an exorcism talisman and, after reciting a few incantations, the peach-colored cloth instantly reduced to ashes. Simultaneously, Qi Zhengshan trembled violently, as if struck by a profound shock, his face turning ashen. He then emitted a series of painful retches, expelling a foul-smelling black blood onto the ground. As the black blood flowed forth, the once clouded, infatuated gaze of Qi Zhengshan gradually regained its clarity and wisdom. He slowly lifted his head to regard the now restrained Xiao Menjing, and the warmth and affection that had previously filled his eyes were replaced by an unyielding coldness and disdain. He recalled the events of the past 3 months. Moments that once felt sweet now seemed utterly absurd. For the sake of a woman who had cast a peach blossom curse upon him, he had caused anguish to his recently deceased wife and inflicted pain upon his son, whom he had cherished since childhood. Qi Zhengshan could hardly bring himself to look at Qi Yan. With a face ashen with rage, he approached Xiao Menjing, raised his hand, and struck her twice across the face. During my wife's severe illness, we engaged you as her caregiver, treating you generously. Why then? Do you resort to sorcery to manipulate me? Heat radiated from the pain on Xiao Menjing's face, yet she paid no heed to Qi Zhengshan's furious outburst. Her gaze filled with loathing directed at Wen Shuang. If not for her interference, her plan would have undoubtedly succeeded. Why do you assist Qi Zhengshan? He is a vile criminal, indifferent to human life. He deserves to die, and the entire Qi family should perish. Xiao Menjing's emotions spiraled completely out of control. Seeing the hatred flickering in Xiao Menjing's eyes, Qi Jingshan was momentarily perplexed. What grievance do I bear against you, Xiao Menjing? When have I committed any heinous acts? Tears streamed down her eyes, and her bloodless lips trembled uncontrollably. On my 8th birthday, my father returned from the construction site with a cake for me. I joyfully ran to the alley to greet him, only to witness a black sedan ruthlessly run him over. He lay on the ground, covered in blood. I was paralyzed with fear, and by the time I regained my senses, the driver had fled. When I reached my father's side, he had already breathed his last. The cake lay scattered on the ground. Amidst the stench of blood, I also detected the strong odor of alcohol. The driver who killed my father was intoxicated. The forensic examination revealed that my father was still alive when the car first struck him. Had that person summoned help in time, he could have survived. But in a frenzied panic over the drunk driving, he callously ran over my father multiple times, crushing his brains and entrails. My mother and I reported the incident. Yet there were no cameras on that road, no witnesses. The police could not identify the perpetrator. Fortunately, fate smiled upon me, and I discovered a gilded business card at the scene. With reddened eyes filled with bone-deep hatred, Xiao Menjing glared at Qi Jingshan. The name on that card is yours, Qi Jingshan. As Xiao Menjing's words fell, a yellowed, gilded business card flew toward Qi Jingshan's face. This is the reason I wish to see your Qi family utterly destroyed. Chapter 48. Tearful Eyes. The Greatest Love. Xiao Menjing's eyes blazed with vengeful fury, her pallid lips quivering uncontrollably. Just because the Qi family holds power and influence, my mother and I could not bring the wrongdoer to justice, and my mother, unable to bear the trauma, leapt to her death. Qi Jingshan, you have caused my family's ruin, yet you present yourself as a benevolent philanthropist, a model husband alongside your wife.
Ha!
You are a hypocritical wretch, a heartless beast, lower than a dog. Tears flowed unceasingly from Xiao Menjing's eyes. You have destroyed our family, forcing me to grow up in a world of hatred and pain. How can I not despise you? I seek revenge, to make you taste the bitterness of losing everything. Regrettably, her plan had not come to fruition. Had it not been for that young woman, Qi Jingshan and his son Qi Yan would have undoubtedly been at her mercy. With this thought, Xiao Menjing shot a resentful glare at Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang touched her nose, fully aware of Xiao Menjing's current thoughts. You are misplacing your hatred. Xiao Menjing assumed Wen Shuang meant she should not resent her. Upon hearing Xiao Menjing's accusations, Qi Yan and Fu Xingzhou exchanged incredulous glances with Qi Jingshan. Old Qi, I never imagined you were so wicked in the past. Qi Yan scoffed. If what Xiao Menjing says is true, you deserve to descend to the depths of hell. Qi Jingshan's brow furrowed deeply, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. I have lived for over 40 years without ever committing any egregious acts. If anyone has been wronged, it is I, enchanted by Xiao Menjing's peach blossom sorcery, marrying her barely 3 months after my wife's passing, casting my son out of our home. I have done no other wrong. Upon hearing Qi Jingshan's denial, Xiao Menjing widened her bloodshot eyes, her intense hatred threatening to manifest physically. Qi Jingshan, do you dare to quibble? Cannot you see the business card that fell at the scene of the accident? With a shrill scream, Xiao Menjing lunged at Qi Jingshan like a furious beast, her long nails digging into his face. You have ruined my family, condemned me to live in hell since childhood, and now you still wish to deny it. I will fight you to the bitter end. Qi Jingshan, taken aback by Xiao Menjing's sudden attack, instinctively raised his hand to shield himself, retreating. Calm down. I have never killed anyone. You must be mistaken.
Impossible.
The Maybach that struck my father is still parked in your garage. I remember the license plate clearly. Qi Jingshan's face bore several bloody scratches from Xiao Menjing's assault. Yet she was not satisfied. Grabbing a sharp dagger from the coffee table, she aimed for Qi Jingshan's chest. Wen Shuang quickly intervened, pulling Qi Jingshan away while firmly gripping Xiao Menjing's wrist. With her considerable strength, Wen Shuang restrained Xiao Menjing, even in her frenzied state. The dagger clattered to the floor. With bloodshot eyes, Xiao Menjing glared at Wen Shuang.
Who are you?
Why do you assist this heartless hypocrite? Wen Shuang produced a calming talisman and pressed it into Xiao Menjing's palm. Instantly, her uncontrolled emotions began to subside. I told you, you are directing your hatred at the wrong person. Qi Jingshan did not kill your father. Just as Xiao Menjing was about to shake her head in denial, When Shuang interjected, "The Maybach parked in the Qi family garage indeed belongs to Qi Jingshan. It was the first luxury car he purchased with his wife, which he has kept ever since. While it was that very car that killed your father, the driver was not Qi Jingshan but rather his cousin, Qi Wei. After the accident, Qi Wei, in a panic, exited the vehicle to check on your father. He intended to call for an ambulance, but in his haste, he accidentally dropped Qi Jingshan's business card. Before he could dial, he remembered he was driving under the influence and committed an unthinkable act. As when Shuang recounted the tale, Qi Jingshan suddenly recalled certain past events. Qi Wei was the son of his uncle. He had never been fond of studying and, upon growing up, was unfit for management roles in the family business, leading the elder Qi to assign him as a driver. He vaguely remembered an incident from over a decade ago when a mother and daughter caused a commotion outside the company. Qi Wei had driven them away. Later, he explained that they were individuals trying to ingratiate themselves with him. At the time, he had just taken over the Qi family business and was too busy to give it much thought. Qi Wei drove for me for 2 years. But I eventually discovered he was using my business card to pursue unsavory women, so I dismissed him." Xiao Menjing scoffed. "Qi Wei raped a public relations officer a few years ago. He was imprisoned and, I heard, hanged himself shortly thereafter. Your words are but hollow now. Miss Qiao, have you not returned to the home where you once lived with your parents for quite some time?" When Shuang inquired. Xiao Menjing had been preoccupied with devising plans for revenge against those who had wronged her parents and indeed had not returned in ages. "Qi Wei's suicide in prison was because your father's spirit sought him out. Your father, fearing that you would remain engulfed in hatred, after ensuring the murderer faced justice, took the form of your neighbor from your hometown. He penned a letter and placed it in your mailbox, which you may verify if you doubt its authenticity." Xiao Menjing, filled with skepticism, accompanied by Fu Xingzhou, when Shuang, Qi Yan, and Qi Jingshan embarked on the journey to her family residence. Upon arriving at the community where the Qiao family resided, she indeed discovered a yellowed envelope within the mailbox. The handwriting on the letter unmistakably belonged to her father, written in his lifetime. "My precious daughter, when you come across this letter, you may be astonished or find it hard to believe. Yet, it is truly a letter from your father. I am aware that throughout these years, you have lived in the shadows of hatred and suffering, all stemming from that dreadful car accident. My departure shattered our family and burdened you, at such a tender age, with an inordinate amount of anguish. It pains me deeply to see your suffering. My beloved daughter, you have always believed that Qi Jingshan was responsible for my demise. But I wish to enlighten you. The true culprit is Qi Wei. For all these years, I refrained from departing to the afterlife, driven by the need to uncover the truth. Following my death, my spirit lingered in this world, witnessing the torment you and your mother endured, powerless to intervene. The agony I felt was 1,000-fold greater than the pain of being crushed by that vehicle, especially when your mother took her own life. My spirit was too feeble to prevent that tragedy. After you were left all alone, I witnessed your despair, and I was anxious for you, knowing you harbored a dark desire for vengeance against the one who caused my death. I too have been pursuing the truth, and fate has finally led me to the culprit, Qi Wei, who has once again committed a crime and is now imprisoned. I have ensured he meets his end in that prison. The score has been settled, my daughter, and I am now prepared to depart to the afterlife to reunite with your mother. I implore you to relinquish your obsession with vengeance and no longer dwell in hatred and suffering. Step out of the shadows and embrace the life that is rightfully yours. There are beautiful vistas awaiting you in this world, and you must live for yourself. If fate allows, perhaps in our next life, we may once again be a family. Until then, your mother, and I hope you will live your life fully, avoiding foolish actions and finding joy in the days to come. Forever loving you, your father. Date." Upon finishing the letter, Xiao Menjing was instantly overcome with tears. Chapter 49, Now Kiss Me. In that moment, Xiao Menjing was utterly convinced she had directed her hatred toward the wrong person. Realizing she had nearly harmed Qi Jingshan and Qi Yan, she fell to her knees. "Mr. Qi, young Master Qi, I am so sorry. I never imagined I would misplace my hatred. I know that no amount of words can amend the mistakes I have made. You may report me to the authorities." Regret and guilt crashed over her like a tidal wave. She was a woman who loved fiercely and acknowledged her faults. Although consumed by hatred over the years, she had never wished to harm others. Qi Jingshan glanced at Qi Yan's son. "How would you like to handle her?" Qi Yan, unfazed by his father's inquiry, was not inclined to forgive easily, despite the enchantment that had clouded Qi Laodang's judgment. He cast a glance at Xiao Menjing and waved his hand dismissively. You are indeed a pitiful soul. The blame lies solely with Qi Wei. I shan't dwell on the past anymore. Your father wished for you to lead a good life, so heed his words. Xiao Menjing widened her eyes in disbelief, looking toward Qi Yan, who she presumed would harbor deep resentment toward her due to her past actions. Young Master Qi, I thank you for granting me this opportunity. I will divorce your father and devote my remaining years to atoning for my wrongs. Qi Yan, disliking sentimental displays, moved closer to Wen Shuang and earnestly remarked, Miss Wen, though I am but 2 years your senior, you are truly remarkable. I shall henceforth refer to you as Sister Shuang. I owe you a debt of gratitude. Otherwise, Qi Laodeng and I may have met our end. Qi Jingshan hurriedly approached Wen Shuang, bowing deeply. Miss Wen, I am truly grateful. No need for thanks. I accepted your son's divination fee. A warm glow of merit enveloped Wen Shuang. She clapped her hands and approached Xiao Menjing. How did you come to know of the peach blossom curse? I encountered a master named Taoist Shugong at the antique street and paid a handsome price for a peach blossom talisman. Wen Shuang furrowed her brow. Taoist Shugong again? He was also behind Lin Qianqian becoming a ghost servant. Antique street, do you have Taoist Shugong's contact information? Xiao Menjing shook her head. Taoist Shugong is quite mysterious. I sought him later, but he vanished. After resolving matters with the Qi family, Wen Shuang asked Fu Xingzhou to take her to the antique street. After a thorough search, she failed to find Taoist Shugong. Sister-in-law, I will arrange for someone to keep watch at the antique street. Should that Taoist Shugong appear, I will notify you immediately. A smile crept onto Wen Shuang's lips. Well done, third brother. Since awakening from the haze of infatuation, your mind has become increasingly sharp.
Fu Xingzue's smile broadened.
More difficult to suppress than an AK. Wow, sister-in-law praised him. He is no longer the foolish, love-struck fool. Sister-in-law, can you foresee if I will encounter a girl I fancy in the future? Wen Shuang glanced at Fu Xingzhou, hesitating. Should I tell him the truth? He still has a trial of love ahead. If he cannot withstand the psychological strain, he may become a monk. Fu Xingzhou, what? He wondered if he had offended the heavens in a past life, leading to his current plight. A bitter smile appeared on his handsome face, and he swore that henceforth he would avoid any woman approaching him. A wise man does not enter the river of love. He would rather remain a single dog than renounce the world to become a monk. Upon returning to the Fu family villa, they noticed workers bustling about the neighboring standalone villa. The owner of that villa had traveled abroad, and rumors circulated of its impending sale. Just as Fu Xingzhou pondered this, he caught sight of a familiar figure on the second-floor balcony of the adjacent villa. Qi Yan. Had he truly moved next door? Was he brazenly attempting to woo his elder brother's partner? Wow, Zhou Jingma has come to confront Song Yu with a paternity test.
What?
Zhou Jingma has arrived? As Fu Xingzhou was about to seek out Qi Yan, his footsteps abruptly halted. The gossip was relentless. Like a curious child, he hurriedly followed Wen Shuang into the villa. Zhou Jingma had pulled Fu Songyu into the garden behind the villa. He wore a black high-collared shirt, the top button fastened tightly against his alluring throat. His handsome face appeared cold and aloof, his sharp phoenix eyes fixated on Fu Songyu. The results of the paternity test are in. Although Fu Songyu was certain that Tian Tian was her daughter, her heart raced uncontrollably upon hearing Zhou Jingma's words. Her long, thick lashes quivered slightly. Have you seen the results? Zhou Jingma extended his hand, tossing a document toward Fu Songyu. She hastily caught it. It is the result of a paternity test. Fu Songyu directed her gaze towards the end of the document. The conclusion revealed that she and Tian Tian shared a biological mother-daughter relationship. Fu Songyu felt a rush of warmth in her eyes, tears nearly cascading down her cheeks. Zhou Jingma's sharp gaze remained fixed on Fu Songyu, his voice low and icy as he queried, "Is it only your daughter you wish to acknowledge?" Assuming Zhou Jingma feared her intrusion into his personal life, she hastily responded, "Yes, after recognizing my daughter, I assure you, I will not disturb your private affairs during my weekends with her." Zhou Jingma's handsome visage darkened as he stepped forward, abruptly closing the distance between them. An overwhelming sense of aggression and pressure emanated from him, causing Fu Songyu to instinctively retreat. Yet the more she stepped back, the closer he advanced, until her back was against a large tree. He raised a hand, bracing it against the tree trunk above her head. Looking down at her flustered and helpless expression, his voice rich and husky. "And what of me?" His breath, warm and crisp, enveloped her, laden with undeniable allure. Those dark, Profound eyes seemed to threaten to consume her entirely. Mr. Zhou, you currently have a fiancé. This does not seem appropriate, Fu Songyu stammered. Zhou Jingma grasped her delicate chin, a mocking laugh escaping his throat. Do you truly believe that after learning of Jiang Xuejian's concealment of the child as truth, I would still remain with her? Fu Songyu was taken aback. You and she. I have already annulled our engagement. She was somewhat astonished. After so many years together, she had thought he cared for her and cherished her. Zhou Jingma's handsome face was both noble and frigid as he scrutinized Fu Songyu's gentle and exquisite features, articulating each word. I have never liked her.
Fu Sanju da softo.
She attempted to swat away his hand from her chin, but in the next moment, he suddenly leaned closer, their noses nearly touching, the atmosphere thick with tension. Just as Fu Songyu felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, he commanded, Fu Songyu, kiss me now. Chapter 50. Exceedingly sweet. His confession. For a moment, Fu Songyu thought she must have misheard. Did he just ask her to kiss him? Mr. Zhou, I believe you have mistaken the situation. We are not intimate enough for such an action, are we? Zhou Jingma's deep phoenix eyes bore into her fair, gentle face flushed with a light rosy hue, her eyes wide and sparkling. A smirk played on his lips. You stole my seed and bore a child. Is that not close enough? Before Fu Songyu could respond, Zhou Jingma's long fingers lifted her chin. I recall that on that night 5 years ago, it was you who took the initiative.
Fu Sanju's delicate brows furrowed tightly.
The events of that night were now a hazy memory, as they had been orchestrated by Xiao Jingyan. She hesitated, wanting to defend herself, but the man seemed to have lost his patience. Fu Songyu, if you cannot do this, do not seek to acknowledge my daughter. The thought of not being able to recognize her daughter caused a sharp pain in Fu Songyu's heart. Astonishment and panic flickered in her almond-shaped eyes. She had never anticipated Zhou Jingma would issue such a demand. His face was close, noble, and handsome. His features sculpted as if by a master craftsman, with a high-bridged nose and alluringly thin lips that bore an undeniable air of dominance and prestige. Fu Songyu's heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, her breath becoming shallow. Internally, she was torn. On one hand, she longed to reunite with her daughter, yet on the other, she felt immense shame and distress regarding Zhou Jingma's ultimatum. Observing her blushing and flustered state, Zhou Jingma released her chin. Forget it. He stepped back, preparing to leave. But the next moment, Fu Songyu seemed to make a momentous decision. She rose onto her toes and abruptly kissed him. In that instant when their lips met, the temperature around them seemed to rise. Zhou Jingma, tall and cold, froze momentarily. Dark currents swirled in his deep-set eyes. After stealing a brief kiss, Fu Songyu blushed and retreated. Is that enough? Zhou Jingma did not answer, but countered with another question. Fu Songyu, I ask you once more, do you only wish to acknowledge your daughter? Fu Songyu's long lashes fluttered. Zhou Jingma, I do not understand your meaning. She had been married before. Even if they had unexpectedly conceived a daughter, she felt unworthy of him. He was of such high caliber, surrounded by women vying for the title of Mrs. Zhou. Zhou Jingma grasped the back of Fu Songyu's head, his voice low and husky. Fu Songyu, do you not know that you are the dream of my youth? My heart stirred at first sight, like stars sparkling in the night sky, like flowers blossoming in spring. Fu Songyu gazed at Zhou Jingma in disbelief. She had never anticipated such a sudden revelation of his feelings. However, the misunderstanding that had separated them for 5 years, coupled with their respective emotional histories, made her question whether they could truly return to the past. After being hurt by Xiao Jingyan, Fu Songyu had grown wary of matters of the heart. Zhou Jingma's piercing gaze remained fixed on Fu Songyu. If you wish, you can return. Tears welled in Fu Songyu's eyes. Zhou Jingma, could you grant me some time to contemplate?
No.
Not allowing her the opportunity to speak further, Zhou Jingma grasped her head and leaned in to kiss her. The force he applied was far more intense than her previous gentle peck. He pried open her lips, invading her mouth with fervor. Fu Songyu's mind buzzed, as if it were about to explode. Actually. She stood rigid, like a puppet devoid of thought. The air between their lips and breaths was saturated with the cold cedar scent that clung to him, a mature, unique aroma that lured her into a state of surrender. Just as Fu Songyu felt herself weakening against him, she suddenly heard Wen Shuang's inner thoughts. Watching others fall in love is indeed far more entertaining. Quickly, let us get together. It's so sweet. It makes me want to fall in love too. Wen Shuang and the Fu family were hiding behind the bushes in the backyard, all wearing smiles reminiscent of meddling ants. Fu's mother turned to glance at Fu Xingzhou. Unable to resist the urge to smack the back of his head. Do you have a partner? How dare you grin like that? Fu Xingzhou rubbed the back of his head. Mom, you just don't understand. It's the singles who need to consume more dog food. Fu's mother huffed. Be careful not to overindulge and choke yourself. Fu Xingzhou woo-woo. Ever since he started dating that ghostly girlfriend, my mom seems to want to stuff me back into her womb for a reboot. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Songyu realized that her sister-in-law and family were spying on them, and she forcefully pushed Zhou Jingma away. He was caught off guard and stumbled back several steps. Fu Songyu, you. She gestured to Zhou Jingma, signaling him that someone was watching from the bushes. Zhou Jingma narrowed his phoenix eyes and, sure enough, spotted several sneaky heads peeking out. The thought of their kiss being witnessed by the Fu family made the usually aloof and cold Zhou Jingma feel a twinge of panic. Taking a deep breath, he strode towards the bushes. He approached too swiftly for Wen Shuang and the Fu family to evade. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, sister-in-law, and younger brother, rest assured, I will take responsibility for Songyu.
Fu Sanju.
The Fu family. Only Wen Shuang remained unfazed by Zhou Jingma's address. Hee. My eyes originally looked like this ovo, but now seeing Zhou Jingma spreading sweetness, they've transformed into V. I can remain single, but the CPI ship must certainly culminate in marriage. Fu Songyu felt her cheeks flush upon hearing Wen Shuang's unspoken thoughts. If even the elder sister acknowledges Zhou Jingma, he must be an exceptionally good man. Fu's father and mother summoned Zhou Jingma to the study, while Wen Shuang was beckoned by Qi Yan to the adjacent villa. Sister Shuang, to compensate me, Qi Laodeng gifted me a black card, and I have purchased the villa next to the Fu family. I shall be your neighbor from now on. When Shuang glanced at the villa Qi Yan had acquired, wasn't the previous owner abroad for medical treatment? Qi Yan was astounded. Sister Shuang, you are incredible. The previous owner truly is receiving treatment abroad. How did you deduce that? When Shuang replied, when this villa was constructed, it seemingly mimicked Western architectural designs, featuring Roman columns on either side of the facade, yet lacking a balcony in the middle. What does that resemble to you? Qi Yan appeared perplexed. I can't discern any issues. When Shuang raised an eyebrow, do you not find it reminiscent of a person leaning on a cane? This is a quintessential cane house. After her explanation, Qi Yan suddenly perceived the Roman columns as canes. Is living in a cane house detrimental to health? When Shuang nodded, it can lead to accidents such as car crashes or strokes, necessitating the use of canes or wheelchairs. Qi Yan felt a jolt in his heart, just as he was about to speak, when Shuang continued, moreover, take a look at the terrain. Chapter 51. Is this something she can see? Qi Yan, utterly ignorant of architectural feng shui, innocently inquired, what about the terrain? When Shuang arched an eyebrow, are you asking me to assess the feng shui of the villa you purchased? Qi Yan nodded eagerly. Yes. How much? I will transfer it to you. 1,000 will suffice. Qi Yan promptly transferred 100,000 to Wen Shuang, adding, the excess can be repaid with a candlelit dinner when you have the time. Wen Shuang, if I were not bound by the threads of fate, I would undoubtedly illuminate Qi Shao. After discovering Wen Shuang's absence from the Fu family villa, Fu Xingzhou rushed out to find her. He fortuitously overheard her intention to illuminate Qi Yan. Oh no! My brother's corner is truly at risk of being pried away by Qi Yan. Fu Xingzhou immediately called Fu Siqing, brother, if you don't return soon, your wife will become Mrs. Qi next door.
Fu Sikeng.
When Shuang and Qi Yan arrived at the adjacent villa, while she worked, her demeanor exuded a cool seriousness. The villa's terrain was higher in the front and lower in the back, creating a financial drain, leading to potential decline in fortune, illness, and deceit. Qi Yan was covered in goosebumps. Is this villa riddled with issues? I spent $1 billion on it. Have I become a fool? When Shuang glanced at Qi Yan, I can help you resolve it. Qi Yan nearly buckled at her words. Sister Shuang, please accept my kneecaps. From now on, you shall be my deity. Ignoring Qi Yan, when Shuang proceeded into the villa, glancing at the ornamentation above the entrance, she asked, what is your zodiac? A snake. Qi Yan replied, snakes are incompatible with pigs, so it is inadvisable to display pig decorations here. Qi Yan nodded. It must have been left by the previous owner. I will have it removed immediately. After surveying the villa, which included the living room, kitchen, bedrooms, and study, she found no significant issues, except for the staircase. She counted and noted it was an even number. Staircases also have feng shui taboos. Odd numbers are preferable as they are considered yang and heavenly, while even numbers are deemed yin and earthly. When the time comes, Have a renovation expert adjust the staircase according to my design. Qi Yan took out his phone, meticulously recording the adjustments Wen Shuang suggested. After inspecting the indoor feng shui, Wen Shuang and Qi Yan made their way to the backyard. After receiving Fu Xingzhou's call, Fu Xiqing hurried back to the Fu residence. Fu Xingzhou stood atop the Fu family villa, peering through binoculars at the adjacent villa. "Where is your sister-in-law?" Fu Xiqing asked in a low, cold voice. Fu Xingzhou pointed towards the backyard of the adjacent villa. "Qi Yan has purchased it. Sister-in-law is with him in the backyard." Fu Xiqing snatched the binoculars from Fu Xingzhou's hands. Wen Shuang and Qi Yan stood by the pool, with Wen Shuang seemingly saying something, while Qi Yan nodded obediently like a schoolboy, his eyes sparkling with concealed admiration. "Brother, that little rascal Qi Yan must be doing something to sister-in-law. She even wants to illuminate him." Fu Xiqing tightened his grip on the binoculars. After watching the two for a moment, he turned to Fu Xingzhou, his handsome face taut. "You usually have clever ideas. What do you think I should do to capture your sister-in-law's attention?" Fu Xingzhou pondered, grinning. "Brother, in my opinion, you are too self-restrained. I intentionally damaged the bed in your sister-in-law's guest room to encourage you to share the master bedroom with her. Yet you gave it to her and moved to the guest room. Sister-in-law enjoys handsome young men, so just let her see you. You possess looks and abs. Be bolder. Entice her, charm her, and make her illuminate for you."
Fu Xiqing.
"Brother, take a leaf out of Zhou Jingma's book. The first time he was intimate with sister-in-law, a baby was conceived. The second time, he went straight for the passionate kiss, nearly at rocket speed. If you do not take the initiative soon, your wife will truly be whisked away by that little rascal Qi Yan."
Fu Xiqing. Besides,
"Aren't you known for your lung capacity? You used to hold your breath for 3 minutes in the pool. I can barely manage 1 minute before I pass out. You should kiss sister-in-law so thoroughly that she becomes dizzy." Fu Xiqing nearly lost his composure and kicked Fu Xingzhou. "You speak so wisely. Yet you ended up with a ghastly girlfriend?"
Fu Xingzu.
Shrimp and pig's heart. After Wen Shuang concluded her feng shui assessment of Qi Yan's newly acquired villa, the sky had darkened. Qi Yan personally cooked a sumptuous meal, inviting Wen Shuang to stay and dine with him. After dinner, Wen Shuang returned to the Fu residence. Shuang, did you finish dinner at a Yan's?" Fu's mother asked, holding Wen Shuang's hand with affection and indulgence in her eyes. Thanks to Shuang, Sangyu found her true match and a daughter. Shuang must be the celestial being sent to rescue our Fu family's dismal fate. When Shuang rubbed her slightly full belly, "Mother, I can't eat any more right now. Qi Yan is truly impressive, handsome, and a wonderful cook." Fu's mother immediately felt alarm bells ringing in her mind. "What? Qi Yan can cook? My eldest son has never cooked, only focused on work and making money. No, she must immediately enroll him in a culinary school." After Wen Shuang ascended the stairs, Fu's mother took out her phone to call. Fu Xingzhou, noticing his mother was about to contact the head of the new Oriental in Yecheng, swiftly snatched the phone from her. "Mom, if you want brother to surpass Qi Yan's culinary skills, you need to find a Michelin-starred chef for him." Fu's mother shot Fu Xingzhou a glare. "What do you know? Your sister-in-law is a master of metaphysics from a millennium ago. She is the stomach of Huaxia. How could she possibly enjoy Western cuisine? The head of New Oriental in Yecheng is a culinary genius. He will surely teach your brother well." After finishing her call, Fu's mother couldn't help but grumble. "Why are all the sons I bore so lacking in charm? A marriage that feels no different from being single. A blind heart and a blind eye pursuing a phantom girlfriend, and 2 who don't even return home. What a sin. My patience is on the verge of being worn thin by you unruly youths." Fu Xingzhou sighed. It truly resonates with that saying online. Childhood is defeated by exams. Youth by money, middle age by children, and as one ages by the body. In the end, one's temperament is worn down, and life passes in the blink of an eye. Fu Xingzhou silently gave his mother a thumbs up. Madame Huanru, a true fan who had watched thousands of short dramas, effortlessly quoted an internet adage. As Wen Shuang ascended to the second floor, poised to push open the master bedroom door, the adjacent guest room door suddenly swung open. Fu Xiheng emerged from within, and the moment Wen Shuang laid eyes on him, her long lashes fluttered. "Wow, my grumpy husband is actually wearing gray sweatpants. I saw in a short video that gray sweatpants are a man's best cosmetic." Fu Xiheng donned a white shirt, its buttons undone, revealing a robust and well-defined chest, along with sculpted abs. Wen Shuang blinked. "Is this really something I can behold? If I can look, can I touch?" Hearing Wen Shuang's inner thoughts, Fu Sihing's sharp and alluring Adam's apple moved subtly. He gazed deeply into her eyes. Wife. Do you wish to touch? Chapter 52. Wow, I touched the abs. When Shuang's beautiful eyes swept over Fu Sihing's chiseled abs, the lines stark and defined, akin to those carved by knife and chisel, exuding a powerful masculinity. The enticing V-line subtly suggested its continuation towards his waistband. Gulp. When Shuang couldn't help but swallow. Is my grumpy husband intentionally tempting me? If he doesn't button up his shirt soon, I might lose my sanity and touch him. After all, with that face and figure, touching him is bound to bring longevity. Fu Sihing observed Wen Shuang, who was internally smitten yet outwardly composed, and the corner of his lips barely lifted in a knowing smirk. He knew she was still intrigued by his looks and physique. Without hesitation, he took her hand and placed it on his abs. The unexpected sensation sent a sharp jolt through Wen Shuang's heart.
Ah.
He let me touch him directly? Since he's being so generous, I auntie hold back. Wen Shuang's delicate fingers pressed down, and she could distinctly feel the firmness and tautness of his abs, devoid of any excess flesh. This physique is simply extraordinary. No wonder the original owner always wanted to bet him. As her fingers pressed against Fu Sihing's abs, he stiffened, as if struck by an electric current, his muscles tightening further like a drawn bowstring. The prominent Adam's apple moved rhythmically, his dark eyes glinting with a smoldering intensity. His face nearly flushed with heat. Wife, could you refrain from interacting with Qi Yan and stop showering him with gifts? Wen Shuang blinked, slowly realizing that he had called her wife. It's the first time I've heard my grumpy husband call me that. Could he possibly be infatuated with me?
No.
That can't be. Though he is handsome and has a fantastic body, I would never forsake an entire forest for a single tree. As Wen Shuang prepared to touch his abs again, her finger was suddenly pulled away by Fu Sihing, who swiftly buttoned up his shirt. She gazed at his suddenly stern expression, confusion flickering in her eyes. Husband, why the sudden frown? Did I make you uncomfortable? Fu Sihing pressed his lips into a thin line and replied in a low, cold voice. Wen Shuang, you'd best uninstall that short video app. Wen Shuang promptly shook her head. Husband, you cannot deprive me of the right to admire handsome young men. Besides accumulating likes for good deeds, the handsome young men featured in those videos are like my digital pickled vegetables. I read that women who view handsome young men daily can extend their lifespan, maintain breast health, promote blood circulation, and enhance their aesthetic sense, falling in love with one after another, always keeping a clear mind, never sinking into obsession. After all, there's always someone better.
Fu Sihing.
She had only been in the 21st century for a brief period, and already she was ensnared by the allure of short videos. Wen Shuang, you're driving me to madness. Wen Shuang smiled brightly. Husband, I'm just looking, not doing anything else. Weren't you the one who disliked me before? I'm no longer scheming to force myself upon you. You should be glad, right? The original owner tried to drug him multiple times, and he still couldn't rise to the occasion, probably a case of a big tree bearing red peppers. Pretty to look at, but not useful. Fu Sihing's expression had darkened to a near black. Their relationship had yet to reach the point where he would strip down to prove himself, and being disparaged as a decorative tree bearing red peppers was truly unjust. Wen Shuang, one day, I will make you cry. With that, he retreated back into the guest room, slamming the door shut with a forceful bang. Wen Shuang touched her nose, puzzled by his ominous statement about making her cry. On June 8th, the day the college entrance examination concluded. Shuang, today, Siyuan has finished her exams, and I've prepared a qipao for you. Madame Fu presented Wen Shuang with a striking bright red qipao, and, upon wearing it, she resembled a blooming red rose in spring, radiant and delicate. The qipao fit her perfectly, accentuating her tall and slender figure. The skirt featured a slit, revealing glimpses of her fair legs as she walked. Without heavy makeup, Wen Shuang was stunningly beautiful. My daughter-in-law is simply too gorgeous.
Fu Xingzu nodded in agreement.
Sister-in-law, you're bound to catch my brother's attention. Just then, Fu Sihing descended the stairs and overheard Fu Xingzhou's comment. He had been unable to sleep since awakening from a nightmare the previous night. In his nightmare, Wen Shuang was surrounded by numerous male models, lost in a world of revelry, while he was left feeling like an abandoned field of grass, unable to voice his concerns. She even had the audacity to proclaim in the dream that she had married a grumpy husband who was as useful as a decorative tree bearing red peppers. Fu Sihing glanced at Wen Shuang but chose to ignore her, clearly still brooding. I'm off to work, he said in a low voice. Madame Fu and Fu Xingzhou exchanged concerned glances. What's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with your wife? Eldest brother, Today your little sister finishes her exams. Aren't you going to pick her up?
Madame Fu inquired.
Fu Sihing's handsome face was taut as he replied, "You all can go pick her up." Fu Xingzhou watched Fu Sihing's retreating figure with a sly smile. I bet Big Brother is feeling emo after seeing sister-in-law dining with Qi Yan last night. Wen Shuang blinked. I had dinner with Qi Yan. What is there to be emo about?
Fu Xingzhou chuckled.
Sister-in-law, Big Brother is a pure-hearted man. Last night, he even wore gray sweatpants to tempt you. Can't you see he has feelings for you?
Madame Fu nodded vigorously.
Daughter-in-law, I've already enrolled your husband in culinary classes at New Oriental. Rest assured, he will ensure your satisfaction in all areas. Wen Shuang. Though my grumpy husband is not perfect, my heart is multifaceted. This is not 1,000 years ago, where women were bound by 3 obediences and 4 virtues. Once divorced, I could embrace many, so I will never settle for being a virtuous wife for just one man.
Madame Fu.
It's not the daughter-in-law's fault. It's my son's charm that is insufficient.
Fu Xingzhou.
Sister-in-law is delightful. I want to take her out to night spots to pick male models. Afternoon. Mr. and Mrs. Fu, along with Fu Songyu, Fu Xingzhou, and Wen Shuang, ventured to the school where Fu Sitong was taking her examinations to await her departure. The ladies donned elegant kipeos, while the gentlemen were attired in traditional long robes, signifying their heartfelt blessings for the examinee. Both Fu Mama and Wen Shuang cradled bouquets of flowers. As the clock approached 5, candidates began to emerge from the school. The Fu family eagerly awaited Fu Sitong's appearance. However, despite their anticipation, the clock struck 6, and Fu Sitong remained unseen. Why hasn't Sitong come out yet? Fu Mama queried, her anxiety beginning to mount. Could something have gone awry during the exam? Fu Xingzhou interjected, Mother, not only has my younger sister not appeared, but neither has Yanran.
Ye Yanran.
A student from a less fortunate background sponsored by the Fu family had shared the same school and class with Fu Sitong since middle school. During holidays, she often stayed at the Fu residence. We can't contact them since phones aren't permitted during the exam, and we can't enter the school. How are we to reach them? Fu Mama's concern lingered as she fretted over the well-being of the 2 young women. Wen Shuang glanced at Fu Xingzhou and presented a photograph of Sitong. Fu Xingzhou quickly understood Wen Shuang's implication and hastily scrolled through his phone's gallery until he found a picture of Fu Sitong. Sitong has already exited through the back gate of the school, he relayed, leaving the Fu family in a state of shock. What? She has already left? Chapter 53. The always obedient little sister has secretly begun a romantic liaison. Fu Sitong, a student at Yecheng No. 1 High School, typically resides at the school during the week, returning home only once a month. Due to her recent focus on exam preparations, she had not been home for quite some time. Nevertheless, Fu Mama made weekly visits to deliver food and to check in on her. Fu Mama had not noticed any peculiarities about Fu Sitong. In fact, she felt her daughter had grown considerably more cheerful and self-assured compared to her childhood. When Fu Sitong was 5, she had accompanied Fu Mama to the countryside for ancestral rites. In a moment of inattention, she tumbled into a pond and nearly drowned. That winter was particularly harsh, and after being rescued, Fu Sitong developed a severe fever that persisted despite numerous remedies and even a visit to a major hospital in Kyoto. Ultimately, a folk remedy reduced her fever, but it resulted in damage to her left ear. The infection was severe, leading to a significant loss of hearing in that ear. From that point onward, Fu Sitong became increasingly sensitive and self-conscious. During her early middle school years, classmates mockingly called her the little deaf girl.
Fu Mama, heartbroken.
Sought psychological help for her and transferred her to a different school, yet the hurtful words of her peers persisted. The term little deaf girl pierced her heart like a dagger. Gradually, she withdrew into herself, resembling a wounded creature nursing its wounds, erecting a formidable wall around her heart to shield herself from the world. She feared the scrutinizing gazes and hurtful remarks, often keeping her head down at school, avoiding eye contact for fear that others might discover her auditory imperfection. That was until Yi Yanran entered her life. Though Yi Yanran's grades were average, she chose to befriend Fu Sitong and never ridiculed her. The Fu family conducted a background check and learned that Yi Yanran had been abandoned as a child and raised in an orphanage. Her warm-hearted nature and loyalty endeared her to Fu Sitong, who had no friends. With Yi Yanran's companionship, Fu Sitong began to smile more, shedding the prickly demeanor she had developed over the years. The Fu family was grateful to Yi Yanran and offered her financial assistance for her education, often inviting her to stay at their home during holidays. Sitong and her boyfriend, along with her best friend, have gone to the airport, came the revelation. The trio is planning an impromptu graduation trip. The Fu family was once again taken aback. What boyfriend? Fu Sitong had always been well-behaved and rarely interacted with boys. How could she suddenly have a boyfriend? Wen Shuang, can you deduce where Sitong has gone? Fu Mama asked, striving to maintain her composure. Wen Shuang nodded. Sitong has indeed gone to the airport. She will call you shortly. As if on cue, Fu Mama's phone rang. Taking a deep breath, she answered, Sitong, where are you? Your father, your second sister, your third brother, and your sister-in-law are waiting for you at the school gate. While her concern for her daughter was profound, Fu Mama felt a flicker of irritation at her daughter's abrupt departure without notice. She had always instilled in her the importance of etiquette and propriety. Knowing her family was there to collect her, how could she slip away through the back gate without a word?
Ma'am, I am sorry.
Yanran and I have already booked tickets to travel to Yunqing. We're at the airport now. As Fu Sitong finished her sentence, Yi Yanran's somewhat shy and apologetic voice came through the line. Auntie, I'm truly sorry. We didn't inform you before we left, but please rest assured. I will take good care of Sitong. Yi Yanran, being an orphan, was fiercely independent and often worked summer jobs during school breaks. In the past, Fu Mama would have had no qualms about Sitong spending time with Yanran, but the mention of a boyfriend traveling with them raised alarm bells. With the harrowing experience of Fu Songyu to consider, Fu Mama feared for her youngest daughter's safety. Sitong, listen to your mother and return home immediately.
Fu Mama urged.
Attempting to soften her tone. On the other end of the line, Fu Sitong's voice quivered. Mom, I have always followed your plans. You tell me to go east, and I never venture west. Each holiday, I remain home, obediently. I used to understand your concerns when I was younger, but I am an adult now. I want to go out and enjoy life. Please don't interfere with my desires. I will be back in a week, so do not worry. Fu Mama was taken aback. This was the first time Fu Sitong had defied her. Sitong, during every winter and summer break, your father and I have taken you on trips. We've visited cities both domestically and abroad. If you wish to go to Yunqing, return home first, and we will arrange the tickets for you. Mom, can you please refrain from being so controlling? Can I have my own thoughts? Trust me, I will take care of myself. Fu Mama's face turned pale with anger. Fu Baba seized the phone, his usually gentle demeanor now stern.
Fu Sitong.
Listen to your mother and come home immediately. Little sister, please don't provoke Mom's anger. Just return home for now, Fu Songyu urged. Why are you also advising me, second sister? When Mom and Dad told you not to marry far away, you wouldn't listen, yet you went ahead and did it. And you seem quite happy with your husband now. Besides, I'm only going on a trip with Yanran. It's not like I'm eloping with a man.
Fu Sitong's words rendered Fu Sanju momentarily speechless.
She had never been a good role model. Unbeknownst to Fu Sitong, her sister had been divorced from Xiao Jingyan. However, in that moment, she could not explain the situation to her sister. Fu Sitong, what are you saying? Your second sister is still your sister. And even if she made mistakes in the past, that doesn't give you the right to speak so disrespectfully. Fu Mama's voice turned cold and sharp. Since Fu Sitong lost her hearing in her left ear, her mother has cherished her like a delicate treasure, never before having spoken to her in such a commanding tone. Sitong, listen to your mother and come home immediately. Without affording Fu Sitong another opportunity to respond, her mother abruptly hung up the phone. With her eyes reddening in frustration, Fu's mother trembled as she clutched her mobile device. Fu's father hurriedly patted her back, saying, Calm down, dear. Our daughter is growing up. She will inevitably go through a rebellious phase. Once she returns, we can have a proper conversation with her. Wen Shuang sighed inwardly. Alas. Even though my mother is this upset, Sitong will not return. She is resolutely determined to embark on an impromptu trip with her boyfriend. Chapter 54. Youth has no price tag. Madness is found in the moment. Fu's mother nearly fainted upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts. Previously, she had worried that her younger daughter might follow in the footsteps of her second daughter and stubbornly marry a man of humble origins. Whenever she attended social events, she would insist on bringing her younger daughter along. She had encountered nearly every outstanding young man of Fu Sitong's age within the upper echelons of Yecheng. Learning from the failures of raising their second daughter, she and Fu's father devoted ample time to accompany Sitong, fearing she might lack parental affection. Why, then, had they raised a daughter with a head full of romantic notions? Was this truly a curse? Were none of her children capable of thinking clearly? Observing his mother's agitation, Fu Xingzhou swiftly took out his phone and called the headquarters of Yeqing Airlines. Mom, rest assured, my sister won't be able to board the flight. After speaking, he made another call to arrange for a driver to head to the airport. Wen Shuang silently approved of Fu Xingzhou's initiative. Indeed, since awakening to his senses, the youngest has become increasingly perceptive. A smile graced Fu Xingzhou's handsome face. Hee, I've received praise from my sister-in-law again. The secret to being sharp and clever is to remain a single dog. At Yeqing Airport, after Fu Sitong ended the call, a wave of anxiety washed over her. This was the first time in her 18 years that she had defied her parents' wishes. Historically, she had always been obedient and compliant. Pian ran, perhaps we should reconsider. Let's wait until I discuss it with my parents before we go. Yechuan looked at Fu Sitong, whose complexion had drained of color, gently patting her trembling hand. If you don't wish to go, you can choose not to. But how will you explain this to the class monitor? The class monitor, Song Yu, had a pale complexion, exquisite features, and a proud, aloof demeanor. Not only was he academically gifted, winning numerous awards in various competitions, but he was also the heartthrob of their school, with countless girls harboring crushes on him. Of course, if he possessed only these qualities, Fu Sitong would not have been enamored with him. The most significant reason was that she recognized him as the boy who had saved her from drowning years ago. After they recognized each other, they became good friends. She struggled with her science studies, and he generously offered to tutor her for free. Despite his mother working as a canteen lady and their family being less affluent, he was remarkably talented, knowledgeable in computer programming, and had even earned a seven-figure sum from game licensing fees through his coding skills. Fu Sitong admired him greatly. He had meticulously arranged every detail of their spontaneous graduation trip, including the flights and accommodations. Initially, he had asked her to secure her parents' consent before setting off, but she knew they would never approve of her traveling alone. Thus, she decided to act without prior notice.
C'est donc est very considered.
Perhaps we should call it off. I sense some irritation from your mother on the phone. If you go through with this, they might think I encouraged you, and then they might withdraw their support for my university expenses. You know my situation is different. Without my uncle and aunt support, I might not even make it to college. Fu Sitong grasped Yechuan's hand, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering slightly. This trip was my idea, and if my parents place blame, I will shoulder it alone. Even if they withdraw their support for you, my allowance is sufficient for your university expenses. Forcing Yechuan to accompany her on this journey was also a means of reassuring her parents. Although she firmly believed that, even if she traveled alone with Song Yu, he would never act inappropriately, having her best friend alongside provided her with some comfort. Pian Ran, both you and Song Yu are significant figures in my life. I will not let you bear the repercussions for my choices. She had long anticipated this trip. Regardless of her parents' anger, she was determined to go. Youth had no price. Madness thrived in the present moment. She had always followed the rules, and now she yearned for a taste of unrestrained freedom. Moreover, she was merely going on a trip, not making the same grievous mistake as her second sister. Upon her return, she would explain everything to her parents. Surely, they would forgive her. Song Yu brought over 3 cups of coffee, handing one steaming cup to Fu Sitong. Sitong, you often feel cold. Drink something warm. Fu Sitong accepted it with a sweet smile, saying, thank you. Although Song Yu had a cool and indifferent demeanor, he was incredibly considerate towards her. She truly couldn't find a single flaw in him. His academic performance ranked among the best in the city, and he was likely to be the top science student of their cohort. When she introduced him to her parents, they would undoubtedly take a liking to him. Half an hour later, the boarding announcement echoed through the terminal. The trio made their way to the ticket gate. Yechuan and Song Yu passed through without issue. But when it was Fu Sitong's turn, the staff informed her that she could not board the flight. The excitement that had once filled Fu Sitong's heart evaporated in an instant, plunging her into a frigid abyss, icy tendrils creeping up from her feet, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. She widened her eyes, wanting to ask the staff why she was barred from boarding, but the words caught in her throat. Deep down, she already understood the reason. Why can't Sitong board? She purchased a ticket for this flight. Yechuan queried the staff in frustration. The staff politely replied, we were informed from above, but we are unaware of the specifics. As Fu Sitong felt the stares of numerous onlookers upon her, she bit down on her lip with such force that she nearly drew blood, while tears of humiliation threatened to spill from her eyes. She realized that her family had surely contacted the airline. To the casual observer, she appeared quite young. She could not possibly have committed any wrongdoing, could she? She looks so well-behaved. She doesn't seem like a criminal. Yechuan and Song Yu quickly shielded Fu Sidong from the gossiping passengers. What nonsense are you all spouting? She is a good girl and has never done anything wrong. If she is such a good girl, then why can't she board the plane? One voice called out. And Fu Sidong's sense of injustice and hurt surged to an unbearable peak. It's my parents who won't let me go. With that, she dashed towards the airport exit. Yechuan and Song Yu exchanged glances before hastily pursuing Fu Sidong. Sidong, I too believe that our impulsive trip without informing our parents might have been unwise. Song Yu caught up to Fu Sidong and gently grasped her slender arm, his soothing voice resonating. You are your parents' precious jewel. Their concern for your safety is understandable. Once you return and communicate with them, we can plan our trip then. As Fu Sidong gazed at Song Yu, who always prioritized her well-being, tears of grievance and sorrow began to flow uncontrollably. From childhood to adulthood, I have consistently lived according to their expectations, heeding their words, diligently pursuing my studies, and befriending those they approved of, never once defying them. Yet, such a life has become utterly exhausting. I find myself enviously admiring Pian Ran, who does as she pleases, radiating freedom, sunshine, and independence, while I, akin to a parasitic plant, am tethered to their will. Chapter 55, A Complimentary Amulet for Blue Boyfriend. Song Yu took out a pristine handkerchief, gently and considerately wiping away Fu Sidong's tears. Your mother loves deeply, but criticizes harshly. It's best to return home for a heartfelt conversation. There will be many opportunities for travel ahead. Fu Sidong's long lashes, dampened with tears, fluttered as she replied. But you've already purchased the tickets and booked the hotel. Why not go with Pian Ran? Both Song Yu and Yi Pian Ran shook their heads simultaneously. Tong tong. If you do not go, neither will we. We'll have another chance next time. But you'll incur a substantial loss. How about I transfer the money to you? Song Yu feigned anger, his expression stern. If you say that, I will indeed be upset. You are my girlfriend now. What is wrong with spending this amount? I plan to marry Tong Tong in the future. Fu Sidong's delicate face turned a bright crimson. Yi Pian Ran, caught off guard, was once again subjected to a wave of lovebirds. Feeling the pangs of her own singlehood, Wen Shuang did not return to the Fu family with Fu's parents. She had yet to visit the Fu group and was eager to see it. The morning had begun with her husband ignoring her, seemingly genuinely upset, and she felt compelled to appease him. If he were to rashly annul their engagement in a fit of anger, it would spell disaster for her. Wen Shuang discovered that by assisting the Fu family, her merit and spiritual energy would double, thus she resolved to remain with them for the year. Perhaps, by altering the Fu family's fate, her force bond with Fu Sihong would be brought to an early conclusion. When Shuang arrived at the foot of the Fu Group building, situated in the heart of the CBD, the towering structure exuded an imposing presence, its exterior clad entirely in glass, embodying a sense of technology and modernity. The lobby was spacious and bright, adorned with luxurious marble flooring, soaring ceilings, and a dazzling chandelier, with a colossal artistic sculpture gracing the center. As she approached the receptionist greeted her warmly. You must be the young mistress.
Wow.
You are even more beautiful in person than the photos I saw of you with the third young master. When Shuang blinked in surprise. Has Fu Xingzhou mentioned me to you? The receptionist eagerly nodded. The third young master said that whenever the young mistress arrives, I must not delay her entry, and should allow her to pass directly. He showed me your picture to ensure I wouldn't mistake you. And he mentioned you could read fortunes. If there are any business matters, I should refer them to you, as you are incredibly gifted. When Shuang was taken aback by Fu Xingzhou's efforts on her behalf, the receptionist, unable to contain her enthusiasm, caught Wen Shuang's eye, prompting her to notice something unusual. Are you about to get married? The receptionist's eyes widened, as she had not disclosed her engagement at work. The young mistress truly possessed the ability to read fortunes, as claimed by the third young master. Blushing, the receptionist replied, My fiancé and I have yet to finalize a specific date for our wedding. Young mistress, may I consult you for an auspicious date? When Shuang nodded, certainly, but it will require a fee of 500 for the reading. The receptionist quickly pulled out her phone to scan Wen Shuang's payment code. You and your fiancé will not have a wedding, Wen Shuang stated directly, revealing her unvarnished observations. The receptionist, Wan Shi, gasped in astonishment. Why not? Does this mean my fiancé is seeing another woman behind my back? Or is he deceiving me into a sham marriage? Wan Shi's fiancé was a firefighter, and during her university days, Lu Lin had been their instructor, leading her class. With a lean physique and a ruggedly handsome appearance, He exuded an aura of strength and discipline. Wen Shi had fallen for him at first sight, but had hesitated to confess due to his stoic demeanor. With the help of her cousin, who joined Lu Lin's fire brigade, she finally mustered the courage to express her feelings. Now, nearly 3 years into their relationship, they had recently become engaged, planning to choose a date for their wedding. Given Lu Lin's character, he could not possibly be gay. The only conceivable explanation would be that he had developed feelings for another woman. Recently, a television crew had recorded a show at their fire station, and it was rumored that a certain female celebrity had taken an interest in Lu Lin. Is my fiancé cheating on me with a celebrity? If Lu Lin were unfaithful, she would feel as though she had wasted her youth. Though she tried to comfort herself, tears brimmed in her eyes. I truly love Lu Lin. If he dares to betray me, I shall make him regret it. Do not cry. Your fiancé is neither unfaithful nor intends to deceive you into a sham marriage. Wen Shuang, unfamiliar with the term sham marriage, looked it up on her phone and understood it referred to a wife of a homosexual man. Wen Shi sniffled. Then why is there no wedding? Wen Shuang pursed her lips. He has a mission tonight that may lead him into perilous circumstances. Wen Shi's face drained of color. But do not be afraid. Fate has intertwined our paths, and I possess a protective amulet that ensures safety. Wen Shi, a firm believer in the mystical, accepted Wen Shuang's words without hesitation. She took out her phone, eager to transfer funds. My fiancé and his team have 20 firefighters. May I purchase 20 amulets? Wen Shuang nodded. Certainly, but I shall not accept payment. Firefighters are noble, and I will gift them freely. Firefighters occupy one of the most perilous professions in times of peace, serving as guardians who walk the razor's edge of danger. With every alarm bell that rings, they rush headlong into the unknown flames and hazards, preserving life for others while bearing the weight of death upon their shoulders. Wen Shuang once watched a promotional video from a firefighter's official account, filled with stirring real-life clips that brought tears to her eyes. With a striking slogan, "Forged in the flames, advancing through adversity," firefighters are seen as superheroes in the eyes of children, as pillars of support for the elderly, and as peacekeepers in our cities. Wen Shuang retrieved 20 protective amulets from her bag to present to Wen Shi. Tears glistened in Wen Shi's eyes as she exclaimed, "Young mistress, you are truly wonderful. Such beauty paired with kindness, you possess none of the airs of a wealthy lady." Wen Shi, with her round, fair face, was adorably sweet and charming. Wen Shuang stifled the urge to pinch Wen Shi's cheek and smiled. "You are lovely as well." Wen Shi was the first person she met in this world who did not question her abilities or dismiss her as a charlatan. She, are you done with work?" A deep, resonant voice interrupted. Wen Shuang turned to see Lu Lin, Wen Shi's fiancé, arriving to pick her up after work. He was tall and ruggedly handsome, exuding an aura of righteousness and authority. Wen Shuang cast a brief glance at him, noting a faint shadow of darkness hovering around his brow. "Have your boyfriend keep the amulet close to him." After Wen Shuang departed, Wen Shi gathered her things and prepared to leave for the day. As she settled into Lu Lin's off-road vehicle, she presented him with 20 protective talismans, recounting the divination that Wen Shuang had performed. Upon hearing her words, Lu Lin, with a resigned touch, patted Wen Shi's head and remarked, "Cici, do not be overly superstitious. How much have you been deceived out of this time?" Wen Shi, gazing at Lu Lin's nonchalant demeanor, puffed up her fair, delicate cheeks and shot him a glare. "The young lady of the family is not lacking in wealth. She warned you that you would encounter danger on your mission tonight. You better accept these talismans. Do you wish to see me cry?" Lu Lin furrowed his brow. Has the current CEO's wife turned into a fortune teller? The young lady is exceptionally kind. Do not dare to label her as a charlatan. You are firefighters, and she believes your work is remarkable. All the talismans are her generous gifts. You must accept them. Shaking his head, Lu Lin replied, "Cici, you have been misled. I am resting tonight, and will not be on duty." No sooner had he spoken than he received a phone call. Chapter 56, A Life and Death Moment. The protective talismans save lives. It was a call from the duty firefighter. A fire had erupted in the western suburbs mountains. "Cici, I cannot join you for dinner. I must return to the station for an emergency." A hint of guilt flickered in Lu Lin's deep eyes. He had lost count of how many times he had to leave Wen Shi during their moments together due to sudden assignments. The profession of a firefighter inevitably entails a debt to the ones closest to him. Once the alarm sounded, and he donned his uniform, he had no choice but to suppress all his concerns. In their 3 years together, he had missed Wen Shi's birthday and various holidays. He knew that each time he rushed into the inferno, she shed tears of frustration. He feared that one day he might not return after mission. Yet he could not relinquish his vocation. The fire scene was his battlefield, and he could not afford any retreat. Seeing the guilt in Lu Lin's eyes, Wen Shi pressed the talismans into his hands and spoke softly, yet resolutely. Though you may lack in daily companionship, you have safeguarded and rescued countless families. I understand your struggle between love and duty, and I know you have never ceased to love me. Go forth and brave the challenges. I will always support you from behind, waiting for your safe return. A mist of emotion swirled in Lu Lin's profound and resolute gaze. All right, thank you, my dear. As Wen Shi exited the vehicle, she admonished him to keep the talismans close and never remove them. Lu Lin hastened back to the fire station, donned his firefighting gear, and glanced at the 20 talismans Wen Shi had given him, his brow slightly furrowing. He was not a superstitious man. Extinguishing fires and carrying out rescues relied on professional skills and equipment. Nevertheless, considering Wen Shi's persistent insistence, he tucked one of the talismans into his firefighting suit. Once aboard the fire truck, Lu Lin distributed the remaining talismans to every team member heading for rescue. Captain, your wife seems overly superstitious. She even sought talismans for us. One firefighter remarked. In our line of work, we are always prepared for sacrifice. I doubt such trivial items can save our lives. With a low cough, Lu Lin asserted with authority, regardless of belief, these are CC's heartfelt intentions. Please accept them for now. This forest fire is no ordinary blaze. Everyone must be on high alert. Upon his command, the team members promptly collected their emotions and secured the talismans close to them. The fire truck sped along, sirens blaring and lights flashing, vividly illuminating the darkening sky, heralding the firefighters' urgency and fearlessness as they raced toward the blaze. Soon, they arrived at the fiery mountain. The inferno raged uncontrollably, the flames threatening to consume the very sky itself, while thick smoke obscured the sun, and the acrid scent of charred material permeated the air. A crowd had gathered along the rural embankment, among them a farmer's wife who sat on the ground, wailing. It was old man Wang who set the grass ablaze, causing the fire. Our children are still playing in the mountains, and their father went in to rescue them, but hasn't returned. Lu Lin's gaze sharpened, his expression resolute and commanding. Team 1, enter and search for the trapped individuals. Team 2, focus on controlling the flames. Team 3, assist with water hoses to suppress the fire. Move swiftly. Yes. The firefighters responded in unison, their voices a fearless declaration amidst the chaos of the fire, a steadfast commitment to life and their battle against disaster. Lu Lin, leading Team 1, donned his air respirator and firefighting tools, plunging unhesitatingly into the inferno. The heat engulfed them, the flames unleashed a cacophony of terrifying sounds. The searing temperatures, even through their protective gear, pricked their skin like needles, and sweat poured down their foreheads and backs. Captain, there seems to be movement over there. A team member shouted. Lu Lin immediately turned in the direction indicated. Through the thick smoke, he spotted several small figures huddled together. Children from the farmer's family, their faces streaked with tears, their voices hoarse, eyes filled with despair and fear. Do not be afraid, children. Uncle is here to rescue you. As Lu Lin rushed toward the children, the flames suddenly intensified. A charred tree, engulfed in flames, came crashing down. Watch out. In a split second, Lu Lin exerted all his strength to push the nearest boy away from the falling tree. However, in doing so, he found himself unable to evade the massive trunk, which crashed down upon him. Captain! The team members gasped, their eyes wide with terror and urgency, as they dropped the children and rushed to lift the fallen tree. Yet the fire raged too fiercely, and other trees began to topple around them. Do not worry about me. Get the children out, quick. Captain, follow my orders and evacuate immediately. Lu Lin's eyes held steadfast determination. Even if he were to perish in the flames, he was resolved to ensure the safety of the children and his team. Tears welled in the eyes of the team members, but they understood the gravity of the situation. Every second counted, and they could not defy their captain's orders. With heavy hearts, they cradled the children and retreated. Lu Lin felt his strength ebbing away, his vision blurring, and his breath quickening. The image of Wen Shi's smiling face flashed in his mind, and a wave of guilt and anguish washed over him. They had promised to select an auspicious date to marry, and he feared he might never fulfill that promise. Just as Lu Lin believed he was about to be consumed by the flames, he suddenly felt a warmth surge from his chest. as if infused with a mysterious and extraordinary power. His body, previously immobilized under the weight of the tree, miraculously regained strength. He attempted to move and discovered that the tree was no longer as heavy. He could gradually wriggle free from its grasp. Once the team had rescued the children, they rushed back in without hesitation. They could not abandon their captain, even if it meant risking their lives. However, just as they prepared to plunge into the fiery abyss, they witnessed a tall, stalwart figure emerge from the flames. It's Captain Liu. He was alive. After several hours of intense battle, Lu Lin and his team finally extinguished the mountain fire. As they emerged from the forest, their faces were smudged with soot, sweat, and ash, resembling a motley crew. On the way back to the fire station, one team member's voice trembled. Captain, when you were trapped under the tree, we thought you. Lu Lin, with a grave expression, nodded solemnly. I thought I was going to die there too. Suddenly recalling something, he pulled out the talisman he had kept pressed against his chest. It had turned a deep charcoal gray. As he neared the brink of death, a warmth surged in his chest, as if a sudden, mysterious force had enveloped him in protection. A flicker of disbelief crossed Lu Lin's deep gaze. Could it be due to this talisman? Chapter 57. The Infatuation of Love. Only desiring to forage for wild vegetables. On the other side, as Lu Lin received a call from the fire brigade, she arrived at the president's office of the Fu Group. After searching around, she found no sign of Fu Xiqing. Just as she was about to call him, his assistant, Song Chuan, approached. Recognizing Wen Shuang, he respectfully remarked, Young madam, the young master is in the dining department. Wen Shuang was somewhat astonished. Why was he not returning home for dinner after work? I'm not sure. Would you like me to take you to see him? Song Chuan offered. Wen Shuang nodded. All right. Wen Shuang followed Song Chuan to the dining department of the Fu Group. The kitchen was enclosed by a wall of transparent glass, revealing the cooking area behind. Upon entering, she spotted a tall figure standing at the stove, clad in a pristine chef's uniform and topped with a tall chef's hat. The formidable CEO, who usually exuded an air of noble authority in the business world, now appeared adorably out of place. With one hand gripping the pan's handle, he rhythmically moved his arm, attempting to flip the contents under the chef's guidance. However, due to his inexperience, food occasionally tumbled out of the pan, rendering the scene undeniably comical. Unable to contain herself, Wen Shuang burst into laughter. This morning, mother-in-law urged my grumpy husband to learn culinary skills from the new Oriental chef, and he stubbornly refused. Yet here he is, sneaking off after work to practice cooking. His appearance in that chef's hat is too funny. I must capture this moment and share it with the group for everyone to enjoy. Suddenly hearing her thoughts, Fu Xiqing almost dropped the pan, nearly spilling its contents onto the chef's face. He turned sharply towards the dining area, where he saw Wen Shuang snapping photos. Immediately, he set the pan down, discarded his chef's hat, removed his white chef's coat, and after a brief exchange with the chef, strode towards Wen Shuang. Wen Shuang, what brings you here? Despite his typically stern demeanor, a hint of awkwardness and discomfort crept onto his face. Wen Shuang could hardly suppress her amusement. Are you planning to change careers to become a chef? The ambitious CEO, haha.
Fu Xiqing's lips twitched.
Wasn't he merely trying to master culinary skills to win her heart? Do not share those photos in the group. If my mother and Fu Xingzhou see them, they will mercilessly mock me. Wen Shuang, why didn't you mention it earlier? I've already posted them. There's no way I'll retract it. As expected, within moments, Fu Xingzhou promptly replied in the group, Big brother seems to have the potential of a snail boy, hee hee. The next instant, Fu Xingzhou found himself kicked out of the group by Fu Xiqing. Fu Xingzhou, no more hee hee. Wen Shuang glanced into the kitchen. What have you made? Is it edible? Fu Xiqing replied, the chef informed me that the salt content in the dish could be lethal. Wen Shuang touched her nose. Then I suppose I shall wait until next time to sample your cooking. What brings you here? This was her first visit to the Fu Group. Could it be that she had come specifically to reconcile after his foul mood that morning? At least, she possessed a shred of conscience. I noticed your gloomy expression when you left this morning, so I came to cheer you up, she confessed. Fu Xiqing's thin lips, which had been tightly pressed, could not help but curve upward slightly. She had indeed come to lift his spirits. However, the next moment, he heard her say, I recently learned a saying online. As long as you flatter those who wish to hear lies, you will prosper greatly.
Fu Xiqing.
By the way, we haven't picked up Si Tong. Mother-in-law is quite upset. You should return home early. On her way back to the Fu residence, Wen Shuang received a call from an unfamiliar number. with the original owner having few friends and the Wen family hardly treating her well. She was uncertain who was calling and answered. Wen Shuang, have you blocked my number and those of your father, brother, and sister? Have you lost your mind? Your brother was stabbed, and you don't even come to the hospital to check on him? Furthermore, at the auction, why did you and your sister oppose each other? I heard that Fu Xiqing intends to give you 30 billion. If you bring that 30 billion back to the Wen family, I will overlook your past mistakes. It was Wen's mother calling from a new phone card. Wen Shuang felt a wave of silence. The original owner had once yearned for her mother's love, and each hurtful word from her mother had pierced her heart, leaving her despondent for a long time. Yet, Wen Shuang felt no such pangs. That old hag truly is a dung beetle wearing a mask, utterly shameless. 30 billion? Why doesn't she just fly to the heavens? Wen mother, if your brain is shrinking and you can't speak properly, perhaps you should visit a neurology clinic. If you're bored, find a factory to make shoe soles. Stop seeking trouble every day, without reason. She was preoccupied with amassing merits to extend her life and had not yet sought trouble with her, yet here was her mother, seeking her out first. Wen Shuang, who gave you the audacity to speak to me in such a tone? Do you no longer wish to rely on your maternal family? Wen Shuang rolled her eyes. Wen mother, I truly envy your skin, which is thicker than a city wall. Do you have no awareness of how you've treated Wen Shuang? Without waiting for her mother to say anything further, Wen Shuang hung up and swiftly blocked the number. The Wen family had been bouncing around in front of her all day. It was time for her to take action. As her car passed a high-end club, Wen Shuang caught a glimpse of her father entering the establishment with a few clients. Upon discovering she was not a Wen family member, her father had attempted to lay hands on her, seeking to perpetrate unspeakable acts. The original owner had always adorned herself with heavy makeup, deliberately presenting an unattractive facade to ward off repugnant individuals. Wen Shuang retrieved a small paper figure from her bag, murmuring a few incantations before the little paper figure swiftly leaped out of the car window. Seeing her action, Fu Xiqing lowered his voice and asked, "What are you planning to do?" Wen Yanqing enjoys flirting with young women, but when they are discovered by Wen mother, they lack the strength to contend with her. This time, I shall let Wen Yanqing find a fierce woman to engage in a showdown with Wen mother. After He Wanping was expelled from the Fu family, she divorced her husband, intending to latch onto a wealthy patron and become a high society lady, all to slap my mother-in-law in the face. I am merely granting her wish. One was a beast trying to lay hands on her, and the other was a venomous woman who had repeatedly wronged her. They were simply a perfect match, haha. At the Shui Yunjian Club, Wen Yanqing and his clients entered a private room. He had just settled himself when a small paper figure crawled up his pant leg. The paper figure was enchanted. Once it made contact with a person's skin, visual perception would become distorted. The club manager entered with several young and beautiful women. "Lulu, please accompany Mr. Wen." Wen Yanqing always requested Lulu's company whenever he visited the club. However, at that moment, he found her exceedingly unattractive. "Manager Wang, do you have anyone older, mature, and alluring?" Manager Wang was taken aback, perplexed by Wen Yanqing's sudden change in taste. Previously, he had claimed his wife was a demanding tiger at home, which was why he sought out young, fresh faces at the club. After pondering for a moment, Manager Wang recalled that a mature and charming woman had indeed visited the club recently. "Certainly, I shall summon her forth immediately." Before long, a woman clad in a leather mini-skirt, adorned with heavy makeup, entered the room. "Wenzong, this is Ping Ping," she introduced. Wen Jinqing cast a fleeting glance at the woman, his eyes sparkling with interest. She was indeed captivating, exuding maturity and charm. He Wanping was well acquainted with Wen Jinqing and had presumed he would regard her with disdain, yet to her surprise, his gaze revealed an astonished admiration. While she could not ascend the marital bed of He Wanru, securing a place in Wen Jinqing's embrace was certainly a favorable alternative. Should she one day become Mrs. Wen, she vowed to trample He Wanru beneath her feet, compelling her to kneel and sing her submission. When Wen Shuang and Fu Xihing returned to the Fu family villa, they happened upon Fu Xidong's lamentations upon her return from the airport. "Throughout my life, I have always adhered to your wishes, yet I am an adult now. I too deserve moments of freedom. Why must you subject me to such humiliation? I merely sought to travel, and you dispatched individuals to drag me back. Have you ever considered my feelings? Those who profess love have imprisoned me. Do you comprehend the essence of that statement?"
Madame fuese brau farro deeply.
"Sidong, do you truly believe that your mother would harm you? Please refrain from uttering such words. They suffocate me. At times, I envy Pian Ran. If you continue to control me in this manner, I would rather be an orphan." This declaration nearly caused Madame Fu to faint with indignation.
Fu Sitong.
How can you speak to your mother in such a tone? Is your mother merely a source of suffocation to you? After all these years of education, has it all gone to waste? Within the Fu family, Fu Sitong harbored the greatest fear of her elder brother, Fu Siheng. Once he spoke, she dared not utter another word. Tears of distress cascaded down her cheeks. Why did you not inform us after finishing your exams? Fu Sitong bit her lip in silence. Oh dear, no matter what you say now, she won't absorb it. She's lost in the throes of infatuation, only yearning to forage for wild vegetables.
Suddenly,
Fu Sitong was jolted into attention by Wen Shuang's voice. With a ghostly friend by her side and an abusive partner who will lead her to multiple miscarriages in the future, Fu family's youngest daughter is destined for a life of despair. Fu Sitong's eyes widened slightly. Had she just heard her sister-in-law speak? Yet, she hadn't seen her sister-in-law's lips move. Chapter 58. Sister-in-law's revelations are always true. You must believe her. The Fu family was taken aback. When Shuang's unspoken thoughts about the ghostly friend referred to Yi Pianran and the abusive partner who would lead Sitong to multiple miscarriages was indeed her current boyfriend. Everyone present, apart from Fu Sitong, had come to trust Wen Shuang's insights implicitly. Whatever she had spoken would undoubtedly manifest. Madame Fu's expression darkened considerably. Setting aside the boy who would become an abusive partner, whom she had yet to meet, she was particularly taken aback by Yi Pianran. The Fu family had supported her for nearly 6 years. How could she turn into a thankless wretch? After all, in Fu Sitong's heart, Yi Pianran represented a beacon of hope during her darkest times. Madame Fu felt a mix of sorrow for Fu Sitong and relief at discovering these harsh truths through Wen Shuang's revelations.
Fu Sitong's brows knitted tightly.
Her mind swirled with questions. She could not fathom why she could hear her sister-in-law's thoughts or why her sister-in-law would unjustly malign her friend and boyfriend. She dismissed everything her sister-in-law had said as complete fabrications. She had known Pianran for 6 years. She was a radiant light in her life during its bleakest moments. Whenever she faced bullying at school, Pianran was always the first to defend her. Pianran had shared her tears and laughter, empowering her to grow resilient and brave. As for Songyu, there was no need to elaborate. He had saved her from drowning in a pond years ago. Had he not intervened, she would have perished. The notion that Songyu would cause her multiple miscarriages and abuse her was utterly preposterous. Although Songyu possessed a cold and aloof demeanor, he was always courteous and considerate, unlike the notorious Lu Wenye, who thrived on conflict and unruly behavior. If anyone were to become abusive, it might be Lu Wenye, but not Songyu. Since Wen Shuang's marriage into the Fu family, Fu Sitong had not interacted much with her sister-in-law, maintaining a neutral stance. She neither liked nor disliked her. Yet now, she felt a tinge of animosity towards her. As Fu Sitong parted her lips to speak, Madame Fu interjected, Pianran, we are holding a family meeting tonight. I will have the driver take you home. Upon returning from the airport, Fu Sitong had brought Yi Pianran along. As they arrived at the Fu residence, Yi Pianran sensed that the family had matters to discuss privately with Fu Sitong, so she voluntarily retreated to the kitchen to wash some fruit. However, as soon as she emerged with the freshly washed fruit, Madame Fu insisted she leave. In the past, during every holiday, Madame Fu would invite her to stay with the family. Surely, it was her spontaneous trip that had angered the Fu family.
Yi Pianran's completion palette.
And she instantly knelt down, Uncle, Aunt, I am sincerely sorry. It is my fault for not restraining Sitong. I promise that such a situation will never occur again. Yi Pianran's kneeling was fluid, catching Madame Fu off guard. Child, please rise, Madame Fu urged, reaching to assist her. Yet, Yi Pianran shook her head. Witnessing her typically sunny and cheerful friend kneeling in fear, Fu Sitong reached out and forcibly pulled Yi Pianran to sit beside her. Taking a deep breath, with her eyes glistening with unshed tears, Fu Sitong implored, Mother, the spontaneous trip was not Pianran's fault. I insisted she accompany me. You cannot place the blame on her. If you insist on sending Pianran away, then I shall leave with her. Realizing her limited influence against her family's authority, she added, If you confine me against my will, I will resort to a hunger strike. Madame Fu was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that her usually obedient daughter could provoke such exasperation when rebelling. Fu Songyu furrowed her brow, observing Fu Sitong. She seemed to see her younger self reflected in her. After enduring so much, looking back, she recognized her past naivety, impulsiveness, and unlikable traits. It's getting late. Let Yi Pianran stay for the night, Fu Sihing stated in a deep voice. As the eldest son, he was known for his composure. Although Madame Fu was reluctant to keep Yi Pianran, she acquiesced to Fu Sihing's decision. Very well, Pianran, you may return to your room and rest. With the family no longer insisting that Yi Pianran leave, Fu Sitong's heart finally eased, accompanied by a flutter of joy. Historically, she had always obeyed her parents and elder brother without question. This marked her first courageous act of defiance, striving for what she desired, and to her astonishment, it had succeeded. She believed that if she remained steadfast in her relationship with Songyu, her parents would eventually come around. Moving forward, she resolved to be bolder, pursuing her desires according to her own will, liberated from the constraints of others. She vowed to firmly grasp her freedom and autonomy.
Shitong, I am heading upstairs.
Yi Pianran said, her eyes reddened. Fu Sitong, empathizing with her friend's distress, gently patted her hand. Rest assured, Pianran, as long as I am here, no one can drive you away. After Yi Pianran ascended the stairs, Madame Fu and Fu Songyu summoned Fu Sitong to the tea room for a private conversation. The mother and daughter took turns recounting to Fu Sitong the recent events that had transpired in the Fu family. Your second sister nearly fell victim to a murderous scheme for insurance fraud. Even her son was swapped out by someone else. Your third brother has become entangled with a dubious girlfriend who almost drained him of his vitality. As for me, your mother, I narrowly escaped a diagnosis of esophageal cancer. And on the day of the funeral, your aunt audaciously climbed into your father's bed. Each of these incidents has been foreseen by your sister-in-law. I understand that you find it difficult to accept the harsh reality that your sister-in-law claims Yi Pianran is a ghostly friend and that your boyfriend is an abusive man. But this truth is undeniable, Sitong. Your parents would never wish you harm. You must swiftly sever ties with these two individuals. Fu Songyu nodded, little sister. I was once a living example, consumed by the notion of love and entirely dismissive of my parents' counsel. Believing they could not fathom my desires or comprehend the happiness I sought, I disregarded their objections and resolutely married far away. At first, as I entered the Shao family, I was filled with dreams for the future, convinced that as long as I was with the one I loved, no obstacle was insurmountable. Yet, upon arriving there, having left the familiarity of home and the protection of my parents, I gradually discerned that the trivialities of life, the bumps along the way, were far more intricate than I had anticipated. Whenever I faced grievances or difficulties, I found myself without a true confidant or a family member to rely on. Even in such solitude, I foolishly believed that Xiao Jingyan truly loved me. It wasn't until my recent return home, hearing my sister-in-law's heartfelt whispers and witnessing Xiao Jingyan's infidelity with Xiao Yuyan, that I came to accept the reality of it all. Little sister, our parents have experienced more than we can fathom. Perhaps they impose certain constraints upon you, but they would never harm you. And as for your sister-in-law, she is sent by the heavens to save our Fu family. You must trust her and never show her disrespect.
Fu Saitung esse brau faru tightly.
Mother, elder sister, I know you mean well for me, but I also possess my own thoughts and judgments. Even if my sister-in-law has some ability to foresee, she cannot possibly predict every individual's fate, can she? I have spent 6 years with Pianran, and I am well aware of her character. As for Songyu, aside from his family's financial struggles, he excels in many aspects. Unlike the previous brother-in-law, he possesses his own capabilities and does not require our family's assistance. I hope you will refrain from disparaging them further, or I shall truly become upset. Chapter 59. She remains unaffected by his allure. Yet he cannot help but be captivated by her. Fu Mother felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. It seemed her high blood pressure was on the verge of escalation. This child was indeed obstinate and impervious to reason. During dinner, when Shuang sat with the Fu family in the dining room, Yi Pianran was seated beside Fu Sitong, and a collective silence enveloped the table. Observing Fu Mother's displeased expression, when Shuang could not suppress a sigh in her heart. Alas, fortunately, I have no intentions of bearing children in the future. If I were to give birth to a few love-struck fools, it would surely be overwhelming. Yet, one cannot entirely blame Sitong for defending her ghostly friend. After all, the ghostly friend is quite adept at manipulation, possessing countless cunning thoughts. Let me observe how the ghostly friend typically deceives Sitong. The Fu family, while dining, perked up their ears to listen. They were eager for the details. After all, when the Fu family had provided assistance to Yi Pianran, they had conducted background checks and found her to have grown up in an orphanage with a relatively good reputation, having endured considerable hardships. Surely, A child like this must possess a commendable character, right? Fu Sitong absent-mindedly picked at her food, paying little heed to Wen Shuang's musings. She did not believe that her sister-in-law could accurately predict every outcome. Once upon a time, Sitong excelled in English. But her grades began to decline due to Yi Pianran's complaints that the English teacher unfairly punished her. Daily, she would vent her grievances about the teacher to Sitong, claiming bias and favoritism. Over time, Sitong was influenced, mistakenly believing that the teacher favored her solely because of the Fu family's wealth, failing to realize that it was her own proficiency that garnered the teacher's attention. Fu Sitong, in the midst of eating fish, paused momentarily. It was true that Yi Pianran's complaints had led her to develop a prejudice against the English teacher, especially since that incident where the teacher's punishment had caused Yi Pianran to faint and be taken to the infirmary. Why did the English teacher not punish others, but specifically targeted Yi Pianran? It was because she had witnessed Yi Pianran associating with a delinquent outside school. After a few remarks, Yi Pianran held a grudge, and upon returning to school, she refused to submit her assignments and even spoke back to the teacher, resulting in her punishment. While Yi Pianran was involved with her delinquent boyfriend, she often recounted to Sitong how terrible and despicable he was. When Sitong advised her to break up, Yi Pianran claimed that if she did, her boyfriend would retaliate. Naively, Sitong even gifted her pocket money and designer bags to help her escape from the delinquent boyfriend. Yi Pianran's entanglement with the delinquent boyfriend lasted a while. But the reason for their breakup was not due to Sitong's counsel, but rather because, hilariously, it was because the Fu family members leaned in closer, eager to hear the revelation. What could it possibly be? Yi Pianran had been keenly observing the Fu family's reactions during dinner. Noticing their eager anticipation directed toward Wen Shuang, an inexplicable discomfort settled in her heart. She recalled that during her previous visits to the Fu household, none had shown any fondness for Wen Shuang. This is intolerable. I must suppress my laughter. Yi Pianran has developed an infatuation with my family's grim-faced husband. Fu family. Yi Pianran realized that Fu Siqing did not harbor any affection for Wen Shuang, perceiving their relationship as superficial. This led her to harbor inappropriate thoughts. During a short stay at the Fu residence, she secretly stole one of Fu Siqing's underwear. Whenever the maids hung out his laundry on the balcony, she would gaze at it for an extended time. Oh my, what a peculiar fetish. Fu Siqing, his underwear soiled, would soon dispose of it and buy new ones. Fu Sitong's face darkened as she slammed her chopsticks onto the table, exclaiming, "Enough." Pianran could never be that kind of person. How could she possibly harbor such thoughts about my brother? Stealing his underwear? I had only heard that my sister-in-law could be dramatic, but to think she would stoop to defaming others as well? When Shuang looked at the pale-faced Fu Sitong, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What's wrong? Fu mother immediately kicked Fu Sitong under the table, smiling as she said, "It's nothing. This child claims I served her too much food." Fu Sitong shot a glare at Wen Shuang, then pulled Yi Pianran up from the dining table. "We're done eating. What is going on here? It seems Sitong has some grievances against me. I haven't said anything. Her ghostly friend stole my husband's underwear and hid it in her suitcase, and I haven't even settled the score with her yet." As Fu Sitong dragged Yi Pianran upstairs, her steps suddenly faltered. She refused to believe it. Pianran would never do something so twisted. After Fu Sitong and Yi Pianran ascended the stairs, Fu Siqing's low voice broke the silence. "I will have someone investigate Yi Pianran's previous delinquent boyfriend."
Wow.
My grim-faced husband actually knows about Yi Pianran's past relationship with a delinquent. He is quite astute, to keep Sitong away from her ghostly friend. He must start by addressing Yi Pianran's delinquent boyfriend.
Fu Siqing koftan quardli.
Aside from the initial background check conducted when they supported Yi Pianran, they had not continued their investigations. Had it not been for Wen Shuang's revelations, he and the family would have remained oblivious to Yi Pianran's past relationship. This was indeed a lapse in their vigilance. After Fu Siqing made the call to initiate an investigation, he instructed Fu Xingzhou to go to the store and buy him new underwear. Qi Yan approached Wen Shuang to adjust the feng shui ornaments in the neighboring villa. Fu Siheng observed their departing figures and made another phone call. Recently, Qi Yan had become rather bothersome. It was time to immerse him in work, keeping him away from his wife. An hour later, when Shuang returned from the adjacent villa, as she pushed open the door to the master bedroom, she noticed Fu Siheng on the balcony, drying something. She walked over for a closer look and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "How delightfully bashful, my husband, wearing ice silk triangle underwear." Fu Siheng turned around, spotting Wen Shuang, who had appeared unannounced. A hint of embarrassment flickered across his cold, handsome face.
It's what the third brother bought for me.
He said summer is here, and I should wear something lightweight and breathable. Wen Shuang's mind conjured an inappropriate image, and she quickly shook her head to maintain her composure. Why are you drying it over here? Isn't there a dryer at home? Are you not afraid I might harbor impure thoughts after seeing it? Fu Sihim cleared his throat. The privacy of this balcony was assured. Aside from her, no one else would witness it. He typically did not use the dryer for his intimate garments. As for her potentially harboring impure thoughts, that was something he would welcome. Once he finished drying the underwear, Fu Sihing approached Wen Shuang, extending his long finger. I burned my hand while cooking. Do you have any ointment? Wen Shuang nodded. Yes, I do. In her leisure time, she had concocted various ointments, including one for burns. Handing the ointment to Fu Sihing, she said, Here. His deep, dark eyes fixed on Wen Shuang. Darling, could you help me apply it?
Wen Shuang exclaimed internally. Ah.
How has he turned into such a delicate man?
I,
like a fierce eagle, shall not be swayed. Just do it yourself. I'm going to take a shower and get some beauty sleep. After shoving the ointment into his hand, she pushed him away. Humph. Didn't he say when I first came over, Wen Shuang? I wouldn't even touch you with a finger, even if I died? That scoundrel. Does his face hurt? Fu Sihing gazed at the closed door, realizing his face indeed felt a bit sore. What could he do? While she resisted his allure, he found himself increasingly drawn to her. Night fell deeply. Fu Sitong lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She glanced at the peacefully slumbering Yi Pian Rand beside her. Although she desperately wished to trust her completely, her mind incessantly echoed her sister-in-law's words. Despite having little interaction with her sister-in-law and being a good friend to Pian Rand for 6 years, why did she hesitate in her trust? The corner of Fu Sitong's eye caught sight of Yi Pian Rand's suitcase. Should she take a peek? If the suitcase held none of her brother's underwear, it would prove her sister-in-law's words to be mere fabrications. With this thought, Fu Sitong slipped out of bed, tiptoeing toward the suitcase. Each step deepened her internal conflict. If Yi Pian Rand discovered her doubts, she would surely be hurt. Yet, the urge to investigate grew wild in her heart like rampant weeds. Just one look, and if there was nothing, she would apologize to Pian Rand when she awoke. Just as Fu Sitong crouched down to open Yi Pian Rand's suitcase, she heard Yi Pian Rand calling her, Tong Tong, what are you doing? Fu Sitong nearly jumped out of her skin. Taking a few deep breaths, she turned to face Yi Pian Rand, who had sat up in bed. I couldn't sleep. And I thought I'd grab my Bluetooth headphones from the suitcase. She was relieved that her suitcase was next to Yi Pian Rand's. Surely, she hadn't noticed anything amiss. Tong Tong, you've suffered for me tonight. I used to envy you for being born into a good family, but upon deeper understanding, I realized how stifling your life must be. Hearing Yi Pian Rand's words, Fu Sitong felt a slight sting in her nose. Only a true best friend could empathize with her feelings. How foolish she was to believe her sister-in-law's nonsense and consider rummaging through Pian Rand's suitcase. Tong Tong, if you can't sleep, how about I sing you to sleep? Yi Pian Rand pulled Fu Sitong onto the bed, lying beside her and softly singing the latest popular songs. Fu Sitong held Yi Pian Rand's hand, tears of gratitude welling in her eyes. Pian Rand, I'm so glad to know you. From now on, she would never doubt her best friend again. After Fu Sitong fell asleep, Yi Pian Rand entered the bathroom, washing her hands multiple times. She brought her suitcase into the washroom and extracted something from a hidden compartment, gazing at it with an obsessive stare for a long time. Fu Sihing spent yet another sleepless night. The thought of his underwear being stolen made him feel nauseous and revolted. Initially, he had considered exposing Yi Pian Rand publicly, but merely stealing a pair of his underwear might not suffice to reveal her true colors to Sitong. Apart from his concerns for Sitong, the most significant reason for his insomnia was Wen Shuang. Although she was flirtatious, she seemed entirely indifferent to him. Fu Sihing rose and approached the bathroom mirror, staring at his cold, handsome face for a while. In the past, Wen Shuang was eager to be with him, yet now she seemed intent on escaping his presence. If it weren't for the bond tying them together, she would have likely been gallivanting with male models by now. The thought of the increasing number of rivals he would face in the future made his head throb. Wen Shuang was awakened in the morning by the sound of a video call. She turned over, picked up her phone, and saw it was a video from Wan Shi. After helping Wan Shi with her fortune-telling yesterday, they had exchanged WeChat contacts. Wen Shuang opened the electric curtains, tidied her hair, and accepted the video call. Thank you so much, Madam Young Master. Last night, my fiancé nearly lost his life in a fire, and thanks to your talisman, he was spared. Once she recalled the harrowing night and couldn't help but well up with tears. No need to thank me. I'm just relieved your fiancé is safe. Having survived this ordeal, he should no longer face life-threatening dangers. Wen Shuang's delicate face instantly lit up with a radiant smile as she pulled her fiancé into the frame. Lu Lin, hurry and thank Madam Young Master. Lu Lin, a stern and serious man, typically reserved, found himself feeling somewhat embarrassed as he recalled how he had dismissed Wen Shuang's abilities before his mission the previous night. Rubbing his buzz cut, he said, Madam Young Master, thank you for your assistance. If you ever need anything from me, Lu Lin, I will not hesitate to go through fire and water for you. His second chance at life was, in essence, a gift from her. Yes, absolutely. From now on, if you need anything, we will do our utmost to assist. Several crew-cut firefighters suddenly squeezed into the video frame, all on their day off at Lu Lin's home. Madam Young Master, you are truly amazing. Can we come to you for more talismans in the future? Wen Shuang felt their sincere gratitude, and a warmth filled her heart. She smiled and nodded. Of course, that would be fine. Madam Young Master, may we add you on WeChat? Sure, have Wen Shuang send it to you. Madam Young Master was so approachable, showing none of the aloofness one might expect from a CEO's wife. A deeper smile graced Wen Shuang's lips. I currently have no stock of talismans, but I will prepare some for you. All right, no problem. Thank you, Madame de Xiao. From now on, please refrain from calling me Madame de Xiao. Simply address me as Wen Shuang. As she concluded the video call, a warm, golden light of merit surged into her body, instantly bringing her a sense of tranquility and ease. Ding ding ding. The notifications for new friend requests on WeChat rang incessantly.
Wow.
So many handsome and spirited firefighters have added me. With countless brothers to choose from, the new ones are always the most appealing. As Fu Xingzhou emerged from his room, he happened to overhear Wen Shuang's thoughts while passing by the master bedroom. He glanced at Fu Xiqing, who stood at the guest room door with a face as dark as frost. Brother, a lecherous genius of metaphysics cannot accomplish great things.
No worries.
Even if in the future, my sister-in-law has a harem of 3,000, you will still be the chief consort. If worst comes to worst, you could even secure the title of concubine Cheng. Fu Xiqing narrowed his pitch-black eyes slightly, a smirk playing on his lips.
What?
Are you so eager to become the chief eunuch? Seeing his brother's ominous gaze, Fu Xingzhou quickly clamped his legs together to protect his vital parts. Brother, I was merely speaking casually. You wouldn't truly want me to become Xiaozhou, would you? Fu Xiqing parted his thin lips. Get lost. All right. Fu Xingzhou scampered away promptly. As he was about to leave, Fu Xiqing called him back. This afternoon, our family is dining at the Yecheng Grand Hotel. You go book a private room. Understood. He truly has the demeanor of a eunuch. At noon, Wen Shuang accompanied the Fu family to the Yecheng Grand Hotel for their meal. Fu Sidong also invited Yi Pianran. Declaring that she wouldn't go if Yi Pianran didn't tea, Fu mother attempted to admonish Fu Sidong, but was stopped by Fu Xiqing. Upon seeing Fu Xiqing's approval, Yi Pianran felt a flicker of pride and delight. It seemed that Fu Go had a special regard for her. Perhaps he had developed feelings for her? On their journey to the restaurant, Wen Shuang noticed out of the corner of her eye that Yi Pianran had stolen glances at Fu Xiqing multiple times. Yi Pianran keeps sneaking looks at her cold-faced husband. Does she really think that with a smile, she can turn this aloof CEO into an imbecile? Isn't the aloof CEO 8 years older than Yi Pianran? Is this a case of a handsome uncle and a little girl? Just as Fu Xiqing was about to take a sip of water, he nearly spat it out. Please, do not insult the handsome uncle and the little girl. He was on the verge of losing his composure. Chapter 61. Unmasking the true face of the betraying friend. Upon arriving at the Yecheng Grand Hotel, the group made their way inside. In the restaurant's lobby, a table of tattooed delinquents sat with their shirts off, loudly boasting as they drank.
Fu mother frowned.
How had the Yecheng Grand Hotel's standards lowered? It wasn't that she looked down on anyone. She simply detested those with unsavory habits. Leaning on Fu Xidong's arm, Yi Pianran glanced at the table of delinquents and was taken aback.
Yang Biao?
What is he doing here? I see. So the cold-faced husband invited Yi Pianran for a reason. What a cunning and astute CEO. The loudest delinquent is Yi Pianran's ex-boyfriend, Yang Biao. He has recently fallen into gambling and is likely seeking money from her. After all, during their breakup, Yi Pianran had given him all the money her friend Sidong had lent her to persuade him to agree to the split. She also promised Yang Biao that once she became the CEO's wife, she would help him secure a position in the Fu Group. Even Tofu has a brain. Yet Yi Pianran seems to lack one. It feels like she should be uninstalling the Tomato Novel app. Fu Sidong, having caught Wen Shuang's thoughts, instinctively glanced at Yi Pianran. Yi Pianran's long eyelashes fluttered, her expression evasive, as though she feared something. A heaviness settled in Fu Sidong's heart. That delinquent couldn't possibly be Yi Pianran's ex-boyfriend, could he? Although she had known about Yi Pianran's off-campus boyfriend, she had never seen him. Oh, dear. Sidong's ultimate fate is to be abandoned by an abusive man and then stabbed to death in the street, with the perpetrator being Yi Pianran's delinquent boyfriend. The delinquent boyfriend harbored resentment towards Sidong, given that Yi Pianran had broken up with him due to her friend's disapproval. She couldn't bear the pressure of her friend finding out she hadn't broken up, fearing that her friend's family would withdraw their support. The Fu family was profoundly shocked. A chill ran down Fu Sidong's spine. But she quickly regained her composure. This was merely her sister-in-law's conjecture. She refused to believe her sister-in-law had any foresight. The group entered the private room. Halfway through the meal, Yi Pianran's phone chimed with a message. She glanced down to see a text from Yang Biao, stating that he was waiting for her at the back door of the restaurant and wanted to see her. If she didn't come, he would barge into the private room. Understanding Yang Biao's temperament, Yi Pianran knew he might indeed intrude if she refused to meet him. She absolutely could not allow the Fu family to see him. Sidong. I'm stepping out to the restroom. Fu Sidong quickly set her chopsticks down. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, continue eating. After leaving the private room, Wen Shuang picked up a napkin to dab her lips. Sidong, your friend has gone to meet her ex-boyfriend. Would you like to follow and hear what they say?
Fu Sidong frowned.
Sister-in-law, I do not have the bad habit of eavesdropping. As soon as Fu Sidong finished speaking, Fu Xingzhou stood up and pulled her along. Just do as sister-in-law says. He forcibly dragged Fu Sidong out of the private room. Once outside, Fu Sidong attempted to break free from Fu Xingzhou's grip, but he held on tightly. Little sister, what are you afraid of? Are you worried that sister-in-law might be right and that your hopes and dreams will shatter? In 2 months, you'll be off to university, where exceptional students gather from all corners. No one will mock your hearing impairment anymore. Think about it carefully. Those who once ridiculed you are likely outperformed by you academically. In contrast, those who excel have never made fun of you, right? Once you enroll in a prestigious university, surrounded by outstanding individuals, you might just find true friends who resonate with you. You must understand that friendship is not determined by the duration of acquaintance, but by sincerity and love.
Fu Sidong fell silent.
As Fu Xingzhou led her to a corner not far from the back door, Yi Pianran stood with Yang Biao, who exhaled a cloud of smoke towards her face, embodying the demeanor of a rogue. Yi Pianran had once found this rough-and-tumble image appealing. She thought it was cool and edgy. However, that was before she had seen the world, and was easily deceived by such a punk. After becoming friends with Fu Sidong and witnessing her brother's excellence, she no longer wished to give Yang Biao a second glance. Such an uncouth delinquent was unworthy of her. Yet, she understood Yang Biao's ruthless nature and was wary of crossing him. Biao, go. We have already broken up. I even gave you 100,000. You promised not to bother me again. Yang Biao regarded Yi Pianran, now adorned in designer clothes, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and leaning in with a devilish grin. Pianran, I've hit a rough patch with gambling lately. Could you lend me some money? After all, your friend comes from a wealthy family. With your current attire, anyone would mistake you for a rich heiress. Yi Pianran turned her head slightly, not wanting to be kissed by Yang Biao. Biao, go. We have already broken up. You can no longer ask me for money, especially since I have none to give. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Biao forcefully grasped her chin, causing Yi Pianran to gasp in pain. I opposed the breakup initially, yet you insisted. You promised that even after we separated, you would provide me with funds. Are you trying to deceive me now?
Yang Biao suddenly erupted in anger.
Seeing the murderous intent in Yang Biao's eyes, Yi Pianran hastily replied, the breakup was prompted by my best friend, who claimed you are not a good person and that our future together is bleak. She mentioned that her older brother and sister-in-law have a troubled relationship and that she wants me to become her sister-in-law. If I achieve that, I'll have access to endless wealth. I could even secure you a high-ranking position. Biao Ge. I am merely a poor student supported by my friend S family, and I must heed her words. Otherwise, they might withdraw their support, and then how would I continue my studies? Yang Biao spat at her face. Do you really think you can become the wife of the president of the Fu Group?
Yi Pianran nodded.
Today, Brother Fu invited me to dinner. When I returned to the Fu residence last night, I saw Brother Fu and his trophy wife sleeping in separate rooms. He will surely divorce her. Once I enter university, I will find an opportunity to confess to him. He will undoubtedly accept me, for I am young and not lacking in appearance.
Bien.
If you wish to have an endless supply of money in the future, you must no longer pursue me. My best friend and her family are in the private room. If they discover our relationship, I will lose the chance to become the president's wife. Fu Sitong, overhearing Yi Pianran's words to Yang Biao, trembled with rage. She had advised Yi Pianran to break up not only because of her incessant complaints about her boyfriend's character, but also due to the realization that Yi Pianran had secretly schemed against her friend. Just as Fu Sitong was about to confront them, she heard something even more shocking. Yi Pianran, if you dare to dump me after acquiring wealth, I will expose the truth about how you cunningly approached your best friend. It was you who spread the rumor about that little deaf boy in your school. You were bullied by a few wealthy girls because of your poverty, and to ingratiate yourself with them and secure future financial benefits, you reported that the school bully, Lu Wenye, liked your best friend. You knew one of those wealthy girls had a crush on Lu Wenye, and your actions were merely to deflect attention onto your friend. Unsurprisingly, once the truth about your friend being the object of the school bully's secret affection emerged, she became the target of ridicule. At her most vulnerable moment, you entered her dark world like an angel, and over the years, you must have gained far more than 100,000 from her. Do you really think I am a fool? Someone like you aspires to be the president's wife. Your friend may be naive, but her brother is the president of the Fu Group, and he would never be foolish enough to abandon his legitimate wife for someone like you. Men of his caliber have access to countless socialites. Yi Pianran's complexion fluctuated between pale and flushed. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to stab Yang Biao. How dare he claim that Brother Fu would not like her? Her greatest asset was her youth. Aren't there countless stories of domineering CEOs falling for innocent college students? She did not believe she was lacking in any way. Moreover, she was a poor student sponsored by the Fu family, living in close proximity to her golden opportunity. In a desperate bid to extricate herself from Yang Biao's relentless clutches, Yi Pianran transferred all the remaining 20,000 she had on her phone to him. After all, with no money left, she could always feign helplessness to that idiot Fu Sitong and ask for more. Yang Biao accepted the money and, confirming she had no more funds, finally released her. Yi Pianran entered the restroom, tidied her hair, and returned to the private room. Whether it was her imagination or not, she felt the gaze of the Fu family upon her was peculiar. Surely, they weren't still upset about her sudden departure to the airport with Fu Sitong yesterday? She sat beside Fu Sitong, smiling brightly. Tong, do you want shrimp? I can peel it for you. Fu Sitong ignored her, her eyes vacant and lifeless. The conversation between Yi Pianran and Yang Biao replayed incessantly in her mind. How could she have been so blind? The isolation and mockery she faced were all part of Yi Pianran's malicious design. It was hard to believe that all their laughter, confiding, and companionship had been a facade. Her heart felt as if it had been violently torn apart, leaving her in unbearable agony. Tong, what's wrong? Yi Pianran noticed something was off with Fu Sitong. Fu Sitong pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Seeing this, Mrs. Fu wanted to say something, but Mr. Fu pulled her back, urging her daughter to handle it herself. If Fu Sitong clung to that false friendship after learning the truth, her mind truly deserved to be donated. After dinner, the group returned to the Fu family villa. The atmosphere was palpably tense, with no one uttering a word. Upon arriving home, Fu Sitong dashed upstairs, and Yi Pianran hurried after her. Tong, what happened? She followed Fu Sitong into her room. Without a word, Fu Sitong opened Yi Pianran's suitcase. Yi Pianran rushed forward to stop her. Tong, what are you doing rummaging through my luggage? Fu Sitong shoved her aside and dug into the depths of the suitcase. Sure enough, she unearthed a pair of men's underwear. Judging by the brand and style, it belonged to her older brother. Yi Pianran's pupils constricted as she saw Fu Sitong holding up the men's underwear. Tong, this belongs to my ex-boyfriend. I lent him the suitcase, and I had no idea his underwear was still in it. Enough. Fu Sitong's usually soft voice turned sharp and cold for the first time. With red-rimmed eyes, she glared at Yi Pianran. Are you still going to deceive me? You are the one who instigated Su Xiaoya and the others to isolate and mock me, pushing me into despair, only to feign concern and enjoy everything my family provided you. You continuously spoke ill of your delinquent boyfriend in front of me, and as your friend, I naturally suggested you break up. Yet, You had the audacity to speak against me in front of him, while coveting the position of my sister-in-law.
Yi Pianran.
Are you even human? Fu Sitong felt as if she was suffocating, her voice thick with emotion as she spoke each word with great effort. I considered you one of the most important people in my life, but you're the one who pushed me into the abyss. Yi Pianran's face turned ashen, her lips quivering uncontrollably. She never imagined that Fu Sitong had overheard her conversation with Yang Biao. Panic and confusion surged within her as she desperately tried to explain. Tong, you must have misunderstood. I was so young 6 years ago. How could I have such malice?
You know how I treat you.
Fu Sitong pulled out her phone and activated the recording function. The playback revealed the conversation between Yi Pianran and Yang Biao. Do you still want to argue? Yi Pianran's face drained of color, and she staggered back several steps, unsteady. It's my fault for agreeing to go to the airport with you yesterday, which aroused your family's suspicions. I shouldn't have agreed to that. Fu Sitong's lips curled into a mocking smile as she addressed Yi Pianran. I, along with my family, have treated you generously, supporting you for 6 years. Not only have you failed to reciprocate our kindness, but you also dare to covet what does not belong to you. What audacity do you possess? The mask of civility had been torn away, and Yi Pianran could no longer feign indifference. She realized that the Fu family would undoubtedly cease their support, and her cherished friendship with Fu Sitong was now irreparably damaged. She decided to unleash the torrent of emotions that had been bottled up inside her. Your family's assistance was merely to uphold the image of benevolence, was it not? If your intentions were genuine, how could you justify giving me a mere few thousand a month while you enjoy lavish allowances? While you are showered with designer gifts, I am left to scavenge what you discard. Your parents have prepared a fortune in gold and silver jewelry and antique paintings as your dowry. Your eldest brother has arranged for a luxurious apartment, and your third brother has gifted you a high-end sports car after graduation. Even your other brothers have contributed. They are fully aware of our close friendship, yet they refuse to provide me with even a token of goodwill. I am not greedy. I do not wish for identical possessions, just a modest apartment would suffice. Is your family truly so impoverished that you cannot spare a fraction? It is clear that you deem me unworthy and look down upon me. You wealthy individuals are inherently selfish, relishing in your ostentation. Should I ever ascend to the heights of high society, I will possess all that you now hold. Chapter 63. The Final Outcome versus Mother-Daughter Recognition. The Fu family and Wen Shuang were eavesdropping outside Fu Sitong's bedroom. They had heard every word exchanged between Fu Sitong and Yi Pianran.
Fu Xingzu exclaimed in disbelief.
What a thankless wretch we have supported. When they first extended their assistance to Yi Pianran, she was unable to scrape together even 200 for living expenses. Out of compassion, the Fu family provided her with nearly 2,000 each month. Was that not enough? Upon her entrance to university, they intended to increase her allowance to 5,000 per month, given that her high school expenses were covered by tuition. Though they seldom gifted her luxury items, they always provided practical presents during festive occasions. Not only did she fail to express gratitude, but she also sought the same dowry as Fu Sitong. Was she living in a fantasy? Wen Shuang could not help but mentally berate the Fu family for their disillusionment. It is evident how heartbroken they are. After all, even a stray dog would wag its tail in appreciation for a morsel thrown its way, yet Yi Pianran behaves like a treacherous wretch. The wisdom of ancient sayings, that a favor given is often met with enmity, rings true through generations. In the future, we must be discerning when extending help, avoiding those who accept kindness yet harbor malevolence and extreme self-interest. The conversation within the room continued. Fu Sitong, I have made mistakes, but throughout these years, you have regarded me as a mere servant, and your family has looked down upon me. Do you not bear any responsibility? Fu Sitong felt her worldview shatter. Enraged, she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap to Yi Pianran's face. You really... Fu Sitong had never before resorted to such outbursts. She trembled, at a loss for words. Wen Shuang could no longer contain herself. Though the Fu family maintained their decorum, she could not hold back. She kicked open the door, pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Pianran, and declared, greedy individuals always seek to reap without sowing. When their desires go unfulfilled, they nurture resentment. Those who are grateful will find their paths widening, while the ungrateful will only obstruct their own way. As Yi Pianran prepared to retort, Wen Shuang unleashed another barrage of words. Do you still believe you are blameless, that the fault lies solely with the Fu family? Oh, indeed. Your materialistic vanity and malicious intent are evident in your ingratitude, and you wish to ascend without effort. You possess not a single admirable quality. aspiring to greatness while remaining grounded. I wish to spit on you, yet fear tainting my own saliva. The vitriol in Wen Shuang's words overwhelmed Yi Pianran, reducing her to tears. You. What of me? You occupy the first 3 letters with your looks, yet lack the upbringing to temper your base nature. Consumed by rage, Yi Pianran's vision darkened, and she fainted. Fu Xiqing summoned the housekeeper to take her back to the orphanage, terminating all support. He then turned to Fu Sitong, instructing, compile a list of the money and luxury items Yi Pianran has taken from you. I will consult the lawyer. Tearfully,
Fu Sitong nodded in agreement.
Sitong, life is akin to a lengthy journey where one inevitably encounters forks in the road and stumbling blocks. Yi Pianran is but a bad stone on your path, causing you to stumble. Rest assured, your elder brother understands your pain, yet this also presents an opportunity for growth. We cannot allow one bad stone to extinguish our motivation to move forward. Your kindness and integrity are qualities Yi Pianran will never grasp. Consider this a lesson learned. Fu Xingzhou eagerly concurred. Yes, little sister, you still have us. Family will always be your sanctuary. Wen Shuang silently nodded. Though the Fu family may be fated to be pawns in this life, I must admit their unity and affection are commendable. Unlike other affluent families consumed by intrigue and betrayal, I find this atmosphere rather appealing. A smile broke through the serious demeanor of Fu mother. How wonderful! Our daughter-in-law is beginning to appreciate the familial warmth. This is a promising start. Even if she does not fall for our eldest son after a year, she may find it difficult to leave this family, and I shall embrace her as my goddaughter. Big sister, what will happen to Yi Pianran after her fallout with Sitong?
Fu Xingzhou inquired.
Wen Shuang pursed her lips and replied, she will be unable to repay the money she deceived from Sitong and will serve time in prison. Upon her release, she will likely reconcile with her delinquent boyfriend, but their relationship will be fraught with financial disputes. In a desperate bid for quick cash, Yi Pianran will resort to working in a nightclub, only to meet her end at the hands of her violent boyfriend, who will fatally stab her in the street. Originally, it was Sitong who faced such a tragic fate. It seems this is a fitting retribution for Yi Pianran. Fu Sitong felt a heavy weight upon her heart, as if all her strength had been siphoned away. Father, mother, elder brother, sister-in-law, third brother, I wish to be alone for a moment. With that, she closed the door behind her. Fu Xingzhou, recalling something, quickly pushed the door open. Little sister, you forgot something?
Fu Xikang.
Fu Xingzhou entered the room. Retrieving Fu Xiqing's undergarments, a mischievous grin plastered on his handsome face. Your Highness, do you still need this? Fu Xiqing pressed his tongue against his back teeth. Xiao Zhou, are you thinking of mining coal in Africa? With a hearty laugh, he replied, very well, I shall have the housekeeper dispose of it. As the family descended the stairs, Fu Songyu, Zhou Jingma, and little Xiantian arrived. Today, Fu Songyu and Zhou Jingma had taken Xiantian to the amusement park. Fu Songyu still sought the right moment to reveal to Xiantian that she was her biological mother. Zhou Jingma, take Xiantian to your room later. It is a familiar setting, and perhaps it will ease the tension during your reunion, Fu Songyu suggested, her palms slick with sweat, her long lashes trembling. Am I truly ready to meet Xiantian today? Zhou Jingma narrowed his profound phoenix eyes and said, Fu Songyu, I can hardly contain my eagerness to publicly reveal your identity. How much longer will you prolong this? Fu Songyu pondered how he had become so domineering. She took little Tiantian into her room, and upon entering, Tiantian exclaimed, is this the beautiful aunt's room? It's so dreamy and lovely, unlike Daddy's cold and uninviting room. If you like it, Tiantian, you can come and stay here more often, alright? Little Tiantian beamed and nodded enthusiastically. Yes, yes. Fu Songyu presented 4 carefully prepared gifts, a limited edition Barbie doll, a pure gold locket, a beautiful Elsa princess dress, and a box of plush toys beloved by little girls. Wow, I absolutely adore the gifts from the beautiful aunt. Tiantian exclaimed joyfully after examining each toy. With her big, sparkling eyes, she looked at Fu Songyu, puzzled. Beautiful aunt, why are you so good to Tiantian? Taking a deep breath, Fu Songyu replied, Tiantian, you are actually my baby. I am your mother. Upon uttering those words, Fu Songyu's heart raced, filled with anxiety and anticipation, uncertain if Tiantian would accept her as her mother. Chapter 64. Incredibly sweet. Incredibly warm. Little Tiantian blinked her large, grape-like eyes, gazing at Fu Songyu for a few seconds before lowering her long, thick eyelashes. Fu Songyu's heart sank suddenly. Their time together had been brief, and she feared that Tian might struggle to accept this reality. She squatted down before Tian, gently stroking her head. It's all right, sweetheart. Don't force yourself. You can still call me auntie. She dreaded the thought of Tian growing to resent her, even refusing to call her auntie in the future. Tian sniffled, and crystalline tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Seeing Tian cry tightened Fu Songyu's heart. I'm sorry, darling. I didn't consider your feelings. You are still so young, and it shouldn't be like this. Before she could finish, Tian suddenly lifted her misty lashes, her eyes glistening as she asked, Beautiful aunt, are you really Tian's mommy? Fu Songyu fought to suppress her emotions, nodding with a tingling nose. Yes, after giving birth to you, someone switched you with another child.
I'm sorry.
I failed to protect you. Mommy. Tian's unexpected call sent a jolt through Fu Songyu, leaving her entire being tingling. She could hardly contain her excitement and joy, her voice trembling as she asked, Tian, what did you just call me? Mommy. Little Tian had taken an instant liking to the beautiful aunt and felt an immediate connection upon their first meeting. Previously, she had thought Jiang Xuejian was her mommy. But Jiang Xuejian was often strict with her, scolding and even threatening her not to tell daddy, or she would be abandoned. She had never understood why Jiang Xuejian didn't like her. Now she realized it was because she wasn't her biological mother. Tian adored her mommy, and her tears stemmed from the fear that this might merely be a dream. In her dreams, she could have a gentle and loving mother. Fu Songyu opened her arms wide and hugged Tian tightly, whispering, From now on, mommy will love you dearly. The small, soft body radiated the warmth and sweetness unique to childhood. A warm wave surged through Fu Songyu's chest, filling the void in her heart as if it had been seamlessly mended. She held Tian close, instinctively tightening her embrace, as if to merge her into her very being. Mommy, I can hardly breathe, gasped little Tian. Fu Songyu quickly released her, gently caressing her silky hair. Sweetheart, can you call me a few more times? Mommy, mommy. Sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart. Fu Songyu gazed at Tian's exquisitely delicate face and couldn't resist planting a kiss on her, as though kissing the most precious treasure in the world. I want as well. Zhou Jingma pushed open the door and entered. Fu Songyu looked up at him, and his noble, cold visage bore a hint of possessiveness. Fu Songyu's gentle face flushed slightly. Zhou Jingma, Tian is still here. Please mind your words. Little Tian had never seen Zhou Jingma take the initiative to seek a kiss. Her sparkling eyes twinkled mischievously as she chimed, Daddy is jealous. Zhou Jingma sat at the edge of the bed, spreading his legs and reaching out to pull both mother and daughter onto his lap, one on each side. A playful smile danced on his lips as he narrowed his phoenix eyes, looking at Fu Songyu. Yes, I am jealous. Fu Songyu, are you going to kiss me? Seeing this, Tian immediately covered her eyes with her tiny, fair hands and giggled. Mommy, hurry and kiss Daddy. I want a little brother. Fu Songyu's face turned even redder as she looked at her quirky daughter, raising her finger to playfully poke her nose. You little rascal. Zhou Jingma, noticing Fu Songyu's reluctance to kiss him in front of Tian, firmly held her head and leaned in to plant a kiss on her lips. We missed 5 years. You wouldn't make me wait another 5 years before you show me affection, would you? Fu Songyu shot him a glare. Our daughter is still here. Don't be ridiculous. Tian loves when mommy and daddy kiss. My classmate Xiaohua said that after her mommy and daddy kiss, she got a little brother, and I want one too. Fu Songyu marveled at how amusing children could be. Unable to withstand Zhou Jingma's assertiveness, she finally leaned in and kissed him. My parents are still waiting to meet their granddaughter. We can't linger in the room any longer. Zhou Jingma nodded. Let's head out now.
Fu Dad, Fu Mom, Fu Sikeng,
Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou were all waiting in the living room. Upon seeing Zhou Jingma, Fu Songyu and little Tian descend, Fu Mom eagerly approached them.
Tian.
I am your grandmother. Little Tian dashed forward, leaping into Fu Mom's embrace, exclaiming, Grandma is so young and beautiful. The sweetness in Tian's voice instantly warmed Fu Mom's heart. Fu Mom presented the gifts she had prepared for Tian. One by one, Tian introduced herself to her grandpa, uncle, and third uncle. When it came time to meet Wen Shuang, Tian's voice grew even sweeter. Wow, Auntie is even more beautiful than the stars on TV. Mommy said Auntie is amazing. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been able to meet Mommy. Wen Shuang, looking at the adorable little girl, couldn't resist reaching out to pat her head.
Tian.
Auntie also has a gift for you. Wen Shuang opened her bag and pulled out a piece pendant carved from high-quality jade. After putting it around her neck, Tian blinked her big eyes, curiously gazing at Wen Shuang's bag. "Annie, do you have little paper dolls in your bag?" Wen Shuang smiled. "The little paper doll can dance. Would you like to see?"
Yay, yay.
Wen Shuang took out the little paper doll and gently blew on it. The doll began to move its limbs and dance in the palm of her hand, wobbling adorably. Little Tian was momentarily stunned before bursting into peals of laughter, clapping her hands in delight. Wow, so cute and so much fun. With that, she mimicked the doll's dancing movements, spinning around in circles. The villa was filled with joyous laughter and cheer. The incident involving Yi Pianran has profoundly impacted Fu Zedong, who now secludes herself in her room, rarely emerging and neglecting her meals. Fu Ma, in a state of desperation, enlisted the help of the ever-inventive Fu Xingzhou. "Mother, my elder brother is on a business trip. I shall take my sister-in-law and younger sister out for a bit of fun. Perhaps it will lift her spirits. This rare opportunity to explore the world is perfect for my sister-in-law." He generously offered to cover the expenses for 18 male models. Fu Ma nodded in agreement. "Very well. Take good care of your sister-in-law and younger sister, but avoid any unsavory locales." "Understood." Originally, Wen Shuang planned to indulge in a beauty sleep at home. But upon hearing Fu Xingzhou's proposal to take her to see male models, her heart leapt with excitement. "Ah, my third brother truly understands my preferences. 18 male models. Here I come." Chapter 65. Indulging in extravagance, engaging with male models, utter delight. As Fu Xingzhou reached out to cover Wen Shuang's mouth, he abruptly realized the impropriety of his action. She had not uttered a word, yet he could hear her thoughts. He was secretly taking his sister-in-law and younger sister to see male models without their mother's knowledge. Should she catch wind of this, they might never get to leave. Sure enough, as the group descended the stairs, they encountered Fu Ma clutching a feathered duster in the living room, with Fu Ba standing behind her. "You rascal! Where do you plan to take your sister-in-law and younger sister?" Faced with the imminent threat of a duster strike, Fu Xingzhou quickly shielded his head. "Mother, I am fully aware of the boundaries. It's merely to give my sister-in-law a glimpse of the excitement. If she truly gets carried away, I shall intervene." Fu Ma maintained a stern demeanor, her expression serious. "You may go, but I, too, have not ventured out in quite some time. You must take me along."
Fu Xingzu. Fu Bia.
"Lady Huanru, does he think his husband has departed this world?" Just as Fu Ba was about to voice his objection to Fu Ma joining the outing, when Shuang's thoughts interjected. "Huh. Now I understand why mother-in-law wants to join the excursion. It seems she had a spat with father-in-law last night."
Fu Bia and Fu Ma's expressions shifted dramatically.
"Daughter-in-law, quickly. Cease your words. The matter concerning Sister Zedong has caused mother-in-law both sorrow and frustration. She could not sleep last night and even woke a slumbering father-in-law, lamenting that the children have inherited his romantic folly, leaving her utterly exhausted. She believes she should never have had so many." Father-in-law, feeling wronged, tried to soothe mother-in-law's emotions, only to be kicked out of bed, forced to sleep on the floor with a blanket. Having so many children should not entirely fall on father-in-law and mother-in-law. After all, mother-in-law was particularly fertile in her youth and was not fond of father-in-law using protection. Despite her caution, she still hit the jackpot. Fu Ba and Fu Ma were visibly flustered. How could such matters be so easily discerned?
Goodness.
Their dignity was at stake. Ultimately, it was father-in-law who chose to undergo a vasectomy to prevent a seventh child. "I truly admire my mother-in-law for managing so many troublesome children. If I were father-in-law, I would have willingly presented her with 18 male models to bring her joy." Fu Ma, indeed, our daughter-in-law is quite articulate.
Fu Bia, eldest son.
"Why did you have to go on a business trip?" "Father, you need not worry. I will keep a watchful eye on mother, sister-in-law, and younger sister," Fu Xingzhou promised with a confident pat on his chest. As Fu Ba watched their departing figures, he shed 2 tears of sorrow. Clearly, he must take better care of himself. At under 50, he is already being scorned by his wife. What a fate! Fu Xingzhou took on the role of driver, steering the 3 women toward the male model-laden White Horse Club. The club, adorned in opulence, greeted them at the entrance, with rows of young men clad in pink shirts, who bowed in unison, warmly welcoming the distinguished guests. The atmosphere brimmed with joy as the evening's festivities commenced. As Wen Shuang entered, it was her first visit to such an establishment. Heavens, so many handsome young men. I can hardly take it all in. No, I must restrain myself. I am still in a married state and cannot act inappropriately. But my husband and I are merely a plastic couple. What harm is there in enjoying a little fun?
Fuma nodded in silent agreement.
This was far more pleasurable than being cooped up with her elderly husband at home. She had previously heard socialites mention the White Horse Club, describing it as a paradise for the affluent filled with beautiful people, but she had dismissed it as mere chatter. How wrong she was. Fu Xingzhou reserved the club's finest private room, offering a panoramic view through its glass walls, overlooking a garden adorned with blooming flowers and a swimming pool. The privacy of this glass was remarkable. Those inside could see out. Yet the outside world remained oblivious to the activities within. As Fu Xingzhou began selecting male models, Fu Ma leaned against the window and spotted a few familiar wealthy ladies. Isn't that Mrs. Wang? A few years ago, her husband tragically passed away. At the funeral, she attempted to take sleeping pills to join him, only to be stopped by her daughter just in time. I never thought she would move on to seek male models now. Wen Shuang squinted towards the woman Fu Ma indicated. That Mrs. Wang is not a virtuous woman. She never truly loved her husband and was merely waiting for him to pass. Fu Ma looked at Wen Shuang in disbelief. Could it be that Mrs. Wang's husband's death was no mere accident? Mrs. Wang was having an affair with her Latin dance instructor, and when her husband discovered the truth, they conspired to push him down the stairs. Subsequently, to keep the dance instructor close, she introduced him to her daughter, who eventually married him. And they continue their affair to this day.
Fuma. Fusitong.
As Fu Xingzhou was in the midst of selecting male models, he was taken aback by the explosive revelations. The daughter of Mrs. Wang and her husband, how innocent and unfortunate they must be. However, Mrs. Wang's daughter is no fool. She agreed to marry only because she suspected her father's death was suspicious, and she has since gathered evidence that will soon expose Mrs. Wang's misdeeds. Fu Ma silently applauded the daughter's cleverness. Thankfully, she was not like her own daughter, who was lost in romantic fantasies. Daughter-in-law, do you see that woman with long, curly, and lush black hair? That is Mrs. He, who often mocks me for my lack of hair while we play cards together. Do you have any tips on how I could achieve a fuller head of hair? Wen Shuang, that's a wig. Isn't Mrs. He wearing a wig? She has a bald spot on her head and wears it to hide her imperfections, even sleeping with it on, fearing her husband might discover the truth.
Fuma.
Mrs. He's wig is alarmingly realistic. It hardly seems fake. Wen Shuang nodded. That's because she uses corpse oil for her hair. I wonder what kind of sorcery Mrs. He employs. She mutters incantations while applying the corpse oil, making her hair appear as if it were genuinely hers. Mother, please do not emulate Mrs. He. Engaging in sorcery will shorten your lifespan. Fu Ma nodded in fear. Rest assured, I would never resort to such practices. Wen Shuang gently patted Fu Ma's hand, saying, Mother-in-law, the growth of hair is closely related to one's vitality, liver, and kidneys. When I find the time, I shall research a hair tonic made from natural herbal ingredients, crafted using traditional methods, so that you too may possess a head of thick, lustrous, and healthy hair. Fu Ma immediately embraced Wen Shuang, unable to resist planting a kiss on her radiant and beautiful face. Daughter-in-law, I truly adore you. This evening, indulge yourself freely. Everything shall be on me. Haha, my mother-in-law is so agreeable. She truly steps up when it matters, and I can't help but like her. Fu Xiqing was on a business trip in Kyoto. After finishing his work, he called Wen Shuang via video, only to find her phone switched off. He then attempted to reach Fu Xingzhou and Fu Ma, but met with the same result. Their phones were also turned off. Even Fu Xidong's phone was unreachable. Fu Songyu's phone was on, yet no one answered. Fu Xiqing felt a pulse of anxiety at his temples. The phenomenon of switched-off phones and unanswered calls had never occurred before. Could something have happened? Remembering that he hadn't yet called Fu Dad, he hastily dialed for a video call. After a prolonged wait, it finally connected. In the video, Fu Dad appeared to have aged several years in an instant. Fu Xiqing was taken aback. Dad, surely our family hasn't been wiped out, leaving only you? Fu Dad hurriedly spat out several no's, exclaiming, Son, why haven't you returned from your trip? A traitor has emerged in our home, and the sky is about to collapse.
Fu Xingesse brau farrod.
He had only just left for his trip that morning, and now trouble had already arisen. What on earth happened? Fu Dad pointed the camera towards the sign of the White Horse Club. That traitor Fu Xingzhou has taken your wife, along with my wife, to engage some male models. Fu Xiqing, stunned, thought it was like a thunderclap. This was far more serious than the sky falling. Chapter 66. Oh no. She lost her first kiss. Night fell. After returning to the Fu family villa and taking a shower, Wen Shuang quickly drifted off to sleep. In her dreams, She was surrounded by male models of striking appearance and physique. The models wore white shirts with only a button or two fastened, their strong, muscular chests and defined abs subtly visible. They varied in style, from the sweet milk dog type to the rugged manly type. She excitedly wove through them, her fingertips brushing against one model's firm, elastic chest. The model's physiques exuded a potent aura of masculinity. Wow, this physique is truly delightful, she mused, reaching into her bag for money. You all are wonderful. Once I am divorced, I shall certainly seek you out again. She commanded like a queen, come line up. She reveled in the joy of touching abs, but soon felt something amiss. These abs feel a bit too much like my husband's foul face. Suddenly jolted awake. Wen Shuang found herself staring into a pair of deep, bottomless, dark eyes under the dim light of the wall lamp. When did my foul-faced husband return? Wasn't he on a business trip? Seeing the man's cold, piercing gaze that seemed ready to engulf her, the remnants of her sleep vanished. Oh no. He mustn't know that I ordered male models, right? Even though I didn't do anything inappropriate. We just drank, sang, and danced together. And the most I did was touch a chest. Surely that doesn't count as infidelity? If I were to be unfaithful, I would wait until after the divorce. After all, I fear the wrath of fate. Fu Xiqing, so she could maintain her last line of defense, was merely afraid of retribution? Fu Xiqing narrowed his deep, black eyes, his gaze sharp and cold. Wen Shuang, what do you take me for? Wen Shuang chuckled lightly, we are merely good neighbors. I sleep in the master bedroom, and he sleeps in the guest room next door. What else could we be, but good neighbors? Fu Xiqing felt that he would eventually be driven to madness by this woman. He closed his eyes, suppressing the flames of jealousy within him, his voice low and hoarse. Wen Shuang, is your husband not stronger than those male models outside? Wen Shuang smiled sweetly, yet insincerely, strong, yes. But I don't need emotional involvement. After seeing the love-struck individuals in the Fu family, I believe it's better to have LV than love. Fu Xiqing pressed his lips together tightly. Wen Shuang, I can provide you with both money and love. Wen Shuang shook her finger, no, for this year. I only require this hollow marriage. After all, freedom is the essence of my soul. Fu Xiqing gazed at the unyielding woman, gritting his teeth. Fine. A year from now, I shall not obstruct your desires, but for this year, let us engage in a game of physical pleasure without emotional attachment. Before Wen Shuang could comprehend the implications of his words, he suddenly leaned closer to her. The crisp, intoxicating scent of masculinity enveloped her. Their noses nearly brushed against each other, and in the still air, the atmosphere grew palpably heated. Fu Xiqing, what are you doing then? Before she could finish her sentence, the man's firm lips descended upon hers. Wen Shuang's mind buzzed, as if something were about to explode. Instinctively, she pushed against his shoulder, but in the next moment, he firmly grasped her wrist. She caught the rich aroma of red wine on his breath. He had returned and had been drinking? Perhaps her outing to order male models had truly angered him. The force behind his kiss was laced with a hint of obsessive fury. Just as he was about to deepen the kiss, Wen Shuang, regaining her senses, abruptly broke free from his grip and swiftly raised her leg to kick him. With her considerable strength, Fu Xiqing was sent crashing beneath the bed. The pain jolted him back to reality. After receiving Fu Dad's call, he rushed back without pause. Having contemplated pushing open the master bedroom door several times but lacking the courage to do so, he had only mustered the nerve to enter after consuming quite a bit of alcohol. Yet, upon entering, he was greeted by her murmurs about male models. And she had even been treating him as one, her hands roaming in a rather suggestive manner. My first kiss is gone. I wish to give this guy a good slap, and I want to twist his head off and use it as a stool to sit on.
Fu Xiqing,
Rising from the floor, quickly made his exit. He feared for his life if he lingered too long. By the time Wen Shuang realized she needed to confront Fu Xiqing, he had already left the master bedroom. Well, good for him. He knows to run fast. Meanwhile, the other members of the Fu family were jolted awake from their dreams. Fu Ma sat up in bed, turning on the light to see Fu Dad sleeping on the floor.
What?
The eldest is back from his trip? You old man, did you spill the beans?
Fu Dad.
Feeling a silent anguish, thought, Dear, shouldn't your focus be on the relationship between the eldest and our daughter-in-law progressing further? Fu Ma quickly caught on, nodding vigorously. Indeed. Finally, the eldest has shown some backbone. On Fu Xingzhou's side, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Oh heavens! Wasn't my brother supposed to be away for 4 or 5 days? How did he return so soon? If he has returned, does that mean he knows something? Am I still alive? Just as Fu Xingzhou was preparing to don some clothes and escape for a few days, his door was suddenly kicked open. A figure exuding an aura of chilling intensity, reminiscent of a demonic warrior from the depths of hell, strode into the room. Fu Xiqing,
Fu Xingzu.
with both hands clasped atop his head, immediately sank to his knees in a smooth motion. Big brother, Xiao Zhou made a mistake. I promise I will never take my sister-in-law to see male models again. Fu Xiqing dragged Fu Xingzhou into the soundproof gym. Shortly thereafter, the gym echoed with agonized screams, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. The following day, Wen Shuang descended the stairs for breakfast and cast a glance at Fu Xiqing, who was seated at the dining table engrossed in the newspaper. His chiseled features bore a stern and severe countenance, presenting an image of utmost propriety. TSK. He certainly knows how to feign innocence, acting as if nothing happened after stealing my first kiss. He might as well change his name to Mr. Pretentious. Fu Xiqing cleared his throat, causing the hand holding the newspaper to tremble slightly. He lifted his gaze to Wen Shuang and warned, "If you ever take a male model again, it won't merely be a matter of stealing your first kiss." Wen Shuang gasped, "What audacious words! Is he not afraid I might retaliate?" At that moment, Fu Xingzhou hobbled over, his demeanor pitiful. "Sister-in-law, I was nearly pummeled to a pulp by His Highness last night. I truly am a pitiful Xiao Zhou."
Fu Xingzhou shot a menacing glance at Fu Xingzu.
"If there essay next time, I shall break your third leg." Fu Xingzhou gasped, "Big brother, you are too ruthless."
Wen Shuang observed Fu Xingzu,
who resembled a swollen dumpling and couldn't help but stifle a laugh. She retrieved a pain relief patch from her bag and handed it to him. "You've suffered. Third brother, apply this, and you shall feel better soon. Oh, his sister-in-law is so kind to me." Fu Xiqing shot a cold glare in their direction, prompting Fu Xingzhou to immediately fall silent. Just then, Fu Mother's anxious voice echoed from afar. "Something's gone wrong, daughter-in-law. You must come quickly." Chapter 67. She is no longer merely infatuated. She has lost all sense. When Shuang hurriedly exited the dining room, Fu Mother led her to the third floor, to Fu Situ's room. I went to call Situ for breakfast, but after knocking for ages, she didn't open the door. When I used the spare key to enter, I found she had sneaked out through the window. When Shuang approached the window and glanced outside, spotting a makeshift rope fashioned from bed sheets and clothing, swaying gently in the breeze. It appeared Fu Situ had cut and torn the sheets and clothes into strips, tying them together to facilitate her escape. Fu Mother's eyes brimmed with tears. "This is the third floor. What if she falls? That disobedient girl. Hasn't he the incident with Yi Pianran taught her a lesson?" She is well aware of her sister-in-law's capabilities, yet still chose to sneak away. "Daughter-in-law, can you deduce where Situ has gone?" When Shuang nodded. "She is likely seeking Song Yu. After returning last night, she chatted with him for hours on WeChat. Upon learning about Yi Pianran, Song Yu initiated a breakup with Situ. This Song Yu is indeed a clever scholar, employing the strategy of retreating to advance. He told Situ that their relationship would never gain the approval of the Fu family. Rather than endure prolonged pain, it would be better to sever ties now. Although he cares for her deeply, he cannot bear to see her caught between him and her family. Upon hearing of the breakup, Situ felt even more heartbroken. She had yet to recover from the betrayal of her best friend, and now her boyfriend was ending their relationship. However, she is rather passive. If her boyfriend breaks up with her, she wouldn't initiate reconciliation. Yet, before dawn, Song Yu's mother sent a letter that Song Yu had written, stating he was suffering from severe depression and wished to seek release from the burdens of life. Upon reading the letter, Situ was rendered completely incapable of thought. Fu Mother gasped, her mouth agape in shock, unsure what to say next. This Song Yu is truly a scheming boy. He understands Fu Situ's character all too well. She is soft-hearted, overflowing with sympathy, and deeply grateful. For every ounce of kindness shown to her, she reciprocates tenfold. Fu Mother's had throbbed painfully, and she felt utterly lost. She had scolded and advised Fu Situ, yet what more could she do? She couldn't very well beat her. She was a grown woman. How could she be so easily deceived? What would become of her moving forward? "Daughter-in-law, do you think there is still hope for Situ?" When Shuang furrowed her brow. "Mother-in-law, Situ is your daughter. You must make your own decisions regarding her matters. While I may have been compelled to extend my stay in the Fu household for my own survival, I cannot play the role of a saint. If others disregard my counsel, why should I continue to offer it? Isn't there is saying that good advice is wasted on the damned? Last night at the club, I advised Situ to break up with her boyfriend, assuring her that she would meet someone more suitable in the future. But she wouldn't listen. What more can I do? At an age when she should be striving for success, she insists on drowning in love. This is no longer merely infatuation. It is a complete lack of sense. Fu mother nodded repeatedly, fully in agreement with Wen Shuang's words. Sacrificing family for the sake of love, disregarding repeated counsel, and abandoning oneself is the height of folly. Fu Sicheng, Fu father, and Fu Xingzhou arrived on the third floor. Parents, this time do not be soft-hearted. In my view, we should cut off all of Fu Situ's living expenses. If she wishes to elope with a man, then let her. Fu Sicheng spoke with a cold demeanor. Despite being concerned for her youngest daughter, Fu mother knew it was time to teach her a lesson for her disobedience. Rest assured, mother. I will have people keep an eye on Fu Situ. If her boyfriend dares to lay a hand on her, I will not let him off easily. Fu mother nodded, deferring to her eldest son. From now on, no one in our family is to contact Fu Situ. If she attempts to call, do not answer. We must make our stance clear. Wen Shuang glanced at Fu Sicheng, who was issuing orders. Wow, it seems the clearest mind in the Fu family belongs to the grumpy husband. When he is serious, he possesses quite a certain charm. Fu Sicheng curled his thin lips into an almost imperceptible smile. Fu Xingzhou shot Fu Sicheng a glance, feeling a surge of excitement. His wife's praise must be secretly pleasing him. Fu Situ found Song Yu on the rooftop of the building where he resided. He sat at the edge. Clad in a white shirt, his slender figure swaying precariously in the wind. Fu Situ's face paled in fright as she rushed forward to pull him back. Song Yu, what are you doing? If you leave, what will Auntie do? What about your brother? Song Yu raised a hand to shield his bloodshot eyes. Ting ting. I feel like a failure. Fu Situ's brows knitted together in concern.
How can that be?
You are so talented, ambitious, and diligent. You are a role model for many. Song Yu hung his head, his voice choked with emotion. But my family situation is poor. I cannot earn your family's approval. And I cannot provide you with a bright future. Fu Situ shook her head. For our age, you are already remarkable. Do not underestimate yourself. I believe that through your hard work, you will achieve great things. Song Yu grasped Fu Situ's hand, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Ting ting, I would never treat you the way Yi Pianran did. Do you trust me?
Fu Situ nodded.
I trust you. I am truly afraid of losing you. Ting ting, if your family strongly opposes our relationship, would you waver? As she gazed at the tearful Song Yu, Fu Sidong's heart ached profoundly. She had never witnessed such a fragile side of him before. It was evident how much he truly cared for her. I won't, she reassured him. After persuading Song Yu to descend the stairs, his mother had prepared a sumptuous breakfast for the two. Fu Sidong intended to finish her meal and return home. However, noticing that Song Yu's mood remained somewhat despondent, she feared he might act foolishly again and chose to stay by his side. As night fell, Fu Sidong powered on her phone, her heart racing with anxiety. Having sneaked out before dawn, she was certain her family would have noticed her absence. She expected a flurry of missed calls or messages, yet to her dismay, there was not a single notification. Assuming her phone was malfunctioning, she waited a little longer. But still nothing. Had her mother and family not searched her room, thinking she remained at home? A sense of unease began to creep into her heart. Just as she pondered this, a message notification suddenly chimed. It was from her bank card, which read, Dear user, your bank card ending in 6778 has been temporarily suspended due to account management reasons. For inquiries, please call XXX customer service. Upon reading this message, Fu Sidong felt as though an invisible hand had tightly grasped her heart. Chapter 68. What? She voluntarily donated a kidney. An unprecedented wave of panic and despair surged within her. Her mother and family knew she had sneaked out, yet not only did they not search for her, but they had also suspended her bank card. What did this signify? It indicated that she had utterly disappointed her mother and family. Fu Sidong's hand trembled uncontrollably as she clutched her phone. She yearned for freedom, to take control of her own life, to break free from her parents' constraints. Yet everything seemed to have unfolded as she wished. Yet, why did her heart feel so hollow, as if a part of it had been cruelly excised? Just as Fu Sidong was lost in her thoughts, contemplating calling her mother, Song Yu approached her. Tong Tong, what's wrong? He asked, noticing the message on her phone. His brows furrowed slightly. Did your parents suspend your bank card? Fu Sidong nodded through her tears. Song Yu, I need to go back. My parents have never treated me this way. They must be furious and disappointed. Song Yu gently wiped away her falling tears.
All right, I'll change my clothes and take you back.
He turned towards his room, but after a few steps, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. You! Song Yu's mother rushed forward in alarm. Fu Sitong hurried over as well.
Song Yu, what happened to you?
His complexion was alarmingly pale. And as Fu Sitong helped him up, he gasped in pain. Realizing something was amiss, she quickly rolled up his shirt sleeves. Song Yu, your arm! Fu Sitong exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. His arm was marred with bruises, interspersed with numerous needle marks, a sight that was truly harrowing.
What happened, Song Yu?
He shook his head. It's nothing. Tong Tong, don't worry, I'll take you back first. If you don't explain, I'm not going anywhere. Song Yu bit his lip, unwilling to divulge the truth. Fu Sitong turned to his mother. Auntie, what on earth is going on with Song Yu's arm? Song Yu's mother hesitated, her expression filled with concern and helplessness. Tong Tong, a U.S. older brother is gravely ill and needs a kidney transplant. The injuries on a U.S. arm are from blood draws at the hospital. The first hospital's results indicated a mismatch, and he has since visited several others, all with the same outcome. Yu has always had a close bond with his brother, and he cannot bear to see him suffer. This child has always been kind-hearted. After his father abused me and left, he has been the one supporting our family through coding, improving our circumstances. His brother has a rare blood type. Apart from Yu, we truly have no one else to turn to. Song Yu's brows knitted together in frustration. Mom, why are you telling Tong Tong all of this? Fu Sitong looked at the pale and weak Song Yu, her brows furrowing in concern. Yu, with such a significant issue in your family, why didn't you tell me? Just a few days ago, I invited you on a trip, and you didn't refuse. Tong Tong, I didn't want to disappoint you. You are the most important person in my heart. Fu Sitong turned to Song Yu's mother. Auntie, what is Song Yu's brother's blood type? Rh-null. It's a rare blood type, making it exceedingly difficult to find a compatible kidney donor. Song Yu's mother wiped away the tears that had begun to fall. Yu's brother is also a poor soul. Song Yu grasped his mother's hand, his eyes glistening with tears, his voice choked. Mom, if my brother hadn't been injured while saving me, he wouldn't have sustained a brain injury that left him with cognitive issues. I feel so useless for not being able to save him. Fu Sitong was aware of Song Yu's brother's condition, having heard of the past incident when their father abused their mother. When Song Yu protected her, their father had kicked over a large cabinet, which struck Song Yu's brother on the head as he shielded them. I also have Rh-null blood. How about I go to the hospital for a test to see if I'm a match?
No.
Song Yu exclaimed. Tong Tong, you are delicate. You cannot endure such hardship. If you are a match and donate a kidney, I will not allow you to suffer that fate. Song Yu's mother grasped Fu Sitong's hand, a flicker of hope igniting in her dim eyes. Tong Tong, is what you say true? If you are willing, I truly wouldn't know how to thank you. Song Yu shot his mother a fierce glare. Mom, I will continue looking for a suitable kidney donor for my brother. I absolutely cannot allow Tong Tong to be the one. The flicker of hope in his mother's eyes dimmed once more. She closed her eyes in despair. The doctor said if we delay further, your brother may not survive. But you're right. Even if something were to happen to your brother, we cannot put Tong Tong at risk. Fu Sitong watched the anguish etched on Song Yu and his mother's faces, her heart a tumult of emotions. Taking a deep breath, she resolutely declared, when I was a child, I nearly drowned, and it was Song Yu who saved me. I owe him my life. Donating a kidney is merely a small price to pay for my debt. If I match, I will gladly donate one. I will still have one left, and it won't kill me. Song Yu grasped Fu Sitong's hand tightly, his eyes brimming with tears, his voice trembling. Tong Tong, how can you be so foolish? Donating a kidney is a significant risk to your health. I cannot bear to watch you take that risk for my brother. If you suffer because of this, I will never forgive myself. Moreover, your family will never agree. I cannot be so selfish as to let you sacrifice your future for my brother. Fu Sitong bit her lip, her delicate teeth sinking into her flesh. My parents are utterly disappointed in me. They will likely stop caring about me from now on. Song Yu, I do not wish to owe you anything. You saved my life, and I will repay you with a kidney. I am not losing anything, am I? Song Yu enveloped Fu Sitong in his embrace. You truly are a foolish girl. Mother Song extended her arms to embrace Fu Sitong, saying, Tong Tong, if your family does not permit you to return, you are welcome to stay at Auntie's home. I have long considered you to be our Yu's future bride, and I shall treat you with utmost care. Yu is capable of earning, and he will cover all your university expenses. After waiting for 2 days with no word from Fu Sidong, Mother Fu grew increasingly anxious. When Fu Xiqing returned from work, she could hardly contain herself, inquiring eagerly, "Has the person you sent to keep an eye on Sidong reported any updates?" Fu Xiqing, his lips pressed into a thin line, replied in a low and icy tone. Fu Sitong went to the hospital to undergo blood tests for compatibility. She intends to donate a kidney to Brother Songyu. Chapter 69. A Twist. She is not yet foolish beyond redemption. Upon hearing Fu Xiqing's words, Mother Fu appeared as though struck by a thunderbolt, her eyes widening in shock, followed by a rapid roll of her eyes as she fainted backward. "Mother!" Fu Xiqing rushed forward to catch her. Wen Shuang, who had been watching television in the living room, hurried over upon seeing Mother Fu collapse. She pinched her philtrum and quickly administered a fast-acting heart-saving pill. After a moment, Mother Fu slowly opened her eyes, and Wen Shuang let out a sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I prepared the heart-saving pills. I knew one day my mother-in-law would be overwhelmed with anger. I haven't used my clairvoyance to check on Sidong's condition these past few days, fearing it would provoke uterine fibroids or breast nodules. Mother, daughter-in-law, it is wise that you refrained from using your powers to check on Fu Sidong. That wretched girl is indeed infuriating." When Shuang's principle with the Fu family was clear, she would give 1 or 2 reminders, but if they continued to ignore her, she would cease to advise them. After all, it is difficult to counsel a stubborn fool. It would be unwise to let herself be upset by a love-struck brain. Fu Songyu brought a cup of warm water to Mother Fu, saying, "Mother, please calm down." Fu Xiqing helped her settle onto the sofa. After sipping some water, Mother Fu's emotions began to stabilize. Eldest Fu Sidong is planning to donate a kidney. Are we truly in agreement with her undertaking such a foolish act? It appears that Songyu's interest in Fu Sidong is solely for her kidney. I never anticipated that Songyu, at such a young age, would possess the same cunning as Yi Pian Ran. What kind of characters are surrounding Fu Sidong? Just as Fu Xiqing was about to speak, his phone rang unexpectedly. He glanced at the caller ID and was momentarily taken aback. After answering the call, Fu Xiqing hurriedly stepped out. The blood compatibility results for Fu Sidong had come in. The compatibility was successful, and her kidney could indeed be donated to Brother Songyu. Upon seeing the results, Songyu's handsome face bore little joy. Instead, his brow furrowed. "Tong Tong, I did not expect the compatibility to be successful, but I still cannot recommend that you donate a kidney. There are risks involved, and if anything were to happen to you, I could never forgive myself." Fu Sitong lowered her long lashes, biting her pale lips, and remained silent. Noticing her lack of response, Songyu's tone softened further. "I know you are kind-hearted and grateful for the help I provided when we were young. Please do not hold that against yourself. I owe my brother a debt that I must repay myself." Mother Song approached, her eyes reddened with unshed tears.
Ayu.
"It is not easy to find a compatible donor for your brother's blood type. Tong Tong feels a connection with us and wishes to offer her heartfelt gesture. Why do you continuously refuse? With modern medical advancements, the surgery is unlikely to encounter any issues. Once Tong Tong undergoes the operation, I will ensure she is well cared for. Her family has abandoned her. From now on, I will treat her as my own daughter. Rest assured, once you both graduate from university, I will arrange a grand wedding for you, ensuring Tong Tong is never looked down upon." Fu Sidong raised her long lashes to look at Songyu. After pondering for a moment, she retrieved a delicate box from her bag. Upon opening it, a magnificent men's mechanical wristwatch worth 6 figures revealed itself. "Songyu, your birthday is approaching. After I donate my kidney to your brother, I may need time to recuperate and will be unable to celebrate with you. This is an early birthday gift." Songyu shook his head. "Tong Tong, your willingness to donate a kidney to my brother is already the best birthday gift I could ever receive. I will forever be in your debt. There is no need for you to give me anything more." Fu Sidong insisted, taking the watch and gently placing it on his wrist. "Songyu, your parents have already suspended your bank card. How could you afford this? I made the reservation for this watch a month ago and paid for it in advance." Songyu grasped Fu Sidong's hand. "Tong Tong, your kindness overwhelms me. Rest assured, I shall never let you down in this lifetime." Fu Sidong smiled and nodded. "I will visit your brother shortly. First, I need to buy some fruit. I will accompany you." "No need. You go to your brother's ward first, and I will come after I finish buying the fruit." Mother Song exchanged a glance with Songyu, silently urging him not to follow.
Fu Sitong typically consumed imported fruit,
which was quite expensive. If Songyu accompanied her, he would likely insist on paying.
Tong Tong, we will soon be family, so do not buy too much. Song Yu advised.
All right.
Fu Sitong watched as Song Yu and Mother Song entered the ward before she took the elevator downstairs. Instead of going to the fruit store, Fu Sitong headed to the hospital's underground parking lot. A black luxury business vehicle was parked inconspicuously in a corner. Taking a deep breath, Fu Sitong approached the vehicle and opened the door.
Inside sat Father Fu, Mother Fu, Fu Sikeng, Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzu, and Fu Sanju.
The family's expressions were grim, and the atmosphere was suffocating. Fu Sitong dared not meet her family's gaze, lowering her long lashes as she timidly called out, Dad, Mom, eldest brother, sister-in-law, second sister, third brother. No one responded to Fu Sitong. Wen Shuang could not help but cast a glance at her, having not checked on Fu Sitong's situation for several days. She was now curious why Fu Sitong had chosen to approach them.
Oh.
I thought the heat of summer had completely fried Tong Tong's love-stricken brain, yet she has not descended into utter foolishness. This is how it should be. Young, beautiful, and from a good family. With parents and siblings doting on her, why should she suffer unnecessarily and risk her life by donating a kidney? Upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Mother Fu wore a face filled with disbelief. Could this saintly, love-struck girl truly be saved? The thought of Fu Sitong secretly running off to undergo blood tests for compatibility filled Mother Fu with discontent. With a frosty expression, she turned to Fu Sicheng. Eldest, what are you scheming? Someone is willing to sacrifice their heart and kidney for another, and you bring us here to confront her? Are you intent on making your mother faint again? Fu Sitong's long lashes trembled violently. Mother, I am sorry. I realize my actions have caused you distress and anger. Mother Fu crossed her arms and huffed. Fu Sicheng made room for Fu Sitong to sit in the car. Yesterday, I received a call from Sitong. She requested that I install a listening device in a men's wristwatch to discern the true thoughts of Song Yu and Mother Song. Fu Sicheng activated the listening device.
Now,
let us all listen and uncover how they truly regard Sitong. Silence enveloped the vehicle as everyone held their breath, and soon, the device relayed a conversation between Song Yu and Mother Song. Chapter 70. Unveiling the true nature of the boyfriend. Inside the ward, as Song Mu gazed at her son, Song Yu, who stood by the window with a strikingly handsome yet cold demeanor, she expressed her concerns. Ayu, the Fu family is affluent and powerful. If they discover that Fu Sitong intends to donate a kidney to your elder brother, will they acquiesce? Turning his gaze towards the door of the hospital room and ensuring they were alone, Song Yu replied in a chilling tone. Fu Sitong is simple-minded and utterly devoted to me. Even if her family opposes it, she would sever ties with them to donate the kidney for my brother. Song Mu remained skeptical, but what if the Fu family forcibly confines her, preventing her from coming out? With a scoff, Song Yu retorted, her legs belong to her. If her family tries to confine her, she would either escape or resort to starvation. Mom, rest assured, it's just a kidney. It won't cost her life. She has always remembered my life-saving grace. Nodding, Song Mu thought to herself that if she could indeed donate her kidney to save her elder brother, then her efforts working in the school cafeteria would not be in vain, especially since she always provided Sitong with an extra nutritious meal whenever she came to eat.
Mom,
You've worked hard, he acknowledged. It's no trouble. If Fu Sitong remains healthy, her kidney donation for your brother will also be healthy, she replied. Her pride in her exceptional son evident. Curiously, she asked, Ayu, do you have feelings for Fu Sitong? She is sweet and gentle in appearance, easy to manage. And her family background is decent. If you genuinely care for her, after she donates the kidney, you should be with her and treat her well. With a cold laugh, Song Yu responded, Mom, what are you joking about? I am the top student in my grade, and may even be the provincial science champion this time. Do I need to rely on the Fu family to elevate my status? With my own abilities, I will surpass them in the future. As for Fu Sitong, if she enjoys being a sycophant, let her continue. As for marriage, how could I wed a woman who has lost a kidney? It's merely a diversion. A flicker of pity crossed Song Mu's eyes. Ayu, might such words be too cruel for Fu Sitong? A glint of sharpness flashed in Song Yu's cold gaze. His expression as frosty as ice. Mother, mind your own business regarding my personal affairs. Seeing her son's fists clenched, the veins protruding ominously from his hands, she fell silent, aware that he had inherited his father's violent tendencies. In his childhood, he had stood up to his father during domestic disputes. A fierce sight to behold. Fu Sitong's affection for him was voluntary. It was best that she not meddle. The words transmitted through the listening device pierced like poisoned daggers, striking mercilessly at Fu Sitong's heart. It became evident that Song Yu had never harbored feelings for her. His approach was solely for the sake of her kidney. Fu Sitong trembled, the world spinning around her as she felt it collapse at that moment. The color drained from her face, tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. The calculated malice and betrayal from Yi Pianran resurfaced vividly. And she never anticipated that Song Yu could be so hypocritical and cruel. The dual blow left her feeling as though her life was a farce. Realizing she had been nothing but a fool. Sister Sitong, why engage in self-doubt? Would it not be better to recognize the true nature of these people sooner? I do not comprehend why, having encountered numerous admirable young men, you are so infatuated with Song Yu? Observing Fu Sidong's devastated expression, Wen Shuang felt a pang of compassion. How could such a lovely creature be subjected to the cruelty of a scoundrel? Fu Songyu wiped Fu Sidong's tears gently. Little sister, true affection does not manifest in this manner. After my second sister left Xiao Jingyan, she discovered that the world is far more beautiful than she had imagined. Your true match is certainly not Songyu. You'll encounter someone who genuinely cherishes you in the future. Wen Shuang nodded in agreement. Absolutely.
Fu Sitong's niece.
Looking towards Wen Shuang, sister-in-law, after unmasking Yi Pianran's true self, I have come to believe in your fortune-telling abilities. I have taken your words to heart, however. When I was 5, I nearly drowned in a pond, and it was Song Yu who saved me. I cannot bear to think of him as heartless. When Shuang gently patted Fu Sidong's trembling shoulder, how can you be certain that the one who saved you was Song Yu? He showed me childhood photos. And he resembled the little boy, I remember perfectly. Moreover, after he took me to the hospital, I woke up and gifted him my hairpin, which he has kept all these years. I could not possibly mistake him. As Fu Sitong spoke, her thoughts drifted back to the near-drowning incident from her childhood. It was a frigid winter when she accidentally slipped into the pond, nearly succumbing to the depths. In a panic, she struggled to call for help but only ingested mouthfuls of icy water. Just as she felt consciousness slipping away, a small figure swam towards her. Desperate for life, she clung tightly to that figure's neck, almost dragging him down with her. With immense effort, he managed to pull her to safety. Choking on water, her awareness hazy, she recalled him pressing on her chest, performing CPR. When she finally regained consciousness, she found herself in a hospital. And the drenched figure of young Song Yu was the first thing she saw. To express her gratitude, she gifted him her butterfly hairpin, urging him to visit her at the Fu family residence in Yecheng. All these years, she had awaited his return. Yet he never sought her until high school. And he had never demanded anything from her. She had believed him to be extraordinary. Ultimately, it turned out he sought only her kidney. Wen Shuang, unaware of the details surrounding Fu Sitong's childhood near drowning, activated her clairvoyance to gain insight into her past. The one who saved little Sitong back then was someone else entirely. Song Yu has always been cunning. He approached Sitong because he knew her blood type matched his brother's after hacking into the medical system. Fu Sidong's eyes widened in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment.
What?
Someone else saved me when I was little?
How could that be?
She distinctly remembered seeing Song Yu when she opened her eyes. Sister Sitong, you should invite Song Yu to the seaside restaurant for dinner. I have a surprise for you. Wen Shuang suggested. Fu Sitong blinked. Sister-in-law, can you tell me what the surprise is? Revealing it now would spoil the surprise. First, go invite Song Yu to the hospital. Wen Shuang replied. Fu Sitong, now convinced by Wen Shuang's words, obediently nodded. All right, I will go right now. Before stepping out, Fu Sitong cautiously glanced at her mother, biting her lip with determination as she apologized again. Mom, I'm sorry. Fu Ma turned her head away. Apologize again only after you firmly decided to break up with your boyfriend. Chapter 71. Pushing him into the sea, unveiling the truth. Fu Sitong arrived at Song Yu's elder brother's hospital room empty-handed, having bought no fruit. Upon seeing her return without anything, Song Mu's eyes flickered with displeasure. Would the Fu family truly cease to provide her with allowance? Having grown accustomed to the life of a wealthy young lady without money, would all expenses fall upon her son, who was already burdened enough? Though she recognized her son's intelligence and capability, she did not wish for him to be taken advantage of. However, recalling that Fu Sitong was willing to donate a kidney to her eldest son, she suppressed her discontent. After all, Song Yu had claimed it was merely a fleeting affair, with no intention of marrying Fu Sitong. I searched around the hospital, but could not find a place selling imported fruits. Song Yu gently grasped Fu Sitong's hand, his gaze softening as he expressed his gratitude. It is of no consequence. The fact that you have saved my elder brother's life is already a tremendous boon. Fu Sitong beckoned Song Yu to step outside the hospital room, broaching the subject of inviting him to a seaside restaurant for a meal. Tong Tong. The seaside restaurant can be rather expensive. You needn't go to such lengths. A playful smile danced upon Fu Sitong's face, her eyes sparkling with an innocent determination. I want to be extravagant. Although my parents have suspended my bank card, I still have some funds in WeChat. You've lost weight recently, and I wish to treat you. Song Yu chuckled lightly, his long fingers playfully tapping the tip of Fu Sitong's delicate nose. I truly cannot contend with you. As noon approached, Fu Sitong led Song Yu aboard a luxurious yacht, where she had reserved a table on the terrace. As they strolled toward the terrace, they encountered Lu Wenye, who was walking a German shepherd. Lu Wenye and Song Yu were polar opposites in appearance. Song Yu exuded a refined aloofness, reminiscent of a solitary peak adorned with snow, while Lu Wenye radiated a wild and untamed energy, his left ear adorned with a black earring, emanating a brazen aura.
Upon spotting Fu Sitong,
The German shepherd strained against its leash, eager to approach her, its dark, gleaming eyes filled with joy, as though it had reunited with a long-lost kin. Before Fu Sitong could react, Song Yu swiftly pulled her behind him, shielding her. Lu Wenye, what are you doing? That dog looks ferocious. Don't let it harm Tong Tong. It's Oreo. He may appear fierce, but he won't harm anyone. Fu Sitong stepped out from behind Song Yu, crouching to stroke the German shepherd's head. It's been ages since I last saw Oreo. He still remembers me. She lifted her sparkling eyes to Lu Wenye, who, with a mischievous raise of his brow, replied, Indeed. The name Oreo was given by you, Fu Yuan. It's been 3 years, and he still remembers you, proving that dogs are indeed more loyal than humans. Fu Sitong shot Lu Wenye an exasperated glare. Do not call me Fu Yuan ever again. As a child, she had been chubby, leading Lu Wenye to affectionately nickname her Fu Yuan. He had persistently used that name throughout their childhood, much to her annoyance. Her disdain for Lu Wenye extended beyond his persistent use of her childhood name. During their middle school years, he often sat behind her, tugging at her ponytail or stepping on her shoes, and would frequently enlist her help with his homework. She, being sensitive and introverted, found it particularly distressing when he rallied a group of boys to cheer her on during a school sports event, making her the center of attention. Fortunately, once they entered high school, they were no longer in the same class, and after reuniting with Song Yu, Lu Wenye gradually faded from her life. In school, Lu Wenye's notoriety rivaled that of Song Yu. One was the academically gifted heartthrob, while the other was the rebellious troublemaker, each with a legion of admirers. Lu Wenye cast a glance toward Song Yu, a complex emotion flickering in his deep, alluring eyes as he smirked. So you two are an item now. When do you plan to make it official? Fu Sitong, sensing the sarcasm in his tone, subtly furrowed her brow. She was well aware of his mockery, recalling a time during a game of truth or dare when he had asked her when she would start dating. She had firmly stated that she would not consider it until after graduation. Mind your own business. Fu Sitong chose to ignore Lu Wenye, hastening her steps ahead. Lu Wenye smirked. You only dare to act tough in front of me. As Song Yu walked past Lu Wenye, he halted abruptly upon hearing his words. He had never known that Fu Sitong's childhood name was Fu Yuan, nor had he witnessed her displaying any temper in his presence. Perhaps even she was unaware that she seemed more relaxed around Lu Wenye, freely revealing her most genuine self, whereas with him, she appeared somewhat anxious to please, driven by a sense of obligation. If he were not the one who had rescued her in her youth, would she still harbor such affection for him? A wave of uncertainty washed over Song Yu. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. Did it truly matter whether she liked him or not? His only desire was for her kidney to save his elder brother. After placing their order, Fu Sitong glanced around, wondering why she had yet to see her sister-in-law and family. Her sister-in-law had promised her a surprise. What could it possibly be? Even after finishing their meal, Fu Sitong had not spotted Wen Shuang. Just as she pondered this, she received a message from Wen Shuang. Bring Song Yu to the deck. Unsure of Wen Shuang's intentions, but always obedient to her sister-in-law's requests, Fu Sitong suggested, Song Yu, let us go to the deck for some fresh sea air. Song Yu nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the deck, they found Lu Wenye lounging against the railing, holding a glass of red wine. His black sunglasses perched on his prominent nose. The sea breeze tousled his dark, tousled hair, and under the sun's rays, he resembled a character sprung from the pages of a comic book. Fu Sitong stole a fleeting glance at Lu Wenye before averting her gaze. Unbeknownst to her, beneath his sunglasses, Lu Wenya's captivating eyes were fixated on her. As Fu Sitong and Song Yu reached the far side of the deck, suddenly, it felt as though an invisible force had propelled Song Yu forward from behind. Unprepared, he stumbled and fell into the sea. The entire sequence unfolded so swiftly that Fu Sitong could hardly comprehend it. Tong Tong, your sister-in-law has used an invisibility charm to push him in. Do you think he can save himself? Fu Sitong could not see Wen Shuang, yet she heard her voice. He can swim. He will surely manage to save himself. But why did you push him? Fu Sitong awaited an answer from Wen Shuang, only to be interrupted by Song Yu's desperate cries. Tong Tong, quickly find someone to save me. Fu Sitong peered into the water, witnessing Song Yu flailing his arms, struggling in the waves. A deafening buzz filled her mind as she stared, wide-eyed, in disbelief. He cannot swim. Song Yu had saved her in the past. Why could he not swim now? Confusion clouded Fu Sitong's thoughts when she heard a splash. Lu Wenya, witnessing someone in distress, sprinted forward without hesitation and dove into the water. His athletic form sliced through the waves with remarkable speed as he swam toward Song Yu. By this time, Song Yu's face had turned pale, his eyes wide with fear. His mouth gasping for air while he sputtered seawater, thrashing about in a panic. Seeing someone approach, he clutched Lu Wenya's neck with desperation. As if grasping at the last straw, Lu Wenya felt the pressure tightening around his throat, furrowing his brow as he coldly commanded, if you don't want to drown, let go. But Song Yu, consumed by terror and confusion, was deaf to his words. All he knew was that he could not succumb to the depths. As Song Yu's grip tightened around Lu Wenya's throat, pulling him under the waves, a long-forgotten memory flickered to life in Lu Wenya's mind. He recalled rescuing a little girl from drowning in a pond. She had also been in a state of panic, clutching him tightly, nearly dragging him down with her. He realized that the girl was none other than Fu Sitong from his childhood. Fu Sitong witnessed Lu Wenya being tightly choked by Song Yu, and as she saw the two of them sinking towards the sea, her heart skipped a beat. Just as she was about to call for help, she noticed Wen Shuang approaching with a group of people. Two staff members leaped into the water and forcibly pried Song Yu's hands away from Lu Wenya's throat. After being rescued, Song Yu lay on the deck, coughing incessantly. Sitong, please bring me a bottle of mineral water, he instructed weakly. Fu Sitong turned and fetched a bottle from the dining table. Just as Song Yu reached out to take the water and rinse his mouth, unexpectedly, Fu Sitong poured the mineral water directly onto his face. Choking, Song Yu began to cough violently again. Sitong. Fu Sitong raised her hand and slapped his face with force. Sitong, why did you hit me? Smack, another slap landed on his other cheek. From a distance, Wen Shuang nearly applauded Fu Sitong's actions. Wow, Sitong, you hit well. You want to discuss feelings, but he wants your kidney. A modern woman should keep her wits about her. With tears in her eyes, Fu Sitong glared at Song Yu. She was not naive, having previously viewed him as handsome and unique through a thick filter of admiration. She believed he was her childhood savior. But what had she just discovered? He couldn't swim at all. How could he possibly have saved her back then? Fu Sitong, have you lost your mind? Why are you hitting me? Song Yu's words trailed off as he realized that his inability to swim might arouse her suspicions. He hurriedly defended himself with a wronged expression. Sitong, I saved you when we were kids. I nearly got choked and sank into the pond with you, which instilled in me a fear of water. I used to be able to swim. He is still stubborn, even now. He'll probably keep talking after he is cremated. It was Lu Wenya who saved Sitong. Alright, that handsome Lu Wenya exerted tremendous effort to bring Sitong ashore, but when he could no longer carry her, he went to get help. Unfortunately, he fainted halfway and later developed a high fever, completely forgetting about saving her. Song Yu has been scheming since childhood. He just happened to be at the scene when Sitong fell in. Instead of calling for help, he waited until Lu Wenya saved her and then approached Sitong. Noticing her gold locket and beautiful dress, concluding she was from a wealthy family, he carried her to the hospital, and when Sitong woke up, she gifted him the locket, which he quickly sold for money, leaving only a worthless hairpin. After claiming the credit for Lu Wenya's heroic act, he would occasionally speak ill of Lu Wenya in front of Sitong. This person is not just stubborn, he has a wicked heart. As Fu Sitong heard Wen Shuang's thoughts, her body trembled violently, and she was left in utter shock. She raised her long lashes to glance at Lu Wenya, who was standing nearby, drying his wet hair. Noticing her gaze, Lu Wenya raised an eyebrow, thinking, what are you looking at? Do you think I'm a fool? I saved your boyfriend, and I feel like a 24K pure fool myself. If I had known it was Song Yu who fell in, I wouldn't have bothered to save him. Fu Sitong looked at the rebellious young man, her eyes gradually moistening as tears welled up, her heart a tumultuous sea of conflicting emotions. She had never imagined that the person she loathed the most, Lu Wenye, was the very boy who had saved her all those years ago. Reflecting on how she had never treated him kindly, often bickering and arguing with him, her heart felt as though it were being tightly squeezed by an invisible hand. Regret, guilt, and self-reproach surged within her like a tidal wave. She truly regretted not recognizing Song Yu's duplicitous and cruel nature sooner, and lamented not discovering Lu Wenye's concealed kindness buried deep within the sands of time. Had it not been for her sister-in-law, she might have faced a grim fate. Losing a kidney, suffering countless miscarriages, and ultimately being brutally murdered in the street. Sitong, don't you believe me anymore? If you don't trust me, what is the point of my existence? Song Yu stood up from the deck and approached the railing, attempting to jump into the sea to end his life. He thought Fu Sitong would rush to stop him, but to his surprise, even as he climbed onto the railing, she remained rooted in place, utterly unmoving. Song Yu, how long are you going to keep pretending? The person who saved me years ago was not you. Fu Sitong enunciated each word with fury. For the sake of a pretender who had impersonated her savior, she had gone against her family, sneaked out, and risked ruining her life. She realized she had endured unnecessary suffering, putting on a tragic performance for herself. Seeing that Fu Sitong no longer believed him, Song Yu quickly climbed down from the railing. Sitong, listen to me. I didn't mean to deceive you. I believe you like me not merely because of that past favor, but because you genuinely find me exceptional and fitting your ideal type, right? Let us not let that small matter of favor come between us. I promise I'll treat you well from now on. Stop talking. I'm about to explode. Fu Sitong smashed the bottle of mineral water onto Song Yu's face, shouting, We're breaking up. There will be no further ties between us. Blood streamed from Song Yu's nose, and he clutched his face in pain, his eyes darkening with fury as he could no longer suppress his violent impulses, raising his hand to strike Fu Sitong. However, in the next moment, his wrist was firmly seized by someone. Before Song Yu could react, he was forcefully kicked. The assailant was Fu Sihong. As the current head of the Fu family, Fu Sihong radiated a chilling and formidable aura, his dark, narrow eyes sharp and piercing. The moment Song Yu met his gaze, his legs turned to jelly. Chapter 73. Spectacular. Let them tear each other apart. After being kicked by Fu Sihong, Song Yu was then thoroughly beaten by Fu Xingzhou. He emerged from the encounter bruised and battered, with a broken left leg. Gritting his teeth in humiliation and rage, he dialed the police. He had merely taken credit for Lu Wenye's heroism, leading Fu Sitong to mistakenly believe he was her savior. Furthermore, he had not obtained Fu Sitong's kidney, thus had not broken any laws. Why did the Fu family feel entitled to beat him senseless? He couldn't believe the Fu family wielded such power in Yi City. Yet, upon arriving at the police station, he found himself the one receiving a lesson. The Fu family was wealthy and influential in Yi City, while he was just a commoner, without the means to challenge them. After being beaten to a pulp, he could only swallow his grievances. When Song Yu's mother saw his swollen face resembling a bun in the hospital, she was both shocked and terrified.
Ayu.
Didn't you go out to dinner with Fu Sitong? How did you end up like this? In agony, Song Yu could only move his eyes, bitterly retorting. Fu Sitong broke up with me. His mother gasped in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't she infatuated with you, willing to clash with her family for you? Song Yu closed his bloodshot eyes, realizing she had discovered he was not her savior. He hadn't anticipated that Fu Sitong liked him solely through the lens of gratitude. He had thought his own qualities had enchanted her. If she were to learn that Lu Wenye was the one who had saved her, would she not then fall for Lu Wenye, that academic underachiever with a superior family background? Although he did not harbor much affection for Fu Sitong, she was nonetheless destined to be his woman. Mother, I will soon have an opportunity for a comeback. The Fu family dares to treat me this way. One day, I shall bring them to ruin. Time swiftly passed. In the blink of an eye, the examination results were announced, revealing that Fu Sitong had scored 586 points. While this was not an exceptionally high score, it fell well within her usual performance range. Fu Sitong had already learned from the alumni group that Song Yu had achieved the top score in the sciences across the province, becoming the science champion of Yi City this year. The mere sight of Song Yu's name now filled Fu Sitong with aversion. However, through a period of adjustment, her spirits had recovered considerably. She made a special trip to the mall to purchase an exquisite diamond watch as a gift for Wen Shuang.
Sister-in-law.
This is a token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Upon seeing the luxurious watch handed to her by Fu Sidong, Wen Shuang was taken aback. Little sister Sidong had actually shattered her piggy bank to buy this watch, which held 18 years' worth of her New Year's money, a treasure trove of her childhood memories. Brimming with joy and anticipation. She spent it all on me? Fu Sidong took Wen Shuang's hand and placed the diamond watch on her delicate wrist.
Sister-in-law.
One watch is hardly enough to express my gratitude. Once I graduate from university and earn my own money, I will take you on a world tour. A smile illuminated Wen Shuang's radiant face. Since this was the heartfelt gesture of little sister Sidong, she would gladly accept it. But you must remain vigilant and not suffer in silence again. Fu Sidong nodded vigorously. I certainly will. After bestowing her gift upon Wen Shuang, Fu Sidong hurried down to the living room to express her apologies to the Fu family. Observing Fu Sidong's return to her senses, Fu mother let out a long sigh of relief. Your greatest gratitude should be directed towards your sister-in-law. Wen Shuang raised her wrist, showcasing the diamond watch Fu Sidong had gifted her. Mother-in-law, little sister Sidong has given me a present, and I absolutely adore it. Fu mother removed her jade bracelet and placed it on Wen Shuang's other wrist. Daughter-in-law, you truly are our family's lucky star. Fu Xingzhou handed Wen Shuang a set of limited edition sports car keys. Sister-in-law, I present you with my beloved wife. Wen Shuang gazed at the car keys. You give them to me, but I can't drive. I must find an opportunity to learn how to drive. When I first arrived, I mistook the modern sedan for a horse-drawn carriage with 4 wheels. How foolish that seems now. The Fu family could hardly contain their amusement. At that moment, Yi City Television announced a news segment. Science champion Song Yu was about to be interviewed live by reporter Wen Liao. Ever since the results were published, various media outlets had been eager to secure an interview with this academic prodigy, whether by design or coincidence. This low-key yet enigmatic scholar managed to evade the media's pursuit with remarkable finesse. His understated yet mysterious persona quickly garnered considerable attention online. Just as the excitement reached its peak, Yi City Television announced that Wen Liao had secured the rights to conduct the live interview. The names Wen Liao and Song Yu swiftly ascended to the top of the trending list. It's infuriating. When Wen Liao and sister-in-law joined the Yi City Television news department at the same time, sister-in-law was suspended after just 1 month. It must be Wen Liao's doing.
Fu Sidong exclaimed in indignation.
Wen Shuang blinked her beautiful eyes. After arriving here, her focus had been on accumulating merit for survival, neglecting the original role's professional responsibilities. The original owner had majored in journalism and media in university and interned at Yi City Television after graduation. However, during her first month as a full-fledged reporter, she was publicly humiliated by the wife of a Wall Street finance executive who mistakenly accused her of being a mistress. Following this incident, the original owner discovered that Wen Liao had secretly emailed the executive's wife to slander her. When the original owner confronted Wen Liao, she feigned innocence, scalding her own arm with hot water to frame the original owner. The Wen family then pressured the television station to dismiss her. Although the station's management did not directly fire her, they suspended her to reflect on her actions. Having her first love stolen, her career disrupted, and being treated as a scapegoat, it was no wonder the original owner underwent a drastic personality change. When Shuang lifted her long lashes to glance at the LCD screen, the live interview had already commenced. Wen Liao, dressed in a professional suit, and Song Yu, wearing a clean but slightly faded shirt paired with worn jeans, vividly illustrated the image of a scholar from humble beginnings. Addressing the camera, he eloquently shared the hardships and struggles he faced on his journey to becoming the science champion. In order to solve a few more problems, I often studied under the streetlights until late at night. The winter wind cut like a knife against my face. Despite the biting cold, I told myself not to give up. Our family's circumstances were dire, and we could not afford extra resources for tutoring. So I borrowed old textbooks from classmates, painstakingly working through each problem. At this point, Song Yu lowered his head slightly, tears welling in his eyes as his voice trembled with emotion. The viewers watching the live stream erupted in sympathy. Oh, Song the scholar has endured so much. A child of humble origins rising to greatness is truly an inspirational example. Sister Liao is genuinely beautiful and kind-hearted. Hearing Song the scholar's story nearly brought her to tears. She held back her own tears so bravely. It's heart-wrenching. Am I the only one who feels differently? Song the scholar and Sister Liao look so compatible together. I really want to ship this sibling pair. Seizing the moment, when Liao continued to probe for further details and showcased footage of Song Yu's severely ill older brother in the hospital, calling on kind-hearted individuals to donate blood to help save the science champion's brother. When my brother was young, he had to save me and suffered a head injury that led to this condition. Now that he is sick, I cannot assist him, and it truly breaks my heart. Song Yu's heartfelt words detonated a barrage of emotional responses in the live stream. How pitiful! Compassionate people must come forward to help them. Sister Liao is so incredibly kind. Gagging at the sight, Fu Sitong felt as though she might vomit the remnants of her previous meal. She was consumed by anger, frustration, and irritation. She longed to tear away Song Yu's hypocritical facade, exposing his true self to the camera. How could he be more deceitful than a green tea? Utilizing his tragic, inspiring tale of a child from humble beginnings to elicit public sympathy and attention was nothing short of despicable and shameless. Little Sister Sitong, if you find Song Yu insufferable, I find Wen Liao equally so. How about we collaborate? Fu Sitong's eyes brightened. Sister-in-law, how shall we collaborate? Wen Shuang grasped Fu Sitong's hand. Let us pay a visit to the hospital. Upon their arrival at the hospital, Wen Shuang produced 2 sets of nurse uniforms for them to wear. She handed Fu Sitong a voice-modulating sticker. Apply this, and Song Yu won't be able to recognize your voice. After the interview, Song Yu made his way to the nurse's station to request a nurse to administer an injection to his brother. As he approached, he overheard 2 masked nurses quietly discussing. The comments are all praising that reporter Wen Liao for her beauty and kindness, but I see right through her. She is actually Rh negative, and could easily match with Song Yu's brother. Yet here she is, hypocritically calling for others to donate blood and kidneys, while she herself hides away in her charity endeavors. Isn't that the truth? Wen Liao just wants to gain a good reputation, using Song Yu to elevate her own status. If it came to her having to give, she wouldn't dare. Shu, keep your voice down. Only we know that Wen Liao and Song Yu's brother are a match. We mustn't let anyone else hear about it. Song Yu's ears perked up at the conversation between the 2 nurses, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Could it be that Wen Liao's blood type would indeed match that of his elder brother? After the interview, Wen Liao was elated to find her name alongside Song Yu's trending at the top of social media. Seizing the moment, she extended an invitation for dinner with him. Song Yu not only excelled academically, but was also strikingly handsome. If she could sponsor his college education, it could very well generate a wave of publicity. During their meal, Wen Liao broached the subject of her sponsorship, stipulating that Song Yu must grant her an exclusive interview in return. He did not decline her proposition. Observing the naive and easily manipulated Song Yu, a smile crept onto her lips. As their meal concluded, Wen Liao paid the bill and headed outside, only to suddenly feel lightheaded. In the fleeting moment before she lost consciousness, she sensed long, slender hands catching her. When Wen Liao regained her senses, she found herself lying in a dimly lit room. Her hands and feet were bound by ropes, and to her horror, she discovered she was completely naked. What on earth was happening? Just as she was engulfed in shock, fear, and confusion, the door to the dark room swung open. With the light streaming in, she recognized the figure entering, and her body trembled violently. Chapter 74. Selling Beauty to Amuse the Wife. The person who stepped into the small black room was Song Yu, holding a blood-dripping syringe in his left hand and a stack of photographs in his right. Stripped of the humble and unassuming demeanor of a student from a modest background, the darkness that glinted in his eyes was chilling. I drew your blood for testing, and the results indicate a successful match. Ms. Wen, you feign benevolence, urging the public to donate a kidney to my brother, yet your blood type is a match. Why do you not step forward to help him? Crouching down, Song Yu fixed a cold, menacing gaze upon Wen Liao, the bloodied needle sliding slowly from her chest downward, halting at her kidney. All I desire is to save my brother's life. Why will you not cooperate? Wen Liao trembled uncontrollably. She had thought Song Yu was simple and easy to manipulate during their dinner. Little did she expect that this seemingly harmless academic prodigy could transform into a demon with such a terrifying nature.
Song Yu.
Kidnapping and forcing someone to donate a kidney are both crimes. You are a top science student with a promising future. If you dare to harm me, my parents and brother will not let you go. With desperation, she implored, let me go now, and I will pretend nothing ever happened. Song Yu ignored her pleas, a sinister smile curling at his lips as he tossed the stack of photographs onto Wen Liao. Oh, didn't Ms. Wen cultivate an image of beauty and kindness? I've heard your social media followers have surpassed 10 million. If I were to expose these scandalous, hedonistic photographs of you with your numerous partners, what impact do you think that would have? When Liao's gaze fell upon the photographs that Song Yu had flung at her, Her pupils dilated in horror. Her mind momentarily blank, as if something had exploded within. These were her most private images, securely encrypted in her cloud storage. Without her password, no one could access them. How had he obtained them? Who would have thought, Ms. Wen, that you suffer from a sexual addiction, surrounded by men? Song Yu then hurled a medical report at her. The color drained from her face, a bone-chilling cold creeping up her spine. How did you get your hands on these? Standing up, Song Yu moved to a table where a laptop lay. If I choose to, I can uncover all the secrets of your family. Suddenly, it dawned on Wen Liao that Song Yu was skilled in hacking. Ms. Wen, all I need is one of your kidneys and a bit of your blood. If you wish to maintain your pristine image, then sign this kidney donation agreement. Should you refuse, I will expose all the photographs of your escapades with 99 men. As Song Yu's finger hovered over the send button, Wen Liao gasped, her eyes reddening with fear. I agree. A satisfied smile spread across Song Yu's face.
Deal.
After Fu Songyu and Xiao Tian recognized each other, the Fu family decided to host a reunion banquet at a 5-star hotel. After coordinating with the hotel, Fu Xiqing took a moment to return to the Fu family home. A year ago, a game from Wen Shuang Gaming Company had become a sensation, and the company's owner had enlisted Songyu to hack into a small team's computers to steal their game concept. Recently, he had located that small team and, after countless data screenings and code comparisons, successfully pinpointed the IP address of the rental house where Song Yu resided in the suburbs. Once I submit this evidence, Song Yu will face imprisonment. When Wen Shuang saw the evidence Fu Xiqing brought back, her eyes lit up. Wow, my husband is quite capable. I thought he would easily let Song Yu off the hook, but it seems he has been quietly working on a grand plan. Truly a doting brother. Fu Xiqing cast a glance at Wen Shuang, his throat tightening slightly. He would continue to be a devoted husband. Song Yu is currently attempting to coerce Wen Liao into donating a kidney to his brother. He has employed his hacking skills to uncover compromising photographs of her with various men. Fearing exposure, she has no choice but to comply with his demands. Truly, a case of one item overpowering another. Song Yu had previously hacked into Sister Sidong's phone, hoping to find leverage against her. However, Sister Sidong was too pure and clean, leaving him with nothing to use. He had no choice but to adopt the guise of a savior to manipulate her, but thankfully, she came to her senses and thwarted his plans. Song Yu had signed an agreement with Wen Liao for her to donate a kidney. Fu Xiqing's deep, dark eyes narrowed slightly. Very well, let the bullets fly for a while. Allow Song Yu to proceed with his plan. When he reports to university in September, I will ensure he ends up behind bars. Wen Shuang, come to my study. Fu Xiqing's voice was deep and magnetic. What is it? I need to prepare for my makeup soon. This evening's reunion banquet had Fu Ma preparing a beautiful dress for her. Just a small matter, come here. Wen Shuang followed Fu Xiqing to the study on the second floor. He retrieved an envelope from the cabinet and handed it to her. I bought 3 storefronts for you in the antique street, planning to set up a fortune-telling parlor. Song Yu understands design and has offered to create a draft for you for free. Just let her know what style you prefer. Wen Shuang was taken aback. What the heck? Is my husband trying to win me over with money? Supplementary medicine. At this rate, I won't be able to resist temptation. Fu Xiqing couldn't help but curl his lips. As long as you're happy, Wen Shuang. After Wen Shuang finished her makeup and changed into her dress, Fu Ma entered the study. Eldest son, your daughter-in-law just told me that you gifted her 3 storefronts. She is so happy she is singing.
Fu Xiqing frowned slightly.
What is this singing? If she wants something to eat, I can go buy it right now. It's the skewers your third brother sings about from time to time. 1 yuan per skewer. No, that isn't to the point. The key is that you've finally wised up. If you want to win over your wife and pique her interest, you must take the initiative. Not only should you be generous materially, but you should also be generous physically. Build up those chest muscles, abs, and biceps, and let her touch them often. Also, she mentioned your rear was attractive. So let her touch that too. Fu Xiqing's lips twitched slightly. Not only did he have to allow her to touch him, but he also had to generously display himself to her. In short, when it came time to sell his charms, there was no need for modesty.
Fu Xiqing.
Do not dismiss your mother's words lightly. If a year from now your daughter-in-law wishes to divorce you, I shall adopt her as my goddaughter, leaving you with neither a wife nor a sister. All right, you needn't linger in the study any longer. Mother has prepared a stunningly beautiful and alluring gown for your wife. Hurry and take a look. It is sure to astonish you. Fu Xiqing felt that his mother was setting him up. Knowing that if Wen Shuang wore something too beautiful and seductive, he would undoubtedly have spring dreams again that night. as he descended the stairs. Wen Shuang was already made up and donned in her gown. She wore a white evening dress, the tailored cut flawlessly showcasing her slender and tall figure. The front design was elegant and generous, and when she turned around, her back was adorned with intricate cutouts, her porcelain-like skin glimmering softly in the light. Her long, raven hair cascaded down, and the outline of her spine was tantalizingly visible, exuding an air of mysterious allure.
Fu Xiang se gaze deepened instantly.
And he could not help but swallow hard. She was breathtaking, irresistible, and utterly captivating. An overwhelming desire to possess her surged within him, making him reluctant to let Wen Shuang be exposed to the eyes of others in such a manner. Yet he understood that women loved beauty, and forcing Wen Shuang to change into another dress would likely dampen her spirits. Never mind, as long as his wife was happy. Wen Shuang remained oblivious to the way Fu Xiheng looked at her. Tonight, she must wear high heels. The delicate stilettos were akin to hidden traps for her. And after just a few steps, she lost her balance. Fu Xiheng quickly reached out to steady her. Be careful. His large hand rested on the cutout of her back, his fingertips radiating warmth. Her waist was slender and soft, barely filling his grasp, as if with a mere exertion, he could snap it in two. A faint blush crept up Fu Xiheng's neck, and a vein on his forehead throbbed slightly. If you are not accustomed to them, do not force yourself. Wen Shuang remained unaware of his gaze, focusing instead on her slender heels, her delicate brows knitting slightly. After all, a gown paired with high heels looked splendid. Fu's mother smiled and nodded. Your daughter-in-law is right. Eldest son, tonight you shall be the guardian of the flower, protecting your wife throughout the evening.
No.
I can adapt quickly. Wen Shuang insisted, shaking her head. I cannot relinquish my beautiful heels, even if it means a little discomfort. Fu Xiheng could hardly suppress a smile. Very well. If you wish to wear them, I shall assist you as you take a few circles. Shuang Jia, I'm back from work. Qi Yan strolled in from outside. Today, he wore a white tailcoat, looking strikingly handsome, like a prince stepped out from the pages of a comic book. Wow, Qi Yan, why are you dressed so flamboyantly? Wearing white makes it look like you and my sister-in-law are in matching outfits. Qi Yan paid no heed to Fu Xingzhou, stepping forward to Wen Shuang with a charming smile. Shuang Jia, I have brought you a gift. With a snap of his fingers, a vibrant rose suddenly appeared in front of her, its stem adorned with a delicate name-brand bracelet.
Wow.
You can perform magic? Wen Shuang's eyes sparkled with delight. I will accept the flower, but I cannot accept the bracelet. It is too precious. How can I allow that?
Shuang Jia.
You saved both my and Qi Laoding's lives. You shall receive even more gifts from me in the future.
Fu Xingzu.
You cannot hope to dig into the wall of my elder brother. You should give up on that notion. There is no wall that cannot be dug. Only a hoe that cannot be swung. Shuang Jia is formidable. I do not expect her to only take a sip from the vast river. I am simply content to be by her side when she is unhappy. Fu Xingzhou's lips twitched in response. Goodness, this guy is even more pretentious than Song Yu. Why have men now taken to being so overly expressive? It's a pity he hasn't learned it yet. Fu Xiheng cast a glance at Qi Yan, a depth of meaning flashing through his dark eyes. It seemed he would need to ensure Qi Yan was occupied with work for an extended period. Eldest brother, hurry upstairs to change. I have prepared an outfit for you that will not lose to Qi Yan's. Fu Xingzhou had prepared a black silk shirt with a V-neck for Fu Xiheng, the collar slightly open, perfectly revealing his exquisite collarbone and a hint of his well-defined chest. Below, he wore a pair of sapphire blue crop trousers, the tailored fabric encasing his long, straight legs, accentuating his narrow waist and firm posterior, a natural clothing model. As Fu Xiheng gazed at his reflection in the mirror, he furrowed his brow slightly. Would this attire seem strange? His wardrobe consisted almost solely of black and white. He had never worn such vibrant trousers. Eldest brother, Qi Yan is practically displaying his feathers to attract your wife. Are you still not going to respond? Hurry and get competitive. Dress like this, and you're sure to captivate my sister-in-law. Fu Xiheng, half convinced, descended the stairs. Just as he was about to step out, he caught Wen Shuang's eye, and a look of astonishment flickered in her beautiful gaze. Oh my goodness, my brain has turned to jujubes. My husband, my treasure, is utterly mesmerizing.
Fu Xingzu excitedly pocketed Fu Xiang's arm.
Did you hear that, Your Highness? Sister-in-law praised you in her heart. Indeed. A man must show a little skin to be alluring.
Fu Xiang contemplated kicking Fu Xingzu away.
Approaching Wen Shuang, Fu Xiheng asked in a low, husky voice, Wife, is this outfit acceptable? Wen Shuang nodded, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Of course, it is. I'd endure a week of delays if it meant I could invite him for a bath in the master bedroom tonight. Ever since that time he had drunkenly woken to find him bathing in the master bedroom, he had never dared to bathe there again. Noticing the gaze of the entire Fu family upon him, Fu Siheng's fair ears turned a subtle shade of red. It appeared that next time he engaged in any intimate gestures with Wen Shuang, he would need to do so elsewhere, lest their family overhear everything within the Fu villa. Fu Xingzhou lowered his voice and remarked, "Your Highness, you must bathe in the master bedroom tonight, allowing my sister-in-law to witness your grandeur."
Fu Xiang,
Unable to contain himself any longer, raised his leg and delivered a swift kick to Fu Xingzhou's rear. Fu Xingzhou stumbled forward, looking aggrieved. As children, they would often urinate together, and he had always managed to go the furthest. He had indeed caught a glimpse of his elder brother's endowment, which was notably larger than theirs. The Fu family, being a prominent household in Yecheng, had invited many social luminaries. Upon arriving at the banquet hall, Wen Shuang glanced at the elegantly attired men and women. Wow, the upper crust is indeed a field of intrigue. That well-dressed gentleman is actually a crossdresser who dons wigs at night and wears his wife's lace to chat with men on social media. Who? Which dapper gentleman is the crossdresser? That man is the owner of the newspaper, isn't he? He gained notoriety after writing an obituary for a female star who died in a car accident, which made headlines and caused a nationwide sensation. The star died at 7 in the morning, and his obituary was published at 7:10. Fu's mother immediately glanced at the newspaper owner. Could it be that the female star referred to by her daughter-in-law was the once-renowned Su Monli, who was a household idol for her? It was a pity that her beauty was fleeting as she met her untimely demise in a car accident before reaching the age of 25. The death of Su Monli sent shockwaves across the nation, leaving countless fans, including Fu Ma, grappling with disbelief and sorrow for an extended period. As Wen Shuang prepared to unveil the truth behind the celebrity's demise, whether it was a tragic accident or foul play, a sudden commotion arose at the entrance of the banquet hall. Sister-in-law, Jiao Ziyuan has arrived. She is the only female friend my elder brother made while studying abroad. Had it not been for her avowed stance against marriage, my brother might have confessed his feelings to her long ago.
Fu Ma shot a disapproving glance at Fu Xingzu,
pondering whether this mischievous young man was an ally or a saboteur. Daughter-in-law, pay no heed to the nonsense from the third. I assure you with utmost confidence that my eldest son harbors affections solely for you.
Ah.
The long-awaited floral presence of my beloved husband has finally returned.
Indeed.
She is the foremost socialite of the capital, utterly exquisite. If they were to unite in the future, I would undoubtedly spin in ecstatic circles for 3.5 rotations, eagerly embracing my role as their devoted shipper.
Fu Ma lamented, alas.
My daughter-in-law has become a shipper herself. It appears my eldest son is utterly resigned. Chapter 76. She took the initiative to confess her breakup. Xiao Ziyuan was a vision of ethereal beauty, her skin as pale as snow, her eyes a deep black, and her lips a natural shade of crimson, reminiscent of a meticulously crafted ink wash painting that captivated all who beheld her. Dressed in an opulent gown, her long, dark waves cascaded like a waterfall over her slender shoulders, trailing down to her waist. Wen Shuang gazed at Xiao Ziyuan's flowing locks for a moment.
Fu Xingzu,
believing Wen Shuang to have a penchant for long curls, patted his chest and declared, "Sister-in-law, if you fancy that hairstyle, I shall take you to Tony for transformation tomorrow." Wen Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly. "I do not favor curls. They require too much maintenance. If I am not mistaken, the stunning lady's hair seems to harbor an ethereal aura. She must have attached hair from the deceased, no?" With a start, Fu Xingzhou dropped his wine glass, trembling with shock. The gaze of the Fu family collectively turned towards Xiao Ziyuan, as classmates who studied abroad together. It was Fu Siheng who had come to greet her upon her arrival. At that moment, Fu Siheng's eyes fell upon Xiao Ziyuan's lustrous tresses.
Noticing Fu Xiang esse intense gaze.
Xiao Ziyuan's eyes flickered with confusion. "Siheng, you are married now, and have a wife. We can only remain classmates and friends." Snapping back to reality, Fu Siheng furrowed his brows imperceptibly. "Did I ever give you the wrong impression? I have always regarded you solely as a classmate and friend, harboring no other sentiments." Xiao Ziyuan paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. During their time abroad, she had been his only female friend, and many had teased them about their relationship. After Fu Siheng returned to inherit the Fu family conglomerate, classmates from overseas had informed her that he married someone he did not truly like. Had she not publicly declared her aversion to marriage, he might have confessed to her. Her purpose for attending the Fu family's recognition banquet was to clarify matters with him. To her dismay, she realized her feelings were unfounded. It seems I misunderstood. Please do not take offense. Fu Siheng glanced toward Wen Shuang, his stern expression softening like melting snow. My wife is remarkable. All my thoughts and energies are devoted to her. Xiao Ziyuan was taken aback. The Fu Siheng she remembered was reserved and cold, emotions rarely displayed. The woman he cherished must be exceptionally extraordinary. May I have the pleasure of meeting your wife? Fu Siheng nodded, of course. He led Xiao Ziyuan toward Wen Shuang. The moment Xiao Ziyuan laid eyes on Wen Shuang, a spark of admiration ignited within her.
Fu Teiti is truly radiant.
With lips as red as cherries and a captivating presence that rivals even the brightest stars.
Kiaot Fi and Rasatover. Heller, tu toi toi.
It is a pleasure to meet you. The two stunning women exchanged glances and shared a warm handshake. Fu Xingzhou watched the scene unfold, marveling. Ah, the lilies of my hometown are blooming. Fu Siheng could hardly contain his irritation at his younger brother's antics. Would he ever speak sensibly? Qi and still hadn't he left. And now another rival had appeared. Wen Shuang, oblivious to Fu Siheng's darkening expression, was all smiles at the opportunity to engage with such beauty. Feeling as though she were in a dream. Sister Beauty, your hands are so delicate, soft, and fair, and you smell divine. I always thought my preferences leaned solely towards handsome men, but it seems I am simply drawn to beauty, regardless of gender. Fu Siheng's expression soured further. Had she unwittingly invited another female rival? After their handshake, Wen Shuang instructed Fu Siheng, please share my WeChat with the beautiful sister. She may require my assistance soon. The hair of the deceased, if left unaddressed for too long, could adversely affect her health. Though Fu Siheng harbored concerns about Xiao Ziyuan's aversion to marriage possibly hinting at a same-sex attraction, he maintained a semblance of composure regarding her well-being. After sharing Wen Shuang's WeChat, he spoke in a low, icy tone. My wife possesses knowledge of metaphysics. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to contact her via WeChat. Xiao Ziyuan promptly added Wen Shuang on WeChat. Noticing Wen Shuang's signature, which read fortune-telling and divination, her eyes brightened with intrigue. She had not anticipated that Fu Tai possessed such talents. If I ever find myself in need, I will certainly reach out. Wen Shuang smiled and nodded. You may simply call me Wen Shuang, and I suggest you remove the attached hair as soon as possible. Xiao Ziyuan hesitated for a moment. The hair she had attached cost nearly 6 figures and looked astonishingly realistic, rarely discernible to the naked eye. She was taken aback that Wen Shuang could perceive it so easily. She truly had a discerning eye. Is there something wrong with the hair I attached? Wen Shuang, aware that directly stating it was deceased hair would likely frighten or upset Xiao Ziyuan, simply suggested, removing it quickly would be prudent. Xiao Ziyuan did not perceive any issues with her hair, as she quite liked it, yet she did not outright dismiss Wen Shuang's advice, merely nodding in agreement with a smile. At the entrance of the banquet hall, Fu Sitong had been peering outside. Upon finally spotting the arrival of the Lu family, her eyes brightened and a sweet smile graced her delicate face. Uncle, Auntie, you've arrived. Fu Sitong greeted Lu Wenya's parents with charming politeness. Lu Wenya walked behind his parents, clad in a crisp white shirt and jeans, his tall, lean figure exuding an aura of nonchalance. His sharp, dark hair framed a strikingly handsome face, imbued with a wild, rebellious charm. Oh, Fu Yuanyuan, are you here eagerly awaiting your boyfriend? Before Lu Wenya could finish his jest, a playful smack from his mother interrupted him. Will you ever learn to speak appropriately? Ignore this cheeky boy, Tao Tao. He simply lacks the decorum to express himself. However, he has been selected for flight training and will soon undergo intensive training at the Aviation Academy, which means we will not see him around for the next few years. Fu Sitong recalled how Lu Wenya had once shared his aspiration to become a pilot. Now that his dream had come to fruition, she felt genuinely happy for him. Congratulations.
Lu Wenya.
Lu Wenya raised an eyebrow with a grin. What else there to congratulate? I should be the one congratulating you for landing a top science student as a boyfriend. He was unaware of the altercation between Song Yu and her brothers on the deck, and likely still oblivious to her breakup with Song Yu.
Lu Wenya.
May I have a moment to speak with you privately? Lu Wenya smirked slightly, sure. Fu Sitong led Lu Wenya to the terrace outside the banquet hall. Seeking a secluded spot, after taking a deep breath, she turned to Lu Wenya and said, I have broken up with Song Yu. Lu Wenya was taken aback by her revelation. He raised a hand to tidy his neat short hair and absent-mindedly touched his ear, employing a myriad of feigned gestures to mask the tumult in his heart. He feigned indifference and replied, "So you broke up. Why inform me?" Chapter 77. Astonishing. She was the mistress. Regarding her benefactor, Fu Sitong had intended to clarify matters with Lu Wenye days prior. She had messaged him on WeChat, only to discover that he had blocked her. It was hardly surprising. She had previously harbored a strong aversion towards him. After reconciling with Song Yu, her relationship with Lu Wenye had plummeted, rendering them more estranged than mere strangers. It was no wonder he had chosen to block her. That evening, she had mustered all her courage to broach the subject with him. "During the incident when you saved Song Yu from drowning, I learned that he had been impersonating you regarding the debt of gratitude I owed. I had always believed that it was Song Yu who saved me in my childhood, only to realize it was you." Fu Sitong bit her lip, recalling the times she had been deceived by Song Yu, feeling utterly foolish.
I am sorry, Eluveni.
Leaning against the terrace railing, Lu Wenye narrowed his long, phoenix-like eyes and said, "Tell me you didn't date Song Yu just because he saved you back then."
Fu Sitong nodded, yes.
Lu Wenye pressed his tongue against his cheek and chuckled softly. "Well, you certainly are easy to deceive, Fu Yuan. Fu Sitong felt a wave of shame wash over her. "Whatever you desire, I can give it to you." Suddenly, Lu Wenye leaned closer to her. His towering height made Fu Sitong appear exceedingly petite, and as he encroached upon her, he cast a shadow over her. His inscrutable gaze bore into hers. "Anything I desire?" His warm breath enveloped her, causing her cheeks to flush. She nodded shyly, "Yes. I want you." Fu Sitong's long lashes fluttered in shock, her wide eyes resembling a startled rabbit. "What are you saying?" Observing her flushed cheeks, reminiscent of a monkey's backside, Lu Wenye refrained from teasing her further. He plucked the pink hairpin from her hair, declaring, "I'll take this then." Fu Sitong furrowed her brow. "No, it must be something of greater value." Lu Wenye pinned the hairpin to his shirt collar, a teasing smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Don't dwell on that saving grace from childhood. Even if it weren't you, but someone else who fell, I would still save them. To be blunt, I would save any random person. Do not burden yourself with that sense of indebtedness, for truthfully, I have never held it over you." Fu Sitong gazed at Lu Wenye in astonishment. She had always perceived him as a cynical and aloof individual, unaware of his genuine generosity, magnanimity, and warmth. It dawned on her that she had never truly understood him over the years. "Thank you, Lu Wenye." He gently ruffled her hair, responding, "What else with the gratitude? I have always viewed you as a sister. It's you who disliked your mischievous brother." Fu Sitong smiled. That wouldn't be the case anymore. Upon returning to the banquet hall, Lu's mother approached him. "I inadvertently overheard your conversation with Tong Tong. You rascal, why can't you express your feelings? What do you mean by just considering her a sister? You see her distressed over that Song Yu, and if you don't seize your opportunity now, when she goes to university, her choices will multiply." Lu Wenye's playful demeanor faded, and he replied, "Mom, I cannot use a debt of gratitude to morally bind someone's feelings. Besides, I'm undergoing clothes training. I have no time for romance. Just ensure you don't regret it later." Lu Wenye pressed his lips together, falling silent. What was there to regret? In Fu Yuan's heart, he had never truly entered the fray. In the banquet hall, the recognition ceremony had commenced. Fu Songyu and Zhou Jingma led little Xiantian onto the stage. Wen Shuang sat at the main table, her heart melting at the sight of little Xiantian.
Delicately calling Fu Sanju mommy.
Xiantian is so adorable. I'm tempted to have a daughter like her. With that thought, Wen Shuang discreetly glanced at Fu Xiqing. The genes of my grumpy husband must be commendable. Fu Xiqing's lips curled into a smirk. He was tall and handsome. His genes were undoubtedly exceptional. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to sleep with him and have a daughter before leaving my husband? Fu Xiqing's smile instantly turned into a straight line. How audacious of her to think of such things. After the recognition ceremony, it was time for the guest performances. The Fu family had invited renowned singers to entertain, culminating in a performance by Fu Xidong's favorite, the queen of love songs, Jiang Yanxin. Jiang Yanxin was pure and beautiful, her voice sweet and delicate, capable of resonating with the soul. She was even more stunning in person than on screen, and her voice was enchanting. She was simply perfect. Fu Sitong was beside herself with excitement. After singing 3 of her hit songs, Jiang Yanxin coolly returned backstage, leaving Fu Sitong no time to ask for an autograph.
Sister-in-law,
could you accompany me backstage to find Jiang Yanxin? Wen Shuang, lacking any experience in idol worship, couldn't fully appreciate Fu Sitong's enthusiasm, yet she agreed to accompany her. She hoped her sister-in-law would not be disappointed. As they approached the backstage dressing room, Fu Sitong spotted a tall, handsome man entering with a 5-year-old girl. Though the man wore a mask, she recognized him immediately. It was the acclaimed actor Gu Jinghuai. Sister-in-law, that S. Gu Jinghuai. Rumor has it he's secretly married Jiang Yanxin and had a daughter. I can't believe it's true. I've always shipped their couple. I've seen all the videos of them together, but they've never publicly acknowledged their relationship. I thought it was just hype. That little girl must be their daughter. Gu Yueding, a child star with extraordinary piano skills. The family's beauty and talent were simply unparalleled. Gu Jinghuai had begun his career as an original singer, showcasing immense talent before transitioning to acting, winning the Best Actor award with his debut film. He was truly remarkable. Fu Sitong was brimming with excitement, ready to knock on the door for an autograph, but Wen Shuang held her back. Sister-in-law, what's wrong? Wen Shuang motioned for silence. Just then, they heard the little girl's sweet, innocent voice from within the dressing room. Aunt Yanxin, when will you officially become my mommy? I don't like that ugly mommy at home. Today is my birthday and Daddy booked the amusement park for the night. Please come with us. My birthday wish is for Aunt Yanxin to be my mommy. Fu Sitong was utterly bewildered. She looked at Wen Shuang in shock, her mouth trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's. Sister-in-law, my idol Jiang Yanxin. Could she be the mistress? Chapter 78. Driven to desperation. She contemplates jumping off a bridge. Wen Shuang nodded, lowering her voice. Gu Jinghuai's secret wife is not Jiang Yanxin. Fu Sitong widened her eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom how Jiang Yanxin could be so astute. Why would Gu Jinghuai's daughter hold such affection for Jiang Yanxin? Could it be that, like my second sister, the biological child had been swapped? Wen Shuang shook her head, clarifying that there was no swap. The little girl was indeed born of Gu Jinghuai's secret wife. Jiang Yanxin and Gu Jinghuai were each other's first love. However, their romance faced vehement opposition from Gu Jinghuai's mother, forcing them apart. After receiving a sum of money from Mrs. Gu, Jiang Yanxin went abroad for further studies. Gu Jinghuai was infuriated by Jiang Yanxin's choice to leave with money, drowning his sorrows in alcohol. During one drunken episode, he had an encounter with his infatuated junior, Jiang Wan, which resulted in an unexpected pregnancy. To prevent the Gu lineage from being tarnished, Mrs. Gu insisted that Gu Jinghuai marry Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan was exceptionally talented, possessing the ability to write lyrics, compose music, and pen scripts. After marrying Gu Jinghuai, she utilized her gifts to help him achieve fame. Devoted entirely to Gu Jinghuai and their daughter, she even willingly operated from the shadows, publishing all her works under Gu Jinghuai's name, elevating his status to great heights. She believed that her sacrifices would elicit gratitude and appreciation from her husband. She even anticipated that during a celebratory banquet, he would cast a glance filled with deep affection and thanks her way. To her dismay, what awaited her was the sight of her husband fervently supporting his first love. Even her daughter, whom she had nurtured with care, began to distance herself, refusing to let her attend school pickups, parent-teacher meetings, or family sports events, insisting that only Jiang Yanxin should go. Upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, Fu Sitong was filled with indignation, shattering her idolized image of Jiang Yanxin. Publicly, Jiang Yanxin resembled a fresh and untainted lily, pure and sweet, with her love songs flowing like gentle streams, reaching the softest corners of the heart. Fu Sitong had always believed Jiang Yanxin to be an idol with impeccable morals, only to discover that she was the third party who disrupted another's family. Of course, Gu Jinghuai was not blameless either. In this scenario, the most pitiable was undoubtedly Jiang Wan, who had become a stepping stone on the path to fame for Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin. In the lounge, Jiang Yanxin cradled Gu Yueqing in her arms, planting a kiss on the delicate features of the child. Yeah, you have your mommy. Please don't say such things again. If your mommy hears, she will blame Aunt Yanxin. Gu Yueqing clung to Jiang Yanxin, pouting in dissatisfaction. What right does that ugly woman have to blame Aunt Yanxin? If it weren't for her meddling in Daddy and Aunt Yanxin's relationship back then, I would have been Aunt Yanxin's precious child. She's so ugly, and I've been laughed at school because of her. I don't want her to be my mommy. Jiang Yanxin gently patted Gu Yueqing's head, glancing helplessly at Gu Jinghuai. Jinghuai, Jiang Wan treats Yeye like her most treasured possession. If she doesn't return home for her birthday tonight, will Jiang Wan be upset? Gu Jinghuai wrapped his arm around Jiang Yanxin's shoulders, affirming, Yeye is right. We are each other's first love. Had my mother not forcibly separated us, we would never have parted. You should understand, Jiang Wan is merely your substitute. She is the tool I use to spur your return. A shadow of sadness crossed Jiang Yanxin's eyes. Jinghuai, your mother threatened me back then, stating that if I insisted on being with you, you would lose your inheritance of Gu media. You grew up in luxury. How could I bear to let you become an impoverished commoner for my sake? I ended our relationship and went abroad solely for your future. You have no idea how painful it was for me to learn that you were forced to marry Jiangwan. Aunt Yanxin, Yeye will blow away your hurt. Gu Yueqing cupped her hands over Jiang Yanxin's heart, blowing gently. After blowing, it won't hurt anymore. From now on, Yeye and Daddy will love Aunt Yanxin well. At this moment, Fu Sitong was seething with rage, nearly transforming into an octopus. Wen Shuang grasped her arm, leading her away from the scene. I can't believe I forgot to record that. Fu Sitong resolved to return home and dispose of her cherished albums and figurines of Jiang Yanxin. She was determined to unfollow her idol and denounce her. After the recognition banquet concluded, the Fu family traveled home by business vehicle. Throughout the journey, Fu Sitong remained sullen. Little sister, what's wrong? Your lips are pouting like they could hang a teapot.
Fu Xingzu chuckled.
From now on, our Fu family must never invite Jiang Yanxin to any events. Fu Sitong indignantly recounted the conversation she had overheard in the lounge. The Fu family was taken aback. Is it too late to seek a refund for the event fees from Jiang Yanxin? As the vehicle ascended the elevated highway, Wen Shuang suddenly spoke up, Uncle Zhou.
Stop the car.
The driver promptly halted. Madam, what's the matter? Wen Shuang pointed to the bridge in the distance. Look, someone is about to jump. The Fu family turned in unison. Sure enough, a frail woman had climbed onto the railing, seemingly poised to leap.
Fu Dad, Fu Xiang.
And Fu Xingzhou immediately exited the vehicle, followed closely by Fu Mom, Wen Shuang, and Fu Sitong. The woman, clad in a white t-shirt and jeans, had long hair billowing in the wind. Though her face was obscured, one could sense her despair and helplessness. She meticulously placed her phone, keys, and sneakers at the edge of the overpass. Perhaps sensing their approach, the woman turned her head. Don't come any closer. Ma'am, please don't act impulsively. This bridge is over 10 meters high. Jumping would mean giving up all hope of life. Surely, there must be something in this world that you cherish. You may feel overwhelmed now, but if you can just hold on, you might just persevere. After all, life is precious.
Fu Xiang implored earnestly. Fu Xingzu nodded vigorously.
Yes, you're still young. Whatever troubles you face can be addressed step by step. Perhaps we can even help you. Please don't do anything foolish. The woman was on the brink of collapse, tears streaming down her face as she expressed her desolation. I have no hope left in this life. I am a person of no value, pouring my heart and soul into everything, only to receive coldness and betrayal in return. Even my own daughter does not love me. I have failed miserably. I am utterly wretched. When Shuang arrived just in time, casting a glance at the woman. She is Jiangwan, Gu Jinghuai's secret wife. Today marked Gu Yueqing's 5th birthday, and Jiangwan had prepared a feast and cake, waiting from noon until evening for her daughter and husband to return home. However, they had yet to arrive, and her calls to Gu Jinghuai went unanswered. Just 10 minutes prior, Jiangwan had received a message from Jiang Yanxin, revealing that she and Gu Yueqing had gone to an amusement park, where they set off fireworks together. In the video, Gu Yueqing made a wish for Jiang Yanxin to become her new mommy, expressing her distaste for her ugly mother. That video was the final straw for Jiangwan. Chapter 79. Offering warmth, rekindling hope upon hearing Wen Shuang's thoughts, the Fu family felt a deep sympathy for the woman on the brink of jumping, Jiangwan. If she were to end her life in this manner, would she not be inadvertently facilitating her unfaithful husband and the green tea mistress? When Shuang gazed at the precarious woman, her brow furrowed. Sister Jiangwan, your husband has betrayed you, and your daughter has hurt you. It is their fault, not yours. You cannot relinquish your life due to their mistakes. If you were to die, they would only continue to live carefree, while you would gain nothing from such a sacrifice. Is it truly worth it? You claim to be a failure, yet your talent remains undiscovered by the world. Are you truly willing to allow your creations to be consumed by those unworthy? Moreover, as women, we need not rely on men for our existence. We must cultivate our own thoughts, pursue our own dreams, and realize our intrinsic value. Turning back, her eyes aflame with disbelief, she asked, How do you know me? Despite her unremarkable appearance, she seldom ventured into the spotlight. My sister-in-law is extraordinary. She possesses the gift of divination. Sister, come down quickly. She will surely be able to assist you. Fu Tong exclaimed, tears streaming down her face in desperation. When Shuang approached the edge of the bridge and extended her hand towards Jiangwan, I can heal the scars on your face, and I can also restore your damaged voice. Since your husband and daughter do not cherish you, consider this your rebirth. Live out your brilliance." Jiang Wan gazed at Wen Shuang in astonishment. Could it be that her damaged face and voice truly held the promise of restoration? After marrying Gu Jinghuai, Madame Gu had not shunned her but treated her kindly, even taking her to several hospitals. Yet, the doctors had declared her injuries too severe to mend. Could she genuinely trust this young, beautiful girl standing before her? "Come down. I assure you, I will heal you." Wen Shuang's eyes shone with clarity and resolve. Jiang Wan felt an inexplicable power emanating from her gaze, akin to a ray of light piercing through the darkness of her despair. For reasons unknown, a profound sense of trust surged within Jiang Wan. She believed this stranger could lead her out of the abyss. Slowly, she reached out her trembling hand towards Wen Shuang. Once Jiang Wan descended from the bridge, Mama promptly draped a thin blanket over her shivering frame. Despite the summer warmth, the night air was cool, and Jiang Wan trembled as if she had narrowly escaped death. "Come back home with us," Mama declared decisively. As the car made its way to the Fu family's villa, Mama sent a message to the housekeeper to prepare a late-night meal. Upon arriving, Mama guided Jiang Wan to eat. Though Jiang Wan had little appetite, she reluctantly sipped some congee under Mama's encouragement. She had never before experienced such warmth and hospitality. After marrying into the Gu family, although Madame Gu had treated her well, she soon fell ill and went abroad to recuperate. The Gu family whispered that Jiang Wan had been the cause of Madame Gu's illness. As soon as Jiang Wan entered the family, Madame Gu had become unwell. Jiang Wan longed to visit Madame Gu, yet the family refused to disclose her whereabouts, leaving her unable to reach her. "Jiang Wan, may I see the scars on your face?" Wen Shuang inquired. Jiang Wan paused, instinctively pushing her long hair over her injured left cheek. Unwilling to reveal her most unsightly aspect to Wen Shuang and the Fu family, "I apologize. I did not mean to offend. I promise to help you heal your face," Wen Shuang continued. Jiang Wan lowered her eyelashes and, in a hoarse voice, replied, "It's very ugly." "It will frighten you." Wen Shuang shook her head. "It won't." Mama and Fu Tong echoed her sentiment. "Indeed, do not worry. We will not be frightened." They all understood that the scar on Jiang Wan's face was the root of her insecurity and sensitivity. She feared the peculiar glances of others upon seeing her scar, terrified of being hurt once more. As Jiang Wan noticed the concern and kindness in Wen Shuang and the Fu family's eyes, her trembling hand cautiously brushed aside the hair obscuring her left cheek. The scar was a burn, roughly the size of an infant's fist, uneven and twisted, almost reaching her eye. The skin around the scar had become almost indistinguishable, making surgical repair exceedingly difficult. After revealing her scar, Jiang Wan lowered her gaze, unable to meet the eyes of Wen Shuang and the Fu family. However, when she mustered the courage to glance up, she was astonished to find no trace of disdain or revulsion in their expressions. Instead, she saw only concern and empathy. This scar was inflicted by Jiang Wan's mother, who intentionally burned her with boiling water when Jiang Wan was only a year old. The pain had been excruciating, and she had cried for an extended period, which ultimately damaged her voice. The Fu family was taken aback. How could Zhang's mother have been so heartless as to burn her own daughter? "It can be healed," Wen Shuang assured, and in an instant, a flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Wan's previously despondent eyes. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, her eyes brimming with tears. "Can it really be healed?" Wen Shuang nodded. "Yes, but it will require some time." Her words felt like a lifeline to Jiang Wan, and she grasped Wen Shuang's hand, nodding fervently through her tears. "No matter how long it takes, I am willing to wait." Wen Shuang gently patted the back of Jiang Wan's hand. "Then you must live with strength from now on. Do not entertain thoughts of despair." I never intended to reach this point. I merely found myself at a dead end today. I had been busy preparing a meal from morning until noon, waiting for them to return, but they never did and did not answer my calls. I was already feeling quite disheartened, only to receive a video from Jiang Yanxin. Hearing that Gu Yueqing wanted Jiang Yanxin to become her new mother, I completely broke down. I don't understand what I did wrong. I was unaware that Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin were each other's first loves. Had I known, I would have kept my distance. After an unexpected pregnancy and marrying into the Gu family, I yearned to be a good wife, giving him everything I had, yet it did not earn his sincerity. Once he gained fame and secured the Gu family's inheritance, he stopped pretending. He brought Jiang Yanxin back to the country and pressured me to let her sing the new song I had written for our daughter. For the sake of our daughter,
I endured.
I thought she would stand by my side, but when I proposed a divorce to take her away, she declared she would rather die than be with her ugly mother. It turns out that despite my years of care, I was merely the ugly mother in her eyes, while Jiang Yanxin, who had barely been in her life for a year, was to be her new mother. Chapter 80. Taking initiative, attempting to seduce her. After pouring out her grievances and sorrows, Jiang Wan felt a significant lift in her heavy heart, wiping away the tears that had fallen. She rose to bow respectfully to Wen Shuang and the Fu family. Throughout my life, no one has been willing to befriend me or listen to my heartfelt confessions. Thank you all so much for tonight. Fu Mama, observing Jiang Wan, who was nearly the same age as her second daughter, felt a deep sympathy for her. Xiao Wan, what do you plan to do from here? If you wish to leave that man, you are welcome to stay with us. I intend to divorce Gu Jinghuai. I simply want to distance myself from those who have caused me harm. Jiang Wan expressed her gratitude towards Fu Mama. I have a small apartment. I will move out on my own. Fu Mama grasped Jiang Wan's hand firmly. Child, you must remain strong. Do not entertain any foolish thoughts. Jiang Wan nodded resolutely. Due to the need to address her divorce proceedings, she did not linger at the Fu residence. Fu Shirtong arranged for Uncle Zhou to escort Jiang Wan home. After her departure, Wen Shuang took pen and paper to note down the necessary medicinal ingredients. Rest assured, sister-in-law, I will carry these ingredients with me and purchase them first thing tomorrow morning, Fu Xingzu pledged confidently. Wen Shuang did not hesitate to accept his offer. Tonight, feeling somewhat weary, Wen Shuang lazily stretched as she returned to the master bedroom. Just as she was about to close the door, a long, slender hand reached out and pressed against the doorframe. Wen Shuang turned to glance at Fu Sihong, who had followed her, a flicker of curiosity dancing in her beautiful eyes. My dear husband, is there something you wish to discuss? Fu Sihong, with his deep, dark gaze fixed upon her, spoke in a low, magnetic voice. Do you find Tian adorable? Wen Shuang nodded enthusiastically, absolutely charming. Fu Sihong's tall, imposing figure leaned closer to her then. Would you like to have a daughter as lovely as her? Wen Shuang nodded again, about to express her desire, when a sudden thought of Jiang Wan's daughter crossed her mind. Seeing little Tian makes me yearn for a child. But then I think of Gu Yiwecheng and reconsider the idea. Fu Sihong squinted slightly when Shuang, with our genes, I assure you our daughter will be just as delightful as Tian. When Shuang cast a glance at Fu Sihong's stern, handsome face. Despite his somewhat displeasing demeanor, his looks are undeniably striking. However, if our daughter inherits his temper, that would be quite unfortunate. My dear husband, our relationship has not yet reached the stage of discussing children. When Shuang yawned, it's getting late. I must wash up and retire for the night. Just as she was about to close the door, Fu Sihong grasped her delicate wrist. After pressing his thin lips together, he hoarsely stated, the plumbing in my bathroom is broken. I would like to borrow the master bathroom for a shower. When Shuang's eyes widened in surprise. Did I hear him correctly? He wants to shower in the master bedroom? Is he deliberately trying to entice me? But I am an innocent swan. When he showers, does he take off his pants first or his shirt?
Fu Xiang.
Is this her version of innocence? Though her heart was brimming with delight, when Shuang maintained her composure, shall I go downstairs to watch a show while you finish? I'll come up once you're done. The mention of bathing has me reminiscing about that alluring night shrouded in mist. He looked quite appealing without clothes. Fu Sihong's ears flushed a deep crimson. Having mustered the courage to heed Fu Xingzhou's mischievous suggestions to tempt her, he now found himself somewhat hesitant. Perhaps it would be better to wait until he was more prepared. I'll just wash in the third brother's room instead.
Alas,
my chance at that alluring appeal has slipped away. A woman of eagle-like tenacity is on the verge of tears. Fu Sihong hastened his steps as he exited. However, upon reaching the hallway, he spotted a few shadowy figures lurking at the staircase, peering in their direction. With a stern expression, he approached. What are you all doing up at this hour? Madame Fu shot him a disdainful glance. How could you let my daughter-in-law's chance slip away? It's just a shower. Why be so bashful? Fu Xingzhou nodded in agreement. Exactly. Brother, what do you have to hide? You often boasted to us younger brothers about your prowess, claiming you would be quite the catch when you grew up. Before Fu Xingzhou could finish, Fu Sihong delivered a sharp kick to him. His handsome face taut as he gritted his teeth. Do I need to rely on seduction to assert my charm? The Fu family members nodded in unison. Absolutely. Double the necessity.
Fu Xiang's lips twitched in a neance.
Uncle Zhou had escorted Jiang Wan to the entrance of an upscale apartment complex. Miss Jiang, our young mistress has instructed that you can contact her anytime should you require assistance. Jiangwan nodded gratefully. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for bringing me back. Jiangwan and Gu Jinghuai's marital abode was a spacious duplex on the top floor. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiangwan pressed her fingerprint. An error message flashed. She then entered her password, only to receive the same error notification. Having lived here for nearly 6 years, such mistakes were unfathomable. Furrowing her brow, she pressed the doorbell. After a considerable wait, the door swung open. Jiangwan anticipated it would be Gu Jinghuai or Gu Yueqing, but instead, she was taken aback to find Jiang Yanxin standing before her. Dressed in a man's black shirt that barely concealed her delicate thighs, her long, dark hair hung damply over her shoulders. Without makeup, the shirt clung to her form, exuding an air of subtle seduction. At this sight, Jiangwan felt a rush in her mind, as if something were about to explode. Although she had known for a year that Gu Jinghuai and Jiang Yanxin were each other's first loves, he had always maintained boundaries, never bringing Jiang Yanxin to their marital home, let alone allowing her to wear his shirt. This black shirt was a gift Jiangwan had given Gu Jinghuai for his birthday. He may not love her, but why must he resort to such humiliation and hurt? Once they divorce, will he still let his first love enter their home? Jiangwan, I'm so sorry. Gu Jinghuai and I took Ye to the amusement park for her birthday, but the weather turned, and it rained on our way back. My clothes got soaked, and Gu Jinghuai and Ye were worried I'd catch a cold, so they suggested I come here to shower. I'll leave as soon as my clothes dry. You won't mind, right? Before Jiangwan could respond, Gu Yueqing rushed over, her face a picture of displeasure as she glared at Jiangwan. Didn't I text you to prepare a midnight snack? It's so late. Where have you been? Do you not remember it's my birthday today? You didn't even bother to prepare a midnight snack. How can you call yourself my mother? Chapter 81. For your happiness, let us divorce. Gu Yueqing looked at the pure and beautiful Jiang Yanxin, taking her hand. Aunt Yanxin, why waste your breath explaining to her? You're far too kind. I told you not to let her in. She should be left outside for a while to understand her place. As Jiangwan faced her daughter's disdain and disgust, her heart ached as if it were being suffocated. While she felt pain knowing Gu Jinghuai had another woman, she could at least console herself. After all, she was unattractive, and he was exceptional in every way. His indifference was to be expected. But her daughter was born from her own flesh and blood, raised through countless sleepless nights caring for her when she was ill. Where had the little girl, who once called her mommy, gone? Did her scars and looks render her unworthy of being her mother? Jiangwan clenched her hands into fists at her sides. Gu Yueqing, did you change the password? Gu Yueqing raised her chin, impatience and petulance evident in her tone. So what if I did? You should have been prepared with a midnight snack. If you're incompetent, you must face the consequences. Jiangwan felt as though a sharp sword had pierced her heart. Taking a deep breath, she nodded. Do as you wish. This home, I shall never return to. Seeing Jiangwan stride into the house, Gu Yueqing crossed her arms, a haughty expression on her face. Are you planning to make a midnight snack now? It's too late. Aunt Yanxin has already ordered my favorite fried chicken. Jiangwan hesitated, then turned back to Gu Yueqing. You have gallbladder issues. Greasy foods will burden your digestion. You. Gu Yueqing interrupted Jiangwan, her expression cold. Are you finished? What I eat is none of your business. Aunt Yanxin is far better. She indulges me with whatever I desire, whether it's watching TV or playing games. If only I were Aunt Yanxin's child. As Jiangwan listened, she felt as if the world around her was spinning. Jiang Yanxin, observing Jiangwan's reddening eyes and her precarious state, crouched down and embraced Gu Yueqing tightly. Yeah, please don't say such things. Otherwise, your mommy will be heartbroken. Gu Yueqing clung to Jiang Yanxin's neck, affectionately saying, Aunt Yanxin, don't be too kind. Why should I care about the feelings of that ugly lady? She constantly nags me, forbidding me from doing this or that, and it's absolutely infuriating. Whenever she takes me out, I end up embarrassed. Thankfully, I look like Daddy. Otherwise, if I resembled her, I wouldn't want to live in this world at all. A piercing pain surged through Jiangwan's heart. She parted her lips, yearning to speak. Yet her throat felt as if it were gripped by an invisible hand, rendering her unable to utter a sound. She closed her eyes, striving to calm the tempest of emotions swirling within her. After enduring an agonizing heartache, profound disappointment and chill enveloped her. Enough. Why should she force what cannot be compelled? Since Gu Yueqing harbored affection for Jiang Yanxin and detested her, the so-called ugly mommy, she would simply acquiesce to her daughter's desires. Without uttering another word, Jiangwan turned and ascended the stairs. Gu Yueqing lifted her head from Jiang Yanxin's embrace to glance at Jiang Wan, her little brows knitting in displeasure. In the past, if she had wished for fried chicken, Jiang Wan would have gone to great lengths to prevent it, and if she had disobeyed, tears would silently fall. But now, Jiang Wan had chosen to walk away without a word. She had forgotten my birthday, and I hadn't even been angry with her yet. Yet she still dared to show me her displeasure. I no longer wished to deal with her. Although Gu Yueqing voiced such sentiments, deep down, she understood that Jiang Wan held her in high regard. If she chose to ignore her, Jiang Wan would undoubtedly come to coax her back. Tomorrow morning at the latest, Jiang Wan would prepare breakfast to appease her. Gu Jinghuai emerged from the bathroom after a shower, his countenance cold as he saw Jiang Wan return. Where have you been all evening? You've been writing several new songs lately. I intend to have Yanxin release a new album. Jiang Wan lifted her gaze to meet Gu Jinghuai's. He was the brilliant and radiant film emperor, with deep, soulful brown eyes, a sharply defined nose, and thin, alluring lips. He was a strikingly handsome and exceptionally charming man, flawless in stature, appearance, and background. Once, she felt fortunate to have married such a husband, believing she must have saved the galaxy in a past life. In her quest for his affection, she poured all her talents into supporting him, convinced that he would eventually develop feelings for her. But in reality, which man would find an ugly woman appealing? Was she merely overestimating herself and indulging in foolish fantasies? Jiang Wan's lips curled into a sardonic smile, her eyes brimming with derision. What relevance does Jiang Yanxin's new album have to me? That fateful night 6 years ago, when their accidental encounter led to intimacy, he held her and murmured her name, Jiang Jiang. She had always believed he was calling her. It wasn't until Jiang Yanxin returned to the country and she witnessed him dining with Gu Yueqing and Jiang Yanxin, affectionately calling her Jiang Jiang, that she realized he had actually been referring to Jiang Yanxin, not her. Seeing the scorn etched on Jiang Wan's face, Gu Jinghuai frowned, his handsome features growing cold. Yanxin is currently a highly promoted artist under my company, generating profits for us. What are you sulking about? As my wife, cannot you be a bit more magnanimous? Besides, she accompanied Yeye to the amusement park for her birthday tonight, and Yeye had a wonderful time. Yanxin acted out of kindness, yet you remain ungrateful, sulking and feeling jealous? Regarding Jiang Yanxin, Jiang Wan had argued with Gu Jinghuai numerous times over the past 6 months. Each time, he accused her of being petty and overthinking, insisting that he and Jiang Yanxin had not rekindled any old flame, that their relationship was not as sordid as she imagined. Jiang Wan genuinely could not comprehend what he deemed sordid. Must one be caught in bed to be labeled as such? Usually, whenever Jiang Yanxin called, no matter how late, he would rush to her side. During meals, he would meticulously peel shrimp for Jiang Yanxin right in front of her. He would hand her his black card for her use. On their daughter's birthday, he allowed Jiang Yanxin to accompany her while ignoring her calls. Late at night, he invited Jiang Yanxin to their marital home, dressing in the shirt she gifted him. Piece by piece, incident by incident. Were these not sufficient to be deemed sordid? Did he still intend to manipulate her? Though she might be unattractive, with an unpleasant voice, she was still a person. Gu Jinghuai, after 6 years. I have finally seen you for what you are. In your eyes, I must be worth even less than a stray dog by the roadside. Jiang Wan sniffled, forcing back the tears threatening to spill over. Since you hold Jiang Yanxin in such esteem, I shall grant you both your desires. Let us divorce. Chapter 82. It is the unloved who become the third party. This was not the first time Jiang Wan had broached the subject of divorce with Gu Jinghuai. He paid her words little heed. He was well aware of how deeply this woman loved him. Moreover, they shared a daughter. He and their daughter were her entire world. Without him and their child, could she even survive? Her repeated declarations of wanting a divorce were merely a ploy to capture his attention, a game of push and pull. Jiang Wan, do you find it amusing to keep bringing up divorce? A hint of anger flickered in Gu Jinghuai's striking features. He desired an obedient wife, not one who constantly troubled him. Indeed, you are so unattractive, and yet your father was willing to marry you. How can you fail to appreciate the fortune you have? Gu Yueqing rushed over, wrapping her arms around Gu Jinghuai's leg, her small face glaring displeased at Jiang Wan. It's my birthday today. I was so happy until you came back and caused a ruckus, making Daddy and Aunt Yanxin unhappy. Daddy and Aunt Yanxin are both renowned stars. What are you? If you step outside, you'll frighten children into tears. Do you think you'll have a way to live without Daddy and me? Jiang Wan's tightly pressed lips trembled slightly, her entire being feeling as if it had plunged into an icy abyss. Gu Jinghuai gently ruffled Gu Yueqing's hair. his gaze as frigid as ice directed at Jiangwan. Even Yaya understands this. How can you remain oblivious? Marrying me and joining our Gu family is a blessing you must feel grateful for. I command you to finish that new song promptly or else. Gu Yiwecheng immediately interjected. Or else, Daddy and I won't pay any attention to you anymore. Gu Jinghuai descended the stairs with Gu Yiwecheng in his arms. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Jiang Yanxin in a black shirt, her eyes slightly red. Brother Jinghuai, my clothes will be dry soon. Once I change, I'll leave immediately.
Please don't argue because of me.
Gu Jinghuai's gaze fell upon Jiang Yanxin's long, slender legs beneath her black shirt, causing his throat to involuntarily constrict. Just as he intended to look away, he caught a glimpse of what appeared to be her lack of a bra, leaving him feeling somewhat parched. Yeah, it's getting late. You should head to your room and sleep. Gu Yiwecheng hopped down from Gu Jinghuai's arms and ran to Jiang Yanxin's side, affectionately hugging her. Aunt Yanxin, please sleep with Yaya. Your voice is so lovely. I want to hear you sing me to sleep. Jiang Yanxin smiled and nodded, of course. As she passed by Gu Jinghuai, Jiang Yanxin pretended to slip, her slender figure leaning toward Gu Jinghuai's embrace. When he studied her, his arm accidentally brushed against the softness beneath her collar. His throat tightened further. Be careful. Jiang Yanxin murmured her gratitude. Thank you, Brother Jinghuai. You remain as considerate as ever. Meanwhile, Jiangwan stood on the upper floor, witnessing the entire scene unfold below. In the dead of night, Gu Jinghuai was jolted awake from a vivid dream, wherein Jiang Yanxin, clad in a black shirt, provocatively leaned onto him, igniting a fervent restlessness within him. Seeking relief, he rushed to the bathroom for a cold shower. After refreshing himself, he descended the stairs for a glass of water. Passing by the study, he noticed the light still aglow within and pushed the door open for a brief glance inside. Jiangwan was seated at the desk, her head bowed, seemingly engrossed in writing something. If his intuition served him right, she was likely penning a new song. Just moments ago, she had broached the subject of divorce, yet now she was crafting melodies to uplift his spirits. Ha! He knew all along that she could never truly sever ties with him. Perhaps sensing his presence, Jiangwan lifted her gaze to meet his. Since you're still awake, there are 2 documents that require your signature. Gu Jinghuai stepped into the study, ignoring the papers before him, flipping straight to the last page. This must be the copyright agreement for the new songs. I can sign it directly. The following day, Gu Yiwecheng awoke to find that Jiangwan had not appeared in her room, nor had she brought her clothes for the day. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, she called out, Jiangwan, where are my clothes? After several calls, it was Jiang Yanxin who entered. Aunt Yanxin, you didn't return last night? That's wonderful. Jiang Yanxin retrieved Gu Yiwecheng's outfit from the wardrobe. Yeah, I didn't see your mother this morning. She isn't truly upset, is she? Aunt Yanxin, there's no need to worry. Jiangwan could never genuinely be angry with Daddy and me. She cares about us above all else. You must have missed her because she went to the market to buy groceries. I suspect she wants to make amends for not celebrating my birthday last night. Jiang Yanxin nodded thoughtfully. Yeah, Aunt Yanxin and your father are heading to our country for a business trip today. We might not return for 10 days or half a month. Would you like to join us? With summer vacation in full swing, Gu Yiwecheng had long wished to accompany her father and Aunt Yanxin on a business trip. Without Jiangwan around, she felt they would resemble a true family of 3. I want to go. I want to go. All right, Aunt Yanxin will take you with us. After dressing, Gu Yiwecheng entered the bathroom. Normally, Jiangwan would prepare her toothpaste each morning, but today, nothing had been done. Despite the previous night's unhappiness, Jiangwan seemed oblivious to the need for reconciliation. She would surely make Jiangwan regret it. Accompanying her father and Aunt Yanxin on this trip, she vowed to ignore Jiangwan entirely. No matter how many calls, video chats, or messages Jiangwan sent, she would remain unresponsive. Once finished with her morning routine, Gu Yiwecheng made her way to the dining room. Gu Jinghuai was seated there, perusing the newspaper. She climbed onto his lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a kiss on his cheek. Daddy. Where's Jiangwan? Why hasn't she returned to make breakfast? Gu Jinghuai set down the newspaper and glanced toward the front door. Typically, by this hour, Jiangwan would have returned from grocery shopping and prepared breakfast. What on earth was happening today? After gently placing Gu Yiwecheng down, he rose and headed toward the guest room upstairs. Since Jiang Yanxin's return to the country, Gu Jinghuai had been sleeping separately from Jiangwan, he in the master bedroom, and she in the guest room. Upon pushing open the door to the guest room, he stepped inside. The bed was neatly made, showing no signs of anyone having slept there. Approaching the bedside, he noticed 2 new songs resting on the nightstand, centered on themes of love and aspiration, vigil and journey. Upon seeing the names of the lyricist and composer, a spark of admiration flickered in his eyes. If these new songs were performed by Jiang Yanxin, they would undoubtedly achieve tremendous success once more. After collecting the songs, Gu Jinghuai, along with Jiang Yanxin and Gu Yuecheng, set off for the airport. Several times, Gu Jinghuai glanced at his phone. In the past, during business trips, Jiang Wan would send him messages, repeatedly reminding him to take care of himself, drink less, and rest well. He had once found her concerns tedious, but now, her absence of messages left a void he could not ignore. "Daddy, are you thinking about ugly mommy? She left, which means I can have Aunt Yanxin as my new mommy." "Yeah, you mustn't say that. I am not worthy of your father." Jiang Yanxin replied with a tearful expression. "In the past, your grandmother forced me to break up with your father. For his future, I left the country. Some things are lost forever, and I don't want to be the third party that disrupts your family." Aunt Yanxin is not a third party. It is the unloved one who truly occupies that role. Chapter 83. The Divorce Agreement and Severance Letter. Gu Jinghuai furrowed his brow slightly. Yeah. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiang Wan is still your mother. You should not refer to her as ugly mommy. Gu Yuecheng pouted and burst into tears. She is ugly. The last time a strong wind blew, she came to pick me up from school, and her hair was all over the place. Several classmates were frightened by her appearance and cried. When I returned to school, those same classmates teased me about having an ugly mommy, and they refused to play with me. Gu Jinghuai's frown deepened. He had warned Jiang Wan multiple times to wear a mask when picking up Yaya, yet she had disregarded his advice. Having felt wronged, Gu Yuecheng found solace in Jiang Yanxin's understanding. Aunt Yanxin understands how it feels to be teased for coming from a poor family, she gently reassured Gu Yuecheng. The little girl nestled into Jiang Yanxin's embrace, nodding sorrowfully. "If Aunt Yanxin becomes my new mommy, then no one will ever laugh at me again." Gu Jinghuai, who had been incessantly checking his phone, promptly powered it off. Jiang Wan had allowed their daughter to be bullied at school, and he resolved to give her the silent treatment for a while. Everything could be addressed upon his return from the trip. After all, Jiang Wan would undoubtedly always be tied to him and their daughter. After Fu Xingzhou procured the medicinal herbs needed by Wen Shuang, she began to formulate the ointment. Using Centella asiatica as the primary ingredient, she meticulously cleaned, dried, and ground it into a fine powder, then combined it with other herbs such as bitterskin and cooked remania. In addition to the ointment, Wen Shuang incorporated acupuncture into the treatment plan. She advised Jiang Wan to come for daily sessions. "Sister Jiang Wan, recovery will require some time. You have ample opportunity to continue creating. Once your voice returns, you will be able to realize your dreams." Since childhood, Jiang Wan had longed to stand on stage, singing songs of her own creation. Tears welled in her eyes as she nodded in agreement. "Sister Jiang Wan, did you publish all your previous songs under Gu Jinghuai's name?"
Fu Xingzu inquired.
Jiang Wan confirmed. "When I married him, we signed an agreement stating that all my songs must be published under his name, granting him the rights to decide on the copyrights." "You actually signed such an inequitable agreement?"
Fu Xingzu exclaimed in disbelief.
Jiang Wan lowered her long lashes, remaining silent for a time. Coming from a single-parent household, her mother had been the housekeeper for the Gu family, leaving her devoid of warmth. Her mother rarely displayed kindness, and their exchanges were often filled with scolding and endless complaints. She felt like a forgotten stone, growing up in an environment devoid of love. One year on her birthday, she fainted from anemia in the Gu family's garden, and it was Gu Jinghuai who brought her a small cake. Perhaps it was her yearning for that benevolence and warmth that her gaze, ever since, began to unconsciously pursue Gu Jinghuai. She dedicated herself to her studies, striving to compose lyrics and melodies, hoping to capture Gu Jinghuai's attention with her talent. For many years, she harbored a secret affection for him. 6 years ago, on that fateful night, when he took the initiative to pin her down and claimed her as his woman, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Her long-held infatuation had finally blossomed into reality. Yet, a Cinderella is ultimately just a Cinderella. Her life had devolved into a farcical tale. At that time, she believed that marrying him was an immense stroke of luck for her, thus she felt compelled to repay him with her talents, as in her view, marriage signified familial unity, and the works she created under his name belonged to their household. In hindsight, she realized her folly, but from this moment forth, she would sever all ties with Gu Jinghuai. Upon his return from his business trip, she would accompany him to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain a divorce certificate. She understood that Gu Jinghuai had her firmly ensnared, intertwined with him and Gu Yueqing for life. Last night, the two agreements she had him sign, a divorce agreement and a severance of kinship, were signed without a glance. Jiang Wan presented the two documents Gu Jinghuai had signed to Wen Shuang and Fu Xingzhou. After reading them, Wen Shuang wore a look of satisfaction. I will have my husband hire you the finest divorce lawyer. With these two agreements, reclaiming your independence will be considerably easier. Jiang Wan nodded gratefully. Thank you both. Encountering you is the greatest fortune of my life. After completing the acupuncture session for Jiang Wan and applying the medicinal ointment, Wen Shuang inquired, Sister Jiang Wan, doesn't divorcing that scoundrel seem too lenient? Have you considered reclaiming what rightfully belongs to you? Jiang Wan nodded, I do wish to. Wen Shuang raised an eyebrow. What do you plan to do? After taking a deep breath, Jiang Wan articulated her plan. Wen Shuang and the Fu family members nodded in unison. Once the love-struck brain awakens, it possesses remarkable wisdom. Wen Shuang gave Jiang Wan a thumbs up. Once they return from their trip, you should initiate your counterattack. Xiao Ziyuan's maternal grandmother resided in Yeqing, and upon her arrival there, she took up residence at her grandmother's home. She arranged a gathering with friends from Yeqing in the garden. Yuan, your hair looks stunning. Where did you get it done? I want to go there next time. Xiao Ziyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. I'll send you the address shortly. Miss Ziyuan's hair was not only beautiful, but also grew remarkably fast. It had barely reached her waist yesterday, yet today it appeared already at that length. A servant, bringing over fruit, chimed in with a smile. I envy you, Yuan. My hair only grows 1 or 2 centimeters a month. Upon hearing the servants and her friend's conversation, Xiao Ziyuan's smile instantly froze on her face. Hair growing 1 to 2 centimeters a month was considered normal. How could her hair possibly have reached her waist in just a day or two? Xiao Ziyuan promptly rose from her chair and headed towards the restroom. Standing before the mirror, she scrutinized her reflection. Indeed, her hair was now at her waist. It had clearly not been that long just yesterday. Had it truly grown more than 2 centimeters in a single day? Xiao Ziyuan suddenly recalled Wen Shuang's words advising her to remove the hair extensions as soon as possible. Could there truly be something amiss with her hair? Originally an atheist, Xiao Ziyuan now felt a twinge of unease. Fearing that her hair might continue to grow in a bizarre manner, she hastily drove to a hair salon. Upon arriving, the stylist, Tony, looked puzzled as she requested to have her extensions removed. Miss Xiao, is there something you're dissatisfied with? Xiao Ziyuan furrowed her brows. Don't ask so many questions. Just take it off quickly. Seeing her insistence, Tony held back his comments, interpreting her behavior as that of a wealthy young lady exercising her whims. After the extensions were removed, Xiao Ziyuan felt a significant lightness in her head. She resolved never to spend money on such torment again. Returning to her grandmother's home, she took a stroll in the garden after dinner, then retreated to her room for a bath. Around 10 o'clock, she went to bed punctually. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by a pressing need to relieve herself. Xiao Ziyuan switched on the bedside lamp and hurried to the restroom. After finishing, she stood before the mirror to wash her hands. As she did so, she suddenly noticed something amiss. The long hair she had just removed had inexplicably returned to her head, and it now flowed down below her waist. Xiao Ziyuan's eyes widened in terror as she tugged at her hair, feeling a sharp pain. It had genuinely returned. What on earth was happening? Just as she was engulfed in confusion, she suddenly saw a pale, ghastly face of a woman gradually manifesting in the mirror, with blood-red eyes coldly fixated on her. Chapter 84. 3 Folds. Love in Every Shape. Xiao Ziyuan's pupils dilated, her heart racing to the point of constriction in her throat. Before she could scream, the ghostly figure in the mirror extended its hands towards her, demanding, "Return my hair." The specter's nails were long and sharp, and its voice echoed with chilling malice from the depths of the abyss. Xiao Ziyuan felt paralyzed, her feet seemingly nailed to the ground. Just as the ghost's hands were about to close around her neck, she jolted awake with a start. Gasping for breath, her heart thundered violently within her chest. She scanned her surroundings, realizing she was lying in bed, not in front of the bathroom mirror. Had it merely been a nightmare? If it was far too vivid. Xiao Ziyuan flicked on the bedroom light and sat up in bed. Suddenly, she felt compelled to check her hair. Upon doing so, she was utterly stunned. The hair she had removed had indeed returned, cascading in lustrous black strands, as if imbued with life, cascading around her slender waist. Xiao Ziyuan's breath quickened, her mind blank. After an indeterminate amount of time, she rose from the bed, grasped a pair of scissors, and attempted to cut her hair. But no matter how forcefully she tried, she could not sever it. It seemed to be an inseparable part of her being. Panic enveloped Qiao Ziyuan completely. At 26 years of age, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. It was too eerie, too terrifying. She recalled Fu Siheng's young and beautiful wife, and with trembling fingers, she took out her phone to video call Wen Shuang. When Wen Shuang, still half asleep, heard the notification sound, she groggily picked up her phone. A video call from the beautiful sister. After answering, Wen Shuang struggled against her drowsiness to rise from her bed. In the middle of the night to build a career and accumulate merit, how delightful. Soon, I can see the lovely and soft beauty again, hee. The moment when Shuang got up, the Fu family also stirred. Once she changed her clothes and descended the stairs with her toolkit, she found the Fu family gathered in the living room in perfect order. When Shuang was taken aback, "Are you all night owls? Why are you still awake?" Fu Siheng cleared his throat with a fist against his lips. "I received a message from Qiao Ziyuan. She mentioned something strange has occurred and asked me to drive you to her grandmother's house." When Shuang nodded appreciatively, "My dear husband, you are wonderful. Having a free driver is splendid. It saves me the taxi fare." Fu Siheng replied, "Elder sister-in-law, I want to go too." Fu Xingzhou raised his hand. Curiosity piqued as he had not encountered a ghost in quite some time, particularly intrigued by the appearance of the specter that had attached itself to Qiao Ziyuan. When Shuang cast a glance at Fu Xingzhou, "This fellow is remarkably bold. Having previously dated a ghostly girlfriend, he seems to have emerged unscathed. And now he is filled with curiosity about the supernatural once more. He truly possesses a certain audacity." Fu Xingzhou, feeling a touch of guilt, rubbed his nose. It was not courage that motivated him. He merely wished to indulge in some gossip. Knowing that his sister-in-law was present, he felt assured that even if a ghost were to appear, he would be unharmed. "Sister-in-law, I wish to join," he declared. "Mother, daughter-in-law, I want to go too." When Shuang remarked, "The Fu family seems to possess an innate rebelliousness. While others tremble at the mention of ghosts, they are all eager to offer themselves as sacrifices." "Daughter-in-law, may I bring your father along?" The least conspicuous member of the Fu family, Fu Dad, timidly raised his hand, wishing to partake in the gossip as well. Fu Mom shot him a disapproving glare, commanding, "You stay home." Fu Dad flashed a conciliatory smile at Fu Mom. "Dear, the doctor advised you against staying up late. Perhaps you should refrain from going as well. With so many people attending, it might only create chaos for our daughter-in-law." Fu Siqing nodded in agreement, "Mother. Your primary task lately is to rest and avoid late nights." Fu Mom, resigned, acquiesced with a nod. After Wen Shuang and the others departed, Fu Dad, noticing the living room was empty, reached out to embrace Fu Mom. "Darling, if Tongtong's love-struck brain has cleared, can I finally sleep in bed with you tonight?" Before Fu Mom could respond, he leaned in for a kiss on her forehead, but just as he did, an exclamation rang out, "For heaven's sake, old Fu, could you refrain from engaging in such inappropriate actions in front of the children? I might develop a sty." Seeing Fu Xingzhou return, Fu Dad angrily grabbed the ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at him. "You little rascal, how old are you to still be bothered by such things? Get lost and stop interrupting my sweet moments with your mother." Fu Mom, her cheeks flushed, pushed Fu Dad away and turned to Fu Xingzhou. "Why are you back again?" "I forgot to grab the car keys," he replied. Fu Mom coughed awkwardly. "You mustn't say anything inappropriate." Fu Xingzhou patted his chest in assurance. "Rest easy, mother. I solemnly promise not to speak out of turn." A few minutes later, as he drove, he recounted the scene he had witnessed upon returning home. "I suspect that if old Fu had not undergone a vasectomy, their 7th child would already be on the way. He had promised not to speak indiscreetly, but had not guaranteed to refrain from speaking the truth." Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at Qiao Ziyuan's grandmother's house. Qiao Ziyuan, unable to remain in her bedroom, waited in the living room. Upon seeing Wen Shuang and her group approach, she rushed toward Wen Shuang, enveloping her in an embrace. "Wah, I clearly took my hair down this afternoon, but it grew back by evening. I even dreamt of a sinister female ghost who demanded I return her hair." Clad in a silk nightgown, her exposed skin was as pale as snow, smooth and delicate. When Wen Shuang was enveloped in her embrace, she felt the softness and fragrance emanating from her, which was quite remarkable. When Shuang glanced at Qiao Ziyuan's chest, "Oh my! The figure of this beautiful sister is truly stunning." Fu Siqing and Fu Xingzhou could hardly bear to look at Qiao Ziyuan. However, Fu Sidong, Glancing at Xiao Ziyuan, whose chest was pressed closely against Wen Shuang, felt her cheeks warm slightly. Sister Ziyuan's figure is indeed more voluptuous than both mine and sister-in-law's. Fu Xingzhou observed the tense contours of Fu Xiqing's handsome face and remarked lightly, with a faint scent of lilies, "It seems you have a new rival in love." "Dear concubine Cheng." Fu Xiqing pulled Wen Shuang closer to himself, casting a cold glare at Xiao Zuan. "Do not take advantage of my wife." Wen Shuang interjected. How could a beautiful sister's bold approach be considered taking advantage? "My heart is shaped like a pentagon. I find beauty in all who are pleasing to the eye."
Fu Xikeng.
Fu Xingzhou was nearly in stitches from laughter, lowering his voice to Fu Xiqing. "Concubine Cheng, love is like a threefold folding screen. No matter how it folds, there is affection. You love her, she loves herself, and she loves everyone." Fu Xiqing had recently been overwhelmed with the urge to kick Fu Xingzhou off the planet. Wen Shuang shot Fu Xiqing a glare. "Do not be harsh with the beautiful sister. It is one thing to be rude to me, but I absolutely cannot tolerate the beautiful sister being wronged." Fu Xiqing felt he was being unjustly accused. Lately, he had been treating her like a precious gem. How could he dare raise his voice at her? Xiao Ziyuan ignored Fu Xiqing entirely, once again diving into Wen Shuang's embrace. "Wah, please help me check my hair. I clearly took it down. So why has it returned to my head?" Chapter 85. What on earth? It's her. Wen Shuang glanced at Xiao Ziyuan's long hair. The dark energy above it had indeed intensified. The female ghost had yet to arrive. "You should return to your room. There are too many people in the living room. She likely will not show herself." Xiao Ziyuan grasped Wen Shuang's hand. "Will you accompany me?" Wen Shuang nodded, of course. How can anyone resist the charm of a fragrant, soft sister pleading for companionship? Watching Wen Shuang and Xiao Ziyuan ascend the stairs, Fu Xingzhou exchanged knowing glances with Fu Xiqing. "Brother, you ought to start learning the art of sweet talk. Tomorrow, you should charm sister-in-law with your authoritative demeanor."
Fu Xikeng gesset in lips parted, scram.
After saying this, he turned to Fu Sidong, "Little sister, you should follow them upstairs and keep an eye on things. Do not let Xiao Ziyuan take advantage of your sister-in-law." Fu Sidong responded with an "oh" and promptly headed upstairs. Once in Xiao Ziyuan's room, she transferred some money to Wen Shuang via WeChat. "Xiao Shuang, if you can help me resolve my hair issue, I will grant you anything you desire in the future." Wen Shuang nodded, "No problem." After Fu Sidong entered, Xiao Ziyuan revealed her stash of imported snacks. "Since I cannot sleep anyway, let us three enjoy some snacks while we wait for the ghost to arrive." Recalling the ghostly face she had seen in a dream, her complexion paled slightly. "Xiao Shuang, will that female ghost come tonight?" "She will." Fu Sidong blinked her large eyes. Curiosity evident. "Sister-in-law, will I get to see the ghost?" Wen Shuang raised her hand and lightly tapped the foreheads of Fu Sidong and Xiao Ziyuan. "You will." Fu Sidong felt a mix of tension and anticipation. She had never encountered a female ghost before. Although she had heard about her third brother dating a ghostly girlfriend, she had been preoccupied with her studies for the college entrance exams at the time and had never witnessed it firsthand. To alleviate the pressure on Xiao Ziyuan and Fu Sidong, Wen Shuang took out her phone and began scrolling through short videos. The content on her phone predominantly featured various handsome men. Upon seeing the handsome men suggested on Wen Shuang's phone, Xiao Ziyuan couldn't help but exclaim, "After looking at your phone, I realized my past life was quite bland." Wen Shuang chuckled, "Right? You too can start browsing. It will motivate you to work harder and earn money. The charming young men in the videos are truly captivating." Xiao Ziyuan glanced at Wen Shuang's porcelain white, radiant face and quietly inquired, "When you look at handsome men, does your husband not get jealous?" Wen Shuang shrugged, "If he gets jealous, I will still take a look. This is my electronic guilty pleasure." Xiao Ziyuan blinked her eyes, growing increasingly curious. "Have you and he ever, you know?" Fu Sidong was puzzled by Xiao Ziyuan's words. "Sister Ziyuan, what do you mean by that?" Wen Shuang quickly understood. "You mean making love?" "Of course not. Without love, that would be nothing but lewdness, and I have no intention of engaging in such behavior." In the living room, downstairs, Fu Xingzhou nudged Fu Sihong with his elbow and exclaimed, "Elder brother, I've just learned a new term. To feign hatred." Fu Sihong cast a chilling glance at Fu Xingzhou and retorted, "I see you are only adept at courting disaster. Elder brother, you've changed. You never used to scold me." Fu Sihong snorted disdainfully, "It is indeed my fault. I should have been scolding you all along." Fu Xingzhou was on the verge of emotional collapse. "Elder brother, you have truly shattered my heart. Can't we be each other's angels and coexist harmoniously?" Fu Sihong nodded. I am this guy. What are you? I am the messenger. But before he could finish, Fu Xingzhou hastily sealed his lips. Was this what they termed bloodline suppression? Before his elder brother, he would eternally remain the subjugated one. How tragic. With the company of Wen Shuang and Fu Zidong, Qiao Ziyuan's fears began to dissipate significantly. The female ghost had yet to reveal herself, leaving both Qiao Ziyuan and Fu Zidong feeling drowsy. Meanwhile, Wen Shuang, indulging in snacks and scrolling through her phone, seemed relatively unfazed. Around 2 a.m, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Suddenly, a wave of ominous energy drifted in through the window. Wen Shuang narrowed her beautiful eyes and gazed toward the window, where a thin veil of mist coated the glass. At that moment, a ghostly figure began to materialize. It was a female ghost, her short hair disheveled, her complexion as pale as parchment, and her eyes, glowing with a ghostly green light, flickered like 2 sinister flames in the darkness. She wore a tattered white dress, stained with large patches of crimson blood, her legs contorted in grotesque angles, and her right arm had eerily detached from her shoulder, hanging limply. A deep gash marred her cheek, with flesh curling outward, and within the murky mass of blood and tissue, pale bone was faintly visible. Dried blood crusted at the corners of her mouth, rendering her appearance particularly ghastly. She hovered in midair, slowly drifting inside. Fu Zidong and Qiao Ziyuan felt a chilling aura, jolting them awake from their slumber. Upon opening their eyes, they were met with the horrifying visage of the female ghost, causing their faces to drain of color. When Shuang's gaze remained composed and icy, she understood that the ghost was deliberately manifesting in a form reminiscent of her tragic demise in a car accident to instill fear. She retrieved the talisman paper she had long prepared. Heaven and earth, reveal the Tao, disperse the evil, and let righteousness prevail. I command you swiftly. Having recently accumulated considerable merit, Wen Shuang's spiritual energy had grown. Upon casting the talisman, the ghost emitted a piercing shriek. Subsequently, she collapsed to the ground, fear etched across her features as she pleaded, "And Master, spare me. She took my hair. I only wished to frighten her." When Shuang regarded the ghost from a position of authority, her eyes chillingly frosty, emanating an oppressive aura that sent shivers down the spine. "If you wish for mercy, swiftly revert to your original form." The ghost nodded frantically. Soon, her formerly twisted legs straightened and elongated, her dislocated arm returned to its rightful place. The blood and wounds on her face vanished, and her skin turned smooth and pale. She gradually lifted her gaze to Wen Shuang, revealing a pair of clear and bright eyes. In her original form, the ghost was quite beautiful. Qiao Ziyuan stood behind Wen Shuang, wrapping her delicate arms around her waist, and cautiously peered at the ghost. "I returned the hair I took to the hair salon. Why are you still seeking me? Moreover, I had no knowledge that it belonged to you. How could you frighten me and cause me trouble?" The ghost shot her a resentful glare. "I cherished my hair dearly. After years of growth, you seized it the moment I perished. Who else should I confront if not you?" Feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice, Qiao Ziyuan furrowed her brows and replied, "You should confront the hair salon that attached the hair for me. They are the ones who took your hair." The ghost's expression was one of grievance, but when I was conscious and aware, my hair was still on your head. When Shuang raised her hand, "Both of you, cease your quarrel." When a person dies and transforms into a ghost, they often enter a state of confusion and may briefly lose their memories, only regaining them through specific stimuli. It is also possible to retain complete memories or lose them entirely. The current situation of this ghost pertains to the former. Hearing the commotion, Fu Xingzhou and Fu Zihong hurried upstairs. The door to Qiao Ziyuan's room was ajar, and Fu Xingzhou peered inside, his eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing the ghost sitting in the corner. "What the hell? It's her." Chapter 86. Those who betray true hearts must swallow 1,000 silver needles. Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Fu Xingzhou. "Third brother, who is she?"
Fu Zidong inquired curiously.
Fu Xingzhou glanced at the ghost. "If I'm not mistaken, you are Yan, the fiancé of Xia Lanyi. I attended Xia Lanyi's engagement ceremony recently, but Yan was absent. It seems she had been kidnapped." Xia Lanyi was a renowned composer in the music industry, his fame eclipsing even that of Gu Jinghuai. Every singer who collaborated with Xia Lanyi became a hot commodity in the music scene. Fu Xingzhou dreamt of working with Xia Lanyi, but had yet to find the right opportunity. As he understood it, both Xia Lanyi and Yan were orphans who had grown up together in an orphanage. Xia Lanyi began writing songs in his teenage years, and with his exceptional talent, he gradually emerged in the music world. It was said that Yen had always been by his side, and upon achieving success, Xia Lanyi remained true to his original intentions, never forgetting his bond with Yen, publicly acknowledging her as his fiancée. In the entertainment industry, a realm rife with temptation and transformation, the love between Xia Lanyi and Yen had become a cherished tale. However, no one anticipated that 3 months prior, during their engagement ceremony, Yen would fall victim to a kidnapping. Fu Xingzhou later heard from friends in the industry that Yen had been found and was pregnant shortly thereafter. He felt a sense of relief, believing that true lovers had finally reunited. Little did he expect that upon seeing Yen again, she had transformed into a ghost. In public, Xia Lanyi exuded both talent and charm. Could it be that all of it was merely a facade? Was he truly a hypocrite with a heart of a beast? Recently, the Fu family had been following Wen Shuang's revelations and had encountered numerous tales of scoundrels. Gu Jinghuai's true nature had yet to be exposed, and now another had emerged. Fu Sitong cast a sympathetic glance at the ghostly figure of Yen. Surely, not all of Xia Lanyi's works were solely her creation, right? Perhaps he orchestrated the kidnapping at the engagement ceremony? Fu Sitong now believed that there were no good men left in the world. Perhaps she should simply embrace a life of singlehood. The ghost Yen raised her head to look at the room's occupants, her expression suddenly shifting to one of sorrow and indignation, tears of blood spilling from her eyes. I am pregnant, and Xia Lanyi forced me to terminate it. He wishes to break up with me. All the vows we shared, he has forgotten. He is no longer human. I hate him. Upon hearing this, both Fu Sitong and Xiao Ziyuan were incensed. Xiao Ziyuan patted her chest, furious at the scoundrel who sowed his seeds and then shirked responsibility. Such a creature deserves to be castrated and fed to the dogs.
Fu Sitong nodded in agreement.
Those who betray true hearts must swallow 1,000 silver needles. Fu Xingzhou shivered involuntarily, glancing at the grim-faced Fu Sihong beside him. Elder brother, women have become quite ruthless these days. Fu Sihong pressed his lips together, his expression tightening. He turned his gaze toward Wen Shuang, who was intently observing the ghost. Let us not rush to conclusions. Let us see what your sister-in-law has to say. The ghostly figure of Yen wept more sorrowfully and indignantly as she witnessed Xiao Ziyuan and Fu Sitong advocating on her behalf. I have walked alongside him through 27 springs and autumns. In his childhood, he was frail and delicate, bullied by the other children at the orphanage. It was I who stepped forward to protect him. We leaned on each other, providing companionship and warmth, nurturing dreams of a brighter future as we navigated through the most arduous days of our lives. During the low points of his career, I remained by his side, offering unwavering encouragement, and he vowed to cherish me for a lifetime. But what has become of that promise? He forced me to terminate our child and then sought to part ways with me. He has achieved great success and is no longer the weak little boy of yesteryears, surrounded by countless beautiful women vying for his affection. Meanwhile, I have sacrificed my youth, and now I have lost my very life. Fu Sitong and Xiao Ziyuan gazed at Yen with profound sympathy. How did you meet your demise? Was it a car accident? Yen nodded, recounting. After he suggested we break up, I fell into a deep despondency. Fortunately, my best friend was there to support me. I had planned a trip with her when we unintentionally encountered a tragic accident. Thankfully, my friend emerged relatively unscathed. Otherwise, I would have lived with guilt for eternity. As Yen finished her tale, Wen Shuang let out a derisive laugh. Your best friend must be a man, right? Yen, unsure of the reason for Wen Shuang's scorn, refrained from voicing her dissatisfaction, aware of Wen Shuang's prowess as a ghost master. Yes, my best friend is a man. His name is Chu Zishuan. We 3 grew up together in the orphanage, and our bond was once unbreakable. However, when Xia Lanyi urged me to distance myself from Chu Zishuan, I refused to heed his advice and maintained my close friendship with him. I do not know when Xia Lanyi began to change. Though Chu Zishuan may not be as accomplished as he, that does not give him the right to look down upon others. Wen Shuang raised a hand to interrupt Yen's unfinished thoughts. Is your head, perhaps, nibbled by a foolish dog? Yen stared at Wen Shuang in disbelief, while Fu Sitong and Xiao Ziyuan exchanged puzzled glances. However, having experienced the events involving Yi Pianran and Song Yu, Fu Sitong no longer questioned Wen Shuang's words. My sister-in-law claims your head has been chewed by a foolish dog. You must have done something outrageous.
Fu Sitong asserted.
Yen shook her head vehemently. I did not. Since I entered into a relationship with Xia Lanyi, my heart has belonged solely to him. Aside from not severing ties with Chu Zishuan, I have complied with all of Xia Lani's wishes. Fu Xingzhou and Fu Sitong exchanged curious glances, sensing that there was more to this story. When Shuang sneered, "They say foolish people have their blessings, but foolish women do not. Xia Lani only suggested you keep your distance from Chu Zishuan because he sensed something amiss. He was concerned you would be hurt." Misunderstanding Xia Lani's jealousy, she conveyed his words to Chu Zishuan, who, in an attempt to demonstrate his platonic intentions, invited her to touch him inappropriately, implying that he remained unaffected, viewing her merely as a good friend. Once Yan discovered that Chu Zishuan was not aroused by women. She occasionally took advantage of Xia Lani's business trips to bathe with him and even joked about him undergoing gender reassignment in Thailand, solidifying their bond as true sisters. Of course, Yan was not merely foolish. Her intellect seemed diminished, and with a mere hint from Chu Zishuan, she began to test Xia Lani once more. During a crucial meeting, she orchestrated a car accident to summon Xia Lani, resulting in him incurring a loss of over 100 million in negotiations. Emma. When Shuang found herself increasingly incensed as she bypassed the numerous antics of this foolish woman and arrived at the engagement ceremony. Yan's absence was due to her being kidnapped, prompting Xia Lani to panic to the point of developing sores in his mouth. Fearing for her life, he complied with the kidnappers' demands, transferring 3 billion to their offshore account, nearly bankrupting himself. When he finally located Yan, he was horrified to discover that her kidnapping was merely a self-staged performance. She had not been taken to a remote wilderness, but rather to a hotel in town, with Chu Zishuan facilitating the funds. Upon finding her, she claimed it was merely to gauge the depth of his love for her, stating that the 3 billion should serve as her dowry, vowing not to test him again. Unbeknownst to her, Xia Lani had borrowed an additional billion, plunging himself into debt, hoping for Yan to assist him in repaying it, yet she resolutely refused. Perhaps it was at that moment that Xia Lani recognized that Yan had long ceased to be the angelic figure who once protected and supported him. The final straw for Xia Lani was when Yan suddenly announced a month later that she was pregnant with his child. Xia Lani was utterly bewildered, for they had not yet consummated their relationship. Being a traditional man, he intended to wait until marriage.
Fu Sitong, Fu Xingzu.
And Fu Sicheng regarded the ghost of Yan with disbelief as they absorbed Wen Shuang's revelations. Fu Sitong raised her hand and forcefully slapped her own mouth, exclaiming, "Goodness! I was advocating for this ghost earlier. How foolish of me." This female spirit truly exemplified the pinnacle of foolishness in her lifetime. Do you truly believe that Xia Lani's insistence on you terminating the pregnancy and breaking up with you is unfounded? Wen Shuang admonished coldly. And Yan, gazing at Wen Shuang's fierce demeanor, felt utterly wronged. "Master, this is unjust. We are all women. Had Xia Lani not forcibly ended our relationship, I would not have been so heartbroken as to seek a getaway, and thus, I would not have encountered the accident. I am already in such a pitiful state. Why do you still lash out at me?" "Lash out at you?" When Shuang scoffed, "I truly wish to cast a talisman that would reduce you to ashes. Were you oblivious to the depths of your foolishness in life? When God sprinkled wisdom upon the world, he mistakenly granted you a broken umbrella." Without affording Yan the opportunity to speak, Wen Shuang continued her barrage of words. "Xia Lani is remarkable, accomplished at such a young age. As his girlfriend, your sensitivity, insecurity, and suspicion are understandable. However, as a public figure, he has not kept you shrouded in secrecy. He informs you of his whereabouts during business trips, shares his phone and bank card passwords with you, and maintains complete transparency. He gifts you presents on every significant occasion, and if you crave something late at night, he would traverse half the city to procure it for you. How can you not cherish such a man? Yet, you remain oblivious to the intentions of that male friend by your side. He claims that men who achieve fame in the entertainment industry are easily tempted and prone to infidelity, and you, foolishly, test your man's fidelity, concocting a dramatic scenario that culminated in a kidnapping plot. While Xia Lani was frantically searching for you, you were drinking and chatting with your male friend in a hotel. In your drunken state, when he left the room, you mistook the delivery man for Xia Lani, engaging in an intimate encounter and conceiving the child of a stranger, yet stubbornly insisting it was Xia Lani's. Do you not realize that the delivery man was sent by your male friend? He slipped a hallucinogenic substance into your drink, intending to ruin you and sever your relationship with Xia Lani. Moreover, after your demise, it was your male friend who cut off your long hair and sold it. He even profited from your death, yet you still regard him as the most significant person in your life. I genuinely wish to pry open your head to see if it is filled with water. The female ghost widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Wen Shuang. What nonsense are you spouting?
Zishuan would never treat me that way.
What benefit would he gain from such actions? The benefit lies in your self-destruction, after your foolish demise. He could draw closer to Xiaolanin, for your male friend is gay and has long harbored feelings for him. The female ghost shook her head vehemently, unwilling to accept Wen Shuang's accusations. It cannot be. Zishuan could never be my rival in love. Even in death, she would refuse to believe it. Wen Shuang suppressed the urge to deliver a sharp retort to Wen Yen and coldly smirked. If you do not believe me, come with me to the Shuiyun Jian Club tomorrow night. The following day, in the evening, Fu Xiqing drove, accompanied by Wen Shuang, Fu Xingzhou, Fu Sidong, Qiao Ziyuan, and the female ghost in Yen to the Shuiyun Jian Club. Fu Xingzhou had already set up a pinhole camera in advance. Inside the private room, Xiaolanin was engaged in a drinking session to settle debts. Once revered for his talent, he now found himself in a position where he had to lower his stature, participating in the clinking of glasses. The surveillance footage revealed Xiaolanin forcing a smile, his complexion pale, with reddened eyes. Witnessing the scene, Yan's expression turned pained. I thought he was earning well. 100 million should be nothing to him. Wen Shuang scoffed, her beautiful eyes slicing through Yen like a blade. Money does not simply fall from the sky. Who earns it easily? You are blind to the sacrifices he makes for your well-being. Are you aware that he suffers from a severe stomach ailment? And Yen, Of course, you are unaware, as your thoughts are consumed by testing and self-sabotage. And your foolishness has only intensified in death. And Yen was on the verge of tears from Wen Shuang's scolding. Fu Sidong and Fu Xingzhou huddled in their seats, trembling. Previously, they had been love-struck and ignored advice, but the sister-in-law had shown mercy for the sake of her brother. Fu Xiqing and Qiao Ziyuan gazed at Wen Shuang with increasing admiration. Inside the private room, after Xiaolanin concluded his socializing, the others departed, leaving him alone. In a haze of inebriation, he reclined on the sofa. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open, and a figure entered. The individual approached, staring at Xiaolanin for several seconds before executing an act that left Yen in utter disbelief. He, actually,